Chapter 1. Ning Chuan, the true genius. The era of power banks as past seizing opportunities is now the prevailing theme. Today, the NCAA Elite Eight will witness the inaugural clash of its matches. The championship favorites, Duke University, will face the Kentucky Wildcats on their home turf. United States, North Carolina. Duke University Basketball Arena. Before the game has commenced, Smith at the TNT commentary booth has already begun to build excitement for the event. Duke University boasts the most illustrious roster in this NCAA tournament. Their starting lineup consists almost entirely of players predicted to be first-round picks by the media, especially Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett. These two are the pivotal forces from Duke University, one a favored candidate for the top pick, the other a hot contender for a top 3 selection. Having discussed Duke University, we must turn our attention to their opponents today. Smith shifts his tone and continues. The Kentucky Wildcats possess the strongest rookie of this tournament, Ning Chuan from Huaxia. The Kentucky Wildcats have advanced to the NCAA Elite Eight, largely due to the contributions of their star player, Ning Chuan. 2018-2019 NCAA tournament. An 18-year-old prodigy from Huaxia emerges. Having never participated in any professional events before, he appears as though conjured from thin air. Upon his arrival, he shatters the order of the old in his debut. Facing a Michigan State University laden with 5-star high school athletes, the Kentucky Wildcats mercilessly triumphed by 33 points. The previous reigning champion, Villanova University, merely served as a sharpening stone. When Ning Chuan stands at the center of the court, surveying his competitors with a cold yet confident gaze, the concept of genius suddenly takes on a vivid form. As a transmigrator, Ning Chuan also acquired his own golden finger, the basketball god system. Upon detecting the environment of its host, he received a starter pack. Peak Edwards template. Interestingly, to expedite the host's ascension to basketball god, it unilaterally introduced a new mode, seizing opportunities mode. Seizing opportunities mode. By intervening in others' lives and altering their trajectories, one can reap rewards. The greater the fame of the individual affected, the more substantial the rewards. Of course, as a golden finger, the system is also quite picky. Only women deemed straighted or above by can activate this mode. Open the data panel. Ning Chuan silently intones, and a virtual display akin to a projection materializes in his mind. Name: Ning Chuan. Height: 198 centimeters. Weight: 100 kilograms. Wingspan: 210 centimeter. Merge superstar. Edwards physical attributes: speed, 80, strength, 85, vertical leap, 90, stamina, 85, endurance, 80, resilience, 90. Offensive skills: close range shot, 90, mid to long range shot, 90, 3-point shot, 85, low post moves, 85, layup, 80, dunk, 90. Defensive skills: steal, 80, block, 70, on-ball defense, 85, off-ball defense, 80, rebounding ability, 80. Playmaking, passing, 80, court vision, 80. Overall evaluation, 87 average. All-star. Special note, 25 centimeters. All attributes can reach a maximum of 100 and may surpass this limit through system task rewards. With the aid of the system, Ning Chuan has annihilated the competition in the NCAA league over the past year, ultimately leading his team to the Elite Eight. Ning, the team needs you to continue guiding us forward. During the pregame warm-up, Kentucky Wildcats head coach Calipari inspired Ning Chuan with motivational words. No one can defeat you in this league. I know. At this moment, Ning Chuan brimmed with unwavering confidence. He could hardly contain his eagerness to step onto the court and etch his glory. The Duke trio, merely toys. The pregame warm-up swiftly concluded. Amid the roaring cheers of the fans, the starting players of both teams took to the court. On the road, the Kentucky Wildcats boasted only Ning Chuan and Tyler Harrow as their star players. In contrast, the home team, Duke University, flaunted a starting lineup of eminent players. Point guard, Tre Jones. Shooting guard, Cameron Reddish. Small forward, R.J. Barrett. Center, DeLaurel. And the team's power forward, the top draft prospect, Zion Williamson. Duke's formidable starting lineup is a key reason the public anticipates their ultimate championship victory in Ning Chuan's memory. All 5 starters from Duke this year are first-round draft picks, an exceedingly rare phenomenon in NCAA and even NBA history. From the jump ball, Duke exhibited their overwhelming prowess. DeLaurel effortlessly won the jump against his opponent. Tre Jones swiftly brought the ball up court, utilizing Zion's screen at the top of the arc, driving to the basket. Boom! After drawing the attention of 2 defenders, Jones executed a bounce pass to the trailing Zion. Crash! Zion received the basketball and unleashed a thunderous axe-like dunk over the Kentucky Wildcat center. Zion's athletic prowess is truly astounding. He undoubtedly deserves to be a candidate for this year's top pick. Zion's powerful opening performance left commentator Smith in awe. This prodigy from Duke is destined for greatness in the NBA. Let's go Duke! Let's go Duke! Let's go Duke! The fervor of the Duke University fans within the arena was ignited. In unison, they chanted the rallying cry that is uniquely theirs as the game transitioned from defense to offense. Kentucky advanced the ball into their half, subsequently passing it to Ning Chuan. Bang! The moment the basketball landed in his hands, the defender, R.J. Barrett, closed in. Having endured previous hardships, Barrett swiftly positioned himself closely, one hand pressing against Ning Chuan's waist, both to thwart any potential breakthrough and to enable a quick response to Yihuan's sudden attack in the face of Barrett's defense. Ning Chuan opted against forcing a shot. Instead, he took a step back, creating space between himself and the defender, before unexpectedly executing a behind-the-back dribbling maneuver. Thump, thump! He suddenly tossed the ball from behind him to the front, propelling himself forward like a wild stallion, effortlessly bypassing Barrett. Upon entering the three-point line, he accelerated abruptly, charging towards the key. On the periphery, Jones and Reddish obstructed his path to the basket. However, this did not deter Ning Chuan. He increased his speed, his footwork unrelenting, reaching the basket in the blink of an eye. Inside, Zion hastily positioned himself to intercept, his body and arms extended to block Ning Chuan's shot. Yet the latter did not choose to shoot. Instead, he leaped suddenly, defying Zion's lengthy reach, swinging the basketball mightily as he soared through the air, aiming to slam it into the hoop. Clang! The tremendous impact resonated, causing the rim to emit a mournful cry. But beyond this sound, the previously raucous arena fell silent. The spectators, witnessing Zion being knocked out of bounds and Ning Chuan gracefully descending to the ground, were left utterly astonished. Is this the so-called greatest prodigy in NCAA history? Goodness, his vertical leap is astounding. His head is level with the rim. In the presence of Zion, he is utterly incomparable. The fans erupted in exclamations, with many rising to their feet, their eyes fixated on Ning Chuan, mouths agape in disbelief. So ferocious, so brutal. Chapter 2. All talents are destined to be supporting characters. NCAA is never short of prodigies, but all talents are fated to be mere supporting characters to Ning Chuan. Inside the Duke University basketball arena, as Ning Chuan executed a thunderous dunk over Zion, commentator Smith passionately proclaimed from the sidelines, this young man from Huaxia is demonstrating to the world why he is hailed as the greatest prodigy in NCAA history. The camera returned to the court. Duke University had possession of the ball. Jones advanced from the backcourt to the front, passing the ball to R.J. Barrett on the left side of the three-point line, as the fervent fans anticipated an unknown response from Ning Chuan, the highly sought-after draft prospect, unexpectedly opted for a pick-and-roll. Positioned beyond the left three-point arc, Barrett swiftly advanced towards the free-throw line, utilizing Zion's screen, and executed a mid-range jump shot with a sudden halt. Smack! However, in that fleeting moment as Barrett released the ball, Ning Chuan, who had initially fallen behind, surged forth from behind, leaping to deliver a spectacular chase down. Block, sending the basketball flying from Barrett's grasp. The ball landed squarely in the hands of the arriving Hero, setting the stage for Kentucky's counterattack. Hero, with the ball, surged forward at breakneck speed, with Ning Chuan joining the fray post-block. Tyler, upon reaching the front court and hearing Ning Chuan's call, Hero flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring over the defender's head, straight towards the basket. In the next instant, Ning Chuan, charging towards the rim, leapt off 1 foot, catching the ball midair, and attacked the hoop. Almost simultaneously, Duke University's forward, Reddish, hurried back to defend the paint, leaping towards the already airborne Ning Chuan in an attempt to intercept. Yet in the next heartbeat, Ning Chuan, clutching the ball in midair, suddenly shifted his center of gravity, executing a flawless gliding maneuver to evade Reddish's interference, and with a single-handed slam dunk, he scored. What the heck? As Ning Chuan and Reddish landed, Smith and Barkley on the sidelines leapt from their seats, exclaiming, Ning Chuan managed to fold in midair, evading Reddish's defense to dunk the ball. What astonishing body control. He accomplished all of that in an instant. While we are already aware of Ning Chuan's talent, this defies all norms. Even a simple alley-oop showcases Ning Chuan's physical gifts, which are undoubtedly of historic caliber. 4:2. The away team, the Kentucky Wildcats, seized the lead. On the court, Reddish dribbled the ball up the court. Utilizing a screen from Delorier, he swiftly penetrated the paint. Whoosh! After drawing in Kentucky's defense, he executed a behind-the-back pass to find Jones, who was lurking in the left corner, wide open. Clang. Regrettably, Reddish flashy pass did not convert into points. The basketball was intercepted by Ning Chuan, who quickly transitioned the ball to Hero. Kentucky launched another counterattack. As Hero advanced rapidly, his eyes were continuously scanning for Ning Chuan's position. Whoosh! Upon locating Ning Chuan, Hero seized the opportunity, delivering a wide-ranging pass into his hands. Boom! As the basketball touched his palms, Ning Chuan hadn't even fully regained his balance before he decisively rose, gracefully releasing the ball. Swish! The basketball, as if entering a familiar embrace, effortlessly pierced the net. Beep! Meanwhile, as Barrett of Duke University lunged to defend, he inadvertently collided with Ning Chuan, prompting the referee on the sidelines to promptly blow his whistle. Ning Chuan not only sank a three-pointer during the counterattack, but also drew a defensive foul from R.J. Barrett. Upon witnessing the referee's gesture, commentator Smith excitedly proclaimed from the sidelines. Moreover, this presents a four-point play opportunity. Whether it be R.J., Reddish, or this year's top draft prospect Zion, Ning Chuan has consistently schooled them since the start. Perhaps the prodigies we admire are merely stepping stones for Ning Chuan. Swish! As Smith spoke, Ning Chuan confidently converted the free throw. 8:2. The Kentucky Wildcats extended their lead to 6 points. Receiving an inbounds pass from Zion, Jones dribbled into the front court. Facing Tyler Harrow's tight defense, he attempted to exploit his speed to get past him, but to no avail, quickly passing the ball to Zion in the paint. Zion caught the ball and went for a low-post back-toe-the-basket move. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of physical confrontations, his turnaround jump shot failed to find the mark. The Kentucky center secured the rebound, signaling the end of Duke's offensive possession. Ning Chuan received a pass from his teammate and advanced the ball up court. Upon reaching the front court, he continued to face R.J. Barrett's staunch defense. R.J., take him on. Show him what a true genius looks like. Who does he think he is? This is Duke University. Put some pressure on him. Don't let him continue this showboating. As Ning Chuan prepared for an onion on against Barrett, a deafening chorus of boos erupted from the fans in the arena. Gulme. Barrett, buoyed by the crowd's energy, bent low and spread his arms, bracing for Ning Chuan's assault. Facing Barrett, Ning Chuan held the ball in his right hand, making a decisive step to the right, then another, feeling the physicality of the defense. He abruptly halted, pulling the ball back and switching to his left hand. Scrape. The sound of Barrett's shoes scraping against the floor pierced the air as he quickly shifted his body to the left to thwart Ning Chuan's advance. However, having meticulously read the defense, Ning Chuan observed Barrett's weight shift and accelerated past him on the left. Damn! Watching Ning Chuan create a sudden gap, Barrett exclaimed in disbelief. He could only watch as the basketball swished through the net. 10:2. What is happening? Why is Ning Chuan so formidable? What on earth transpired? The Duke fans were left bewildered, unable to fathom that a shooting guard from China had decisively dominated them from the outset. Who could they turn to for answers? And conversely, what were their star players doing? What more is there to be done? To hell with it. Chapter 3. This time, he stood in opposition to Duke University. Could you possibly fortify your defense on the court? At this moment, Coach K of Duke University felt as though his head might explode. During the intermission, he had not hesitated to unleash a torrent of expletives at his players. This is the Elite Eight of the tournament, not a practice scrimmage. Ensure your defense is solid. Do you wish to return home prematurely? It is not that Coach K's temper is particularly volatile, rather. It is entirely due to his team's abysmal performance on the defensive end today. Aside from Zion, who exhibited the level of play worthy of his title as the team's cornerstone, the other players were utterly out of sorts. The offensive prowess was acknowledged, yet the defensive efforts, particularly the perimeter defense of the team, were woefully inadequate. It was entirely the extraordinary talent of Kentucky Wildcats Ning Chuan who dominated the court single-handedly. Coach, that kid is utterly unstoppable on the offensive end. I truly find myself at a loss. R.J. Barrett, tasked with guarding Ning Chuan, wore a look of resignation. Reddish wiped the sweat from his brow and added, indeed, the level of talent Ning Chuan has displayed is beyond our reach. Upon hearing the words of his two star players, head coach Old K fell into silence, fully aware that the team was beyond redemption. Coach, the game is not over yet. We have not lost. Zion Williamson, the team's cornerstone and a leading contender for this season's #1 draft pick, was not one to concede defeat easily. As the second quarter commenced, he relied on his individual skills to score 4 consecutive points, attempting to staunch the bleeding for his team. Regrettably, his teammates were lacking in support, while Ning Chuan's scoring exhibition showed no signs of abating. Upon returning for the second quarter, Zion intensified his personal offensive efforts. With the ball in hand, his sights were solely set on scoring. Barrett, responsible for defending Ning Chuan, found himself utterly bewildered. Much like the first quarter, Ning Chuan scored at will, unabashedly showcasing his innate talent and offensive skill set. Barrett was unable to contain him. Even when teammates attempted to double-team, Ning Chuan effortlessly navigated through their efforts. As the first half drew to a close, Ning Chuan, with an impressive shooting accuracy of 92, scored an astounding 40 points by making 17 out of 20 attempts. Upon returning to the locker room at halftime, Barrett appeared utterly dejected. Were this not the NCAA quarterfinals, he would have likely left the arena immediately. What a farce this is. In comparison to Ning Chuan, he felt like a bumbling fool, his performance riddled with flaws. Overwhelmed by the former's relentless prowess, he found himself utterly speechless. Surely, you must understand the significance of this moment for you. Meanwhile, in the visitors' locker room, the head coach Calipari continued to instill motivation within the team. Duke University is formidable, boasting the most illustrious starting lineup in the league. Both the media and so-called experts have little faith in our chances of eliminating them on their home court to advance to the Final Four. But so what? We are leading by nearly 20 points on their own turf at halftime. Let us press on and silence those damned media and experts. As the second half commenced, the University of Kentucky initiated the offense. Hero advanced the ball to the front court and unhesitatingly passed it to Ning Chuan. Bam! With the basketball in hand, Ning Chuan faced Barrett's defense once more. A simple crossover allowed him to evade Barrett as he bulldozed toward the paint. Barrett's defense was commendable, closely shadowing him. Realizing a direct assault on the paint was unfeasible, Ning Chuan abruptly halted and took a shot. Barrett clearly did not anticipate Ning Chuan concluding the offense in such a manner. Having been pushed back 2 steps, it was too late for him to attempt a block. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. 40-60, the Kentucky Wildcats extended their lead to 20 points. The question of this year's draft's #1 pick appears to be devoid of any suspense. Observing Zion's failed attempt to penetrate the paint once more, commentator A. Smith's attention was wholly captured by the young talent from China, donning jersey number 13. Ning Chuan has the potential to become the next #1 pick following Yao Ming. On the court, Ning Chuan launched yet another offensive assault, holding the ball at the top of the arc while facing Barrett's relentless defense. He executed a series of swift dribbles followed by a graceful spin, leaving Barrett behind as he surged toward the paint. Witnessing Ning Chuan penetrate the key, all of Duke University's players swiftly converged for support. As he neared the basket, Ning Chuan glanced upward to see a multitude of arms reaching over him in an attempt to block his shot. Drawing on his formidable core strength, Ning Chuan powered through the trio of defenders, executing a magnificent hang-time maneuver to navigate the outstretched arms, ultimately banking the ball into the hoop. Beep! As Ning Chuan deftly placed the ball into the hoop, the chief referee at the sidelines blew his whistle. 2 points confirmed, and an additional free throw awarded. MVP, MVP, MVP. The moment Ning Chuan stepped up to the free throw line, the entire arena erupted in chants of MVP. At that instant, Ning Chuan had utterly captivated this proud venue. Swish! The additional free throw was flawlessly executed. Ning Chuan has triumphantly secured his 45th point in this match. I am at a loss as to who could possibly impede Ning Chuan on this court. Listening to the resounding chants of MVP from the fervent fans, A. Smith reflected. Perhaps he is the Michael Jordan of this league. Just as Smith articulated, Ning Chuan's continuous scoring left Coach K, standing at the sidelines with his hands on his hips, utterly despondent. Although the game was not yet concluded, he knew the outcome was already determined. Watching Ning Chuan, who relentlessly darted across the court, he felt a sense of resignation. No matter how fervently he roared or expressed his dissatisfaction with the players, they could not reclaim their former prowess. In that fleeting moment, Coach K seemed to recall a player named Yuan, who had once graced his dreams. It was also during the quarterfinals, and they found themselves trailing by over 20 points. However, when he sought to find that individual clad in the number 23 jersey at the end of the bench, he was met only with the echoes of a fleeting dream. If only Ning Chuan were under his wing now, even if the team were down by 20 points. What would it matter? Alas, the miraculous Ning Chuan stood on the opposing side of Duke University this time. Chapter 4. A new era for the NBA is on the horizon. In the United States, the Duke University basketball arena, a venue that has borne witness to countless triumphs, now stood in stunned silence. Almost all the Duke fans could scarcely believe the outcome of today's match. We have been eliminated. Soon, Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. They could not fathom that the team to lose this game would be the home team, Duke University. We have the top draft prospect Zion Williamson. We have the elite sharpshooter R.J. Barrett. We have the finest coach, Coach K. We possess the best starting lineup in the entire league. Yet, we have fallen into today's contest. Fans exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to the result. The top contender for the 2019 NCAA championship, led by Ning Chuan, the Kentucky Wildcats, had ousted them. This was a classic battle destined to be etched in history. Regardless of the outcome, the players from both teams showcased their remarkable talents. In a post-match interview, Coach K took responsibility, stating, "I merely hope that no one will allow the outcome of a single game to tarnish their views of Zion, RJ, and the others. The blame for this elimination rests with me. I failed to devise a better strategy. The starters in our team are rare talents in my coaching career, and the NBA will be their stage to display their gifts." Clearly, in Coach K's perspective, the strength displayed in today's game was inconsequential. His primary concern was that the media and scouts might form a disparaging opinion of the starting five due to the result of this match. This was the only worry occupying the old master's mind at that moment. Of course, within this arena, there resided a player of undeniable talent. Ning Chuan is a true prodigy, and he posed a significant challenge to us in this game. In this context, it is essential to remind the opponents they are about to face. They must discover a way to limit Ning Chuan's scoring. Otherwise, Duke University serves as a cautionary tale. Having concluded his post-game interview, Coach K proactively approached the visitors' bench to find Ning Chuan. "Congratulations on your victory," he greeted warmly. Zion, with a hint of regret, remarked, "You have single-handedly dismantled our collegiate era. We shall seek vengeance in the NBA. You have awakened the mightiest league of Avengers." Following Zion, R.J. Barrett, Reddish, and Jones also approached Ning Chuan to offer their congratulations. These four prodigies, despite their defeat, possess a future that gleams with promise. Once heralded as the illustrious trio from Duke, what has become of them now? At 18, they were brimming with ambition. Zion's announcement to join Duke, along with Reddish and Barrett, marked the first time in NCAA history that a university secured the top 3 high school talents in the nation. Although they fell short in the Final Four during the madness of March, Zion's explosive skills still secured him the coveted first overall pick, while Barrett and Reddish were selected as 3rd and 10th picks, respectively. At that time, the three brothers seemed destined for luminous futures. However, within just a few years in the league, their trajectories have drastically shifted. While Zion has showcased his dominance, his shortcomings are evident. He plays infrequently and has gained considerable weight. Though he earns a handsome fortune, he strays further from the expectations that once surrounded him. He remains the formidable interior force he has always been, yet any signs of technical advancement appear elusive. As for LeBron James, it seems he may never ascend to that level. Barrett, despite having led the Knicks to the playoffs, shines only intermittently. One might ponder who truly reigns as the king of New York: Brunson? Randall? Certainly not R.J. Barrett. Reddish, unfortunately, bears the brunt of their misfortunes. He faced injuries upon entering the league, and no team is willing to embrace him as a core player. I wonder if they reflect on that draft year, filled with youthful exuberance and ambition. Back then, they all envisioned bright futures, as did we. Yet, the story of 2019 has now become a tale from 5 years past. Has your future arrived? In the aftermath of the game, media outlets immortalized the moment when Ning Chuan and Zion embraced, crafting a poster accompanied by the headline, "A new era for the NBA is on the horizon." Following the conclusion of the NCAA quarterfinals, major American media outlets eagerly reported on this match, and the reason is unmistakable. Duke University, renowned for its multitude of prodigies, found itself excluded from the Final Four. Among the teams that eliminated them was Ning Chuan, often heralded as the greatest talent in NCAA history, who is also set to be Zion's most formidable rival in the upcoming draft. Meanwhile, as the Kentucky Wildcats returned to campus, news of Duke's elimination swiftly reached the ears of NBA players. To be candid, I am not at all surprised by Kentucky's victory over Duke. Following his team's triumph, Lakers superstar LeBron James expressed in a media interview, "I have always been a staunch admirer of Ning Chuan. You see, he is an exceptionally skilled player capable of accomplishing everything on the court. Not only LeBron James, but Kevin Durant, who scored the highest points in the Oracle Arena and led his team to victory, echoed similar sentiments." In his view, the Kentucky Wildcats, featuring Ning Chuan, are undeniably the strongest team in this NCAA tournament. As a scorer, I am acutely aware of Ning Chuan's prowess. Kevin Durant briefly touched upon Duke's elimination, stating, "I do not consider Kentucky's ousting of Duke to be an upset. The team with Ning Chuan is the true championship contender." Chapter 5. The Renaissance Plan of the New York Knicks. Following Kentucky's victory over Duke in the Elite Eight, the remaining quarterfinal matches also came to a conclusion. In the same bracket as Kentucky, Murray State University continued to embody the spirit of a dark horse, eliminating the tournament's third seed, North Carolina. Ja Morant. The core of the victorious team was exuberant post-game. "From high school to now, I have always been overlooked." After the game, Morant, upon learning of Duke's elimination, proclaimed, "I will prove to the world that I am the best player in this tournament. Just wait and see. I will bring the NCAA championship trophy back to Murray State University." Additionally, Michigan State University and the University of Virginia also advanced to the Final Four. Notably, in 2018, the University of Virginia entered March Madness as the #1 seed but suffered a historic upset in the first round, losing 55-75 to the 16th seed, the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. However, after bolstering their roster with young talents such as DeAndre Hunter, they have made a remarkable comeback. The performances of the rookies have also captured the attention of NBA executives. Here is the information you requested, sir. In a conference room of the New York Knicks, team scout Tom presented a data analysis to the newly appointed president, Leon Rose. The documents detailed the performance of Duke University, Zion Williamson, and R.J. Barrett during the NCAA tournament. Gazing at the materials laid out on the table, Leon Rose furrowed his brow in displeasure and remarked, "Tom, are you not aware that Duke has been eliminated? As a proficient scout, do you not watch the games?" "I did watch, but do not explain," Leon Rose interjected, tossing the documents into the trash. "What I need on my desk are data analyses concerning the Kentucky Wildcats player, Ning Chuan, not Zion and R.J. Barrett." "Yes, I will prepare that immediately." As Tom departed, Leon Rose remained silent, moving to the window and quietly lighting a cigar. Perhaps the prodigious young talent capable of saving New York has already emerged. Simultaneously, within the management conference room of the New Orleans Pelicans, heated arguments echoed. The then general manager, David Griffin, took a deep drag from his cigar. Amidst the swirling smoke, he proclaimed with fervor, "Zion Williamson from Duke University will be our top choice. Trust me. This guy is undoubtedly the most promising player in this draft. Even though Duke has been eliminated, his talent is unparalleled. He will be the one to lead our team to greatness." The meeting had already dragged on for 3 hours. And the reason for the management's inability to reach a consensus was straightforward: the choice between Ning Chuan and Zion Williamson. Zion has indeed showcased a talent rarely seen in history. However, the then head coach of the Pelicans, Alvin Gentry, clearly disagreed with David Griffin's stance. Shaking his head, he raised a finger and stated, "But you must understand, Zion is not the strongest player in the NCAA, nor is he the top talent. From Huaxia, Ning Chuan, in my opinion, is the strongest player in this draft. Just look at his statistics: an average of 33, 3 points, 5, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists per game. You will see just how formidable he truly is." Upon the conclusion of Alvin Gentry's remarks, a renewed wave of discussions resonated throughout the conference room. Numerous individuals nodded in quiet agreement, evidently in alignment with Coach Gentry's perspective. It is imperative to recognize that NCAA games starkly contrast with the NBA, where high scores are frequently achieved. Often, the total points scored by a team in a single game range between 60 to 80. The statistics presented by Ning Chuan, however, were sufficient to drive the entire NBA management into a frenzy. Yet, the team's general manager, Griffin, furrowed his brow and shot a piercing glare at Coach Gentry, harboring some dissatisfaction towards the coach who openly contradicted him. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Griffin stated, "I have never denied Ning Chuan's prowess, but his displayed talent is confined to the NCAA league. Moreover, he is of Chinese descent, and it is noteworthy that no Chinese guard has ever made a significant impact in the NBA. The NCAA and NBA represent entirely different tiers of competition. Whether he can adapt to the professional arena remains an unknown." Griffin's concerns are not unfounded. Historically, numerous college athletes have exhibited remarkable individual statistics in the NCAA. Yet many have failed to leave their mark in the NBA, with several never even entering the league. How much more challenging it is for a scoring guard hailing from China. As the team's general manager, I possess absolute authority in player selection. As David Griffin spoke, he cast a sharp gaze over the attendees in the conference room. Coach Gentry, Your task is to continue assisting the team in a rebuilding phase to secure a favorable draft position. As for who the team selects in the draft, you need not concern yourself with that. Perhaps due to his formidable presence, or perhaps because they found his arguments compelling, no one dared to refute him at that moment. Meanwhile, after leading the team to the semifinals of the elite tournament, Ning Chuan had become an undisputed star on campus. Look at the gazes of those around you, Ning. They could devour you. While walking alongside Tyler Herro towards the campus basketball arena, Herro surveyed the throng of onlookers. I must say, brother, it's been a year since you've been at school, and you still have no intention of finding a girlfriend? Just then, a stunning blonde woman with striking features blocked their path. Hello, Ning Chuan. I'm Linda from the cheerleading squad. May I get to know you? Of course. Before Ning Chuan could respond, Herro eagerly produced his phone and inquired, What's your Twitter handle? I'll add you right now. Hiki. Is that all right, Ning? Confronted by the exuberant hero, Linda chuckled awkwardly before sidestepping him and making her way directly to Ning Chuan. Gazing upon the captivating woman before him, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall add you. After exchanging contact information, Linda waved goodbye to Ning Chuan. Damn, brother, do you know who she is? After Linda had walked away, Hero spoke earnestly. She is the captain of our school's cheerleading squad, the goddess of the entire University of Kentucky. Moreover, she excels in economics. I even hope to hire her as my agent once I join the NBA. As he spoke, Hero couldn't resist pulling out his phone to examine her closely, lamenting. What do I lack compared to you? Why does she choose to overlook me? She didn't ignore you. At least Linda smiled at you a couple of times. Tyler Hero, am I the fool in this scenario? Chapter 6, Flirting with the Supermodel? You truly have a way with words. We believe. We will triumph. We believe. We will triumph. We believe. We will triumph. United States, Kentucky campus basketball arena. Listen to the deafening cheers of the fans. At the TNT commentary booth on the sidelines, Smith, feeling the fervor of the home crowd, finally began to speak. Regardless of the final outcome of this match, this will be the last home game for the Kentucky Wildcats in this NCAA tournament. Indeed, for the fans of the Kentucky Wildcats, they have awaited this day for far too long. Barkley chimed in. Since the championship in 2012, Kentucky's performance over the past 7 years has been rather lackluster. But today, the prodigious talent from China, Ning Chuan, leads the team back to the Elite Four after a 7-year hiatus. Today is equally significant for Murray State University, marking their first entry into the Final Four in their history. After regaining his composure, Barkley continued, Today will be a pivotal day for the players of both teams. Their performances will directly impact their prospects in the upcoming NBA draft. As Barkley noted, whether it be Ning Chuan from the University of Kentucky, Tyler Hero, or John Morant from Murray State University, today's performances will undoubtedly influence their draft stock. The attention on this match is unprecedented, with stars from various fields across the nation present at the venue. Following the direction indicated by Smith, the on-site screens swiftly captured a plethora of prominent celebrities at the sidelines. Foremost among them were the illustrious pop icons led by Taylor Swift and Selena Gomez. Close behind were the Victoria's Secret supermodels, including the likes of Victoria Soretti, Kendall Jenner, and Gigi Hadid. These supermodels, merely by taking their seats, instantly became the most dazzling sight within the arena. Additionally, numerous active NBA players graced the event with their presence. Not only them. With a keen eye, Smith quickly spotted several executives from various NBA teams, all attentively observing this highly anticipated clash. Among them were Tyler Herro, John Morant, and the promising Ning Chuan from China, as well as the young talents who would showcase their gifts on this court today. Perhaps one day they too would become the face of the NBA. It must be said, Smith's discerning eye is truly remarkable. The three rising stars he mentioned soon proved their worth in the NBA, especially John Morant. Who is he? The dynamic duo shall provide the answer. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the showdown between the Kentucky Wildcats and Murray State University in the semifinals officially commenced. The starting center of Murray State, leveraging his remarkable jumping ability, seized possession of the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Morant executed an enigmatic dance step before advancing the ball past half-court. In the front court, faced with Herro's defense, he thrust his hips, a fierce maneuver nearly sending Herro airborne. With a swift motion, taking advantage of the defender's retreat, Morant deftly dribbled to break through, evading Kentucky's forward P.J. Washington's defensive reach. Soaring in the air to score with a layup. 2-0. The visiting Murray State University struck first. The Kentucky Wildcats' offense did not waver, P.J. Washington quickly initiated a baseline play. After Harrow brought the ball past half court, he passed it to Ning Chuan. Boom. The instant the basketball touched his hands at the arc, Harrow gestured to his teammates, signaling them to clear the left side, creating space for Ning Chuan. Bang. Bang. Observing Ning Chuan as he dribbled in search of rhythm, the defender appeared somewhat anxious. Although the coaching staff had provided a scouting report on Ning Chuan prior to the game, facing him in real time was an entirely different concept. He was uncertain of the offensive approach Ning Chuan would employ to finish. A three-pointer or a drive? Just as the defender hesitated, Ning Chuan accelerated, breaking through from his right side, heading straight for the paint. Inside, the starting center of Murray State had been waiting patiently. He had already envisioned performing the iconic finger-wagging celebration after blocking Ning Chuan's shot. That moment would undoubtedly become one of the greatest highlights in NCAA history. Yet, even as he occupied a favorable position, Ning Chuan showed no signs of slowing down as he approached with the ball. Do you not wish to make a statement? To be immortalized in history? He seemed to challenge. Then I shall oblige you. Come. The starting center of Murray State University, undaunted by Ning Chuan's provocation, let out a fierce roar and raised his hands high, intent on blocking the impending drive. Bang! The bodies collided violently mid-air, and then an unexpected scene unfolded. The seemingly slender Ning Chuan forcefully pushed aside his defender. Boom! In the next instant, the thunderous sound of a powerful dunk echoed above him. The fans in the Woohoo arena erupted in astonished gasps. Ning Chuan, this was nothing short of audacious. On the sidelines, in the TNT commentary booth, Smith had already leaped from his seat, his hands clasped atop his head in sheer astonishment. This will undoubtedly be the best dunk of the season. Perhaps even in NCAA history. As Ning Chuan completed his emphatic slam dunk, he turned with an air of fierce determination that instilled fear in those around him. The game continued as Murray State University initiated their offensive sequence. At the top of the arc, Morant utilized a screen from his teammate to penetrate the paint. Drawing a double team, he decisively passed the ball to a teammate stationed in the left corner. Clang. Unfortunately, the latter failed to capitalize on the wide-open three-point opportunity. P.J. Washington secured the rebound and handed it off to Tyler Harrow. Heeding the instructions of head coach John Calipari, Harrow advanced at a measured pace, taking nearly 8 seconds to reach the arc. After delivering the ball to Ning Chuan, he came to a halt outside the left three-point line. Ning Chuan rejected P.J. Washington's attempt to set a screen and gestured for his teammates to create space. Thud, thud. With a series of crossovers that navigated through the defender's movements, he suddenly accelerated, breaking through from the right side. Not so fast. The starting shooting guard of Murray State University ignited with competitive spirit, resolutely pursuing Ning Chuan in an attempt to thwart his advance. But just as he was about to catch up, Ning Chuan executed a sharp stop and pull, followed by a step back after a crossover, retreating beyond the three-point line. Swish. Simultaneously, the defender before him lost his footing amidst the flurry of Ning Chuan's moves, crashing to the ground. Oh my God! Numerous fans from the University of Kentucky leaped from their seats, hands clasped atop their heads in disbelief as they gazed at Ning Chuan. Yet, his moment was far from over. Having stepped back to the left three-point line, he did not rush to shoot. Instead, he turned to the front row audience and called out to the stunning model, Victoria Charity, "My dear beauty, this is a little gift for our first meeting." Upon uttering those words, the ball was released just before Morant could complete his defensive maneuver. The atmosphere was charged. Could this shot possibly miss? Whoosh. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air, swiftly finding its way through the net. As he turned to retreat on defense, Ning Chuan was concerned that the supermodel VC might not grasp his intentions, so he deliberately pointed at her. Is he truly Ning Chuan? Watching Ning Chuan's graceful departure, VC couldn't help but smile. He was indeed somewhat handsome. But after flirting with me, he just runs away? That simply won't do. Chapter 7. Advancing to the Finals. The unstoppable Ning Chuan. As for Ning Chuan, I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe him. In the United States, at the University of Kentucky's basketball arena, at the commentary booth, Smith was utterly speechless. This match had undeniably transformed into his personal showcase. This super talent from the University of Kentucky was leading his team to recreate past glories. Beside him, Barkley exclaimed with fervor, "Honestly, I have never witnessed a player score with such composure." As Murray State University advanced on offense, Smith and Barkley were still reminiscing about Ning Chuan's dazzling moves. His lightning-quick first step, coupled with an elusive sense of rhythm, and that disdainful expression as he faked out his defender. He even interacted with the front row audience during this time, Who could withstand such brilliance? The game continued, yet as Smith aptly noted, it had already become Ning Chuan's personal exhibition. Ning Chuan made a sweeping move to shake off his defender, charging into the paint against Murray State University's three-point defense. Executing a layup with ease, he turned around and, with a feigned motion, left his defender in the dust, hitting a three-pointer against Morant's defense. Oh my God! Ning Chuan had completely lost his mind. He scored another three-pointer against Morant, having already made 5 in the first half. Bang! Ning Chuan shook off his defender and surged toward the basket, delivering a thunderous dunk over Murray State University center. His physical prowess was simply explosive. Even more astonishing was that the center defending him was once again knocked off his feet. Here he comes again, Ning Chuan. Just as the second half resumed, he maneuvered past the double team from Murray State University, leaping for a mid-range jumper near the free throw line. Swish! The familiar sound of the net echoed as Ning Chuan confidently secured another 2 points. Once more, he evaded Murray State University's guard, driving into the lane where he again scored with a layup, shielding himself from the defender's outstretched arms. My goodness. The player tasked with defending Ning Chuan will likely be shrouded in gloom for some time after today. I hope his spirit is strong enough to endure. Receiving a pass from Tyler Harrow, Ning Chuan struck again from beyond the arc on the left side, attaining a staggering 48 points. The second half of the game had merely just begun. Stop it, Ning Chuan. 48 points, this was the score Ning Chuan reached with his final three-pointer. MVP, MVP, MVP. The entire arena erupted as if a deep-sea bomb had been detonated, the resounding cheers for the MVP nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Every spectator rose to their feet, offering the most fervent applause for Ning Chuan. Coach Calipari wisely substituted him, allowing him to bask in the adulation of the fans. David, I am losing my patience with you. During the timeout, the head coach of Murray State unleashed a fervent tirade at the player assigned to defend Ning Chuan. Don't you dare explain yourself. I don't care about that. He could no longer tolerate his team being repeatedly outscored by Ning Chuan. Yet, his shouts could not alter the course of the game. As the final 3 minutes approached, the home team, the Kentucky Wildcats, had extended their lead to an astonishing 28 points. This marked the largest margin in the history of the NCAA tournament. The overwhelming score disparity prompted commentator Smith to declare, Murray State is utterly unable to contain Ning Chuan defensively. We can congratulate the Kentucky Wildcats in advance. It is merely a matter of time before they advance to the finals. As the final buzzer echoed, the red lights illuminating both baskets signaled the end. Players from the Kentucky Wildcats bench joyfully rushed onto the court, embracing their teammates with exuberance. Tyler Harrow quickly found Ning Chuan, wrapping him in a tight embrace at the center of the court. The game had concluded. Smith rose from his seat in the commentary booth to applaud the victors. Let us congratulate the Kentucky Wildcats on their return to the NCAA Finals after a 7-year hiatus. Ning Chuan reveled in the MVP chants resonating throughout the arena. This young man from Huaxia truly deserved all the accolades. The camera then shifted to focus on Murray State's star player, Ja Morant, who had scored 28 points but lingered on the court, reluctant to depart after the referee's final whistle. For Morant, his performance in this NCAA tournament had been commendable. Observing Morant's swollen eyes, Smith remarked, leading the underdog Murray State to the Elite Eight, he too deserves all the praise. However, this tale is not the conclusion. Morant's story is just beginning. After the game, Morant declined all media interviews, despite the team having made history by reaching the Elite Eight. The bitter taste of such a lopsided defeat was undeniably hard to swallow. Perhaps, staying in New Orleans could still yield a championship trophy. Watching Ning Chuan bask in the fans' cheers from the stands, Anthony Davis mused, if only the team could draft Ning Chuan. Well, staying in New Orleans is not out of the question. At this moment, Anthony Davis cast a deep glance at Ning Chuan on the court before turning to depart. His exit stirred a sense of restlessness among the fans on the sidelines. Yet, the Kentucky Wildcats players, who were celebrating on the court, had no time to pay heed to the senior who once led them to victory. We did it. Tyler Harrow remained ensnared in the euphoric afterglow of triumph, radiating the excitement akin to that of a champion. Tyler, calm down. Ning Chuan, who celebrated with a high five to Tyler, was the first to regain his composure. Urging his teammates, guys, we have just one more game to secure the ultimate championship. Not only Ning Chuan, but also Coach Calipari, amidst the celebrations, reminded the players, do not assume victory is assured. Our opponents in the finals will not stand idly by as we claim the title. Calipari's words swiftly brought the gathered Wildcats players back to reality. Their final adversaries were none other than the University of Virginia, who had recently eliminated Michigan State University. According to the original timeline, the champions of the 2019 NCAA tournament were indeed the University of Virginia. They showcased remarkable defensive efficiency throughout the tournament. Prior to this, no player had managed to score 20 points against them. The team's promising rookies, DeAndre Hunter and Kyle Guy, were no pushovers. Observing his disciples gradually regain their focus, Calipari nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 8. Snatching Little Leo? I think it's feasible. V.C. Please look at the camera. Ning Chuan, are you dating Victoria's Secret supermodel V.C.? When do you plan to get married? Have you moved in together? Just a few minutes after celebrating with his teammates, Ning Chuan noticed that the supermodel Victoria Charite had not left the sidelines. Embracing the spirit of perseverance, he approached her, hoping to obtain her contact information. It was precisely this instinctive action that drew the attention of media personnel who had just finished their interviews, rushing over. One was a young and handsome prospect, potentially the second overall pick from China since Yu Ming. The other, a stunningly curvaceous and renowned Victoria's Secret model. The mere sight of the two together sent the journalists into a frenzy as they excitedly clicked their shutters in a cacophony of chaos. The scene was utterly disordered with a barrage of questions. Even amidst the incessant buzz of the media, Ning Chuan and VC maintained their smiles. Faced with the imposing presence of the mayor, Ning Chuan felt a tinge of restraint. On the other hand, Charite reveled in the adoration. Exuding the aura of a queen in the spotlight, her charming smile revealing rows of pearly white teeth. To avoid any chaos at the sidelines, with the guidance of the staff, Ning Chuan and VC swiftly entered the players' tunnel. Behind them, reporters clustered at the entrance of the tunnel, eagerly documenting every movement of Ning Chuan and VC. For these journalists, excitement was palpable. Each of them could easily sustain a news sensation on their own, let alone the explosive rumors of a budding romance between the two. What did you say? They only just met today. Upon hearing Charite's agent's explanation, a reporter couldn't help but inquire, will this news trend on social media? Absolutely not. The female agent replied coolly. Not possible. What are you even saying? The reporters pointed at the couple ahead with conviction. If it's not a romance, then why is Charite smiling so joyously? Just look at how gentlemanly Ning Chuan is. His hands wrapped around Charite's waist, as if to prevent her from falling. Come on, guys, ignore her. These two are definitely in love. It feels like a press release in the making. The female agent. My goodness, that's Charite? Wow, her figure is simply stunning. Look at Ning Chuan. He is practically drooling. It's truly enviable that he gets to enjoy the company of such a remarkable woman. As Ning Chuan approached with Charite nestled against him, the likes of Tyler Hero were consumed by jealousy. After dispersing his teammates, Ning Chuan gazed at the captivating beauty before him, swallowing hard. Miss Charite, you are utterly enchanting. To be honest, Ning Chuan was genuinely taken aback. He had never truly appreciated Charite's allure through photographs or through the screen until today, when her perfection was on full display up close. It evoked an almost primal urge to whisk her away and keep her hidden. Haha. Charite smiled coyly, fully embracing her charm. She responded to Ning Chuan's compliments with a playful giggle, thoroughly enjoying his intense gaze that seemed to want to consume her whole. You wish to possess me. Do you have the courage for that? Have you forgotten how you were once reprimanded by the cat? Apologies, Ning Chuan. Charite casually adjusted her hair and then teasingly said, I have something important to attend to shortly, so I cannot linger here with you. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in his thoughts. After all, he was merely a moderately renowned college athlete, and it was entirely understandable for Charite to treat him with indifference. Let us exchange contact information first, he suggested. This was agreeable to her. After they exchanged their details and engaged in a brief exchange of commercial flattery, Charite departed the gym with her agent. As he watched her retreating figure, Ning Chuan's gaze grew somewhat distant, captivated by her allure. Her supermodel-like figure was akin to a bottle of deadly poison, ensnaring his senses. He began to grapple with feelings of intense longing and uncertainty. This sensation of desiring what was unattainable was indeed torturous. Simultaneously, he recognized that Charite was intentionally provoking his interest. However, the truth remained. Ning Chuan was not worthy of her at this moment. Ding! The discovery of the leading lady, Victoria Charite, has successfully triggered the interception mode. Task: alter Charity's future and make her your girlfriend. Task reward: choose one attribute to increase to its maximum level. Current progress: 20. Damn, the prospect of increasing one attribute to its maximum level. Ning Chuan was somewhat taken aback by the system's series of notifications. Such a generous reward from the system was indeed a rarity. Ding, Charity is destined to become the official girlfriend of Leonardo DiCaprio. Considering DiCaprio's status as an international superstar, the system has thus offered such lavish rewards. Seemingly aware of Ning Chuan's contemplation, the system continued to provide reminders. Intercepting DiCaprio? That indeed sounded promising. After thoroughly understanding the interception mode, Ning Chuan returned to the locker room. With the conclusion of the semifinal match between the Kentucky Wildcats and Murray State University, the final showdown of this year's NCAA championship was officially set. The underdog, the University of Virginia, would face the Kentucky Wildcats in the prestigious U.S. Bank Stadium. This year's NCAA final promised to be exceptionally intriguing. Would it be the continuation of tradition or the underdog's relentless pursuit of history? During the TNT Evening Roundtable, experts gathered to discuss the matchup in this year's NCAA championship. Regardless of your opinions, I firmly believe the Kentucky Wildcats will seize the championship. In the studio, Smith stated earnestly, "Do not speak of underdogs. Ning Chuan from Huaxia will demonstrate through his actions. Underdogs are utterly defenseless in the face of absolute strength." Upon hearing Smith's resolute declaration, Shaquille O'Neal jestingly remarked, "Smith, how much did Ning Chuan pay you to say that?" "Haha, I have never denied Ning Chuan's prowess. On the contrary, I have always been his most devoted admirer." After a brief jest, O'Neal continued, "However, the defensive efficiency exhibited by the University of Virginia in this year's tournament is the most formidable in the entire history of the NCAA. Since the commencement of the season, not a single player has managed to score over 20 points against them. Even Ning Chuan would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the Virginia defense." Both sides present their arguments, yet regardless of the discourse, only 2 of the 32 teams that entered the tournament remain. They will fight to the last breath for the honor of their respective schools. Chapter 9. We will allow Ning Chuan to flounder. Rob, I want that kid from the Kentucky Wildcats. In Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, LeBron James sat in the general manager's office, conversing with the then general manager of the Lakers, Rob Pelinka. "Ning Chuan is the most exceptional young talent I have ever encountered, or none." Pelinka, while handing James a glass of water and taking a seat, remarked, "I have also reviewed his scouting report. The young man's scoring ability is indeed terrifying. Since the NCAA tournament commenced, I have kept a close watch on him. The individual skill and talent he has displayed are of historical significance." LeBron, with a knowing glance, directed his attention towards Pelinka. "You understand my meaning." "LeBron, I grasp your intent. However, our primary objective this summer is Anthony Davis." Pelinka responded, taking a moment to ponder. Given Ning Chuan's demonstrated abilities, he undoubtedly possesses a baseline potential of at least a first-round lottery pick, with even a chance of breaking into the top 3. However, the Los Angeles Lakers are not in want of young players, boasting talents like Brandon Ingram, Lonzo Ball, and Kuzma, among others. Following the disappointments of this season, the team's focus has shifted from developing young players to pursuing New Orleans Pelicans star Anthony Davis. At this critical juncture, LeBron suggests the team select a potential rookie to nurture. Although James has the best interests of the team at heart, this notion starkly conflicts with the Lakers' future plans. To contend for a championship, there is simply no time to invest in the development of Ning Chuan. Furthermore, even if the team were to select Ning Chuan this summer, given the tendencies of Pelicans general manager Griffin, it is highly likely that Ning Chuan would be included in a trade package. Anthony Davis? Upon hearing Pelinka's words, James found himself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. The talent that Ning Chuan currently exhibits is undeniably enticing. However, he has yet to establish his credentials within the NBA. If one were compelled to select a standout player, it is unlikely that anyone would turn down the remarkable Anthony Davis during this period. What if we could acquire both Anthony Davis and Ning Chuan? LeBron James pondered, "Our team possesses a wealth of youthful assets. If we could secure both Ning Chuan and AD this summer, I dare say no one in this league could contend with us. I shall exert every effort to make this a reality." Clearly, Rob Pelinka is eagerly anticipating the combination of LeBron, AD, and Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, within the New Orleans Pelicans front office, even head coach Alvin Gentry once again urged general manager Griffin to consider Ning Chuan. Yet, Griffin steadfastly rejected his proposal, firmly believing that Zion Williamson is the cornerstone for building a dynasty. In New York, at Madison Square Garden, following another substantial defeat to the Boston Celtics, the Knicks find themselves languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. The team's management hastily convened a press conference, attended by owner James Dolan and president Leon Rose, among other executives. The media, not oblivious to the signs, recognized that the Knicks' sudden press conference, with the owner and several high-ranking officials present, likely heralded significant developments. Mr. Dolan, could you shed light on the reasons for today's unexpected press conference? Is there a change within the team's management, or is there something crucial to announce? Gazing at the assembled reporters, Dolan gestured for silence. The purpose of today's press conference was not to address personnel changes. With a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips, Dolan continued, "Rather, we are here to announce something of great importance. This announcement may incur penalties from the league." At this revelation, the room erupted with fervent speculation. What could be so significant that the team owner would risk league repercussions to disclose? Click. The flashes of cameras ignited, creating a cacophony of light. "Mr. Dolan, what exactly is the matter you wish to announce?" inquired a female reporter from TNT Sports. The New York Knicks will rest several of their starting players for the remainder of the season. A resolute gleam shone in Dolan's eyes. The team will intentionally underperform to secure Ning Chuan from the Kentucky Wildcats. The team's president, Leon Rose, although aware of Dolan's satisfaction with Ning Chuan, was still taken aback upon hearing that the Knicks would deliberately tank for him. Not only Rose, but also the journalists attending the press conference were left with their mouths agape and eyes glazed as they turned their gaze towards Dolan. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. To hold a press conference merely to announce a strategy of tanking for Ning Chuan? One could understand the decision to tank, but why publicly disclose it in front of so many media representatives? Was this not tantamount to slapping Adam Silver in the face? After a moment of stunned silence, the room erupted with questions. Was the New York Knicks truly willing to sacrifice their dignity for Ning Chuan? Mr. Dolan, do you genuinely believe that Ning Chuan is worth such a compromise? The NBA has repeatedly prohibited teams from tanking. Is your approach not somewhat inappropriate? In response to the barrage of inquiries, Dolan maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. The New York Knicks had long awaited a revival, and Ning Chuan is the individual capable of leading the team toward that resurgence. I firmly believe that under Ning Chuan's guidance, the Knicks will once again achieve greatness. With that, Dolan left the room without looking back. In his view, he had accomplished his objective. As for any potential penalties from the league, despite the Knicks facing criticism on various fronts, the team's valuation has consistently ranked first in the NBA. Penalties? Dolan has ample resources. His only concern now is whether Ning Chuan would be willing to join the New York Knicks. Chapter 10. Are the Los Angeles Lakers also joining the fray? The following day, the romantic involvement of Ning Chuan with the supermodel Victoria Soretti, alongside the New York Knicks' public announcement of their intent to tank in order to acquire Ning Chuan, swiftly ascended to the top of the trending searches across the United States. The news, once released, incited a wave of astonishment nationwide. It was hard for anyone to fathom that a youth hailing from the land of China could be so highly coveted. While the news of his relationship with Soretti was indeed remarkable, it was the Knicks' audacious declaration of a tanking strategy that left me even more astounded. Almost immediately, a plethora of basketball fans began to surf the internet. Ning Chuan's performance in the NCAA had undoubtedly been impressive, but did he truly warrant such drastic measures from the Knicks? Who could argue otherwise? The Knicks' scouting prowess in recent years had been utterly dismal. How promising could the players they selected truly be? To publicly embrace a losing strategy solely to secure a scoring guard from China? The mind of the Knicks owner must have been befuddled. We cannot deny Ning Chuan's dominance in the NCAA tournament, yet that dominance is confined to the NCAA. Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett from Duke University are, without a doubt, the two most formidable rookies of this year. Even if Ning Chuan exhibited a level of performance akin to dominance in the NCAA, fans still seemed more inclined to believe in the potential of the eliminated Zion and Barrett. One cannot entirely blame them. After all, there has never been a Chinese guard in the NBA who has achieved any notable future prospects. I find it perplexing why the management would pursue such a course of action. DeAndre Jordan, the Knicks star player who has been sidelined for the season by team management, publicly declared in an ESPN interview, "I have no injuries. I am ready to continue playing for the team." Yet, the management's approach is simply incredulous. Daniel Smith, the Knicks' 8th overall pick last year, who was interviewed alongside Jordan, asserted, "We possess the capability to contend for the playoffs. The talent of our young players is already sufficient. What we need are players who can contribute immediately." The discord between these two core players and the management swiftly captured the attention of Knicks president Leon Rose. Are they perhaps overestimating their own worth? Inside the general manager's office, upon viewing the interview footage of Jordan and Smith, Rose couldn't help but scoff. With just them, they expect to lead the team into the playoffs? As he spoke, Rose turned his gaze towards the team's general manager, Steve Mills. The salary cap this summer is ample. For those players who publicly question the management's decisions, I believe it is unnecessary to retain them. Rest assured, Mr. President. As a seasoned veteran in the workplace, Mills was well aware of his superior's intentions and promptly assured, Jordan and Smith are not part of the team's future plans. I will ensure they are traded at the very first opportunity when the free agency market opens. Are little Jordan and Smith's heads truly struck by a mule? Do you truly believe you can lead the team into the playoffs? Moreover, Ning Chuan is the heir apparent, handpicked by the team's owner, Dolan, who risks league penalties. How dare you publicly question his capabilities? If you possess the prowess of LeBron James or Kevin Durant, perhaps your doubts would hold merit. Yet, do you not recognize your own limitations? That evening, Lakers legend Magic Johnson revealed that if the team could retain their draft pick this year, they would select Ning Chuan from the Kentucky Wildcats. This news once again swept across the United States. Goodness, the Lakers are considering Ning Chuan too? What allure does Ning Chuan possess that is both the Knicks and the Lakers expressing their interest? The competition for Ning Chuan has now seen both the Lakers and Knicks enter the fray, and one wonders how many more teams will join the pursuit. As fans fervently discuss this online, the employees at the NBA headquarters in New York tread cautiously, fearful of inciting the ire of Commissioner Adam Silver, who is currently in a foul mood. The source of his displeasure? None other than Knicks owner Dolan. He has promptly issued strict orders. No team is permitted to tank. Of course, this is merely the public FAA. Behind the scenes, numerous teams are indeed engaging in tanking for draft picks, albeit discreetly. But what is the Knicks' intention? Are they openly defying the league? Just as Adam Silver begins to contemplate how to impose consequences on the Knicks. At this moment, Ning Chuan found himself besieged by a throng of journalists. The private jet chartered by the Kentucky Wildcats had just landed in Philadelphia, and he was immediately confronted by reporters eager for his thoughts. Ning, what is your perspective on the news that the Knicks owner intends to openly embrace a losing strategy for you? The Los Angeles Lakers are also vying for your talents. Should you partner with LeBron James in the future, what would you like to say about that? Do you prefer New York or Los Angeles? Faced with the barrage of questions from the press, Ning Chuan was genuinely at a loss for words. After all, he had yet to determine which team he wished to join. As for where I will go, that is a consideration I have not yet made. For now, I will focus all my energy on the upcoming NCAA finals. With that, he boarded the team bus alongside Tyler Herro and others. Damn. Once seated, Ning Chuan muttered under his breath. The frenzy of the media was overwhelming, inducing a slight headache. At that moment, Herro jested, Ning, two teams have publicly expressed their desire to acquire you. It's truly enviable. If you were to join the Lakers, playing alongside LeBron James, financial concerns would be the least of your worries. As for the New York Knicks, you must absolutely avoid them. No one in the league would pass up the chance to play with James. Herro echoed the sentiment, emphasizing that the Knicks, despite their location in the bustling metropolis of New York, were plagued by disarray within management and strife among players, an unfortunate hallmark of the franchise. Even someone like Carmelo Anthony, a homegrown talent, ultimately found himself sidelined. Ning Chuan's impression of the Knicks remains firmly rooted in the fervor of their fervent fanbase. The cacophony of insults hurled at visiting players within Madison Square Garden indeed constitutes a striking spectacle. Presently, however, the composition of their team leaves much to be desired. Merely escaping the ignominy of being at the bottom of the league would be a commendable achievement, let alone making it to the playoffs. Currently, Ning Chuan is more preoccupied with the impending finals of his team. As for the destination, he has yet to determine that. Chapter 11. The Demon King sits in the middle, stars stand on either side. On April 3rd, in American time, not a single game was scheduled across North America's 4 major leagues. The rationale is simple. Today marks the commencement of the final showdown of the 2019 NCAA championship. The Philadelphia Bank Sports Center is already teeming with spectators. This venue, which accommodates 70,000 fans, resonates with a deafening chorus. Tonight, the Kentucky Wildcats don their iconic blue uniforms, while the University of Virginia proudly wears white. In such a championship clash, both teams will engage in fierce competition, with no more than 8 players rotating. Even before the game begins, Kentucky fans have already exchanged greetings with supporters of Virginia. The din within the Bank Sports Center amplifies, as the youthful and exuberant college students eschew decorum, channeling their excitement into raucous cheers. Anticipation for the commencement of the match is palpable. At the TNT commentary booth on the sidelines, Smith passionately articulates, whether it be the fans or the NBA management, this NCAA final is undoubtedly the highlight of nationwide broadcasts. Among the live audience are not only dedicated fans, but also current NBA players. The camera pans to Anthony Davis, a product of the Kentucky Wildcats, who once led his team to a championship trophy in 2012, simultaneously earning the accolade of MVP for the Final Four. Unable to suppress a smile, this superstar is evidently elated that his alma mater has returned to the finals after a 7-year hiatus. Anthony Davis is the 7th overall pick from the Kentucky University to enter the NBA, with his beloved team reaching the finals. Smith can barely contain his excitement and begins to speculate that Ning Chuan, also hailing from the Kentucky Wildcats, could very well become the 8th #1 draft pick in the franchise's history. As Smith mentions Ning Chuan, the cheers within the entire arena noticeably intensify. It is evident that this young talent from Huaxia has emerged as the most celebrated college star of the moment. As the match unfolds, both teams are fully aware of each other's strategies. The coaches, primarily focused on motivational rhetoric before the game, find themselves unable to alter their tactical approaches at this late stage, relying instead on the hope that their players will perform exceptionally well. Amidst the electrifying atmosphere generated by nearly 70,000 fervent fans, the starting players make their entrance one by one. On the side of the University of Virginia, much like the majority of NCAA teams, apart from DeAndre Hunter and Kyle Guy, the remaining players lack the distinction of being first-round picks. After all, not every team shines as brightly as Duke University. Meanwhile, the Kentucky Wildcats, with the exception of Tyler Herro and Ning Chuan, similarly possess no first-round selection credentials. However, standing on the grand stage of the NCAA Finals, the question of whether they will be chosen in the first round becomes secondary. What truly matters is whether they can conclude their collegiate careers on a triumphant note. As the tip-off approaches, the Bank of America Center reaches a fever pitch. The leaders of the fan sections on both sides, their faces adorned with body paint, contribute to the fervent atmosphere that permeates the arena, capitalizing on his height and reach. The center from Virginia adeptly taps the ball to the team's point guard. Amidst a prolonged cheer, the first offensive possession sees Kyle Guy of Virginia, utilizing a screen from a teammate, deftly evade Herro's defense to drive to the basket, thus securing the initial points for his team. 2 o'clock. Kyle Guy, a player often underestimated, shines brightly in this moment. From the commentary booth, Smith calmly observes, since the round of 32, Kyle Guy has consistently showcased his remarkable performance, particularly during the semifinals. Had it not been for his pivotal three-pointer, Michigan State might very well have advanced to the finals instead. The momentum shifts as Tyler Herro swiftly advances the ball past half-court. Under the guidance of Coach Calipari, Herro passes the ball to Ning Chuan. Bang! The instant the basketball touches his hands, DeAndre Hunter is already closing in. Ning Chuan found himself relentlessly pursued by Hunter, unable to secure a moment for a clear shot. DeAndre Hunter's close-quarters defense exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon recognizing the defenders on the court, Smith spoke up again. As the star player of the University of Virginia, Hunter took on the crucial responsibility of marking Ning Chuan right from the outset. But it was not only DeAndre Hunter. Beside him, Barkley chimed in. While Ning Chuan's scoring prowess on the offensive end is undeniably formidable, once the game transitions into a half-court battle, the defensive system of the University of Virginia would inhibit Ning Chuan from showcasing his full potential, just as Barkley articulated. The gaze of the other players from the University of Virginia was ever vigilant, tracking Ning Chuan's every move in preparation for support defense. Moreover, the moment Ning Chuan made even the slightest dribble, the defensive formation of the University of Virginia would shift, converging to stifle him. Yet, Ning Chuan is indeed Ning Chuan. He is the protagonist who has stepped out from the pages of a novel. On the court, Ning Chuan remained unfazed by the defensive strategies employed by the University of Virginia. Bang! Bang! Confronted by DeAndre Hunter's tenacious defense, Ning Chuan retreated a couple of steps, creating space between himself and his defender before launching an audacious shot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line. With unparalleled speed and remarkable vertical leap, he released the ball. Swish! The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before finding its way through the net. 3-2. The Kentucky Wildcats took the lead. Damn! It's unacceptable to grant him such an effortless opportunity. The Virginia coach bellowed from the sidelines. Hunter could only raise his hand in acknowledgement, signaling his culpability. Defense. 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 As Ning Chuan's three-pointer swished through the hoop, The Kentucky Wildcats fans erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits lifted, with chants of encouragement for their defense overpowering the ambient noise of the arena. In the subsequent offensive possession for the University of Virginia, at the top of the arc, Calgai utilized the screen set by the team's towering center to penetrate toward Tyler. Drawing the attention of two defenders, he executed a behind-the-back pass to DeAndre Hunter. Bam! Upon receiving the ball, Hunter did not rush the offense. Instead, he orchestrated a wide transfer to the opposite corner, where Kentucky had unwittingly left a gap. Swish! The teammate who received the pass did not squander Hunter's faith, launching a clean three-pointer. 6-3. The University of Virginia showcased exquisite team basketball during this offensive sequence, ultimately culminating in a finish by their point guard, John. The synergy exhibited by the University of Virginia elicited high praise from commentator Smith, who lauded their display of true teamwork, both offensively and defensively, illustrating to fans worldwide what genuine collaboration entails. Unlike Ning Chuan, the University of Virginia did not boast a singular player with explosive scoring prowess. Yet, every member of the team diligently fulfilled their designated role. In other words, they embody the essence of a team more than any other squad. This coherence might very well be the reason they advanced to the finals. Chapter 12. The purest form of basketball. Ning Chuan continued to showcase his fervent offensive desire. He received the ball from Tyler Herro and, with a sudden burst of speed, shook off DeAndre Hunter's defense, charging into the paint. The center from the University of Virginia, determined to prove his prowess in interior defense, rushed forward to intercept him. Alas, with a simple yet effective pivot, Ning Chuan evaded him effortlessly. Boom! He soared into the unguarded lane and executed a thunderous dunk. Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! The atmosphere among the Kentucky Wildcats fans erupted, their voices resounding with the spirited cheer unique to their university. On the court, the Virginia center appeared momentarily dazed. He had intended to staunchly protect the rim. Yet, the allure of Ning Chuan was simply too compelling, and he could not suppress his desire to showcase his skills. Frustrated by being easily dunked on, his irritation was only exacerbated by what transpired next. Turning back, the University of Virginia maintained their team cohesion. This time, the opportunity fell into the hands of DeAndre Hunter, but unfortunately, his three-point attempt failed to find the mark. After Herro secured the rebound, he quickly advanced the ball to Ning Chuan. Whoosh! With the basketball in hand, Ning Chuan propelled forward, barreling towards the basket despite Hunter's presence. Even as the Virginia center lunged at him, Ning Chuan, with lightning speed, slammed the ball into the hoop. Another resounding dunk. With two consecutive dunks, the Kentucky Wildcats fans were aflame with excitement, fervently chanting Ning Chuan's name. Timeout. Virginia's head coach, Bob Huggins, could no longer contain his frustration and stormed onto the court to call a timeout. Can you please stay put in your designated position? Coach Huggins was on the verge of exploding. He tolerated missed shots on the offensive end, but he had zero tolerance for lapses in defense. As the starting lineup and the final bastion of the defensive system, how could you abandon your post? This was intolerable for Huggins. He was baffled by the extent of Ning Chuan's allure that could compel their center to forsake his defensive duties. During the timeout, he unleashed a torrent of expletives at the center. Is Ning Chuan wearing a bikini or stockings that have you so entranced? Just focus on doing your job. Yet, no matter how much Huggins shouted, the team's defensive performance still fell short of his expectations. As play resumed, as Ning Chuan received the pass from Herro, he positioned himself with his back to DeAndre Hunter, preparing for a one-on-one confrontation. With a swift motion, he executed a series of feints, cleverly deceiving Hunter before pivoting and driving towards the free throw line. Faced with Ning Chuan's imminent approach, the center of the University of Virginia instinctively prepared to challenge him. However, in that fleeting moment, he recalled Coach Huggins' recent admonition. Consequently, he resolutely chose to refrain from providing support, merely observing as Ning Chuan launched a mid-range jump shot. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. What on earth are you doing? Seeing his center's outrageous blunder, Huggins leapt from his seat and stormed to the sideline, passionately demanding an explanation. Why didn't you provide support? I'm asking you, why didn't you help out? The bewildered center, hands raised in innocence, wore a puzzled expression. Didn't you tell me to stay in my position? The free throw line is beyond my control. Am I to blame for this? Affected by the tension, the Virginia center, during an inbound play, inadvertently passed the ball directly to Tyler Herro. Upon receiving the ball, Herro did not rush into an attack. He waited for his teammates to advance to the front court before distributing the ball to Ning Chuan. positioned beyond the three-point line on the left. With a firm grip, Ning Chuan, unencumbered by defenders, took a moment to adjust before launching a clear three-point shot. It swished through the net with precision. The score now stood at 14-5. This successful shot not only widened the gap to 9 points, but also extinguished the momentum that Virginia had hoped to regain. What we anticipated to be a closely contested championship match was increasingly tilting in one direction. Observing the widening score disparity, commentator Smith shook his head, remarking with gravitas, Virginia's proud defensive system has proven utterly ineffectual against Ning Chuan. The pregame assertions that he wouldn't surpass 20 points were completely unfounded. Beside him, Barkley nodded in agreement, adding, Virginia's starting center has exhibited a performance of catastrophic proportions in this game. His actions have dismantled the team's defensive structure entirely. On the court, the duo of DeAndre Hunter and Kyle Guy continued to rely on their scoring prowess to contribute points for their team. Nevertheless, defensively, their system had been utterly shattered. Ning Chuan, akin to a finely sharpened blade, ruthlessly cleaved through the proud defenses of the University of Virginia time and again. He evaded DeAndre Hunter's guard and surged into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk that extinguished any flicker of hope for a comeback by Virginia. This prodigious talent from the University of Kentucky transformed the dynamics of the game solely through his exceptional prowess. At halftime, the Kentucky Wildcats commanded a decisive lead of 50-32, asserting their dominance over the match. As the second half commenced, the University of Virginia resorted to a double-team strategy against Ning Chuan. The moment he acquired the ball, he was met with their relentless onslaught. Yet, how could his formidable abilities be contained by such mere mortals? With a series of swift and decisive breakthroughs, he dismantled the resolve of Virginia's players. Coach Hackinson of Virginia called for a final timeout, but the miracle he sought failed to materialize. In the closing moments, Tyler Harrow struck 2 consecutive three-pointers, once again elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. In the final 20 seconds of the match, Ning Chuan dribbled past half-court and ceased his offensive maneuvers, wearing a smile as he awaited the passage of time. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the game, Ning Chuan tossed the ball into the air, joining his teammates in an exuberant embrace at center court. Coach Calipari and his coaching staff rushed onto the court, while a throng of media reporters with cameras surged forward, eager to capture this historic moment. Meanwhile, the players from the University of Virginia fell into a somber silence. DeAndre Hunter and Kyle Guy clung to one another, tears streaming down their faces. The purity of college basketball, the beauty and brutality of competitive sports were laid bare at this moment. Their sorrow stemmed not merely from the defeat in this championship game, but from the poignant realization that their collegiate journey would not conclude in a perfect farewell. Chapter 13, Champions. The Mop Trophy changes hands. Prior to the final outcome, it was unfathomable to predict who would emerge as this year's NCAA championship victor. The gaze of fans worldwide was fixed upon Duke University, home to Zion Williamson, R.J. Barrett, and Cam Reddish. Yet today, after a 7-year hiatus from the championship stage, the Kentucky Wildcats reclaimed their throne. From the onset of the tournament, they exhibited unparalleled dominance, ultimately triumphing over the University of Virginia to seize the championship trophy of the 2019 NCAA tournament. This marked the 9th time in the history of the Kentucky Wildcats that they secured the NCAA championship title. In the United States, at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse in Philadelphia, commentators Smith and Barkley are passionately delivering their insights. At this moment, no one can doubt the prowess of Ning Chuan from Huaxia. He has undoubtedly emerged as the frontrunner for the first pick in this year's draft. The NCAA championship has witnessed a plethora of star athletes. Prior to the commencement of the playoffs, Duke University's Zion, Barrett, and Reddish were widely recognized as top draft prospects, while John Morant from Murray State University was regarded as the most formidable dark horse. DeAndre Hunter from the University of Virginia was also acknowledged by the media as a top 5 talent. However, as the tournament progressed, Duke was eliminated early, with Morant and Hunter falling victim to Ning Chuan's prowess. In other words, aside from the Kentucky Wildcats reclaiming the championship trophy after 7 years, Ning Chuan is undoubtedly the biggest victor of this NCAA championship, having personally vanquished all potential rivals in the draft with his overwhelming performance in each game. The Wildcats' triumph in the NCAA championship was anticipated, though few could have predicted such a dominant display leading to their victory. At this moment, the celebration for the Kentucky Wildcats is drawing to a close. The podium has been prepared, and the team dons the championship shirts and baseball caps provided by the staff. Led by their head coach, John Calipari, they ascend the stage. Gazing at the championship trophy within arm's reach, Calipari can hardly contain his excitement. Since their championship win in 2012, the Wildcats have gradually fallen from grace. Once considered the premier institution in NCAA history, they were the preferred choice for many five-star high school recruits. However, they have recently been overshadowed by Duke University. Fortunately, the emergence of Ning Chuan has aided the team in reclaiming the championship trophy after 7 long years. Taking the microphone from the host, Coach Calipari begins his acceptance speech. On our journey to the championship, we defeated powerhouse teams such as Duke University, Murray State University, and the University of Virginia. I am immensely proud of my players. Ultimately, we triumphed over all formidable adversaries, overcoming every challenge to become the champions. Go Big Blue. Upon finishing, Calipari raises the championship trophy high. Snap! Snap! Streamers cascade from above the arena. Countless lights illuminate the venue, immortalizing this moment. Congratulations once again to the Kentucky Wildcats. Their championship is truly well-deserved. As Smith provided his commentary, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Nearly 70,000 fans rose to their feet, fervently chanting the name of a player. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. MVP. Ning Chuan. MVP. The arena erupted with deafening cheers. Even the teammates standing beside Ning Chuan, along with head coach Calipari, joined the fans in their exuberant calls for Ning Chuan. Taylor Hero, positioned next to Ning Chuan, boldly propelled him to the center of the stage. In this moment, the eyes of the world converged upon them. Once the cheers subsided, the host announced the next award, the MOP of the 2019 NCAA Final Four. Let us all chant his name. It is none other than Ning Chuan from the Kentucky Wildcats. As the host elongated the pronunciation of Ning Chuan's name, the entire Bank Sports Center erupted once more into a frenzy. Congratulations, Ning. This trophy is truly yours. Thank you. Receiving the MOP trophy from Bill Russell, Ning Chuan raised it high, reveling in the adoration of the fans. Countless lights and cameras focused on him, capturing this historic moment. In the Elite Eight, facing Duke University, which boasted a trio of stars, Ning Chuan astonishingly scored 48 points, single-handedly shattering Zion's championship dreams. In the Final Four, against Murray State led by Morant, Ning Chuan once again amassed 42 points. In the championship game, he became the first player in NCAA history to score over 40 points in a final. Since the tournament commenced, Ning Chuan has averaged an impressive 36, 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, setting numerous records along the way. Ning Chuan has rightfully claimed the coveted MOP trophy, a well-deserved achievement. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan led the Kentucky Wildcats to seize the NCAA championship. And the moment he raised the MOP trophy resonated across major networks both domestically and internationally. The campus of the University of Kentucky was engulfed in a fervent celebration. To commemorate the Wildcats' return to glory after 7 years, several university students from Florida organized a streaking event. Ning Chuan, the team's pivotal player, ascended to the status of an idol among nearly all students at the university. Across the vast ocean, as the news of Ning Chuan's triumph reached China, sports websites and social media platforms were inundated with traffic. Hupu, the sports news outlet, swiftly took the lead by posting a headline, "The first in Huaxia. Ning Chuan sets multiple records in a single game." Within the article, Hupu meticulously enumerated the records established by Ning Chuan. He became the first Asian player in NCAA history to earn the MOP in the Final Four. He is also the only player from Huaxia to reach the NCAA Finals, lead his team to victory, and claim the MOP title. Witnessing Hupu's rapid response, its rival Tencent was not to be outdone. They fully embraced their sensationalist tendencies, proclaiming, "What LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Kobe Bryant could not achieve, Ning Chuan has done." This strategy proved highly effective, drawing numerous fans to Tencent's platform. However, some fans raised their eyebrows in skepticism, questioning the validity of the comparison. Did James or Kobe even play college basketball? To which others retorted, "Being untested doesn't equate to failure. The headline holds no flaw." Chapter 14. Bringing talent to the NBA. Following the awards ceremony, it was time for the net-cutting ritual. As the MOP of the Final Four, Ning Chuan was the first to ascend and snip the net. After this symbolic act, he held the MOP trophy aloft, becoming the focal point of media interviews. This young talent from Huaxia had amassed all honors in collegiate competition, emerging as the most sought-after superstar. First and foremost, congratulations on reclaiming the championship trophy after 7 years. And for earning the MOP, a reporter from ESPN, positioned at the forefront, exclaimed, "Now, Fans and NBA executives alike are eager to know, what will your next step be after this season? Will you opt to enter the NBA directly? Or will you stay with the Kentucky Wildcats to aid in their defense of the NCAA championship? It is widely acknowledged that the New York Knicks recently declared their intention to embrace a rebuilding phase for the sake of Ning Chuan. Concurrently, the Los Angeles Lakers have emerged with aspirations of securing Ning Chuan during the upcoming draft. Following Ning Chuan's pivotal role in leading the Kentucky Wildcats to their championship title after a 7-year hiatus, an increasing number of NBA teams are poised to enter the fray for his talents. As the atmosphere intensifies, Ning Chuan no longer conceals his ambitions. "I will take my talents to the NBA." Speaking earnestly to the camera, he declared, "I have secured every honor in the NCAA. Now it is time to pursue my next goal." With the mop and championship trophy in hand, Ning Chuan's collegiate journey has reached a remarkable pinnacle, and he is prepared to embark on a new chapter. The reporters, astonished by Ning Chuan's affirmative response, could hardly contain their excitement. Indeed, this young talent from Huaxia has amassed all possible collegiate accolades and is more than deserving of his transition to the NBA. When asked about his anticipated draft position, a TNT reporter pressed, "Which team do you hope to join?" Grasping the microphone, Ning Chuan positioned the mop trophy before the camera and calmly stated, "The evidence speaks for itself. Over the past year, I have been the strongest player in the NCAA, without exception. As for where I wish to go, that is not solely my decision." The meaning of Ning Chuan is quite simple. Whoever holds the top pick, that is the team I will join. The announcement of Ning Chuan's direct transition to the NBA was already known to the upper echelons of various NBA teams before being publicized by major media outlets. The most exhilarated among them was Knicks owner James Dolan. Ning Chuan participated in the 2019 NBA draft, a piece of news that is undoubtedly the best for the struggling Knicks. Otherwise, whom are they tanking for? The team should no longer disguise their intentions in the upcoming games. They should simply embrace the art of losing. Upon learning of Ning Chuan's decision to enter the NBA draft, Dolan promptly issued a command to the team's management. "I do not care how you maneuver. I demand the first overall pick this year." Presently, the New York Knicks find themselves at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Yet the New Orleans Pelicans in the Western Conference are faring even worse. The poorer their record, the greater their chances of securing the coveted first pick. The Knicks' resurgence hinges entirely on their ability to obtain this year's top selection. Simultaneously, the news of Ning Chuan's candidacy reached the Los Angeles Lakers. General Manager Pelinka immediately scrutinized the performance records of all teams this season. Although he understood that Ning Chuan would likely be a high draft pick, making it difficult for the Lakers to acquire him, he pondered, "How can one know without trying?" For the sake of LeBron James and the illustrious Purple and Gold dynasty, Pelinka was prepared to take a gamble. The team aimed to ensure the acquisition of both Anthony Davis and Ning Chuan. Let the tanking continue. In Cleveland, within the confines of the Cavaliers' general manager's office, the then GM issued instructions to coach Larry Drew. "If we can secure Ning Chuan in this year's draft, a new era of glory for Cleveland shall soon dawn." Following LeBron James' departure to the Los Angeles Lakers as a free agent last year, the team plummeted from championship contenders to a bottom-tier squad. At this moment, there is but one individual capable of leading the Cavaliers out of their quagmire, Ning Chuan. The Memphis Grizzlies and the Atlanta Hawks also declared their intentions to continue tanking, sharing the same goal as the Knicks, to secure a high draft position and ultimately select Ning Chuan. Amidst this whirlwind of activity, in the locker room of the Bank Sports Center, the Kentucky Wildcats were engulfed in a jubilant celebration, champagne flying in every direction. "Hey, can you not spray it in my face?" Ning Chuan exclaimed. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your jealousy. It won't change Linda S' affection for me." After concluding an interview, Ning Chuan, wearing protective goggles, entered the locker room only to be met with special attention from Hero. This reserved yet exuberant fellow was fully unleashed at night, relentlessly showering Ning Chuan with champagne. "I can only say that Linda must lack judgment to fancy you." "Nonsense. She possesses the best discernment in our school." Ning Chuan immediately joined the team's celebration, vigorously popping open a bottle of champagne and directing a flurry of joy towards Hero. The following day, the Kentucky Wildcats charter flight arrived in North Carolina, where the team held a championship celebration at the Time Warner Center Arena. This NFL venue, capable of accommodating nearly 70,000 spectators, was overwhelmed that day with close to 100,000 fans. Many supporters even stood in the aisles and on balconies, eager to partake in the Wildcats championship festivities. The large screen showcased highlights from the Wildcats NCAA tournament, prominently featuring Ning Chuan, who played a pivotal role in the team's triumph. Especially during the Elite Four, as the final whistle blew, the arena erupted in fervent cheers for Ning Chuan, chanting MVP. At the moment when the championship trophy was lifted by Calipari, the crowd roared, "Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue!" The cacophony of nearly 100,000 fans reached a deafening crescendo. Subsequently, when everyone beheld Ning Chuan leaping with the MOP trophy, the uproar intensified to its zenith. Echoing MVP, MVP, MVP. Standing at the center of the open arena, Ning Chuan was momentarily stunned by the acclaim. He quickly rose to wave at the fans in the stands. This was the pinnacle moment for the Kentucky Wildcats, as well as the happiest occasion for Coach Calipari and all the players in their collegiate careers. After the championship celebration concluded, the NCAA season came to a definitive close. Years later, whenever Ning Chuan reminisced about this scene, a smile would unconsciously grace his lips. Chapter 15. Rivalry by the Pool. Not quite. Ding. Congratulations to the host for securing the NCAA championship and the MOP trophy. System reward. Choose 1, attribute 10. After the championship festivities, the long-absent voice of the system finally resonated in Ning Chuan's mind once more. Open the data panel. After silently reciting a name in his mind, a virtual display akin to a projection materialized in his thoughts. Name: Ning Chuan. Height: 198 centimeters. Weight: 90 kilograms. Wingspan: 210 centimeters. Fusion star: Edwards. Physical qualities: speed: 80. Strength: 85. Jumping: 90. Stamina: 85. Endurance: 80. Vitality: 90. Offense: close-range shooting: 90. Mid-range: 90. Three-point shooting: 85. Low-post skills: 85. Layup: 80. Dunk: 90. Defense, stealing: 80. Blocking: 70. On-ball defense: 85. Off-ball defense: 80. Rebounding ability: 80. Organization: passing: 80. Vision: 80. Overall evaluation: 87. Ordinary All-Star. What should he choose? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan ultimately resolved to enhance his three-point shooting. After all, in the current league's fast-paced offensive rhythm, three-point shooting has become an indispensable aspect. Ding. Three-point shooting 10. Current: 95. Congratulations to the host for the overall evaluation 1. Current: 88. Ordinary All-Star. Task: enter the NBA as the first overall pick. System reward: choose any attribute 10. Entering the NBA as the first overall pick? Why is this reward so meager? Observing the newly issued task and reward from the system, Ning Chuan couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction. This certainly pales in comparison to the heist mode. It seems he must swiftly secure Victoria Chiretti, leading his team to victory in the NCAA championship. Holding the MOP trophy, Ning Chuan became the undisputed star on campus. In the words of Calipari, no matter what choices Ning Chuan makes in the future, the doors of the University of Kentucky will always remain open for him. Having concluded the NCAA season, although Ning Chuan expressed his intention to directly enter the NBA due to the ongoing NBA season, he chose to remain at the University of Kentucky for training. Inside the dormitory, Tyler Harrow wore a peculiar grin, his eyes glimmering with a teasing expression, and playfully remarked to Ning Chuan, "I'm organizing a pool party tonight. It's bound to surprise you." What surprise? Ning Chuan regarded Harrow's smile with discomfort, and can you refrain from smiling so lewdly? Hiki. Tonight, I invited the basketball team's teammates and our cheerleading squad. Under the pretext of celebrating our championship, it's a perfect opportunity to gather. What kind of surprise is that? Ning Chuan disdainfully pouted. Brother, do you comprehend the significance of a pool party? The entire cheerleading squad will be in attendance. Just imagine their voluptuous figures. If they don bikinis, what a spectacle that would be. Meanwhile, Zyro, with a lewd smirk, poked Ning Chuan with his finger, unable to conceal the envy and jealousy etched across his face. Moreover, your fame is currently soaring. Just your presence alone will undoubtedly attract countless admirers. Damn. Ning Chuan swatted away Zyro's unwelcome hand, his face contorted in disgust as he exclaimed, "Mind your filthy hands. I am not gay. I'm simply envious, so refrain from making it sound so repulsive." Zyro's face was adorned with a lascivious grin. He. After months of restraint, you must be bursting with anticipation, so revel in the evening. That night, following the address provided by Zyro, Ning Chuan arrived at the villa hosting the party, his heart racing with excitement. Zyro, clad in flamboyant floral shorts, was already waiting at the entrance. The sight of his ostentatious shorts and the dense tuft of hair on his chest was almost too much to bear. Upon seeing Ning Chuan, Zyro rushed forward, saying, "Brother, why did you take so long? Once we enter, quickly shed your outerwear and change into the floral shorts I bought for you. Everyone inside is only in swimwear. And it would be rather inappropriate for you to enter like this." Ning Chuan said nothing as he followed Zyro into the villa. After changing into his floral shorts, he felt that everything was finally perfect. Zyro playfully nudged Ning Chuan, exclaiming, "Tonight's lovely admirers will surely be eager to worship you. Use your Waha water bottle to entertain them all in turn." With that, Zyro led him into the vibrant scene. Under the moonlight, the swimming pool shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Before them were an array of revealing swimsuits and nearly sheer bodysuits that, under the luminous glow, radiated a tantalizing spectrum of hues. The pulsating beats of the DJ infused the atmosphere with an air of opulence. Their arrival swiftly captured the attention of those nearby, including a strikingly voluptuous bikini model, adorned with a choker and strutting in red-soled heels, who approached with a tray holding 2 glasses of champagne. Ning Chuan lifted a glass of champagne and took a delicate sip, soothing his chapped lips. Is the indulgence in wine and meat truly so remarkable? He gazed at the cheerleaders, who were incessantly casting flirtatious glances and blowing kisses in his direction. Ning Chuan could hardly contain his inner excitement. As the star player of the Kentucky Wildcats, he was indeed quite popular. This pool party exuded an undeniable sense of style. Just then, a pair of bikini-clad beauties sashayed past him, one of whom cast a sultry glance in his direction, her finger lightly tracing his arm. Damn. As he watched the alluring women frolic away, Ning Chuan found himself murmuring under his breath. Their slender forms did little to conceal their pride, instead igniting a primal desire within him, almost compelling him to reach out. "Taylor? Taylor?" Upon regaining his senses, Ning Chuan turned to find that Hero had mysteriously vanished. When he spotted Hero again, he noticed him flirting with a cheerleader from the school. Hero chuckled as he wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, inquiring, "What about the gift you prepared for Ning Chuan? I told him there would be a surprise." Haha, of course, our captain has always admired Ning Chuan. When Ning Chuan learned that the newcomer was none other than Linda, the cheerleading captain, a satisfied expression graced his face. Tonight was the moment for his prowess to shine. Shortly thereafter, Linda joined Ning Chuan after a brief conversation with Hero's girlfriend. There was no doubt about Ning Chuan's promising future, with his striking looks. Linda's gaze was filled with an aggressive and assertive intensity. Chapter 16, Lilith, I can do better than Linda. The atmosphere of the party gradually intensified, with the DJ cranking up the energy. The air was filled with the sounds of women's shrieks, men's lewd laughter, and the splashes of water. Ning Chuan and Linda enjoyed a delightful exchange. This woman, often referred to as the goddess of the University of Kentucky, harbored no ill intentions. When Ning Chuan expressed his desire to hire her as his agent, Linda became animated, showering him with sweet nothings that made him secretly chuckle. Ning Chuan was acutely aware of Linda's intentions to ingratiate herself with him. To be candid, even though she was currently the captain of the Kentucky cheerleading squad, revered as a goddess at the University of Kentucky, the moment she departed from the institution, her radiance would inevitably fade, rendering her no different from the ordinary. Regardless of Linda's ulterior motives in approaching him, Ning Chuan was delighted to indulge her. Believe in yourself, Linda, you can do it. Observing her hopeful yet uncertain demeanor as she aspired to become his agent, he felt a sense of responsibility to offer encouragement. After several bottles of champagne, the two engaged in delightful conversation, and before long, they found themselves intertwined, vanishing near the poolside. A few cheerleaders, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curse under their breath. A pair of individuals, drawn to each other yet harboring their own thoughts, disappeared into the crowd. What would unfold next? It was clear to all. Behind them, Hero and his companion shared a knowing smile as they watched the couple enter a bedroom. They settled onto the stairs, uncertain if it was the house's poor soundproofing or Linda's exuberant cries that echoed through the air. Hero, even from a distance, could discern her voice, leaving one to ponder what was truly transpiring within. 2 hours later, muffled yet distinct, Linda's somewhat hoarse voice could be heard calling out, "What on earth are you doing?" "Dad, I was wrong," and similar phrases echoed through the air. A few minutes later, Ning Chuan emerged from the room, his expression tinged with lingering dissatisfaction, still clad in those floral shorts. Upon seeing Hero giving him a thumbs up, radiating admiration, Ning Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he flexed his arms to showcase his robust muscles, clearly reveling in the moment. He had anticipated that the voluptuous Linda would at least hold her ground, yet, to his surprise, her capitulation was swifter than anyone else's. This left Ning Chuan feeling quite vexed. He entrusted Hero's assistant to keep watch over the room, ensuring that no one would disturb Linda. Ning Chuan and Shi Luo made their way towards the villa's swimming pool, circumventing the lush lawn, when a tall figure materialized before them. It was none other than Lilith, the other captain of the school's cheerleading squad. Ning Chuan held a vivid impression of this enchanting young lady, who possessed a devilishly alluring physique. Lilith, with her striking features and mature charm, exuded an irresistible allure, especially with her dazzling 8 headlights that could illuminate any darkness. Had she not been a senior, slightly beyond the ideal age, he might have earnestly contemplated the choice between her and Linda. However, it appeared that Lilith was not ready to relinquish her opportunity to engage with him, leaving Ning Chuan curious about her intentions. He found it hard to believe that a few brief encounters would inspire her to harbor feelings for him. Perhaps it was his burgeoning fame, promising future, and his striking looks coupled with a perfect physique that made him somewhat difficult to resist. Surely, there must be some truth to that. After all, who would turn down the prospect of dating a potential NBA first overall pick? Naturally, Ning Chuan was not one to shy away from the advances of an assertive woman. Tyler, could you kindly step aside? Before either of them could respond, Lilith took the initiative. I need to speak with Ning Chuan about something. Upon hearing this, Shi Luo cast a reluctant glance at Ning Chuan, silently conveying, why do all the good things happen to you? Ah, very well. You two talk. After Shi Luo had distanced himself, Ning Chuan and Lilith locked eyes. She gently tousled her golden waves, narrowed her eyes, and with her crimson lips parted, she said, Ning Chuan, I wish to become your assistant. Is that agreeable? Ning Chuan, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Lilith, I have just appointed Linda as my agent. Is that so? However, for a star like you, one agent may not suffice, she replied, gracefully approaching Ning Chuan. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered softly, moreover, I am capable of everything Linda can do. I assure you, I will surpass her in every aspect. Haha. In that case, I find myself rather eager. Smiled as he wrapped his arms around her waist and turned to enter the villa. Lilith, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? He remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he stepped into the room. You said you would surpass Linda. Yet, we have been in the bedroom for nearly 20 minutes. And you have lingered in the bathroom. What does this mean? Moments later, Lilith emerged from the bathroom, taking her time. Upon seeing her, Ning Chuan was momentarily struck dumb. She had changed into a professional ensemble, featuring a crisp white shirt and a fitted black vest, complemented by a tailored skirt that barely grazed the tops of her thighs, accentuating her fair legs. Her lovely visage was adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, lending her an air of freshness and elegance. The well-fitted attire highlighted her alluring figure exquisitely. Particularly striking were the 2 rabbit ears perched atop her head, creating a scene beyond description. Boss, may I inquire what you need of me? Lilith asked with a playful demeanor. Ning Chuan was taken aback for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Looking at the charming Lilith standing before him, he smiled with satisfaction. Role-playing, is it? Excellent. Very good. Indeed. Lilith, there are some tasks that require your attention, he said, gesturing for her to sit beside him. With a smile, Lilith replied, rest assured, boss, I will ensure your satisfaction. Chapter 17. Capture. Capture. Capture them all. 2 hours later. Linda, in a drowsy state, faintly heard a woman's voice from the adjacent room, lamenting helplessly, boss. I acknowledge my mistakes. Father, I was wrong. Father? Wasn't that my line just a moment ago? She thought, bewildered. Just then, the door swung open, and she felt her body jolted upright. Upon opening her eyes, she found Ning Chuan standing before her. Yet, it appeared that another presence occupied the bed. Lilith, why are you here? Ning Chuan spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness and then lunged forward. Linda seemed to grasp the situation, frantically kicking her legs as if attempting to resist. However, Lilith astutely pressed down upon her, pleading, Linda, I cannot bear this alone. Please help me. Linda responded with a silent pause. The following day, Ning Chuan descended the stairs, utterly astonished by the chaotic scene within the villa. The floor was strewn with a variety of food and empty bottles. What left him speechless, however, was the sight of several used condoms floating in the pool. Good grief. Fortunately, the dining table had been tidied up, revealing a breakfast that Shiro had already prepared. Before he could take more than a few bites, Linda appeared, clad in an oversized white t-shirt and barefoot, furiously sprinting down the stairs. Upon spotting Ning Chuan leisurely enjoying his meal, she exclaimed, "Ning Chuan, how could you do this?" Linda, Ning Chuan, completely unfazed by her anger, gestured towards the breakfast spread and said, "Darling, aren't you hungry? Come and have some." Linda, taken aback by Ning Chuan's sunny smile and gentle tone, could hardly reconcile this with the debauched individual from the previous night. Just as she found herself at a loss, a hoarse voice suddenly emerged from behind her. "Linda, why are you standing here? Have you been hurt as well?" Ning Chuan turned his head and saw Lilith, equally clad in an oversized white t-shirt. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the morning, she wore cat earrings. Although her gait was somewhat peculiar, upon catching sight of the breakfast laid out on the table, she hastily approached and began to eat with abandon, utterly disregarding her image. "Ning Chuan, it is truly wonderful to see you. Last night, I thought I might perish here." Ning Chuan, pleased by Lilith's peculiar compliment, nodded in acknowledgement and then beckoned Linda to join them at the table. "Humph." Linda seemed to recall something, scoffed lightly, and sat down to commence her breakfast. Lilith, noticing Linda's unusual demeanor, smirked slightly and mockingly inquired, "Linda, what's the matter? You seem rather lackluster. Did you indulge too much last night?" Observing Linda's flushed face and her ire directed at Lilith, Ning Chuan instinctively tapped his forehead, thinking this could be troublesome. However, the unfolding drama surprised everyone. Linda took a few deep breaths, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and with a calm yet cutting retort replied, "My mouth is certainly not as proficient as yours. You must find drinking soy milk rather unpleasant, no? To be able to drink soy milk is a privilege. Do not let envy consume you." Coughing, Ning Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lilith's astonishing words. To prevent an escalation of hostilities between the two, he feigned anger and declared, "Enough of your bickering. Whoever argues will receive a most unforgettable reward." At this, the two women exchanged glances, each huffing in unison before returning to their breakfast. Observing Lilith, Ning Chuan felt an urge to commend her. The artistry of her speech was undeniably sophisticated. Even amid a conflict with Linda, she managed to find ways to extol Ning Chuan. What sort of secretary should one seek? It must be someone like Lilith. Sign her on. It is imperative. After breakfast, as Linda sipped her coffee, her gaze remained fixed on Lilith across the table, her thoughts brimming with indignation. This woman is utterly shameless. Clearly, Ning Chuan has been won over by me. Yet, she audaciously persists in encroaching. If she believes she can withstand this, fine, but must she drag me down with her? How infuriating. Even if I cannot become Ning Chuan's official girlfriend, I will not allow her to succeed. In Ning Chuan's eyes, regardless of how these two women perceived the situation, they should not count on binding him to them. Being a manager or an assistant posed no issue, but to become his legitimate partner? That was simply out of the question. The future of Ning Chuan lies in the stars and the sea. How could he possibly be constrained by the two of them? Ahem. Firstly, we all enjoyed a delightful evening last night, albeit with some absurdities along the way. Nevertheless, my commitment to you remains steadfast. Linda, you shall become my agent, and Lilith, you will serve as my assistant. Ning Chuan would never resort to such impulsive actions as drawing a gun and fleeing. His promises to the two women remain steadfast. Moreover, he genuinely requires an assistant and an agent. Most importantly, he yearns to experience that sensation once more. Really? Then I shall be your secretary from now on, boss. I absolutely adore the feeling of soaring through the skies on an airplane. Lilith was the first to respond, her petite foot playfully brushing against Ning Chuan's beneath the table. Struggling to resist her allure, Ning Chuan turned his gaze toward Linda. Observing Lilith's flirtatious demeanor, Linda couldn't help but internally curse, "Wretched woman. She truly is a seductress at heart." Meeting Ning Chuan's inquiring gaze without flinching, she spoke with a tone tinged with grievance and humiliation. "I am not the kind of person you think I am. Ha ha ha." As Ning Chuan was about to offer words of comfort, he was met with Lilith's scornful laughter. "And what kind of person are you? Tell me, where can you find a young, wealthy, handsome man with a bright future like Ning Chuan?" Damn, it must be said that Lilith's remarks struck a chord with Ning Chuan. Just observe how perceptive Lilith is. Why can't Linda be the same? Upon hearing Lilith's words, Linda's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips quivered slightly, seemingly grappling with something. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Perhaps coming to a realization, moments later. She fixed her gaze on Ning Chuan and declared fiercely, "Once I earn my money, I will certainly kick you to the curb." All right. Then may you both coexist peacefully." Lilith retorted. "Rest assured, boss, I would not stoop to quarreling with a woman of such limited assets. I would never engage with a woman of such ample yet vacant intellect." Linda shot back, Chapter 18. A Tale of Joy and Sorrow. The Resolve of New York. The highly anticipated NCAA championship concluded with the University of Kentucky claiming the title. Meanwhile, the NBA playoffs have officially commenced, capturing the attention of fans. On April 12, 2018, the regular season of the 2018 to 2019 NBA concluded. In the Western Conference, the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors, are set to face the Los Angeles Clippers in the first round. This season, the Warriors welcomed the arrival of the formidable center DeMarcus Cousins, forming a fearsome team that instills dread across the league. Conversely, the Clippers, despite skepticism from all quarters, traded away players like Harris and Boban, yet still managed to reach the playoffs with a roster of underdogs. This matchup is arguably the most predictable of the series, even though Clippers coach Doc Rivers boldly proclaimed, "We fear no one in the playoffs." Many fans are likely anticipating the moment he is proven wrong. Other matchups include the Denver Nuggets versus the San Antonio Spurs, the Portland Trail Blazers against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Houston Rockets facing the Utah Jazz. In the Eastern Conference, the Milwaukee Bucks against the Detroit Pistons, the Toronto Raptors versus the Orlando Magic, the Philadelphia 76ers facing the Brooklyn Nets, and the Boston Celtics against the Indiana Pacers. As the exhilarating NBA playoffs are about to begin, teams that did not qualify for the postseason will gather in Chicago for the draft lottery ceremony. This year's draft is particularly noteworthy, drawing considerable attention from the public. The Phoenix Suns, with the highest odds for the first overall pick, have become the focus of the media. Team representative Monty Williams, when asked in an interview, if you secure the first pick, will you choose Zion Williamson, Ning Chuan, or Ja Morant? Ning Chuan will be the sole focus of our upcoming draft event. Facing the camera, Monty Williams expressed his unreserved ambition. "I hope to secure the first overall pick today to bring Ning Chuan to Phoenix." The New York Knicks have also declared their intention to select Ning Chuan. Their determination to acquire him has been well known since the middle of the season. To ensure they secure a high draft position, team owner Dolan has personally attended the lottery event. In contrast to the Phoenix Suns and the New York Knicks, the representatives from the Memphis Grizzlies, Atlanta Hawks, and New Orleans Pelicans stated that their decisions will depend on the team's roster needs and the outcome of the draft positions. These three are seasoned strategists, revealing nothing to the media. After all, this year boasts an abundance of talent. Besides Ning Chuan, renowned players like Zion and RJ are already household names. There are also numerous super rookies, like Ja Morant and DeAndre Hunter, whose draft stock has surged unexpectedly. Moreover, the physical tests and workouts for this year's rookies have yet to commence. Thus, these teams holding lottery picks are understandably hesitant to make premature decisions, considering the historical instances of missing out on superstars in favor of less promising selections. Soon, the final draft order for 2019 was announced. The 14th pick was awarded to the Boston Celtics. The 13th pick went to the Miami Heat. The 12th pick was secured by the Charlotte Hornets. A memorable scene unfolded. Kyle Kuzma couldn't suppress his laughter. The Los Angeles Lakers had only a 9-2 chance of landing in the top 4, yet they astonishingly obtained the 4th pick. Little did Kuzma realize that this selection would not only alter his fate, but also that of the Los Angeles Lakers. The 11th pick was claimed by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Another memorable moment emerged: Monty Williams' bewilderment. This season, the Suns achieved a mere 19 wins in the regular season and were the team with the highest odds for the first overall pick. Yet they ultimately fell to the 6th position. The 5th pick was awarded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. The top 3 picks were claimed by the New York Knicks, Memphis Grizzlies, and New Orleans Pelicans. The 3rd pick in the 2019 NBA draft was acquired by the New York Knicks. "Damn," exclaimed Knicks owner Dolan, clearly dissatisfied with the 3rd pick. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the 10-cent livestream room, the tension escalated as the Pelicans and Grizzlies vied for the top pick. What would happen if the Pelicans secured the first overall pick? The Pelicans obtained the 1st pick. Upon witnessing the Pelicans securing the first overall pick on the television screen, Yang jestingly remarked, "Now the team's management can negotiate with Anthony Davis. We shall select your fellow alumnus Ning Chuan, and you need not depart." Indeed, beside him, Kufan chimed in, "This offseason is bound to be considerably more intriguing." Ultimately, the New Orleans Pelicans emerged as the fortunate holders of the coveted 1st pick. They will have the opportunity to select from among the most talented and gifted young prospects of the 2019 draft, positioning themselves to establish a foundational core for the team. Pelicans general manager David Griffin, during the lottery conference, expressed, "The team will only invite Ning Chuan Zion Williamson, and Ja Morant for individual workouts. As for the others, the Pelicans will not entertain them at all. Their primary objective remains Zion Williamson, while Ning Chuan and Morant serve merely as companions to the prince in his educational pursuits. We are prepared to go to great lengths to trade for this year's first overall pick. Following this, Knicks owner Dolan stated in an interview, "I have no words regarding this pick. We will pay any price for Ning Chuan. I do not wish to see him don the jersey of any team other than the Knicks." Watching the lottery live with Tyler Harrow at school, Ning Chuan felt a profound admiration for Dolan. Of course, this admiration was limited to his current aspirations. The draft position mirrored precisely that of his memories. Even the smirk of Kuzma and the bewilderment of Monty Williams were identical. However, this year's draft outcomes will undoubtedly diverge drastically from Ning Chuan's recollections. As for where the differences will lie, Ning Chuan could not quite articulate it, perhaps from the moment he arrived in this parallel world. The wheels of fate had already begun to turn quietly. Prior to the joint trials, Ning Chuan found himself idly passing the time, watching this year's playoffs alongside Tyler Harrow. Although he was aware that ultimately the Toronto Raptors would clinch their historic first championship, reliving Leonard's extraordinary season was certainly not without merit. Chapter 19, The True Prodigy. The much-anticipated NCAA championship concluded with the University of Kentucky emerging victorious. The spotlight now shifted to the NBA playoffs. Officially commencing after the conclusion of the 2018 to 2019 regular season on April 12, 2019. In the Western Conference, the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors, were set to face the Los Angeles Clippers in the first round. This season, the Warriors welcomed the formidable center DeMarcus Cousins into their ranks, forming a team that struck terror into the hearts of opponents across the league. Conversely, the Clippers, despite trading away key players like Tobias Harris and Boban Marjanovic amidst widespread skepticism, managed to advance to the playoffs with a roster of underdogs. This matchup appeared to be the least suspenseful of all, even though Clippers head coach Doc Rivers boldly proclaimed, "In the playoffs, we fear no one." Many fans eagerly anticipated the moment he might be proven wrong. Other matchups included the Denver Nuggets versus the San Antonio Spurs, the Portland Trail Blazers against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Houston Rockets facing the Utah Jazz. In the Eastern Conference, the matchups featured the Milwaukee Bucks versus the Detroit Pistons, the Toronto Raptors against the Orlando Magic, the Philadelphia 76ers facing the Brooklyn Nets, and the Boston Celtics matching up against the Indiana Pacers. As the exhilarating NBA playoffs approached, teams that failed to qualify congregated in Chicago for the lottery draft ceremony. This year's draft garnered significant attention due to the plethora of star talent available. The Phoenix Suns, holding the highest odds for the first overall pick, became the focal point of media interest that day. Team representative Monty Williams, when asked in an interview whether they would choose Zion Williamson, Ning Chuan, or Ja Morant if they secured the top pick, confidently declared, "Ning Chuan will be our sole target in this draft." Facing the cameras, Monty Williams expressed no reservations. "I hope to secure the first overall pick today to bring Ning Chuan to Phoenix." The New York Knicks also expressed their intent to select Ning Chuan, a desire that had been well known since the midpoint of the season. To ensure they obtained a high draft position, team owner James Dolan made a personal appearance at the lottery draft event. In contrast to the Phoenix Suns and the New York Knicks, the representatives from the Memphis Grizzlies, Atlanta Hawks, and New Orleans Pelicans stated that their selection decisions would be contingent upon the needs of their rosters and the outcomes of the draft lottery. These three individuals, seasoned veterans in the realm of basketball, exhibited no inclination to divulge information to the media. This year boasts an abundance of talent, with notable players such as Ning Chuan, Zion, and RJ already well established in their reputations. Additionally, the meteoric rise of super rookies like Ja Morant and DeAndre Hunter has not gone unnoticed. Furthermore, the physical assessments and workouts for this year's draftees have yet to commence, compelling teams holding lottery picks to exercise caution in their decision-making. History is replete with instances of teams missing out on superstar talents by opting for less favorable choices. The final draft order for 2019 was soon revealed. The 14th pick was awarded to the Boston Celtics, the 13th to the Miami Heat, and the 12th to the Charlotte Hornets. A memorable scene unfolded as Kyle Kuzma smirked for the Los Angeles Lakers, despite possessing a mere 9.2 chance of landing in the top 4, unexpectedly secured the 4th pick. Kuzma, reveling in this turn of events, likely did not foresee that this selection would alter both his fate and that of the Lakers. The 11th pick went to the Minnesota Timberwolves, creating yet another memorable moment as Monty Williams appeared bewildered. This season, the Suns achieved a mere 19 wins during the regular season, making them the team with the highest odds for the top pick, yet they ultimately fell to the 6th position. The 5th pick was claimed by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Ultimately, the top 3 picks were awarded to the New York Knicks, Memphis Grizzlies, and New Orleans Pelicans. The Knicks obtained the 3rd overall selection in the 2019 NBA draft, prompting an expletive from team owner James Dolan, who clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with this outcome. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a 10-cent live stream, excitement surged as the Pelicans and Grizzlies vied for the coveted 1st pick. What if the Pelicans were to secure the top selection? The Pelicans indeed clinched the 1st overall pick. Upon witnessing this moment unfold on television, Yang Yi humorously remarked that the team's management could now negotiate with Anthony Davis, suggesting they draft his protege, Ning Chuan, on the condition that he remains with the team. Yes, beside him, Kafan echoed. This offseason is bound to be far more interesting. Thus, the New Orleans Pelicans emerged as the proud holders of the 1st overall pick. They will have the opportunity to select the most formidable and gifted young talents from the 2019 draft, thereby establishing the core of the team. General Manager David Griffin of the Pelicans expressed in an interview during the lottery event that the team would only invite Ning Chuan, Zion Williamson, and Ja Morant for individual workouts. As for the others, the Pelicans would not consider them at all. Their ultimate aim is solely Zion Williamson. As for Ning Chuan and Morant, merely companions in the Prince's academic pursuits. We will spare no effort to exchange for this year's top draft pick. Following this, Knicks owner Dolan stated in an interview that he had nothing to say about this draft position. We will pay any price for Ning Chuan. I do not wish to see him don the jersey of any team other than the Knicks. Watching the lottery live stream at school alongside Hero, Ning Chuan held great admiration for Dolan. Of course, this admiration is confined to his perspective this year. The draft position is exactly as he remembers. Even the sneaky smile of Cosma and the bewilderment of Monty Williams are reminiscent of that moment. However, the results of this year's draft will undoubtedly differ drastically from Ning Chuan's recollections. In what ways will it differ? Ning Chuan couldn't quite articulate it. Perhaps from the moment he arrived in this parallel world, the gears of fate had silently begun to turn. Prior to the joint trial, Ning Chuan found himself at leisure, watching this year's playoffs alongside Tyler Hero. Although he was aware that ultimately the Toronto Raptors would clinch their historic 1st championship, reliving Leonard's extraordinary season was not without its merits. Chapter 20. An irresistible temptation. He indeed possessed the credentials. Meanwhile, the physical assessment data of Ning Chuan from the recent explosion was swiftly delivered to the management of various teams by scouts on site. This can't be right, can it? In the New Orleans Pelicans front office, General Manager David Griffin gazed at Ning Chuan's data in astonishment. How could this young man from Huaxia possess such extraordinary talent? Simultaneously, the franchise's star player, Anthony Davis, also received the physical assessment data. Upon receiving it, he promptly informed his agent, Rich Paul, to convey to the management that if the team could acquire Ning Chuan during the draft, he would rescind his trade request. Would selecting Ning Chuan ensure his stay? David Griffin found himself in a quandary. On one hand, there was a Huaxia guard who had yet to prove himself in the NBA. On the other, a player who had spent 7 years with the team without any significant breakthrough was either truly worthy. Wasn't New York seeking to trade up for a draft pick? Was the Los Angeles Lakers yearning for Anthony Davis? Then let them come. After a moment of contemplation, General Manager David Griffin devised an ambitious plan. Quickly, get me in touch with the Pelicans management. Equally intrigued by Ning Chuan's explosive performance was Knicks owner James Dolan. Upon reviewing Ning Chuan's physical data, his excitement was palpable. Never mind. I shall personally discuss this matter with the Pelicans owner. Also, please arrange for me to meet Ning Chuan. I wish to have a conversation with him. When Ning Chuan learned from Lilith that James Dolan wished to meet him, he felt a twinge of resignation. At this moment, Ning Chuan felt akin to a beautiful woman, while the Knicks resembled an infatuated suitor fervently pursuing him. Though he held little fondness for their team culture, Dolan's public declaration of his desire to tank for him compelled Ning Chuan to make the trip to New York. Upon boarding the flight to New York, Ning Chuan, accompanied by Lilith, arrived at Madison Square Garden. Team owner James Dolan, team president Leon Rose, and franchise legend Patrick Ewing awaited his arrival. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Ning Chuan took a seat beside Dolan at his behest. Ning Chuan, we are exploring every avenue to secure you with the 1st overall pick in the draft. Dolan wasted no time. Addressing the matter directly, I wish to know your thoughts on the New York Knicks. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of your team culture. Ning Chuan expressed his impressions of the Knicks. However, I believe no one could refuse the opportunity to play at Madison Square Garden. As Ning Chuan articulated, the Knicks have represented chaos in the eyes of fans in recent years. Conflicts among the management and disharmony among the players abound within the organization. Yet, it remains true that no one would decline the chance to play in New York at the hallowed grounds of Madison Square Garden. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Dolan refrained from interjecting, but team president Leon Rose seized the moment. Ning, I acknowledge that the Knicks' development in recent years has indeed been unsatisfactory. Yet, please trust that once you join us, we will regard you as the cornerstone of our franchise and eliminate all unstable factors within the team, including management. With that, Leon Rose pointed to the two yellowing championship banners hanging above Madison Square Garden, honors the team earned in the 1950s, now beginning to fade. We firmly believe that you can restore the Knicks to their former glory. Sensing the opportune moment, team owner Dolan also made a promise. I can assure you with utmost sincerity that should you choose to join the Knicks, you will enjoy numerous privileges here. For instance, you can play alongside whomever you wish, and I will ensure that Tyler Harrow from the University of Kentucky is drafted in this upcoming selection, allowing him to embark on his NBA journey with you in New York. Upon hearing Dolan's assurances, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Chuan's eyes. To receive such guarantees during one's rookie season? Could Ning Chuan be regarded as the greatest player in NBA history? Although such a distinction may attract criticism from the outside world, it is evident that the Knicks genuinely desire to acquire Ning Chuan. My anticipation for life with the Knicks is steadily growing. Upon realizing Ning Chuan's willingness to join the team, Dolan's anxieties were finally alleviated. After all, the team's reputation has been tarnished in recent years. He feared that Ning Chuan might reject their offer due to these factors. By the way, I have an apartment in Manhattan that has remained unoccupied. Dolan continued to intensify his efforts. Additionally, there are several Ferrari sports cars in the garage that I can no longer drive due to my age. All of this aligns perfectly with your persona. I will arrange for your accommodation upon your arrival in New York. Ning Chuan nodded, and then continued his conversation with Dolan and others. 3 hours later, Ning Chuan departed Madison Square Garden alongside Lilith. On the way, Lilith, with a flirtatious glance, remarked, "Boss, you are simply incredible. Just by joining a team, they are gifting you a house and a car." He smiled at her words, a subtle curve gracing his lips, and instinctively placed his hands on her thigh. "Your boss possesses even more impressive things that I shall reveal shortly. Boss, you're insufferable. However, this time, I am determined to finish every drop of soy milk." Chapter 21. A storm is brewing, a new era approaches. After Ning Chuan left the arena, Knicks owner Dolan immediately dialed the Pelicans owner. After extensive discussions, the Pelicans ultimately agreed to trade their first overall pick this year in exchange for the Knicks' third overall pick and 2 future first-round selections. There is a reason behind the Knicks' dismal performance in recent years. Upon reaching a preliminary agreement, Pelicans general manager David Griffin wore a victorious smile. He had never intended to use the first overall pick to select Ning Chuan. As for Anthony Davis's threats of departure, who truly cared? David Griffin did not believe the team could forge a dynasty under the leadership of Ning Chuan and Davis. When he learned that the Memphis Grizzlies intended to use their second overall pick to select Ja Morant from Murray State University, he could hardly contain his delight. Not only would he secure Zion, but also acquire the Knicks' first-round picks for the next 2 years. Such fortune is hard to come by. Moreover, in David Griffin's eyes, those 2 first-round picks from the Knicks were already akin to lottery selections. Did the Knicks believe they could turn their fortunes around by selecting Ning Chuan? That was utterly impossible. He informed the Los Angeles Lakers management. After calming his excited heart, Griffin continued to execute his plan. They desired Anthony Davis, did they not? Then they must present sufficient sincerity. Meanwhile, in the Los Angeles Lakers executive meeting room, the New Orleans team had just called, agreeing to trade Anthony Davis. General manager Pelinka reported to team owner Jeannie Buss. However, their asking price is exorbitant. They want Brandon Ingram, Lonzo Ball, Josh Hart, and this year's 4th overall pick. Upon hearing this, Jeannie Buss frowned. If we include Kyle Kuzma in the trade to reclaim this year's 4th overall pick, do you think they would agree? Perhaps. That may not be feasible. Pelinka continued, stating that this was their final offer, should they decline. Anthony Davis would be sent to the Boston Celtics. According to rumors, the Pelicans and the Knicks have reached a preliminary agreement, wherein they would exchange the 1st overall pick for the Knicks' 3rd pick. Thus, the priority is to secure Davis first. With the owner's consent, Pelinka swiftly reached out to New Orleans. There is a significant possibility that Zion will drop. The Memphis management received this news as well. The Knicks have reportedly established a preliminary trade with the Pelicans, increasing their chances of acquiring Jaden Ivey in the first round. Team general manager Zach Kleiman promptly convened an emergency meeting. It appears that only New Orleans remains steadfast in their loyalty to Zion Williamson. Head coach Jenkins was the first to speak, asserting that both Ivey and Ja Morant possess greater talent than Zion, in his view. Should Ivey be unavailable, Morant would be our primary choice. Indeed. Hearing Jenkins' remarks, Zach Kleiman nodded in agreement. While Zion boasts remarkable talent, his weight and injury history pose substantial concerns. I concur with Mr. Jenkins. If we cannot secure Ivey, we shall select Ja Morant from Murray State University with the second pick. As various teams engaged in draft maneuvers. On June 23rd, one day prior to the draft, TNT experts deliberated the potential rankings for the 2019 draft class. The focal point of their discussion was the ultimate destination of Jaden Ivey. It is highly likely that the New Orleans Pelicans will utilize the first overall pick to select Ivey, thereby retaining Anthony Davis. Ivey stands a considerable chance of becoming the second player from China to be the top pick, following Yao Ming. Alternatively, the Pelicans may opt for Zion. The Grizzlies for Morant, allowing New York to successfully secure Ivey with the third pick. To my knowledge, the New York Knicks are attempting to negotiate a trade with the New Orleans Pelicans, who hold the first overall pick, in hopes of ascending the draft order to acquire Ivey ahead of time. Clearly, even these experts in the United States hold Ivey in high regard as a potential number one pick. After discussing Ivey, the experts also highlighted Zion Williamson and Ja Morant. The anticipation surrounding the 2019 draft has reached unprecedented heights. Amidst this fervor, on June 24th, in New York at Madison Square Garden, the eyes of the world are fixated here. We see that this year's sought-after rookies have arrived sequentially at the venue. Zion Williamson, R.J. Barrett, and Cameron Reddish, each a source of immense pride for Duke University, are all poised to potentially secure spots within the coveted top 10 picks. Here comes Ning Chuan. His arrival has ignited a fervor within Madison Square Garden. Both the Knicks management and the fervent New York fans are eagerly anticipating Ning Chuan's arrival in the city. At Madison Square Garden, commentators from around the globe are beginning to warm up for this year's draft. What kind of impact will these young talents bring to the league? Let us await the unfolding drama. Ning Chuan, why are you seated so prominently? The table occupied by Ning Chuan is situated in close proximity to the stage, directly beneath it. Upon seating himself, the staff graciously took the time to elucidate the process of the draft and the pertinent details to Ning Chuan. Seated at the table behind him was his college teammate, Tyler Harrow, who, upon noticing the two enchanting goddesses from the University of Kentucky, Linda and Lilith, positioned one on either side of him, could not help but jest. Are you here to participate in the NBA draft, or merely to flaunt? Perhaps he truly was there to showcase. Before Ning Chuan could respond, Zion Williamson from the adjacent table chimed in. Yet, in the very next moment, the smile on Zion's face abruptly vanished. Prior to the commencement of the draft, the large screen at the center of the stage began to sequentially display the personal highlight reels of the participating players. Naturally, the first to be featured was Ning Chuan. And the opening scene showcased his emphatic dunk over Zion during the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament. Fortunately for Zion, his mental fortitude was commendable. Otherwise, he might have begun to express his grievances towards the staff. I didn't wish to be here either. It was the staff that brought me. After viewing his highlights, Ning Chuan turned his head meaningfully and remarked, perhaps they intended to make things easier for me. Zion. Harrow. Chapter 22. The number one pick, Ning Chuan. Good morning to all 10-cent viewers. We are currently at Madison Square Garden, the home of the New York Knicks. In the media area of Madison Square Garden, the Jishabang Trio from 10-Cent Sports is conducting a live broadcast. Today marks the historic occasion of our 10-Cent Sports channel's first ever live coverage of the 2019 NBA Draft. As for the reason, I believe it is quite apparent. From the land of Huaxia, Ning Chuan has just delivered a performance of dominating caliber in the NCAA championship, and he is poised to become the second player from Huaxia to secure the number one pick, following Yao Ming. As Fan spoke, the live broadcast camera found Ning Chuan, and in an instant, fans watching from various platforms erupted in excitement. Ning Chuan, with a visage that could easily earn him a living, yet he chooses to rely on his talent. Who are those two stunning beauties beside him? How are they so beautiful? Which team will choose Ning Chuan? Could it be the New Orleans Pelicans, who hold the number one pick? All Huaxia fans are anxiously awaiting the start of the draft. Hush. Soon, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver emerged from behind the scenes, only to be met with a deafening chorus of boos. Perhaps Silver has long since become accustomed to such jeers, and once the noise subsided, he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to New York. In accordance with tradition, Adam Silver delivered a brief opening statement before announcing the first overall pick. In 2019, the NBA draft's first round belonged to the New Orleans Pelicans, who were allotted 5 minutes to finalize their decision. After casting a glance at Ning Chuan in the audience, Silver turned and retreated backstage. Suddenly, a ringing pierced the air. Ning Chuan's phone had erupted into sound. Upon seeing the caller's name on the screen, a cryptic smile graced his lips. "Hello, this is Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, I did it." The voice on the other end belonged to Knicks owner James Dolan, whose exuberant shout left Ning Chuan momentarily stunned. "Welcome to the New York Knicks family. Words cannot capture my joy at this moment. Please hold on a moment, damn." The elation emanating from Dolan was beyond verbal description. It felt akin to finally winning over the goddess one had pursued for years. After taking a moment to compose himself, Dolan continued, "I can hardly wait to see you don the Knicks jersey. Just wait, Ning Chuan. I will organize a grand welcome ceremony for you." Thank you. After hanging up, Adam Silver emerged from backstage, smiling as he familiarized himself with the envelope representing the New Orleans Pelicans' first overall pick. In the 2019 NBA draft, the first pick of the first round is Ning Chuan from the Kentucky Wildcats. As Silver's announcement resonated, a wave of cheers and applause surged through Madison Square Garden. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task and entering the NBA as the first overall pick." Another notification followed. "System reward, attribute selection 10. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan had no time to ponder the system's alerts as he stood under the spotlight of countless gazes. Ning Chuan accepted the cap handed to him by the event staff and ascended the stage to shake hands with Shout Wah. Click, click. Countless flashes illuminated the moment, capturing this monumental occasion. "Congratulations, Ning. Wishing you a splendid career in the NBA. Thank you, and I hope you excel as a president." The three brothers from Jishabang erupted in elation upon witnessing Ning Chuan being selected as the first overall pick. Since Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first pick in 2002, another prodigious talent has emerged from our land. Notably, the New York Knicks secured the first pick through a trade. This implies that the New Orleans Pelicans are not Ning Chuan's ultimate destination. It is indeed the New York Knicks. Meanwhile, as Ning Chuan descended from the stage, he engaged in an interview with the media. "Ning, I assume you were aware of this news prior to its announcement," a reporter queried. "The New York Knicks traded up in the draft and ultimately selected you with the first overall pick. What are your thoughts on this?" "I can only say that Mr. Dolan has remarkable insight." Ning Chuan replied earnestly before the camera. "He has not only chosen the finest player of this draft, but has also selected a dynasty. Not only has he chosen the best player of this draft, but he has also selected a dynasty. What the heck?" On the other side, the Jishabang brothers were left speechless, unable to translate Ning Chuan's bold statement. What kind of confidence must he possess to utter such words? Ahem. Let us continue. The Memphis Grizzlies selected the talented point guard Ja Morant from Murray State University with the second overall pick. Meanwhile, the Knicks secured Zion Williamson from Duke University with the third pick. Due to Ning Chuan's presence, Zion will not be heading to New York. Instead, he will be joining the New Orleans Pelicans. In the VIP box, Knicks owner Dolan beamed with joy upon seeing Ning Chuan and Zion exchange caps, for he knew that the revival of the Knicks was already halfway complete. The upcoming summer heralds a new era of comprehensive reform for the team. In 2019, during the first round of the NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers selected R.J. Barrett from Duke University with the fourth overall pick. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of New Orleans, as Zion and R.J. Barrett donned their Pelicans caps with beaming smiles, Anthony Davis realized that his tenure with the Pelicans had come to a definitive close. Just as he had previously expressed to team manager David Griffin, he would not remain in New Orleans without the opportunity to select Ning Chuan. It is evident that the Pelicans management has reached a resolution. David Griffin, in his partnership with Ning Chuan, opted for two prodigies from Duke University, alongside an array of talents from the Los Angeles Lakers. A monumental trade has transpired. The New Orleans Pelicans have struck a deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. At Madison Square Garden, amidst the TNT commentary booth, Smith, gazing at the news on his computer screen, exclaimed with excitement. The specifics of the trade revolve around Anthony Davis, as the Lakers send Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, Josh Hart, And today's selection, RJ Barrett, all to New Orleans. In return, the Los Angeles Lakers have successfully acquired Anthony Davis. Concurrently, the Knicks have traded last year's 8th overall pick, Daniel Smith, to the Pelicans in exchange for this year's 8th pick. The New Orleans Pelicans may very well be the biggest victors of this year's draft. Shaquille O'Neal, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Following a series of trades, the Pelicans boast a plethora of young talents, including Zion, RJ, Ball, Ingram, and Hart. This lineup is nothing short of terrifying. David Griffin's maneuvers during this draft can be described as nothing less than legendary. However, years later, when people reminisce about the 2019 draft, fans will only utter 2 words in reference to David Griffin: foolishness. Chapter 23. Go New York, go! The draft continues at Madison Square Garden. The Cleveland Cavaliers selected Darius Garland with the 5th overall pick. The Phoenix Suns chose Jarrett Culver 6th. However, Culver is merely a bargaining chip, as the Suns immediately initiated a trade after selecting him. The Suns sent Culver and Kelly Oubre to the Timberwolves, who in turn offered Ricky Rubio and this year's 11th overall pick. This transaction proves to be a win-win situation for both parties. The Suns have acquired a true point guard, while the Timberwolves have significantly bolstered their front line. The Chicago Bulls, picking 7th, selected Kobe White, just as history dictates. In the first round of the 2019 NBA draft, the New York Knicks chose Tyler Herro from the Kentucky Wildcats with the 8th overall pick. At the moment his name was called, Herro raised his arms in jubilant exclamation, perhaps in his eyes. There was nothing more delightful than being selected alongside Ning Chuan to embark on their NBA journey with the Knicks. Ning Chuan, upon hearing this choice, felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Dorian would indeed choose Herro to join him. Crab is not meat. I shall accompany you to New York. After completing his interview, Herro rushed backstage and greeted Ning Chuan with an enthusiastic embrace. You've truly become exceptional, he exclaimed. I don't care. You must arrange a party for me in a few days. Haha. Wrapping his arms around Herro, Ning Chuan laughed heartily. Mr. Taylor, I shall rely on your guidance in the NBA. As the Sacramento Kings selected Vanya Marinkovic with the 60th pick in the 2nd round, the 2019 NBA draft officially concluded. This year, the New Orleans Pelicans were undoubtedly viewed by the public as the greatest victors. Faced with the inability to retain Anthony Davis, the team required rebuilding resources. Through a trade with the Los Angeles Lakers, they acquired the young talents of Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram, and Josh Hart. Additionally, they secured the Lakers' 4th overall pick, enabling them to select RJ Barrett. Most significantly, the Pelicans exchanged the 1st and 8th picks of the 2019 draft for the Knicks' Daniel Smith, the 3rd overall pick, and future first-round selections for the next 2 years. It is noteworthy that the Knicks only received Ning Chuan and his college teammate Tyler Herro in return. In the impending seasons, the New York Knicks roster appears dismal on paper. The future first-round picks they possess are likely to be lottery selections. With just Ning Chuan, the Pelicans have traded for a future brimming with promise. Ironically, even after trading down in the draft, the Pelicans ultimately acquired their most coveted player, Zion Williamson. The title of the biggest winner of this draft is indisputable. Conversely, when the conversation turned to the New York Knicks, expressions of dismay clouded the room. Is this what the team's management looks like after such a significant overhaul? Is this truly the trade approved by the team owner? While it is undeniable that they have secured Ning Chuan, one must question if the price paid was excessively high. In the upcoming season, will the Knicks build a system around Ning Chuan and Herro? It is foreseeable that they may plummet to the bottom of the league standings. If the plan is merely to tank for Ning Chuan to gain experience and subsequently bolster the team, that may be acceptable. However, the crucial point is that their future first-round picks are all in the hands of the Pelicans. Even in their efforts to tank, they are inadvertently aiding the Pelicans in securing Zion Williamson, while also contributing to their chances of earning next year's top pick. How remarkably astute the Knicks fans are. Unlike any other fan base, the Knicks supporters embody a unique fervor. Outside Madison Square Garden, TNT reporters conducted impromptu interviews with several Knicks aficionados. We are undoubtedly the greatest winners of this draft, exclaimed one enthusiast. Indeed. We have secured the mightiest player on this planet. The glory belonging to New York is on the horizon. A 70-year-old gentleman, visibly excited, followed up with heartfelt enthusiasm. I am filled with hope for the Knicks' future. Could Ning Chuan be the beacon of the Knicks' resurgence? Upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, the elder continued. I have immense faith that under Ning Chuan's guidance, the Knicks will successfully forge a dynasty. As he spoke, he raised his left fist high, passionately chanting the Knicks' exclusive rallying cry, "Go New York, go! Go New York, go! Go New York, go!" This fervent display ignited the Knicks fans gathered outside Madison Square Garden, who instinctively formed a circle around the elder and joined him in exuberant cheers. In an instant, the entire Madison Square Garden erupted with excitement. Meanwhile, the NBA landscape was rife with anticipation. On July 1st, the NBA trading market officially opened. On the very first day, several transactions finalized on draft day came to fruition. Anthony Davis made his way to the City of Angels, with Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka and superstar LeBron James personally welcoming him. Davis's arrival heralded the Lakers' resurgence in the championship race. Zion Williamson, joining the New Orleans Pelicans as the third overall pick, emerged as the new beacon of hope for the franchise. At the team's press conference, he boldly declared, "I will prove that the New York Knicks made a grave mistake in their choice." Simultaneously, another prodigy from Duke University, R.J. Barrett, proudly donned the number 1 jersey, having received it from David Griffin. Additionally, Ja Morant became the darling of the Memphis Grizzlies. The superlative point guard from Murray State University has won the adoration of Grizzlies fans due to his charismatic personality. Yet, all eyes across the globe remain fixated on New York. Outside Madison Square Garden, nearly 10,000 Knicks fans had been eagerly awaiting for quite some time. Not only the fans, but the team's management, led by owner James Dolan, also stood patiently outside the arena. They have arrived. Soon. The throng of fans outside the arena stirred in unison, their excitement palpable. The arrival of Ning Chuan and Tyler Hero ignited an instant fervor throughout Madison Square Garden. Following a brief welcome ceremony, Ning Chuan and Hero, accompanied by Dolan, attended the team's press conference. During the conference, Ning Chuan faced a barrage of questions from reporters, providing a few succinct responses. Ultimately, Ning Chuan received his number 13 jersey from Dolan, while Hero was handed the number 14. The scene of the two holding their jerseys was successfully captured by the reporters present. After the press conference, Ning Chuan signed a 4-year, 50 million yuan rookie contract with the Knicks. "I will prepare a supermax contract for you," Dolan remarked after Ning Chuan's signature. "You will be the cornerstone of our Knicks." Chapter 24, The Frenzied Summer and the Joy of 3. The summer of 2019 was destined to be anything but tranquil. With Kevin Durant's contract expiring, fans worldwide were fixated on his next move. On the inaugural day of the free agency market, the Warriors presented Durant with a 5-year, 210 million yuan max contract renewal. However, without even a glance, Durant took to his social media platform to announce his decision to join forces with fellow free agent Kyrie Irving at the Brooklyn Nets. In an effort to mitigate losses, the Warriors executed a sign-and-trade deal with the Brooklyn Nets to acquire D'Angelo Russell. Additionally, free agent DeAndre Jordan also declared his intent to join the Brooklyn Nets. Following this, a flurry of lucrative contracts emerged, igniting excitement across the nation. Kemba Walker signed a 4-year, 141 million yuan max contract with the Boston Celtics. Ben Simmons secured a 5-year, 170 million yuan extension with the Philadelphia 76ers. In his second year, Simmons averaged 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists per game, earning a spot in the All-Star game that season. Objectively speaking, there was nothing amiss with that contract at the time. Yet, who could have foreseen that Simmons' shining moments in the years to come would occur during the off-season? Klay Thompson was granted a 5-year, 190 million yuan extension by the Golden State Warriors. Despite suffering a torn ACL during the finals, the Warriors still bestowed upon him a max contract, a testament not only to his capabilities but also to his prior achievements in securing 3 championships. Damian Lillard signed a 5-year, 196 million yuan extension with the Portland Trail Blazers, while Chris Middleton received a 5-year, 178 million yuan extension from the Milwaukee Bucks. The emergence of these numerous lucrative contracts seemed to unlock the vaults of various teams. Nikola Vucevic secured a 4-year, 100 million yuan extension with the Orlando Magic, and Kristaps Porzingis signed a 5-year, 158 million yuan extension with the Dallas Mavericks. In addition to signings and extensions, the trading market remained equally turbulent. Reliable sources indicated that Kawhi Leonard would be departing from the Toronto Raptors, with the Los Angeles Lakers emerging as a potential destination. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers faced stagnation in their negotiations to re-sign Jimmy Butler, as the superstar expressed dissatisfaction with the team's contract offer. During the TNT Evening Symposium, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, and Jimmy Butler graced the cover, accompanied by the title, "The Most Insane Summer in NBA History." Teams continue to engage in trades and bolster their rosters. However, the New York Knicks find themselves grappling with a perplexing dilemma. After parting ways with numerous players, their salary cap is quite ample, yet they are somewhat lacking in personnel. Initially, the Knicks intended to lure prominent stars from the free agency market. Regrettably, no star player has shown any inclination to join forces with Ning Chuan in New York. The entire trading and free agency landscape has accelerated since Durant and Irving united to join the Nets. By the time the Knicks sought to scout potential players, the market was nearly devoid of any marquee names. Ning, do you have any suggestions regarding the construction of the team's roster? In the boardroom of the New York Knicks, Dolan, the organizer of this meeting, posed the question to Ning Chuan. At the very onset of the free agency period, we reached out to several high-profile stars. But without exception, they all turned us down. Dolan's face flushed with embarrassment. Had it not been for the team's turmoil in recent years, this season could have undoubtedly been their resurgence. With the backdrop of the bustling metropolis of New York and ample exposure, who wouldn't be tempted? Yet at this moment, we need not relentlessly pursue marquee players. Ning Chuan gazed at Durant and remarked, Brogdon, Jeremy Grant, OG Anunoby, and Kyle Love are all exceptionally suited to our Team S system. Currently, there are virtually no marquee players available for the Knicks to consider in the trade market. The Knicks management has decisively relinquished the opportunity to acquire a superstar, shifting their focus towards other players. The individuals mentioned by Ning Chuan are all exceptionally pragmatic players, and the team possesses sufficient salary cap space to acquire them all. Indeed, with your presence, we no longer require any marquee stars. After a moment's contemplation, Durant turned to the team's executive president, Leon Rose, and asserted, regardless of the means employed, those players Ning Chuan just referenced must be secured during the off-season. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Ning Chuan, along with Linda and Lilith, officially moved into the Manhattan apartment. Linda, why do you receive more money from the boss than I do? Who asked me to be Ning Chuan's agent? La la la. After a brief tidying up, the two ladies in the living room fell into another quarrel. What is it this time, you two? Upon seeing Ning Chuan's arrival, Lilith let out a cold huff towards Linda, then turned to Ning Chuan with a charming smile. She stood up, walked behind him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, playfully nibbling on his earlobe. Feeling the soft and cool sensation by his ear, Ning Chuan couldn't help but shiver. Perhaps Lilith had discovered his vulnerable spot, and he felt a hint of excitement. Fortunately, after a brief moment of control, he quickly suppressed it. Boss, I also want to be an agent. Seeing Ning Chuan's reaction, Lilith was quite pleased. It seemed she still held a considerable allure for him. With a playful smile, her delicate hand began to wander restlessly down Ning Chuan's chest. Hiss. Ning Chuan exhaled softly, irked as he covered Lilith's beast, remarking, Isn't the assistant performing splendidly? She cannot abide that Linda earns more than I do. Very well, I shall increase your monthly compensation by 20,000 meters. Linda, you have no objections, do you? Linda gazed with a complex expression at Lilith, who continued to tease Ning Chuan with her charming laughter, then turned her gaze towards Ning Chuan, who awaited her response. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement. All right then, since Linda has no objections, let us all take a break. Ning Chuan was reluctant to continue participating in the quarrel between the two women, as the situation felt rather awkward, especially since Linda was still unable to accept such a chaotic relationship. There are several endorsements to handle tomorrow morning. I will take my leave now, Linda said softly, glancing at Lilith, who was still clinging to Ning Chuan's neck, feeling a twinge of reluctance. All right, you should also rest soon. Hee. I'll take a shower first. Lilith kissed Ning Chuan on the cheek, giggling as she walked into the bedroom. Upon hearing her playful banter, Linda's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Remembering the previous three-person encounter, she hastily stood up and fled into the bedroom. Hiki. It seems I must find an opportunity to experience the three-way dynamic again. Chapter 25. A frenzied reinforcement. The Summer League kicks off. On July 6th, in American time, the fifth day of the trading market opened with a blockbuster transfer that sent shockwaves throughout the league. Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard officially signed a 4-year contract worth $142 million with the Los Angeles Clippers. Shortly thereafter, the Los Angeles Clippers swiftly reached a trade agreement with the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Clippers exchanged 4 future unprotected first-round picks, 1 protected first-round pick, along with rising star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Danilo Gallinari, to acquire Paul George from the Thunder. The moment the trade was finalized, it garnered widespread attention. Bradley Beal, I cannot put into words. Former Thunder player Kendrick Perkins. I had predicted the Thunder would strengthen during the offseason, but I never anticipated this outcome. TNT commentator Stephen A. Smith. If Russell is traded, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. It's all over. As Smith stated, following the departure of Paul George, the Oklahoma City Thunder officially announced the team would undergo a complete rebuild next season, and the management would seek a satisfactory destination for Russell Westbrook. They attempted to trade Jeremy Grant. In New York, upon receiving the Thunder's announcement of their rebuild, Knicks owner James Dolan instructed Leon Rose to trade for Grant. In this transaction, the Knicks management swiftly deviated from their usual sluggishness, offering a first-round draft pick, a second-round draft pick, and last year's 9th overall pick Frank Ntilikina to secure Grant from the Thunder. Well done. Continue to monitor the situations of Kevin Love and Bogdan Bogdanović. Also, inquire about the trade price for OG Anunoby from the Toronto Raptors. In the president's office, team owner Dolan issued a series of directives to the management. Meanwhile, Taylor Hero, who was preparing for the Summer League in Las Vegas, immediately sought out Ning Chuan upon the completion of the trade. The combination of Leonard and Paul George will dominate the league for at least 5 years. Who told you they could dominate the league? Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan remained unfazed. Focus on preparing for the Summer League's opening match. For a rookie recently inducted into the NBA, the Summer League undeniably serves as the ideal platform for acclimatization. As for the arrival of Leonard and Paul George at the Los Angeles Clippers, Ning Chuan had long been aware and thus felt little intrigue. Moreover, the seemingly luxurious Clippers, akin to a galactic fleet, were already riddled with issues beneath the surface. A dynasty? What talk of a dynasty when they have yet to secure a single championship? On July 8, 2023, with the aftermath of Leonard's signing still resonating, the New York Knicks made a significant move in the free agency market. They first secured Cleveland Cavaliers star Kevin Love with a 3-year, $66 million contract. Subsequently, through a sign-and trade, they acquired Brogdon from the Milwaukee Bucks. Just as fans presumed the Knicks' strengthening plan had reached its conclusion, they executed further trades, exchanging the 7th overall pick Kevin Knox from 2017 and the 5th overall pick Mario Hezonja from 2015 to the Toronto Raptors for OG Anunoby. They then signed Bojan Bogdanović to a 3-year, $70 million contract and center JaVale McGee for 2 years at $5 million. The New York Knicks were poised to set sail in the upcoming season. Knicks loyalist Smith, in the wake of the team's flurry of transactions, posted an exuberant video on his social media. In it, Smith could hardly contain his excitement. The Knicks management has performed miracles this summer. Although we didn't secure a marquee star, we have Ning Chuan. He is the beacon of hope for us Knicks. Look at our current roster: Love, Grant, Bogdanović, Brogdon, McGee. The video concluded with Smith erupting in laughter, exclaiming, "Go New York, go." On the very same day, the NBA Las Vegas Summer League commenced. The opening match featured the New York Knicks facing off against the New Orleans Pelicans. This summer, after the Toronto Raptors clinched their first championship and Leonard and George united with the Clippers, the most sensational news undoubtedly revolved around Ning Chuan being the first overall pick in the 2019 draft. As the universally acknowledged genius of NCAA history, Ning Chuan's professional debut was naturally the focal point for fans worldwide. The opponent chosen by the league was equally formidable, led by the 3rd overall pick Zion Williamson, 4th pick R.J. Barrett, and last year's 2nd overall pick Lonzo Ball from the New Orleans Pelicans. It is no exaggeration to say that the intensity of this match could rival any other. At the Summer League venue, Smith from TNT expressed with great enthusiasm, "The consensus is that the New Orleans Pelicans are the biggest winners of this draft. However, in my opinion, the true victors are the Knicks for acquiring Ning Chuan and Tyler Hero." Indeed, many fans online have proclaimed that today's match will serve as a proving ground for the rookie players of both teams. Barkley, seated nearby, also eagerly anticipated the contest, noting its unprecedented level of attention. Following the direction of Barkley's finger, it was evident that the arena was filled to capacity. Among the front-row spectators were prominent current stars such as LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving. Additionally, Pelicans general manager David Griffin was present. Victoria Chiretti, who had previously been linked with Ning Chuan, sat in the front row donning his jersey. When the cameras caught her, she proudly showcased the jersey she wore. "After much contemplation, I couldn't devise a strategy for your victory." Prior to the game, Zion Williamson approached Ning Chuan, saying, "Look at my teammates behind me. I'm curious how you plan to secure the win." "Haha, Zion, have you forgotten how Duke was eliminated?" To which Ning Chuan replied with a smile, "Your school's roster was impressive too, yet we still sent you packing." It must be said that despite being a summer league, the Pelicans roster is indeed quite luxurious. With Lonzo Ball and Josh Hart in the backcourt and RJ Barrett alongside Zion Williamson in the frontcourt, the team's interior is fortified by the 14th pick, the high flyer Hayes. But what does that matter? The same team that rendered you invisible in the NCAA, affecting your draft prospects, can easily turn you into a laughingstock once more. Chapter 26, The Pelicans Quintet? A Total Domination. On July 6th, the fifth day of the trading market opening, a monumental transfer sent shockwaves throughout the league. Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard officially signed a 4-year, $142 million contract with the Los Angeles Clippers. Immediately following, the Clippers and the Oklahoma City Thunder swiftly reached a trade agreement. The Clippers traded 4 future unprotected first-round picks, 1 protected first-round pick, along with rising star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Gallinari, to acquire Paul George from the Thunder. The moment the trade was finalized, it garnered widespread attention. Bradley Beal exclaimed, "I cannot express this in words." Former Thunder player Perkins commented, "I had predicted that the Thunder would bolster their roster during the offseason, but I never anticipated such an outcome." Smith, the TNT commentator, expressed that he would not be the least bit surprised if Russell were to be traded, as everything appears to have come to an end. As Smith articulated, following the trade of Paul George, the Oklahoma City Thunder officially announced their intention to undergo a complete rebuild next season, while the management would seek a suitable destination for Russell Westbrook. They also attempted to trade Jeremy Grant. Upon receiving the Thunder's announcement of their rebuild, Knicks owner Dolan instructed Leon Rose to pursue a deal for Grant. In a departure from their usual sluggishness, the Knicks management swiftly executed a trade, offering a first-round draft pick, a second-round pick, and last year's 9th overall pick, Frank Ntilikina, in exchange for Grant. Well done, and they continued to monitor the situations of Kevin Love and Bojan Bogdanovic, while also inquiring about potential trade offers for OG Anunoby from the Toronto Raptors. In the president's office, owner Dolan issued a series of directives to the management. Meanwhile, Taylor Hro, preparing for the Summer League in Las Vegas, quickly reached out to Ning Chuan upon the trade's completion. The combination of Leonard and Paul George could dominate the league for at least 5 years. To which Ning Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Focus on preparing for the first game of the Summer League." For a rookie newly entering the NBA, the Summer League undoubtedly serves as the best platform to acclimatize to the league. As for Leonard and Paul George joining the Los Angeles Clippers, Ning Chuan was already aware and thus held no particular interest. Moreover, the seemingly luxurious galactic fleet of the Clippers was already riddled with issues. A dynasty? They couldn't even secure a single championship. How could one speak of a dynasty? On July 8th, as the excitement of Leonard joining the Clippers lingered, the New York Knicks made a bold move in the free market. They first secured Cleveland Cavaliers star Kevin Love with a 3-year, $66 million contract. Subsequently, they acquired Bojan Bogdanovic from the Milwaukee Bucks through a sign-and-trade arrangement. Just when fans thought the Knicks' reinforcement plans had concluded, they traded 2017 first-round pick Kevin Knox and 2015 fifth overall pick Mario Hezonja to the Toronto Raptors in exchange for OG Anunoby. Following this, they signed Bogdanovic to a 3-year, $70 million contract and center JaVale McGee to a 2-year, $5 million deal in the free market. The New York Knicks are set to officially embark on a new season. Knicks loyalist Smith, upon witnessing the series of trades undertaken by the team, promptly released a short video on his social media. In the video, Smith could hardly contain his excitement. The Knicks management's maneuvers this summer could indeed be deemed legendary. Although we have not acquired any marquee superstars, we possess Ning Chuan. He is the beacon of hope for our Knicks. Let us take a glance at our current roster: Love, Grant, Bogdanovic, Brogdon, and McGee. At the conclusion of the video, Smith bursts into laughter exclaiming, "Go New York, go." On that very day, the NBA Las Vegas Summer League officially commenced. In the inaugural match, the NBA had arranged for the New York Knicks to face off against the New Orleans Pelicans this summer. If Toronto Raptors capturing their first championship title and the pairing of Leonard and George joining the Clippers were not the most sensational news, then undoubtedly Ning Chuan being selected as the first overall pick in the 2019 draft was the talk of the town. As an acknowledged prodigy in NCAA history, Ning Chuan's professional debut naturally became the focal point for fans worldwide. The formidable opponent chosen by the league for him was none other than the New Orleans Pelicans, led by the 3rd overall pick Zion Williamson, 4th pick RJ Barrett, and last year's 2nd overall pick Lonzo Ball. It is no exaggeration to assert that the intensity of this matchup could rival any major game. At the Summer League venue, Smith from TNT expressed with keen interest. The consensus is that the New Orleans Pelicans are the biggest winners of this draft. However, in my view, the Knicks, who secured both Ning Chuan and Tyler Herro, are the true victors. Indeed, many fans have taken to the internet to declare that today's game will serve as a proving ground for both teams' rookie players. Sitting nearby, Barkley also brimmed with anticipation for the match. The attention surrounding this game is unprecedented. Following the direction of Barkley's finger, the arena was already filled to capacity. In the front row, prominent current stars such as LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving were in attendance. Moreover, Pelicans general manager David Griffin was also present. Victoria Cherpov, who had previously been rumored to have a connection with Ning Chuan, was seen in the front row donning his jersey. When the camera caught her, she gleefully showcased the jersey she wore. I pondered for quite some time, yet could not fathom how you would secure victory. Before the game commenced, Zion Williamson approached Ning Chuan. Look at my teammates behind me. I wonder how you will clinch the win. Haha, Zion, have you forgotten how Duke was eliminated? In response to Zion, Ning Chuan smiled and replied, your school's lineup was impressive, yet we still sent you all packing, didn't we? It must be said that despite being a summer league, the paper strength of this Pelicans team is indeed rather formidable. LaMelo Ball and Josh Hart formed the backcourt, while R.J. Barrett and Zion Williamson graced the front court. The team's interior defense is anchored by this year's 14th overall pick, the Leaping Hayes. But how significant is that? The very player who once rendered you invisible during the NCAA and diminished your draft stock can now turn you into a mere just once more. Chapter 27. Seeking the Rookie of the Year? Draw your weapon. Ning Chuan's talent is now fully unleashed in Las Vegas, in the bustling Summer League of Las Vegas. As Ning Chuan executes yet another thunderous dunk, the commentator Smith exuberantly exclaims, everyone believed that the New Orleans Pelicans, having secured Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett in this draft, were the ultimate victors. However, Ning Chuan, through his unparalleled individual performance, has demonstrated to the world that they are mistaken. At this moment, the devoted fan of the New York Knicks finds himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Ning Chuan's extraordinary display during the Summer League's opening. He is simply too formidable. Within mere minutes, Ning Chuan dismantles not only the Pelicans' defense but also their psychological fortitude. Despite the abundance of talented stars within the New Orleans Pelicans, when faced with an opponent whose prowess transcends the Summer League level, the outcome of the game becomes a foregone conclusion. The head coach of the Summer League team can only shake his head in dismay. Meanwhile, Pelicans general manager David Griffin has already exited the arena. Perhaps this gamble was doomed from the outset, having turned down Coach Gentry's advice. Even with the acquisition of the long-desired Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett, they have overlooked Ning Chuan, who they had themselves drafted and subsequently traded away. If time could rewind, perhaps David Griffin would heed Gentry's counsel, securing both Ning Chuan and retaining Anthony Davis. It seems their oversight of Ning Chuan is merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, Ning Chuan's personal showcase is far from over, as the second quarter is just beginning. Ning Chuan and Hilo once again ignited the atmosphere with their exquisite synergy. The entire venue of the gambling city transformed into the home court of the New York Knicks. Almost all the fans were chanting Ning Chuan's name in unison. If we heard correctly, the entire arena was resounding with cries of his name. Across the ocean, in the Tencent Sports live broadcast room, Yang Yi was completely consumed with fervor. This scene is destined to be etched into the annals of history. Nearly 20,000 fans were collectively exalting the name of a young man from Huaxia, even though it was merely a summer league. This moment will undoubtedly be etched in the hearts of countless fans from Huaxia. As the game approached its climax, many viewers watching the live broadcast eagerly grabbed their basketballs and rushed towards the court. Mom, I want to play in the NBA in America. In a certain community in Liaoning, Zhang Daling gazed at the screen showing Ning Chuan, his heart filled with longing. Being hailed by the crowd was precisely the scene he had always dreamed of. Isn't it great here at home? Hearing Zhang Daling's words, a middle-aged woman beside him frowned slightly. I have already spoken with your team's management. Your playing time will be significantly assured in the next season. I don't care. I want to play in the NBA. Seeing her son's unwavering determination, the mother's love overflowed. All right, Daling, whatever you wish to pursue, I will support you. But America is different from here. I may not be able to help you much. It's all right, Mom. With his mother's approval, Zhang Daling quickly patted his chest and assured her, as long as I can go to the NBA, I believe I will soon make a name for myself. I will surely surpass Ning Chuan. Why is it that we are both prodigious youths? Yet you can become the #1 pick in the NBA while I can only be an ordinary starting player in the domestic league? Am I inferior to you? Even if I am, I still have my mom. We want Ning Chuan. We want Ning Chuan. We want Ning Chuan. The scene shifts back to Las Vegas. Even though the game had entered garbage time, the fans remained unyielding, continuing to chant, although they were well aware that Ning Chuan would not return to the court. So what? The cheers were a tribute to him. Moreover, Ning Chuan truly delivered an astonishing performance that captivated the audience. This was undoubtedly the most breathtaking scene in the history of the Summer League. In the commentary booth, Smith, upon hearing the fans' ovation, remarked, "Ning Chuan from Huaxia, with his unparalleled individual prowess, has conquered the entire arena. If you were to witness Ning Chuan's personal statistics, you too would be enchanted." Beside him, Barkley perused the technical statistics. Let us examine the contributions he made in this match. In the previous game, Ning Chuan played for 28 minutes, taking 28 shots and successfully landing 23, including an astonishing 5 three-pointers without a miss. Despite only being awarded a single free throw, he amassed a remarkable 52 points. This achievement not only set a new record for the highest single-game score in Summer League history, but also raised the question of what his stats could have reached had he played the entire game, especially since he did not participate in the fourth quarter. The fans in attendance were urged to cheer even louder. As the game concluded, Smith rose from his seat, gesturing for the audience to stand and applaud. Ning Chuan's performance warranted the admiration of everyone present. Ning Chuan, MVP. Ning Chuan, MVP. The crowd, responding to Smith's cue, rose to chant Ning Chuan's name. It was evident that he had captivated all the spectators. In just 28 minutes, he scored an astounding 51 points. Although this was merely a Summer League game and not comparable to the fierce competition of the NBA, Ning Chuan's debut on the professional stage was nothing short of flawless. I am already looking forward to his performance in the upcoming season. What can this prodigious talent from Huaxia achieve in the new season? I believe the contest for Rookie of the Year has already lost all suspense following this game. In the commentary booth, Smith and Barkley speculated about Ning Chuan's rookie season in the NBA. The foremost consideration is that every rookie aspires to win the coveted Rookie of the Year award. However, as Barkley aptly noted, this season's Rookie of the Year race has lost any sense of uncertainty. Ning Chuan's most formidable competitors for this title are undoubtedly Zion Williamson, RJ Barrett, and Ja Morant. Yet, in today's game, Ning Chuan's prowess in the face of Zion and RJ Barrett was clearly on another level. As for Morant, it would not be an exaggeration to say that if Ja Morant wishes to claim the Rookie of the Year title over Ning Chuan, he would need to draw his metaphorical guns and eliminate Ning Chuan on the spot. Otherwise, he stands no chance. Chapter 28. Cheer up, darling, I won't let you down. Ning's performance took everyone by surprise. The head coach of the Knicks Summer League team was somewhat astonished during the post-game interview. We anticipated a strong performance from him, but we never expected it to be this extraordinary. This may be attributed to the intensity of the Summer League, as Ning Chuan's individual capabilities have far surpassed the level of this competition. It is merely a matter of time before he becomes a true superstar. Also offering praise for Ning Chuan post-game was LeBron James, the star of the Los Angeles Lakers. I have been keeping an eye on him since his college days. His dominance on both ends of the court evokes memories of the legendary Kobe Bryant. In merely a single ordinary Summer League game, LeBron's admiration for Ning Chuan speaks volumes about his exceptional performance today. So, LeBron, what heights do you envision Ning Chuan reaching in the future? Before James could respond, Anthony Davis interjected, a superstar. Without any doubt, Ning Chuan will undoubtedly become a true superstar. Regarding his junior, Davis lavished high praise on Ning Chuan. It won't be long before Ning Chuan helps New York rise again. At this point, Davis couldn't resist a subtle jab at Pelicans general manager David Griffin. Mr. Dolan's vision is truly remarkable. His excellent decision has led the team to select a genuine talent. Although he did not name names directly, the implication was clear. You didn't think Zion rejected my partnership with Ning Chuan, did you? If so, you will pay dearly for that choice in the future. Meanwhile, news of Ning Chuan's astonishing 51-point game spread like wildfire across global media. TNT, the new king of New York, has ascended. Their future is already upon us. ESPN, Duke's dynamic duo? Just a toy for the #1 pick, Ning Chuan. Sports Illustrated, the Chinese #1 pick sets a Summer League record, becoming the highest single-game scorer in Summer League history. The New York Times, the Knicks selecting Ning Chuan makes them the biggest winners of this draft. Tencent Sports. The Pelicans' foolish move jeopardizes their dynasty. With a staggering 51 points, dominating Zion in their matchup, Ning Chuan's performance unequivocally demonstrated why he is the top pick. Moreover, even on TNT's evening program, commentators began to discuss the New York Knicks, or more specifically, Ning Chuan's performance in the Summer League. Across the ocean in China, Tencent Sports NBA Frontline featured Ning Chuan's Summer League debut as a special segment. Many fans who missed the live broadcast gained insight into Ning Chuan's formidable dominance in the NBA through this brief program. The scene shifts back to Las Vegas. After the game, Ning Chuan first approached his senior, Davis, for a brief yet meaningful exchange. Subsequently, he spotted Victoria Charity, donning his jersey, and walked straight up to her. "Hi, Charity." Gazing at the stunning woman before him, Ning Chuan felt a stirring within. Yet, he understood all too well that Charity was not Linda or Lilith. The astuteness that had propelled him from nothingness to the pinnacle of the modeling world was undeniable. To share her bed would require Ning Chuan to relinquish everything he had achieved. Alas, driven by the rewards of the system, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. "Hello there, Ning Chuan." The beautiful Miss Charity. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Chuan continued, "I wonder if you have time tomorrow. May I invite you to explore Las Vegas with me?" "Haha, Ning Chuan, I cannot guarantee you this." Charity's tone left Ning Chuan feeling somewhat awkward. However, her demeanor shifted abruptly as she added, "I need to see your sincerity." "Sincerity?" Ning Chuan exhibited a knowing expression. "Charity, if you say you need it, I shall undoubtedly demonstrate my utmost enthusiasm to convey my sincerity." In the face of such inquiries, Ning Chuan offered an online explanation. When something becomes unattainable, particularly when confronted by a woman brimming with resentment, it is imperative to return the ball to her court. "Hey, Ning Chuan, you are truly cunning." Charity flicked her hair and bit her lip. "I'm afraid I am not particularly satisfied with your response, hence I shall be unavailable tomorrow." "Wait." Upon witnessing Charity turning to leave, Ning Chuan hastily grasped her from behind. "Sister Charity, please do not depart. My affections for you are sincere." Fearing rejection, Ning Chuan preemptively feigned vulnerability, even resorting to calling her sister. "Heh, sincere affections for me." Charity's words dripped with sarcasm. "You wouldn't express such sentiments to your manager and assistants, would you? You truly are remarkable." Having entered the NBA and already captured the hearts of two beautiful women, assigning them distinct roles, it was evident that Charity's resentment stemmed from Linda and Lilith. "Ahem. Charity, they are merely my university classmates. You know, you are the most suitable candidate for a girlfriend, in terms of temperament, personal cultivation, beauty, and figure. You are beyond reproach." Ning Chuan wished to avoid entanglements regarding Linda and Lilith. Thus he resorted to fervently praising Kelly in an attempt to divert her attention. As he spoke with remarkable speed and effusiveness, Kelly's irritation gradually dissipated. Indeed, being lauded by a boy she held affection for brought her immense joy. "What exactly do you wish to take me out for?" Kelly found herself unintentionally displaying a hint of pride, exuding an aura reminiscent of a star. "Just for dinner, shopping, watching a movie, and sleeping." Sleeping. Realizing his blunder, Ning Chuan quickly clarified. "I believe that merely being in the company of such a beautiful lady as yourself brings me joy, regardless of the activity. Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly agree." Upon hearing Kelly's consent, Ning Chuan showered her with further compliments, and they agreed on a time to meet before parting ways. Back at the hotel, Kelly instinctively retrieved her suitcase and began selecting outfits. Standing before the mirror in the dressing room and admiring her flawless figure, she raised her chin slightly, a flicker of arrogance emerging. "Ning Chuan, tomorrow I shall surely captivate you." Chapter 29. Understanding depths and shallows is key to accomplishing tasks. Ning Chuan, do you find this outfit flattering on me? Kelly, quite pleased with her attire for the day, still sought his opinion, as it mattered greatly to her. "What can I say? For you to wear this garment is an honor for the garment itself." Ning Chuan gazed at the enchanting Charity before him. Clad in a white, one-shoulder, form-fitting mini dress, the hem barely concealing the roots of her thighs while her long, slender legs were fully exposed. The way her bosom was enveloped was nothing short of captivating, grand and prominent, defying any other description. Observing Ning Chuan, utterly entranced by her allure, Charity felt an immense pride swell within her. She had an affinity for young, accomplished men like him, who possessed a promising future. From every perspective, he seemed an ideal partner, and she harbored feelings for him as well. The only drawback might be their age difference. But what of it? An older woman knows how to cherish a man. Ning Chuan was certainly in for a treat, wasn't he? Of course, if she were aware of Ning Chuan's system task. One could only speculate whether she might consider severing their connection with a swift snip of scissors. The two strolled hand in hand through the streets of Las Vegas, their unintentional intimate gestures eliciting excited gasps from the hidden paparazzi. For them, this was a grand celebration. After all, Ning Chuan had made waves globally with his astounding 51-point debut in the Summer League just the day before. Failing to capture such moments would be a disservice to their profession. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Shortly thereafter, as they prepared to enter a shopping mall, Charity's agent called to inform her that news of her romance with Ning Chuan had surged to the trending topics, complete with the sensational twist of a May-December romance. After hanging up, a profound silence enveloped them both. Ning Chuan found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether this news was a boon or a bane for Charity. What are your thoughts on the matter? After a brief pause, Charity took the initiative to break the silence. What do I think? Ning Chuan gazed at her in surprise. What did she mean by that? Could it be that she truly wished to engage in a romantic relationship with him? System, please check the current progress of the task. Ding. The mission to intercept the leading lady, Victoria Claretti, is in progress. Ding. Current progress, 50%. It seems there is hope. As he looked upon her exquisite and enchanting visage, Ning Chuan couldn't help but twitch slightly, tentatively asking, Claretti, I was captivated by you the moment we first met. How about we start dating? Ning Chuan, are you serious? Claretti, held captive by Ning Chuan's fervent gaze, felt a blush bloom upon her stunning face. Are we officially dating? Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Claretti's steps came to an abrupt halt, hidden in the shadows. Paparazzi continued to snap photos frantically. The deep, affectionate gaze exchanged between the two ignited a chorus of lamentation among the paparazzi, who realized they had stumbled upon a sensational story. Ding. Current progress, 80. On the other side, upon hearing the system's announcement, Ning Chuan understood that matters had progressed favorably. Regardless of the outcome, he must first secure the system's rewards and then breach the 3 major strongholds. A scoundrel? Who would care about that? Suppressing his excitement, with eyes brimming with longing, he solemnly declared, Claretti, I know I am not a devoted and singularly passionate person, and my fame pales in comparison to yours. Yet, I have genuinely fallen for you. Your graceful demeanor, gentle nature, and stunning beauty, along with your fiery figure, continuously draw me in. I have never been in love before, but I swear to treat you well. Ding. Current progress, 90. As Claretti beheld Ning Chuan's earnest gaze, she was utterly captivated, instinctively leaning forward and slowly approaching him, her beautiful eyes gently fluttering closed. Ning Chuan dared not linger, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her cherry-like lips. Click, click. The paparazzi, who had been lurking in the shadows, seized the moment as the couple shared an embrace in plain sight, abandoning their pretense and rushing forward with cameras at the ready, capturing the scene with fervor. CHRE, don't be shy. Look at the camera. Some audacious paparazzi called out their names, hoping to coax them into turning for a photograph. Yet, CHRE, usually so bold, grasped Ning Chuan's hand and lowered her head slightly. Ning Chuan, however, radiated an extraordinary happiness today, smiling and gesturing to the nearby photographers. The scene, one cannot express the pride he felt, as if he feared the entire world would remain oblivious to his triumph in winning CHRE's affection. Ning Chuan could easily envision that tomorrow he and Che Letty would grace the trending topics, with reporters eagerly vying for a cover shot. Shouldn't he then exude a touch of confidence? Ning Chuan, are you in a relationship with Che Letty? A voice recorder materialized before him, and he was acutely aware that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation today would leave both the paparazzi and Che Letty, who stood beside him, unsatisfied. Indeed, we are in a relationship. You know just how enchanting Che Letty is. Ning Chuan, while responding to the paparazzi's inquiries, did not forget to share a tender gaze with the blushing Kalaidi. What are your plans for marriage? Have you begun living together? Is Kalaidi already expecting? Kalaidi, what is your perspective on this romance between an older woman and a younger man? A flurry of chaotic questions instantly ignited the atmosphere, causing Ning Chuan and Kalaidi's expressions to darken. What on earth is happening? Just after confirming their relationship, are we already discussing pregnancy? Ning Chuan appeared relatively composed, while Kalaidi's expression grew considerably more somber. What is your perspective on the phenomenon of relationships between older women and younger men? Is this not merely an ostentatious display of affection? Enough of the commotion, everyone. I shall state this once. Throughout this endeavor, it has been I who pursued Kaleidi. As for your insinuations about pregnancy, such notions are utterly absurd. With that, Ning Chuan dismissed the paparazzi, wrapped his arm around Kaleidi's waist, and hastily departed, entering a taxi. Their hands intertwined as they gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Kaleidi, now that you are my girlfriend, how shall we proceed from here? The decision lies with you. It must be noted that Ning Chuan's earlier remarks in the presence of the paparazzi greatly pleased Kaleidi. He demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility. Yet, she was well aware that Ning Chuan epitomized the archetypal bad boy, a fact evident from his hiring of 2 assistants. Nevertheless, the prospect of gradually winning Ning Chuan's loyalty surely provided her with a sense of accomplishment. As she gazed upon Ning Chuan's handsome visage and robust physique, contemplating the attention he garnered on the NBA court, she envisioned a future where he would undoubtedly emerge as a true superstar. Lost in her reverie, Kaleidi found herself utterly captivated. Ding. Current progress, 98. Congratulations, host. You are but a hair's breadth away from successfully completing your task. As Ning Chuan beheld the virtual display before him, he pondered, what accounts for the remaining 2? Ding. To answer the host, in order to successfully intercept, one must attain a level of understanding where you know her depths, and she knows your lengths. Ning Chuan. Chapter 30. Seizing Celtics, Abundant Rewards. In the opulent private box of the cinema, the sound of smacking lips resonated continuously as the duration of their kiss extended. Celtics, you're exposed. The voice that echoed beside her caused Celtics to shudder, instinctively tightening her legs. Ning Chuan. Please remove your hand. The last bastion had been breached, and Celtics felt an overwhelming heat. She yearned to surrender to Ning Chuan right then and there, yet feared being caught by paparazzi. With her face flushed in embarrassment, she whispered, not here. Let us go outside, to a hotel. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Going to a hotel is certainly feasible. But given the current circumstances, what shall we do? Ning Chuan's thoughts were quite straightforward. He wished for Kaleidi to first address the immediate issue within the confines of the private room, before proceeding to the next course of action. Such a shrewd woman as Kaleidi was certainly aware of his intentions. With a playful huff, she retorted, You mischievous rascal. How long have we even been in a relationship, and you already wish to take advantage of me? Either we check into a hotel now, or you can endure your own suffering right here. With that, she cast a sultry glance at Ning Chuan, adjusted her attire, and hurriedly departed. Alas, Kaleidi. As he watched her retreating figure, Ning Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Ning Chuan now yearns to depart with Kaleidi. However, the laser gun he possesses presents a considerable dilemma. Although they are in a secluded cinema box, completely alone, the concern looms, should he venture outside only to be captured by the prying eyes of paparazzi, how could he possibly maintain his standing within the European and American circles? Thus, Ning Chuan diverts his attention, fixating on the expansive screen, striving to conjure melancholic tales. After approximately 5 minutes, the proud man relinquishes his dignity. A short while later, he receives a text from Kaleidi. The message is succinct. I await you in Suite 888 at the hotel adjacent to the cinema. At long last, the prospect of reaping the rewards from the system beckons. With a heart brimming with excitement, Ning Chuan hastens to the hotel, racing towards Suite 888. At this moment, Kaleidi stands on the balcony, gazing at the moonlight, caressed by the evening breeze. Her hair and skirt flutter gracefully in the wind. Upon entering, Ning Chuan embraces her from behind, gently kissing her ear. Kaleidi, you utterly captivate me. Ning Chuan, do you truly love me? Kaleidi whispers softly, nestled against his chest. Love? I cherish you more than anyone else. Kaleidi turns to share a kiss with Ning Chuan. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied with such a simple exchange, Ning Chuan tilts her delicate form, navigating through layers of desire, boldly advancing into the heart of their intimacy. Moments later, with a firm grasp, swept up Kaleidi in a princely embrace and strode into the room with unwavering determination. He violently disarmed the two, gazing upon the indescribable scene before him. After a sultry voice pierced the air, the sounds of battle echoed through the night. The following day, Kaleidi was the first to awaken. She looked up at Ning Chuan's handsome visage, a blissful smile gracing her lips as she gently caressed his strong chest, observing the serene slumber of Ning Chuan. Reminiscent of a newborn. What a child he is, completely indifferent once he is settled in. The memories of last night's fervor flushed her cheeks with warmth, and she bit her lip, whispering softly to herself. Cautiously lifting the covers, she gingerly descended from the bed, her legs lacking strength. overwhelmed by the softness that made her acutely aware of her vulnerability in Ning Chuan's presence. She picked up her nightgown from the floor and, dragging her battered body, made her way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she was dismayed by the red marks that adorned her skin, a testament to the wildness of the seemingly refined Ning Chuan. Alas, the path I have chosen must be traversed, tears or not. Last night, Ning Chuan had kept her occupied until 3 in the morning. She found it difficult to withstand and was compelled to sign a series of unequal treaties. After a hasty rinse, she donned her nightgown and cautiously returned to bed, resting her head on Ning Chuan's arm and nestling into his embrace, blissfully closing her eyes. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility, rousing both from their slumber. Yet, upon exchanging glances, their first instinct was not to answer the call, but to share a kiss. The incessant ringing pressed on, and with a sigh, Charity reluctantly answered. "Hello, Lisa?" Charity's cheeks flushed with displeasure as she playfully swatted Ning Chuan's chest, desperately trying to suppress her amusement. "Stop fooling around and get up." After hanging up, she teasingly remarked, "Haven't you had enough fun last night?" At her words, Ning Chuan chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "That was merely the beginning. I shall keep you so feeble that the sight of me will leave you weak at the knees." "Enough. Get up," Charity retorted, her cheeks aflame as she playfully shoved him away. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, they finally dressed. Charity applied a light touch of makeup in the bathroom, tying her hair back into a ponytail, and donned a flowing gown that elevated her elegance. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task and intercepting the target. Ding. Rewards are now available. Please select one attribute to upgrade to maximum level. Open the data panel. Name: Ning Chuan. Height: 198 centimeters. Weight: 90 kilograms. Wingspan: 210 centimeters. Player comparison. Edwards' physical attributes: speed, 80, strength, 85, jumping, 90, stamina, 85, endurance, 80, resilience, 90. Offensive skills: close-range shooting, 90, mid-range shooting, 90, three-point shooting, 95, low-post techniques, 85, layups, 80, dunking, 90. Defensive skills: stealing, 80, blocking, 70, on-ball defense, 85, off-ball defense, 80, rebounding ability, 80. Playmaking, passing, 80, court vision, 80. Overall rating, 87, average all-star. I choose speed. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan resolved to elevate his speed to its maximum level. After all, in the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. No matter how formidable the adversary may be, they shall always fear the swift. Ding. Speed 8100, enhancement complete. Congratulations, overall attribute rating has ascended to 90. Star player level. Are there any other interception tasks available? Ding. Currently, no significant female leads have been detected. Should an S-rank female lead be discovered, the interception mode will automatically activate. Thank you. It seems necessary for me to familiarize myself with the new leading lady. Having made up his mind, Ning Chuan bid farewell to Charity and returned to the hotel where the New York Knicks were staying. Chapter 31. All hands on deck. Anticipating the new season. On July 9th, U.S. time, the New York Knicks faced off against their second opponent in the Summer League, the Memphis Grizzlies, in Las Vegas. The matchup between Ning Chuan and Ja Morant was particularly intriguing. However, regrettably, following their first Summer League game, the New York Knicks organization announced Ning Chuan will not compete in the upcoming Summer League. For him, the Summer League presents no significant challenge. A mere acquaintance with the NBA rules and court suffices. Ultimately, the New York Knicks, lacking Ning Chuan, suffered a regrettable defeat with a score of 70-82. Indeed, Ning Chuan is formidable, yet I am not to be underestimated. After the game, Ja Morant, who amassed 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists, spoke of Ning Chuan, stating, "Since high school, I have always been underestimated. I relish this feeling of being undervalued. Just wait and see. The Rookie of the Year award is destined to be mine." When Morant mentioned Ning Chuan, a fervent passion ignited within him, as he eagerly anticipates a future confrontation in the NBA. Ultimately, the championship of the Summer League was claimed by Memphis, with Ja Morant being named the most valuable player. As the Summer League concluded, teams are nearing the end of their off-season reinforcements. On July 16th, following a fortnight of intense negotiations, Jimmy Butler ultimately did not re-sign with the Philadelphia 76ers. The 76ers, opting for a sign-and trade, sent Butler to the Miami Heat. While Philadelphia chose to extend a max contract to Tobias Harris, they did not afford the same to Jimmy Butler. The Miami Heat have now secured a new captain, setting sail towards new horizons. Butler will pursue the legacies of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, striving to bring a championship to Miami. As Jimmy Butler lands on the South Coast, signing with the Heat, major media outlets across the United States scramble to report this news. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers management's decisions regarding the extensions of Harris and Butler have left everyone astonished. It is evident to any rational observer who should have been chosen. However, the 76ers maneuvers are truly astonishing. With Jimmy Butler's arrival at the Heat, the free agency period of the 2019 offseason draws to a close. Almost simultaneously, the Knicks management held a press conference to announce their new acquisitions for the summer. Ning Chuan is the reason I chose to join the New York Knicks. Kevin Love, the first to be interviewed, stated directly, "I see echoes of Michael Jordan and LeBron James in Ning Chuan. He will be the next superstar of the league." According to the original timeline, the players signed by the New York Knicks in this summer's free agency were nothing short of chaotic. It is no exaggeration to say that without Ning Chuan, neither Love nor Brogdon would have glanced in the Knicks' direction. Team owner Dolan also publicly expressed his admiration for the new acquisitions during the press conference, highlighting Ning Chuan's significance in these signings. Ning Chuan is the singular cornerstone of our New York Knicks, driving the recent signings and trades. Dolan has repeatedly stated in press conferences that any potential future signings and trades will be conducted with Ning Chuan's opinions in mind. This clearly reflects the sentiments of the entire management team. Moreover, this message is not merely for the benefit of the media present. Dolan is effectively conveying to Ning Chuan, "You wield immense power within the Knicks." To receive such high regard from the management during his rookie season is indeed unprecedented in NBA history. Naturally, with such authority bestowed upon him, Ning Chuan will undoubtedly rise to meet the team's expectations. On July 30th, the Knicks officially announced that Tom Thibodeau would take the helm as the head coach, marking him as the 31st coach in the franchise's history. I eagerly anticipate collaborating with Ning Chuan in the upcoming season. During the press conference held by the Knicks, Coach Thibodeau expressed his uncontainable joy when discussing the newly drafted first pick, Ning Chuan. He is an extraordinarily talented player whom I have been following since his college days. His ability to contribute offensively and defensively will bring boundless energy to the team. With the weakest link now fortified, the New York Knicks are set to embark on a new journey. Their roster for the upcoming season includes head coach Tom Thibodeau, point guards Brogdon, Payton, shooting guards Ning Chuan, Tyler Herro, Ellington, small forwards Bojan Bogdanovic, OG Anunoby, power forwards Kevin Love, Jeremy Grant, Gibson, centers McGee, Mitchell Robinson. On September 27th, the NBA training camp officially commenced. Former and new players from various teams gathered at their respective home arenas for official photos and media interviews. Almost all media outlets promptly arrived at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. This summer, the city's Twin Giants have assembled a star-studded roster through free agency and trades. My sole objective in joining the Los Angeles Lakers is to secure the championship. In response to reporters' inquiries, Anthony Davis wore a serious expression. "I am indifferent to who our opponents are, nor do I concern myself with the grandeur of their roster. The moment I don the purple and gold jersey, the word retreat vanishes from my vocabulary." It is evident that Davis harbors lofty ambitions this year, which also explains why the Lakers are willing to sacrifice future assets to acquire him. Apart from the formidable duo of Los Angeles, the majority of media attention has shifted towards Brooklyn. It marks the inaugural occasion for Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving to don the jerseys of the Brooklyn Nets. However, due to injuries, Kevin Durant has effectively been ruled out for the season. Consequently, the Brooklyn Nets must rely solely on Irving to navigate the challenges of this season. The Philadelphia 76ers have also become a focal point for numerous media outlets. They boast a roster featuring Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, Al Horford, and the dominant Joel Embiid. Simultaneously, at Madison Square Garden in New York, the new acquisitions, including Bojan Bogdanovic and Kevin Love, arrived at the arena early. To their surprise, they discovered that two young talents had already arrived before them and were engaged in shooting drills: Ning Chuan and Tyler Herro. Love instantly recognized the two rookies selected by the Knicks management this year. "Welcome to the New York Knicks," as they observed the others entering. Ning Chuan and Herro paused their training to wipe the sweat from their brows, declaring, "Let us forge a brand new dynasty." After a moment of mutual flattery, once all the Knicks players had gathered at the arena, the newly appointed head coach, Tom Thibodeau, assembled the team to outline the objectives and tactical arrangements for the new season. Ning, you are the cornerstone of our aspirations this season. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Thibodeau's words, Ning Chuan nodded calmly. The other Knicks players raised no objections to this assertion, as Ning Chuan's individual prowess is undeniably evident. Furthermore, they are well aware of the management's intent in signing them. This was not to have Ning Chuan merely assist them. Chapter 32. The Twin Guns will reveal all the answers. Ning Chuan's explosive performances in the College League and Summer League have ignited the anticipation of countless fans regarding his prowess in the upcoming season. Following the conclusion of the team's inaugural training session at Madison Square Garden in New York, numerous media outlets eagerly sought to interview Ning. Ning, many have witnessed your performance with the Kentucky Wildcats and have been keenly following your exploits in Las Vegas, began the TNT reporter, launching straight into the inquiry with a bold statement. Currently, many fans believe you could be the next Michael Jordan. What do you have to say about that? Since the retirement of the basketball deity Michael Jordan, the discourse surrounding his potential successor has perpetually lingered. In the past, Grant Hill and Tim Hardaway were widely regarded as the prime candidates to inherit Jordan's legacy. However, due to various injuries, they ultimately fell short of public expectations. Then, an 18-year-old high school prodigy emerged in Los Angeles, who, over a remarkable 20-year career, demonstrated to fans that he was not the next Michael Jordan, but rather the inaugural Kobe Bryant. Now, with Ning Chuan entering the league, the speculation about him as Jordan's successor intensifies. The two share not only similar height and remarkable athleticism, but also exhibit balanced performances on both ends of the court, coupled with an air of confidence. Many fans humorously assert, if Ning Chuan were African American, he would undoubtedly be Jordan's illegitimate son. It is an honor to be compared to Michael Jordan. Ning Chuan smiled softly at the camera, however. I do not aspire to be the next Michael Jordan or the next Kobe Bryant. I do not wish to be anyone's successor. I simply want to be myself. A uniquely singular version of myself. Ning Chuan. We are all aware of the myriad player signings by the New York Knicks this summer. Seemingly linked to you? An ESPN reporter posed the second question. As a rookie, even though you were the first overall pick, do you think your interference in the team's management operations might be a bit excessive? This question was clearly a provocation. Although Knicks owner James Dolan has repeatedly stated in public that Ning has significant influence over the future of the Knicks, players in the NBA are traditionally not permitted to interfere with the team's recruitment matters. This has been the case throughout history. Why is LeBron James subject to so much criticism? Interfering with team management is the primary reason. Apologies, but I cannot answer that question. Ning Chuan stroked his chin and remarked, I can assure you that every action taken by the management is for the future of the team. What then? Is the objective of the Knicks? You possess no first-round draft picks for the next 3 years. If your performance over the next 2 seasons falters, the Knicks will once again plunge into despair. Do you possess the gift of foresight? Without draft picks, and with the team's salary cap entirely locked, should the Knicks fail to reach the playoffs this year, a calamity awaits them. However, as the protagonist, Ning Chuan need not be overly concerned about such matters. Ning Chuan abruptly interrupted his interview, stating, the new season has yet to officially commence, and everything remains uncertain. I can confidently declare that our objective for this season is to reach the playoffs. The post-match interview featuring Ning Chuan has become a focal point of fervent discussion among fans. It has been quite some time since they witnessed such a confrontational exchange between a player and a reporter. However, the fervor among fans is not solely attributed to Ning Chuan's remarks. In the United States, Zion Williamson from New Orleans exudes a remarkable personality. Being selected 3rd overall does not imply that I am the 3rd best player of this draft class. During the media conference on the first day of the new season, Zion boldly proclaimed before a multitude of reporters, just wait and see. It won't be long before the New York Knicks pay a heavy price for their choice. As a former prodigy and a perennial favorite for the 1st overall pick, Zion finds it challenging to accept being chosen 3rd. Even though he was thoroughly outplayed by Ning Chuan in the inaugural game of the Summer League, Zion remains steadfast in his belief that he is the finest player among this year's rookies. Similarly, Ja Morant from Memphis, who was also interviewed, echoed sentiments akin to those of Zion. When questioned about who would emerge as the best player of 2019, Ja Morant concluded the interview by making a gesture akin to drawing a firearm. I believe the duo will provide you with the answer. On October 4th, U.S. time, the NBA preseason officially commenced. To protect Ning Chuan, the New York Knicks limited his playing time during the preseason. Essentially, Ning Chuan served as a decorative figure at Madison Square Garden. With his presence, the Knicks' preseason games boasted some of the highest attendance rates in the league. Following the conclusion of the preseason, anticipation mounts for the eagerly awaited NBA 2019-2020 season, set to commence on October 23rd. In Toronto, at Scotiabank Arena, all eyes of the world were drawn to this venue. After a brief address from Raptors captain Kyle Lowry, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver personally presented the entire Raptors team with their championship rings. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Raptors raised their inaugural championship banner at home. As Kyle Lowry gazed at the banner ascending slowly, his eyes glistened with tears. As a distinguished player for the Raptors, he has waited far too long for this championship ring. In the season opener, the Toronto Raptors faced off against the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pelicans management executed a summer strategy that can be described as nothing short of legendary. They exchanged a first overall pick along with a star player seeking a trade for a multitude of promising young talents. However, as the game commenced, spectators were astonished to discover that the New Orleans Pelicans appeared to be far from impressive. The team's fourth overall pick, R.J. Barrett, struggled significantly throughout the match. While the highly anticipated Zion Williamson was sidelined after merely 4 minutes due to injury, despite Brandon Ingram's valiant efforts, he was unable to steer the team to victory. The reigning champions, comfortably playing at home, concluded the game with ease, achieving a resounding 128-95 victory, boasting a staggering 33-point advantage. Chapter 33. Star players make their appearance. Ning Chuan's debut. A single defeat does not define the essence of a team. The talent within the New Orleans Pelicans is sufficient to entice any franchise in the league. Indeed, the young players require further cohesion, and Coach Gentry has yet to discover a more effective strategy. After all, they were up against the reigning champions, and losing a match under such circumstances is entirely reasonable. Following the conclusion of the game, analysts from various channels scrambled to provide justifications for the Pelicans' performance, particularly considering the prior praise heaped upon the management's summer maneuvers. Should the Pelicans falter this season, it would indeed reflect poorly upon themselves. As the reigning champions, the Toronto Raptors faced off against the New Orleans Pelicans. The scene shifted to the City of Angels, Los Angeles, where tickets to the Staples Center were in high demand. The matchup between the Lakers and the Clippers undoubtedly stood as one of the most significant attractions of the NBA's new season. Regrettably, due to shoulder surgery, Paul George was absent for the opening game, while the Lakers' Rajon Rondo and Kyle Kuzma also missed the encounter due to injuries. The anticipated full-scale Los Angeles rivalry did not materialize. Kawhi Leonard continued to showcase the formidable performance he demonstrated in the finals, scoring an impressive 34 points, with Lou Williams contributing 21 points from the bench. On the Lakers' side, LeBron James recorded 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 assists, a near triple-double, while Anthony Davis, donning the Lakers jersey for the first time, tallied 25 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. In their season's inaugural clash, the Clippers, playing on their home turf, triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 112-102, securing their first victory of the season while handing the Purple and Gold squad their initial defeat. On October 24th, in the United States, the New York Knicks also embarked on their new season. In Cleveland's Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, although this was the NBA's opening night, the local fans displayed little interest in the Cavaliers, a team devoid of star power. Following LeBron James's departure to the Los Angeles Lakers as a free agent last year, the Cavaliers' allure diminished significantly. This summer, the team's sole star, Kevin Love, opted to leave for New York, joining the Knicks. Consequently, the Cleveland Cavaliers have officially entered the ranks of teams in decline. Even the two commentators on the sidelines were more focused on the away game of the New York Knicks. This summer, the Knicks acquired Ning Chuan from New Orleans at the cost of future years. The commentators gazed at Ning Chuan, who was warming up in the Knicks' number 13 jersey, noting that this prodigious talent from Huaxiao had almost claimed every accolade during his collegiate career over the past year. Moreover, his performance in the Las Vegas Summer League had left a lasting impression. Indeed, in comparison to the outcome of today's game, one commentator expressed a greater desire to witness Ning Chuan's debut in the NBA and the caliber of his performance. Regardless of whether he achieved a series of accolades in the NCAA, as the number 1 draft pick entering the NBA, he would inevitably become the center of attention wherever he played. Every move he made on the court would be magnified. Cleveland, it is time for everyone to rise. Prior to the game, a tribute video honoring Kevin Love was played on the large screen above the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Cavaliers fans, let us welcome Kevin Love back to Cleveland. Amidst the DJ's enthusiastic shouts, the the crowd rose to give Love a rousing ovation. Likewise, Love, propelled by his teammates, made his way to the center of the court to wave to the fans. Following the cheers, the starting players from both teams took to the court. For the Cleveland Cavaliers, Colin Sexton led the charge alongside this year's fifth overall pick, Darius Garland. The remaining three players were Osman, Tristan Thompson, and Andre Drummond. To be frank, the Cavaliers' roster this season appeared somewhat abstract. The backcourt was notably short, while the team featured two towering centers. The New York Knicks' starting lineup consisted of Brozagad and Ning Chuan in the backcourt, with Bogdanovich and Grant on the wings, and Kevin Love anchoring the interior. When Ning Chuan took the court, the audience erupted into scattered applause, clearly indicating that many Cavaliers fans were there to see him. Amidst the sporadic cheers, the two centers stepped to the center circle. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and the height advantage of Drummond allowed him to win the tip-off against Kevin Love. The Cleveland Cavaliers, playing on their home turf, seized the offensive possession for the first attack. Sexton received the ball in the backcourt, and, after positioning the two towering centers, unhesitatingly passed it to Thompson. Bam! Upon receiving the ball, Thompson wasted no time, using his height advantage to score effortlessly, taking advantage of Grant's lack of stature. Whoosh! As Thompson prepared to make his move, the agile Ning Chuan, arriving from the sidelines, sprang forth with remarkable agility, his long arms stretching out to violently swat the ball out of bounds. This spectacular block delivered a resounding message to Thompson from the very onset of the game. The two commentators on the sidelines were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Thompson, clearly underestimating his opponent, should have been aware that the Knicks head coach was none other than Tom Thibodeau. As the commentators noted, Thibodeau emphasized the importance of a defensive system from his very first day coaching the Knicks. This stern and traditional coach has consistently adhered to a strategy centered around defense. As the Cavaliers executed an inbounds play, Thompson relied on his height advantage to initiate an attack in the paint. However, while Grant may have lacked in static talent, his dynamic abilities were remarkably impressive. The successive physical confrontations began to take their toll on the Eight Virtues King, culminating in a second attempt that sadly resulted in a miss. The rebound was claimed by Love, signaling the end of the Cavaliers' offensive possession. In the front court, Brogdon advanced the ball past half court and passed it to Ning Chuan, positioned beyond the left three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, he was immediately met by Osman, who aggressively engaged him. The close quarters pressure from Osman left Ning Chuan feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet he remained unfazed. With his back against Osman, he executed a sudden pivot, effortlessly bypassing his defender. Once he accelerated to full speed, Ning Chuan's first step could only be described as terrifying, as he swiftly shook off Osman and charged towards the heart of the Cavaliers' defense. One of the Cavaliers' towering players, Drummond, blocked Ning Chuan's path directly beneath the basket, yet Ning Chuan's momentum did not falter. With an abrupt increase in his dribbling rhythm, he deftly maneuvered past Drummond, positioning himself right under the hoop. Did he intend to dunk? Did he seek permission from the Eight Virtues King first? As Thompson rushed in from the side to provide defensive support, his hands loomed over Ning Chuan's head. Little did he know what was about to unfold. Ning Chuan unexpectedly leapt into the air, arching his body as he wielded the basketball, simultaneously challenging his opponent and forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. The resounding impact of his powerful dunk reverberated through the rim. "I can't believe it." In the next moment, Thompson, who had been in mid-air contest with Ning Chuan, landed with a stunned expression, clutching his chest in disbelief. Chapter 34. This is why he will be the #1 pick. Oh my God. Tristan Thompson has been sent flying out of bounds by Ning Chuan's dunk. The formidable Ning Chuan. This is the caliber of a top draft pick. How did the New York Knicks manage to acquire him? At the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the audience was left in utter astonishment by this spectacle. The game had scarcely begun when Ning Chuan executed a ferocious dunk over a defender, creating an astonishing visual impact. His extraordinary talent was awe-inspiring, reminiscent of LeBron James. Indeed, Tristan Thompson clearly did not anticipate the sheer explosive power that Ning Chuan would unleash. The Cleveland Cavaliers are in peril. They are enduring an unprecedented barrage, with Ning Chuan being the very bomb. On the court, Osman observed Ning Chuan retreating on defense and Thompson rising from the floor, rubbing his head and silently marveling. This kid is truly extraordinary. Such explosive leaping ability and physical confrontation he had only experienced with LeBron James. However, James relied more on his robust physique. Ning Chuan exuded an aura of innate talent. A rookie of such caliber was a rarity he had encountered in all his years within the league. Transitioning to the offensive end, Osman skillfully utilized the dual screens set by Thompson and Drummond, slicing through to score effortlessly beneath the basket. In defense, he shadowed Ning Chuan closely, refusing to yield an inch. Clearly, having learned from the previous encounter, he was intent on maintaining his vigilance, determined to prevent Ning Chuan from even touching the ball. Yet, Ning Chuan deftly received the basketball. As Gordon dribbled past the halfway mark, Ning Chuan immediately surged forward to offer support, subsequently positioning himself at the arc's pinnacle. This young man appeared singularly focused on the hoop. Osman perceived a formidable offensive drive emanating from Ning Chuan. As anticipated, Ning Chuan, while holding the ball at the arc, executed a series of crossovers before swiftly changing direction, leaving his defender behind as he once again penetrated the paint. Tristan Thompson and Drummond were on high alert. Acutely aware of the earlier scenario, they stood resolutely in the path of Ning Chuan's offensive advance. Bang! Whoosh! After a sudden halt, Ning Chuan accelerated, elegantly maneuvering around Thompson, who was stationed at the post, and glided into the lane. Drawing Thompson's defensive attention, he executed a behind-the-back pass to the unguarded Kevin Love. Swish! The latter effortlessly converted the layup for 2 points. What a splendid pass! Upon scoring, Love pointed towards Ning Chuan, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Ning Chuan possesses an extraordinary ability to dismantle opposing defenses, reminiscent of the effortless scoring prowess once exhibited by LeBron James. With such a formidable offensive talent capable of drawing defensive attention, he enables his teammates to flourish in their scoring endeavors. This is precisely the caliber of leading star we require. On the sidelines, Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau applauded Ning Chuan's performance. A true superstar not only rises to the occasion when the team needs him to score, but more importantly, he elevates the performance of his teammates. At present, Ning Chuan embodies all the qualities necessary to ascend to superstardom. Ning Chuan's subsequent strategy elicited continuous nods of approval from Coach Thibodeau. Returning to the offensive front, Ning Chuan once more executed a penetrating drive, drawing the attention of both Sexton and Thompson in a double team, before delivering a precise bounce pass to Gordon. Positioned in an unguarded spot, Gordon seized the opportunity and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. In the ensuing possession, the Cavaliers' defense found itself once again ensnared in a predicament. As Ning Chuan executed a breakthrough, nearing the free throw line, the Cavaliers' interior defense began to falter. Should they provide supplementary defense? The cursed Osman. Could you not impose even a modicum of restriction upon him? Fearing that Ning Chuan might once again distribute the ball to the interior, the Cavaliers' two towering centers hesitated as Ning Chuan pierced into the paint. Faced with such an opportunity, Ning Chuan would not let it slip away, taking a mid-range jump shot. Swish! Just 3 minutes into the first quarter, Cavaliers head coach John Beilein was compelled to call a timeout to restructure the team's defense. Tristan, when Ning Chuan enters the restricted area, you must choose to help defend. Osman, increase the intensity of your contest against Ning Chuan. Do not allow him to complete his breakthrough effortlessly. Coach Beilein's expression was grim, internally anxious. Having previously coached at Michigan State University, this summer marked his inaugural season in the NBA. Although the Cavaliers were not perceived as formidable on paper, this legendary coach aspired to showcase his vision in Cleveland. Upon returning to the court, Osman intensified his defensive efforts. As soon as Ning Chuan received the ball, Osman nearly glued himself to him, entangling him tightly. In a moment of desperation, Ning Chuan had no choice but to pass to Kevin Love in the paint. The instant Love caught the ball, Ning Chuan initiated a movement without the ball, performing a feint to the left before accelerating to the right, swiftly shaking off his defender. If they could not keep up with him while he had the ball, it was even less likely they could match his pace once he was fully in motion. Arriving at the left corner, Love's pass swiftly returned to him. Bang! As he grasped the basketball, faced with an unguarded defense, he made a slight adjustment and launched a three-pointer. Swish! Once again, he found success. Immediately afterward, DeAndre Jordan attempted to leverage his height advantage to overpower Love in the paint. However, as he executed his pivot, Love deftly intercepted the ball, regaining control and quickly delivering it to Malcolm Brogdon. The New York Knicks counterattack ensued. This time, however, the Cavaliers responded with remarkable swiftness. Brogdon's attempt for a fast break was thwarted, leading the Knicks to re-establish their positions for a half-court offense. In the ensuing half-court sequence, Brogdon surveyed the opposing defensive formation and continued to pass the ball to Ning Chuan. Once again, he found himself beyond the familiar three-point line on the left, poised for another familiar step forward. Ning Chuan, with his remarkably swift first step, effortlessly evaded Osman once more, sinking a mid-range jumper with ease. Within mere minutes, He demonstrated to the world why he is hailed as this year's top draft pick. The commentator on the sidelines could not help but exclaim, on the offensive end, Ning Chuan resembles a versatile magician, boasting a three-point shot, the ability to drive to the basket, and mid-range prowess, all while facilitating his teammates scoring through his exceptional passing. The young leader of the Knicks is quietly guiding them towards resurgence. Just as the commentator finished speaking, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse reverberated once again with Ning Chuan's decisive play. Colin Sexton forcefully penetrated the paint to score, and before the Cavaliers could catch their breath, Ning Chuan received the ball beyond the arc and launched a shot, the basketball once again swishing through the net. Moreover, after Osman managed to respond offensively, Ning Chuan returned to the offensive end, once again launching a three-pointer in the face of Osman's long reach. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swiftly finding the net. This is the prowess of a top draft pick. Within less than 5 minutes of the game, Ning Chuan had already amassed 14 points. He was simply unstoppable. No one could contain his scoring. Absolutely no one. Chapter 35. The Renaissance of the Knicks has begun. Look at what you are all doing. Following Ning Chuan's scoring, Cavaliers coach J.B. Bickerstaff called for the second timeout of the game. Our defense is utterly abysmal, especially you, Osman. As the players returned to the bench, Bickerstaff directed his frustration at Osman. You are being completely dominated by a rookie. Coach, Ning Chuan is hardly a novice. Osman, somewhat exasperated, presented his perspective, pointing to the technical statistics displayed above. Ning Chuan has already scored 14 points, and the game has just begun. 5 minutes on the court, hitting 100 of his shots for 14 points. How can you call him a rookie? This is reminiscent of peak LeBron James returning to the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. No. Even peak James, Osman mused, does not compare to the terror that is Ning Chuan. For this young man is an enigma on the offensive end. With his lightning-quick first step, an array of three-pointers that disregard defenders, and occasional brilliant assists that enable teammates to score, how does one defend against such prowess? Tell me how I should defend. No worries, we have a significant advantage in the paint. Witnessing the escalating tension between Osman and the coach, Andre Drummond quickly intervened to ease the atmosphere. Coach Bickerstaff, let us focus our offensive strategy around me and Trace, confronting the Knicks' interior combination of Grant and Kevin Love. Drummond remained confident. Well done, but the game has only just begun. On the other side, head coach Thibodeau of the Knicks, at the bench, meticulously annotated on the tactical board, highlighting Drummond. After the Cavaliers call a timeout, they will undoubtedly intensify their interior offensive strategy. Our objective must be to tighten our defensive line. Coach, Drummond lacks the ability to alter the course of the game. After taking a sip of the Gatorade handed to him by Tyler Harrow, Ning Chuan calmly remarked, even if the Cavaliers center their offense around him, we have ways to manage. To consider Drummond as the focal point of their attack? That is nothing short of a farce. Just as Ning Chuan articulated, Drummond possesses no capability to influence the game. Nevertheless, the Cleveland Cavaliers' current reliance on him is somewhat unavoidable, especially following the departure of their core player, Kevin Love. During the offseason, which has led the already struggling Cavaliers to a state of disarray. Although the team boasts young talents like Sexton and Garland, they lack the immediate prowess that Ning Chuan exhibits. In the absence of effective offensive output from the youth, Coach Beline can only place his hopes on Drummond and Tristan Thompson in the paint. Upon returning from the timeout, the Cavaliers initiated their offensive possession. After Sexton crossed half court, Drummond moved up to set a screen. Bam! After the screen, Sexton delivered a bounce pass to Drummond, who was cutting towards the basket. Drummond's ability to create his own shot is rather limited. He excels in scoring through such opportunistic plays. Bam! Alas, just as Drummond prepared to make his move, a pair of relentless hands swatted the ball from his grasp. It was Ning Chuan. His timely help defense materialized precisely on Drummond's path to the basket. With exceptional defensive acumen, Ning Chuan's judgment on the play was impeccable, and his steal was executed with remarkable precision. The two commentators on the sidelines extolled Ning Chuan's defensive prowess, perhaps forgetting why he is often heralded as the next Michael Jordan. He is indeed a force to be reckoned with on both ends of the court. Maintaining control of the ball, Ning Chuan swiftly passed it to Brogdon, then surged forward into the offensive zone. As Brogdon advanced rapidly with the ball, the trio of Grant, Bojan, and Ning Chuan simultaneously sprang into action on the wings. The Cavaliers, on the other hand, could only muster their backcourt duo to attempt a recovery. In the frontcourt, Sexton and Garland wasted no time, decisively leaving others unguarded to double-team Ning Chuan. Even at the risk of allowing others an easy layup, they were determined not to let Ning Chuan score again. Boom. Ultimately, the offensive possession culminated in a resounding dunk by Grant. Is this the allure of Ning Chuan? The two commentators on the sidelines were amused by the defensive choices made by Sexton and Garland. The Cavaliers would rather allow Ning Chuan's teammates to score effortlessly than let Ning Chuan continue to accumulate points. This could very well be one of the iconic moments in NBA history. Meanwhile, the game was still in progress, but the Cavaliers' offensive strategy centered around Drummond yielded little success, finishing the first quarter with a mere 16 points. In contrast, the New York Knicks witnessed an astounding performance from Ning Chuan, who was virtually unstoppable on the offensive end, shooting 7 out of 10 and sinking all 3 of his free throws, amassing 22 points along with 4 assists in just one quarter. Brogdon, one of the Knicks' most significant acquisitions this summer, contributed 6 points and 5 assists, effectively orchestrating the team's offense while also creating space for Ning Chuan, effortlessly hitting three-pointers. Kevin Love, though his statistics were not particularly dazzling, excelled defensively, effectively limiting Drummond's impact with 4 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and a block in the quarter. The New York Knicks showcased a commanding advantage in the first quarter with a score of 38-16, establishing a 22-point lead. The Knicks' performance in the new season is truly impressive. During the break, the two commentators analyzed the first quarter. We must acknowledge that Ning Chuan's influence on the court is indeed remarkable. His contribution to the Knicks transcends what mere statistics can convey. Likewise, Brogdon's connection on the offensive end has perfectly orchestrated the team's plays. The defensive efforts of Kevin Love and Grant also deserve commendation, with solid defense, organization, and explosive plays, alongside the promising future sixth man Tyler Herro on the bench. It can be said that the New York Knicks possess all the requisite elements for a championship run. Splendid. Truly splendid. Ning Chuan, you have not disappointed us. Simultaneously, in Madison Square Garden, New York, within the conference room of the team's executives, Knicks owner Dolan was fervently cheering for the game. Ning Chuan's performance in the NBA is truly worthy of the considerable investment Dolan has made in him. Not only him, but also the high-profile signings of Love and Brogdon this summer have demonstrated impressive prowess. Perhaps the renaissance of the Knicks has already commenced. Chapter 36, a debut at its zenith. Breaking Chamberlain's record. Ning Chuan's display in the first quarter left fans brimming with anticipation. In the United States, at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, the two commentators repeatedly checked the NBA official website. He had already amassed 22 points in the opening quarter, a record for rookie debut scoring set by Wilt Chamberlain in the 1970s at 43 points. The only remaining question is whether Ning Chuan can maintain this fiery momentum. Throughout the annals of NBA history, many players have burst onto the scene at their zenith. However, the basketball emperor, Chamberlain, undoubtedly shines the brightest among the stars. In the vast timeline of the NBA, no rookie has surpassed Chamberlain's staggering averages of 37, 6 points and 27 rebounds per game. Furthermore, his career debut of 43 points and 28 rebounds remains an unbroken record for rookie scoring and rebounding combined. For an entire 75 years, no one has managed to eclipse this feat. In fact, during those 75 years, he stands alone in having surpassed the 40-point threshold in a rookie debut. Yet now, Ning Chuan has efficiently delivered 22 points in the first quarter. Given his current form, the intermission concluded swiftly, and both teams' second-unit players took to the court. The Cleveland Cavaliers' rotation was considerably weaker, while the Knicks' lineup was anything but lacking in strength. The team's 8th overall pick this year, Tyler Herro from Kentucky, was on fire, raining down three-pointers from beyond the arc like a torrential downpour upon the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. As the second quarter progressed, with both team starters returning, the score gap had swelled to nearly 30 points. Ning Chuan is back. Let us see if he can sustain the scorching touch he showcased in the first quarter. Although he was in superb form during the initial period, having taken a brief respite, one could not predict if his rhythm would falter. The New York Knicks initiated the sideline play. Brogdon brought the ball past half-court, utilizing a screen from Kevin Love at the top of the arc to penetrate the paint. Drawing the Cavaliers' defenders' attention, Brogdon executed a sudden stop, delivering the ball to the cutting Ning Chuan beneath the basket. With exceptional vision and precise passing, this led to Ning Chuan executing a two-handed dunk. 24 points. Turning back, Drummond finally broke through the dual defense of Love and Grant to secure 2 hard-earned points. Nevertheless, the Knicks offered no respite to their opponents. Grant swiftly inbounded the ball, Brogdon received it, and accelerated into the front court, seizing the moment while the Cavaliers were still regrouping, and once again delivered the ball to the open Ning Chuan. Swish. Beyond the three-point line on the left, Ning Chuan received the pass without a moment's hesitation and executed a flawless shot. Ning Chuan once again unleashed a three-pointer in retaliation. Brogdon's pass was impeccable, and the chemistry among the Knicks players has reached its zenith. After stepping onto the court in the second quarter, Ning Chuan's form remains incandescent, having already accumulated 27 points. Perhaps, today we are destined to witness a rookie etch a new historical record. Back on the court, Ning Chuan has swiftly scored 5 consecutive points, igniting excitement among the two commentators. He has now amassed 27 points, with only a mere 16 points separating him from Wilt Chamberlain's 43 points. The creation of a new historical record hinges not on Ning Chuan's capability, but rather on his desire. Go New York! Go New York! Go New York! The fervent crowd at the Smoothie King Center has risen to their feet, rallying in support of Ning Chuan. Clearly, the outcome of this match has become a foregone conclusion. The focal point for fans in this match is whether Ning Chuan can surpass Chamberlain's scoring record. However, Ning Chuan did not disappoint. By halftime, he had elevated his personal score to 35 points, leaving just 10 more to break the historic record. Surpassing Wilt Chamberlain is merely a matter of time for Ning Chuan. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the two commentators at the sidelines perused the technical statistics, noting that Ning Chuan's scoring ability was entirely independent of the defensive efforts against him. Whenever he desires, he can effortlessly score over any defender. The commentators' every utterance remained fixated on Ning Chuan, clearly exhilarated to be narrating a game that could forge a historical milestone in the season's inaugural match. As the second half commenced, the Cleveland Cavaliers implemented a targeted defense against Ning Chuan. During the intermission, head coach Beline repeatedly emphasized in the locker room that the outcome of the game was inconsequential. They must exert every effort to prevent Ning Chuan from breaking the record. As a legendary college coach, Beline was unwilling to have his first NBA game etched in history as a supporting role in someone else's narrative, an outcome he found intolerable. However, upon the second half's return, the New York Knicks' first offensive play saw Ning Chuan utilize a double screen from Kevin Love and Grant to receive a pass from Brogdon, hitting a three-pointer. It was evident that the Knicks' objective for the second half was to enable Ning Chuan to make history. Observing Ning Chuan's unstoppable form, Coach Beline ultimately chose to surrender. Shortly after the second half began, this prodigious talent from Huaxia, with the continuous support of his teammates, scored 12 consecutive points without allowing the fans at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse a moment to react, reaching a total of 45 points in the game. 45 points. With that three-pointer, Ning Chuan officially surpassed the single-game scoring record for rookie players set by Wilt Chamberlain in 1959. In an astonishing display, this prodigy from the Kentucky Wildcats shattered a record that had remained untouched for nearly 70 years in less than 3 quarters. Although his scoring prowess was facilitated by the Knicks' team dynamics, this was a nearly 7-decade-old record, and every player entering the NBA is granted but one opportunity to break it. Perhaps years from now, few will remember how Ning Chuan achieved this historic feat. What will remain in the annals of history is that the holder of the NBA rookie debut scoring record is none other than Ning Chuan, the prodigy hailing from Huaxia. New York Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau wasted no time in calling a timeout the moment Ning Chuan shattered the record, promptly withdrawing all his starters to officially declare the game had entered garbage time. Ultimately, after an entire quarter of such play, the visiting New York Knicks triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse with a resounding score of 128-100, delivering the latter's first defeat of the season. This victory marked an auspicious beginning for the new season. Chapter 37. Unstoppable? Quite normal. The New York Knicks boast an exceptionally talented young player. In the post-game interview, Cavaliers head coach J.B. Bickerstaff candidly reflected on this, recalling his profound insights from his tenure at Michigan State. He had previously advised the management to secure Ning Chuan during the draft, but they lacked the first overall pick. Bickerstaff concluded his remarks by emphasizing that while the 2019 draft class would feature numerous superstars, Ning Chuan stands out as the finest among them. Such praise from an opposing coach underscores the remarkable performance Ning Chuan exhibited today. Ning Chuan is phenomenal. He deserves the top pick. Following closely in the interview was the Cavaliers' 5th overall pick, Darius Garland, whose expression betrayed his discomfort. But I believe I am not inferior to him. This is, after all, my first game in the professional arena, and I have yet to fully acclimate to the pace of the NBA. I assure you, it won't be long before you witness a transformed Garland. With that, Garland abruptly concluded his post-game interview. Today, with high hopes, Garland managed a meager total of 6 points and 5 assists, alongside 5 turnovers. Such glaring statistics left the Cavaliers' new cornerstone in a state of confusion. Yet, as he stated, this was merely his inaugural NBA game. One performance cannot diminish his innate talent. Similarly, the Cavaliers' Twin Towers in the paint offered only perfunctory comments before hastily finishing their interviews. In this season opener at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, they not only suffered a significant defeat, but also became mere backdrop to Ning Chuan's brilliance. Under such circumstances, who would be inclined to engage in interviews? The NBA's competitive landscape starkly contrasts with the Summer League, yet for Ning Chuan, it appears to be of little consequence. Meanwhile, Tyler Herro, during his interview, transformed into a fervent advocate for Ning Chuan, stating, "I have fought alongside Ning Chuan for quite some time, and I am well aware of his prowess. Frankly, the defense he faced today pales in comparison to that which he encountered during his NCAA days." Herro has valid reasons for his statements. Long before gaining fame in the NCAA, Ning Chuan was subjected to relentless defense from players eager to make a name for themselves overnight. Although they ultimately failed to contain him and were decisively overwhelmed, their determination was commendable. In stark contrast, Osman, who was tasked with defending Ning Chuan today, saw his defensive enthusiasm utterly shattered after Ning Chuan scored 22 points in a single quarter. Herro's assertion that their defense pales in comparison to that of the NCAA is undoubtedly justified. Ultimately, it is Ning Chuan's formidable offensive prowess that shines through. Feeling somewhat unfulfilled, Herro continued, "In my view, Ning Chuan's dominance on the offensive end is reminiscent of peak Michael Jordan. It is inevitable that he cannot be contained." After lavishing praise on Ning Chuan before the camera, Herro concluded his inaugural post-game interview in the NBA. The impact of Ning Chuan's performance on the court transcends mere statistics. Following him, Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau joined the chorus of admiration. While his stats are indeed impressive as the team's core player, this is what he is expected to deliver. In future games, we will grant him the same unlimited freedom to shoot as we did today. The media present were left astounded by Thibodeau's remarks. Every game would afford Ning Chuan limitless shooting opportunities. Although he performed exceptionally well today, can he maintain this level of efficiency in every subsequent match? Is this not somewhat exaggerated? After concluding interviews with Tyler Herro and Coach Thibodeau, the media turned their focus to Ning Chuan. "Congratulations on winning your first NBA game and breaking Wilt Chamberlain's record for most points in a rookie debut. Furthermore, Coach Tom Thibodeau just stated that you will have unlimited shooting freedom in every game moving forward. What do you have to say about that?" Surrounded by esteemed American media outlets like TNT and ESPN, Ning Chuan was bombarded with questions. To break Wilt Chamberlain's historic record is indeed an honor. Adjusting quickly before the camera, Ning Chuan responded, "However, I did not take shots today with the intention of breaking records. I only learned of this achievement when I was substituted out." Ning Chuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any semblance of joy. It seemed to him that shattering a historical record was merely a commonplace occurrence. Observing the composed Ning Chuan, the journalists present were anything but calm. After all, breaking a record that had remained untouched for 71 years elicited no sense of elation from him. The reporters soon regained their composure. Ning Chuan is indeed showing off. Yet one cannot deny that such intangible displays of arrogance can be quite lethal. Regarding the head coach Thibodeau granting me unlimited freedom to shoot, Ning Chuan addressed the final inquiry, stating, "All I can say is that I will fulfill whatever the team requires of me. I am unconditionally obedient to Coach Thibodeau's directives." After articulating these sentiments, Ning Chuan concluded his post-match interview and turned to enter the players' tunnel, without any unexpected occurrences. Ning Chuan's post-match interview has become a sensational topic among major media outlets. It is foreseeable that the following day, his name will prominently feature on the front pages of various sports news websites. With the commencement of the new season, there are numerous noteworthy matches beyond this one. The Miami Heat's inaugural game of the season against the Philadelphia 76ers also garnered significant attention. The Heat's new star, Jimmy Butler, scored an impressive 34 points, along with 8 rebounds and 6 assists, and clinched victory for his team with a mid-range jumper in the final moments of regulation. In his post-game interview, Butler candidly declared, "Without me, Philadelphia would never touch the Eastern Conference Finals floor." Clearly, Butler still harbors resentment towards the 76ers management for prioritizing the re-signing of Simmons and Tobias Harris over him during the summer. Moreover, LeBron James and Anthony Davis combined for 64 points in their second game of the season, leading their team to a home victory against the Phoenix Suns, marking a successful start to their campaign. The synergy between the two superstars is blossoming, instilling hope among Lakers fans for a championship run. Yet, these details are not the crux of the matter. Chapter 38, The Astute Linda. Today, the Los Angeles Lakers secured their first victory of the season at the Staples Center. The New York Knicks also triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a staggering 45-point performance from Ning Chuan. In the evening, the TNT panel invited numerous experts to discuss several trades made during this year's draft. As a devoted Knicks fan, Smith shifted the conversation, noting that the rookie from Huaxia shattered Wilt Chamberlain's nearly 71-year-old record for the highest points scored in a debut. So far, only the New Orleans Pelicans have yet to achieve a victory this season. The experts exchanged glances, contemplating a re-evaluation of these trades. During this year's draft, the New Orleans Pelicans were widely acknowledged as the biggest winners, while the Los Angeles Lakers emerged as the second victors, having acquired their coveted Anthony Davis. Conversely, the New York Knicks were deemed the sole losers. However, as the new season unfolds, people are astonished to discover that the New York Knicks are, in fact, the true victors. Ning Chuan, in his NBA debut, has broken a 71-year-old record, fully deserving of his status as the #1 draft pick. After years of perseverance, the New York Knicks have finally welcomed their king. Finally, Dolan's judgment proved accurate when the New York Knicks traded their third overall pick, along with future first-round selections, to acquire the Pelicans' #1 pick. Many believe the Knicks had once again succumbed to folly. However, as Ning Chuan erupted for an astonishing 45 points in his debut, shattering a 71-year-old NBA record, it became evident that Dolan's maneuvers during this draft could indeed be deemed legendary. We owe the New York Knicks an apology. Several commentators on TNT unequivocally declared during the evening discussion that the Knicks emerged as the undisputed victors of this transaction. The following day, Ning Chuan's remarkable achievement in breaking the NBA rookie debut scoring record has swiftly captivated the global basketball community. Leading the charge was TNT Sports, which prominently featured the headline on its official homepage, "Debut at its peak?" No, this is far from Ning Chuan's limits. Following closely behind, ESPN declared, "This is the greatest talent in NCAA history, the #1 draft pick from China." Prior to Ning Chuan's entrance into the NBA, skepticism surrounded his capabilities. Despite holding the prestigious titles of NCAA's greatest talent and Final Four MVP, no Chinese shooting guard had previously made a significant mark in the NBA, let alone as a first overall pick. Even before his inaugural game, a minority voiced doubts, suggesting that Ning Chuan might falter. Yet, with a historic performance scoring 45 points, he silenced all critics. A bust? Absolutely non-existent. He has emerged as the finest player of this draft class, as Ning Chuan continues to ignite excitement across the United States. His unparalleled popularity has stirred various parties into action. In Portland, Oregon, at Nike's headquarters, executives expressed a unanimous determination: "We must secure Ning Chuan." Phil Knight, Nike's chairman and president, ignited a cigarette, his demeanor fervent. "As LeBron James ages, we need to discover the emblem of a new era. Ning Chuan is our sole focus now." Concurrently, other sports brands recognized Ning Chuan's potential and the vast market of China that lies behind him. The venerable Adidas dispatched its chief operating officer, Tom, to personally visit Ning Chuan in New York, seeking collaboration for an endorsement deal. In New York, around Madison Square Garden, after listening to Adi's entire endorsement proposal, Ning Chuan felt utterly unmoved. "Mr. Ning, are you truly not willing to contemplate this seriously?" Upon joining Adi, "We would prepare a variety of promotional activities for you, and soon we will unveil your signature sneakers." It must be noted that Adi places significant importance on collaborating with Ning Chuan. They have directly offered him a 5-year endorsement contract worth $100 million, post-tax. It is worth mentioning that Ning Chuan has just recently completed his career debut. Even Nike, which has consistently shown interest in him, has hesitated in making a decisive offer. Meanwhile, Adi has taken direct action, demonstrating their genuine commitment. "Mr. Tom, I appreciate your visit to New York, but I have given this considerable thought." Ning Chuan remains resolute. However, the contract proposed by Adidas deviates significantly from my expectations. Firstly, what Adidas has offered is merely a standard endorsement contract. They have not even considered creating a distinct brand for Ning Chuan. Secondly, the endorsement salary of $100 million over 5 years is indeed demeaning. Even Zion Williamson has secured a 4-year endorsement contract worth $80 million with Nike. A 5-year deal for $100 million is simply unreasonable. Later that afternoon, Ning Chuan met with representatives from Antin alongside his agent, Linda. In contrast to Adidas, NCAA expressed their intention to establish an independent brand for Ning Chuan. However, regarding the annual salary for the endorsement and the distribution of sneaker sales, NCAA employed an emotional appeal. Ning Chuan, we both hail from Huaxia. Surely you aspire to see a Huaxia brand ascend to the pinnacle of the world, don't you? After much back and forth, NCAA aimed to offer Ning Chuan an endorsement contract worth $80 million over 5 years, limited solely to endorsement, with no intention of sharing sneaker sales. $80 million over 5 years? Are they attempting to insult him? With that statement, Ning Chuan and Linda departed without extending even a modicum of courtesy. Despite our shared heritage, do you think you can exploit me and treat me as a fool? Who would engage with such a mindset, given Ning Chuan's current commercial value and influence? A 5-year contract worth $500 million would be more appropriate. Ning Chuan, shall we consider accepting Adidas's offer? Upon returning to the apartment, Linda quietly inquired, at present, Adidas does seem to provide the highest compensation. Linda, do not rush. The big catch is yet to come. Observing Ning Chuan's confidence, Linda refrained from further comment. Is Lilith not home? No, she isn't. In that case, today it will be up to you. Please, be gentle. That evening, 2 rumors began to circulate among the fan community. It was said that Ning Chuan had rejected the sneaker endorsement contracts offered by both Adidas and NCAA. Indeed, I have heard that they supposedly offered Ning Chuan astronomical sums. What astronomical sums? I heard that the contracts from Adidas and NCAA were both in the range of $300 to $400 million over 5 years. Sometimes, one cannot help but admire the terrifying nature of rumors. Within a single night, the whispers regarding the offers made to Ning Chuan by the 2 companies had already evolved into several versions. Initially, both NCAA and Adidas considered clarifying the situation. Yet, they gradually realized that these baseless rumors significantly enhanced the visibility of both companies, even propelling them into trending topics. Being rejected by Ning Chuan, it turned out to be an opportunity for free publicity. Where can one find such good fortune? Observing the persistent fervor, both companies have chosen to remain silent in a tacit understanding. Let the rumors linger a while longer. Of course, this entire series of speculations is orchestrated by Linda. Her intent is quite straightforward, to demonstrate to NCAA and Adidas the power of mere whispers. Just a single piece of news about failing to secure a contract with Ning Chuan can catapult to trending status. Imagine if they were to successfully sign him. Who could withstand that level of attention? One must admit, Linda is exceptionally astute. With just a subtle maneuver, even Nike, who initially adopted a wait-and-see approach, began to feel the pressure. Chapter 39. The interception mode is triggered again. The next day, after concluding the team training, Tyler Hero, dressed in a suit and tie, exuded an air of seriousness. Ning Chuan chuckled at him, teasingly asking, Hero, have you found yourself a new girlfriend in New York? Huh. Ning Chuan, tonight, Dolan has arranged a party, and I'm here to invite you to join. Hero paid no mind to Ning Chuan's jest. As the prince of parties, he was genuinely invested in this gathering orchestrated by Dolan. From what he had gathered, this event would host numerous celebrities, including several Victoria's Secret supermodels. The love story between Ning Chuan and Shaletti has long been a source of anguish for Hero, with both looks and athletic prowess. Why is it that Ning Chuan can boast a stunning supermodel girlfriend, while he cannot? Moreover, it is not just one supermodel. Both of the prominent goddesses from the University of Kentucky have found their way into Ning Chuan's life. Although the outside world perceives Linda and Lilith as merely his manager and assistant, they have indeed emerged alongside Ning Chuan from the very halls of Kentucky. Manager? Assistant? Mere excuses indeed. Upon returning to his apartment, Ning Chuan took a refreshing shower, exchanged his training attire for a tailored suit, and donned a pair of polished leather shoes. Gazing into the mirror at the handsome figure before him, he simply styled his hair with a comb, leaving the wardrobe with a sense of satisfaction. Hero observed Ning Chuan in front of him, momentarily lost in contemplation. No wonder he could win over both the goddesses of Kentucky and the supermodel Shaletti. That face is indeed enviable. Ultimately, it seems that one must rely on their looks to make an impression. As evening descended, Ning Chuan drove the Ferrari gifted by Doran, with Hero accompanying him as they departed for Doran's private villa. Under the night sky, New York sparkled with lights, a city forged from steel and concrete, embodying dreams. This place houses the world's most bustling economic center, numerous prominent celebrities, and countless young individuals chasing their aspirations. They persistently seek their own destiny here, yearning to become someone of significance. For once one achieves that status, they gain an undeniable voice in this city of indulgence and excess. Welcome to Ning. Half an hour later, Ning Chuan and Hero arrived at Dorian's private villa. As they entered, Dorian enveloped Ning Chuan in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "I promised you a grand welcome. Tonight, you shall be the undeniable star of this soiree." Sensing Hero's presence being somewhat overlooked, Dorian chuckled lightly, adding, "Similarly, Taylor, you shall also be a star tonight." Following Dorian into the grand hall, the atmosphere brimmed with anticipation. Ning Chuan couldn't help but admire Hero's intelligence-gathering prowess. What does it mean to shine like stars? With just a glance, Ning Chuan spotted Kendall Jenner enjoying a lively conversation with her friend Gigi Hadid and the pop diva Taylor Swift, who was sharing laughter with Selena Gomez. The Smiths were also present, alongside a plethora of other renowned figures such as Megan Fox and Anne Hathaway. The list was indeed extensive. It could be said that every notable female celebrity in New York had graced the event with their presence. As their boss Dolan took the microphone and briefly introduced Ning Chuan and Hilo, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers for the two tall, handsome young men with charming smiles. Some female celebrities exchanged whispers and giggles, clearly intrigued. As Ning Chuan passed by Kendall, his gaze unconsciously flickered towards her. After all, she was once the legitimate girlfriend of his elder brother Yi Huan. At the moment their eyes met, Kendall smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, and Ning Chuan reciprocated. "Ning Chuan, come with me. I want to introduce you to someone." Just as Ning Chuan was about to pause and chat with Kendall, Dolan patted him on the shoulder. "A certain superstar has been asking me to introduce you to her. You wouldn't believe it. She initially had no plans to attend tonight. But upon hearing you would be here, she immediately canceled her concert. To cancel her own concert for him? And she is a major star?" Based on Dolan's words, Ning Chuan had an inkling of who it might be. Aside from Taylor Swift, it seemed there was no one else present. "This is Taylor Swift. Hello, Miss Swift. Meeting you has truly left me astounded." Ning Chuan grasped the delicate hand of the pop sensation, his pinky gently brushing against her knuckles, seemingly unintentional, yet laden with significance. For at that very moment, the interception mode was triggered once again. The reward this time was the same as before, the option to elevate any attribute to its maximum level. Faced with such an enticing opportunity, how could Ning Chuan refrain from taking the initiative? Taylor smiled radiantly, her lips parting as if about to reveal a secret, her eyes sparkling with allure, igniting a sense of eagerness within Ning Chuan. "Hello, Ning Chuan. I have always been a fan. I am thrilled that you have joined the New York Knicks." Taylor had always supported the Knicks as her home team. "Dolan, I've brought Ning Chuan to you. I can't assist with anything else, so you young people can chat." Dolan signaled to Taylor with a smile, then shot Ning Chuan a knowing wink. "Ning Chuan, make sure to put in the effort." Ning Chuan held a profound impression of Taylor Swift. In his previous life, his NetEase Cloud playlist was practically filled with her music. Now, from Dolan's insinuations, it seemed Taylor might have a slight interest in him. The moment he laid eyes on Taylor Swift again, even without the system issuing a task to intercept, Ning Chuan yearned to win her over, not for any other reason, but to have her serenade him daily. Such a melodious voice, if harnessed for good, would yield extraordinary results. Ning Chuan did not find himself merely exchanging glances with the illustrious Taylor Swift, after all. Such an encounter with a goddess of her stature was indeed a formidable task, and he felt a slight reluctance to let go of his composure. Frankly, even now, he had yet to acclimate to the unabashed boldness exhibited by Americans, ultimately succumbing to the allure of her enchanting gaze. He yearned for Taylor. Yet he was not consumed by desperation. He understood all too well that if the small head experienced pleasure, the larger head would inevitably face consequences. Currently, he was in a relationship, and should he flirt with Taylor in public, the repercussions from his girlfriend, Cletty, could unleash a tempest of turmoil. At present, it appeared that the two were akin to kindling and flame, and had they been in seclusion, they might have already succumbed to their desires without restraint. Ning Chuan. Chapter 40. The second leading lady, Taylor Swift. Ning Chuan. Taylor, with a radiant smile, gazed at him and inquired, "May I invite you for a drink?" "Of course." Ning Chuan nodded without a hint of hesitation. Even the dim-witted Zyro could perceive the subtle ambiguity in the gazes exchanged between the two. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Doran's eyes as he surveyed Ning Chuan and Mei Mei with a lascivious grin, yet he chose to remain silent. The groundwork had been laid for the pair. Whether it would flourish now rested solely upon the shoulders of the young lovers. "Zyro, come with me. I would like to introduce you to a few individuals." Zyro, of course, had no intention of being a third wheel, and given Doran's implication, It seemed he might also have a role to play. Ning Chuan smiled as he watched the two depart, turning to Taylor and asking, "Miss Swift, may I call you sister?" "Of course, Ning Chuan," Taylor replied, her earlier shyness vanishing as she beamed with joy. The pair found a secluded spot, and Ning Chuan sat down with a smile, inquiring, "Shall we simply chat like this? Did you not mention wanting to have a drink?" Taylor, a touch embarrassed, responded, "Oh, my mind. Please wait a moment. I shall have someone bring the wine right away." Before long, a server from the party delivered the drinks. Ning Chuan congratulated her on his debut in the NBA, having achieved a remarkable historical milestone. "To be honest, I do not pay much attention to basketball," he remarked, raising his glass with Taylor. "In truth, I value my life far more than the game, for life surpasses basketball." A glimmer sparkled in Taylor's eyes as she took a sip of red wine, a smile gracing her face as she asked, "Life? Such as?" Ning Chuan shrugged, offering no answer, but instead fixated intently on Mei Mei's charming visage. It was only when she could no longer withstand his fervent gaze that she playfully chided, "Brother, come and dance with your sister." "Very well. Let your sister experience the artistry of your dance." Ning Chuan spoke softly as he gradually tightened his embrace around her, drawing their bodies closer together. His large hand effortlessly glided over the smooth expanse of Mei Mei's back, inadvertently descending lower, despite the barrier of her evening gown. The elasticity of her form was unmistakably palpable, particularly the two blossoms that bloomed so enticingly. "You naughty little brother," Mei Mei exclaimed playfully, ensnared by Ning Chuan's unintentional allure. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she melted into his arms, succumbing to the increasing fervor of his embrace. In the dim lighting, Ning Chuan gently maneuvered Mei Mei into a secluded corner. "Good brother, dear Ning Chuan, please refrain from wandering," Mei Mei protested, swaying her body in a futile attempt to resist, seeking to soothe her own conscience. Ning Chuan gazed upon the enchanting, alluring, and captivating star before him, his emotions surging to the brink of overwhelming desire. Yet, this was indeed a grand hall, not a suitable venue for such indiscretions. Fortunately, the space was ample, with the restroom conveniently located nearby. At this moment, the party was at its zenith, and few individuals ventured in or out of the lavatory. Ning Chuan led Mei Mei to a restroom situated at a corner, and with a swift motion, he entered. To ensure their privacy, he casually hung a sign indicating maintenance on the door and closed it behind him. Ning Chuan, with a playful smile, gently cradled the flushed face of Mei Mei. Observing her tilt her head in admiration, presenting herself as if she were ripe for the picking, he felt an irresistible urge and leaned in to kiss her cherry-like lips. "Sister, could you perhaps allow your brother a glimpse of the vastness of your heart?" Mei Mei, with a playful twist, replied, "But you are not my husband. You are my brother. How could you see my heart?" "Ah, but at this moment, I am no longer your brother. I am your husband." "Oh, you are simply insufferable. If you wish to see, then go ahead." Just then, a woman's voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the restroom. "Huh? This restroom was just functional. Why is it under maintenance now? I just saw Mei Mei go in." "Selena, you must have seen wrong. Let us find another restroom," another woman chimed in. In the midst of their excitement, Mei Mei became somewhat aware, while Ning Chuan froze, his hands lingering in an awkward position, waiting for the two women to depart. Just as he thought they would leave promptly, the restroom door creaked open. "I trust my eyes." Mei Mei indeed entered. One of them declared, "What if something goes awry? Let us check it out." Peering through the crack of the door, Ning Chuan spotted two women, likely in their mid-20s, entering gracefully, the sound of their high heels striking the floor growing increasingly crisp. "Mei Mei, are you here?" One of them, unmistakably the renowned Selena, called out. Realizing they could not evade detection, Mei Mei glanced at Ning Chuan, raised a finger to her lips, and signaled him to remain silent. Selena, what brings you here?" "I'm feeling a bit unwell." Mei Mei struggled to suppress her body's tremors, aware that their current closeness was far too intimate, and she dared not make a sound, fearful of being discovered. Ning Chuan is quite fine. However, Taylor Swift finds herself in quite the predicament as a world-renowned pop diva. To engage in such antics in a restroom? She must be bracing herself for the ridicule from Selena and others. "I noticed you entered. How are you, Taylor? Are you all right?" Selena inquired with a sigh of relief. "No, I'm fine." Taylor, now genuinely hesitant to speak, murmured, "I will be all right shortly." Ning Chuan gazed at the enchanting figure before him, their bodies pressed closely together, her striking visage adorned with a radiant blush. Ning Chuan seized a fleeting opportunity, gently aiming and striking the bullseye. Caught off guard, Taylor Swift, unable to contain herself, let out a soft, delicate exclamation. Ah! Fortunately, her voice was not loud and was quite brief. Yet it was enough to capture the attention of the two who were still retouching their makeup. Selena, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Taylor, are you truly all right?" I'm fine. Selena, you two should go out for a bit. I just need to wait a moment." Taylor firmly gripped Ning Chuan's back, a gesture of playful retribution. However, this subtle movement only ignited Ning Chuan's desire to engage further. Seizing the moment, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's remarks, Taylor's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her beautiful, clear eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at his partially open cherry lips, her expression one of incredulity, while her adorable little head shook like a rattle. As Ning Chuan observed his newly recognized older sister's disobedience, he mischievously plotted once more. Taylor Swift, feeling utterly exasperated, closed her eyes, unable to bear Ning Chuan's wicked grin. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly lowered her head. Damn. Chapter 41. The debut at Madison Square Garden. Ning Chuan. It's enough. If we go any further, we shall surely be discovered. Taylor murmured, feeling overwhelmed, and could only lament Ning Chuan's absurdity. She quickly tidied her attire and approached the sink to rinse her mouth several times. However, the blush of spring feelings could not dissipate so swiftly, fortunately. Intoxication could serve as a convenient disguise. The two hastily exited the washroom, relieved to find no one nearby, and successfully returned to their seats. Ding. The task of intercepting the leading lady, Taylor Swift, is in progress. Ding. Current progress, 85. What the hell? Ning Chuan sighed as he listened to the system's announcement echoing in his mind. The sacrifices made by his sister warranted more than a mere 85 progress. Must they delve deeper into one another's hearts to complete this task? This system is truly outrageous. System. Sister, not only are you beautiful, but your figure is also remarkable. Seeing you, it is only natural for a younger brother to feel a surge of impulse. What are you even saying? I'm nearly 30. Soon, no one will want me. Taylor's cheeks flushed as she shot Ning Chuan an exasperated glance, exuding charm. How could anyone not want you? Tomorrow, my brother has a competition at Madison Square Garden. I wonder if you have time? Ning Chuan, I must head to Australia tonight to commence my global tour. Upon saying this, Taylor tilted her head slightly, looking at Ning Chuan with an apologetic expression. Can we postpone this? Next time, I promise I will heed your words. Everyone harbors their own little dilemmas. Although Ning Chuan and Taylor had been candid with each other, their acquaintance was still relatively brief and a complete understanding. An unreserved opening of their hearts would require more time. Ning Chuan possesses a profound understanding of Taylor Swift and thus invited her to dance once more, savoring this warm moment to the fullest. Truly, Taylor is exceptionally enchanting, particularly with her captivating allure that rivals even supermodels. If one were to unveil her completely, the experience would undoubtedly be exquisite. Their time together is fleeting, and Ning Chuan seizes every remaining moment to cherish Taylor in a tender embrace, striving to make their next encounter truly memorable. The following day, the New York Knicks hosted the season opener at Madison Square Garden on October 27th. In New York's Madison Square Garden, I can assure you with utmost certainty that the fans present were there solely for Ning Chuan. Courtside, Smith from TNT emphatically stated that were it not for Ning Chuan, even the illustrious Madison Square Garden would not have witnessed such a full house today. Despite the current scarcity of tickets, just last season, this basketball sanctuary was at the bottom of the league in attendance. However, with Ning Chuan's arrival, the attendance has experienced a remarkable turnaround. As a devoted Knicks fan, Smith has lauded Ning Chuan since his NCAA days, culminating in a historic debut this season. Undoubtedly, the story of this prodigy from Huaxia is overflowing with intrigue. Now, shifting our focus back to the visiting team at Madison Square Garden. Smith composed himself and continued. Devin Booker, the starting shooting guard for the Phoenix Suns, also hails from the Kentucky Wildcats. Over the past 4 seasons, he has proven himself to fans worldwide, rightfully earning the title of Kobe Bryant's successor. In Smith's view, Devin Booker stands among the league's elite shooting guards. His scoring versatility, exceptional physical attributes, and formidable offensive skills have left many a Hollywood starlet in awe. With the arrival of Captain Chris Paul, there is every reason to believe that the Suns can achieve even greater heights. I have always held a favorable opinion of Booker's future prospects. When discussing Booker, Smith inevitably brings up Ning Chuan. Both are exemplary disciples of Coach Calipari. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their matchup will commence from the very first second of the game. Devin Booker is the starting shooting guard for the Phoenix Suns. Ning Chuan is also the starting guard for the New York Knicks. He is incredibly talented, having led the Kentucky Wildcats to reclaim the NCAA championship trophy after a 7-year hiatus, making him a source of immense pride for the entire University of Kentucky. During the pregame interview, Devin Booker expressed his eagerness for their matchup, yet emphasized that the game transcends individual battles. Regarding his junior teammate, Booker admits he is uncertain of the outcome. However, as he aptly stated, basketball is fundamentally a team sport. The configuration of the Phoenix roster is evidently superior to that of the Knicks. In addition to Devin Booker, there is the superstar point guard Chris Paul, alongside the formidable DeAndre Ayton in the paint, and the relentless duo of Mikal Bridges and Jay Crowder on the wings. In a 5-on-5 showdown, Booker clearly does not anticipate defeat. The disparity in roster strength between the two teams has become a focal point for commentators on the sidelines, as well as a central concern for the Knicks' upper management. The starting lineup of the team ranks as upper-middle tier within the league, yet the bench, apart from rookie Tyler Herro and OG Anunoby, lacks any standout players. Furthermore, Tom Thibodeau's approach to player usage raises concerns. When it comes to the depth of personnel in the playoffs, the Knicks seem ill-equipped. Team owner James Dolan has also taken note of this issue. However, he remains curious to see how Ning Chuan can elevate the current Knicks squad, should the team exceed expectations in this season's playoffs. Dolan will surely make significant moves in the offseason to bring in an all-star caliber ally for Ning Chuan. The pregame warm-ups swiftly concluded, and both teams' starting lineups took the court. The Phoenix Suns starters included Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, and DeAndre Ayton. The New York Knicks lineup remained unchanged. Malcolm Brogdon, Bojan Bogdanovic, Jeremy Grant, Kevin Love, and the team's undeniable cornerstone, Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. As Ning Chuan finally stepped onto the court, the cheers from the Madison Square Garden reverberated through the air. As Smith remarked before the game, the majority of the fans in attendance were there for Ning Chuan. If it weren't for him, who would come to watch the Knicks play? Chapter 42. You think you're the first overall pick. Amidst the thunderous applause from the crowd, DeAndre Ayton and Kevin Love approached the center circle. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, Ayton, relying on his remarkable jumping ability, deftly tipped the ball into the hands of Chris Paul, allowing the visiting Phoenix team to seize the offensive possession at the start of the game. Paul, controlling the ball as he advanced past midcourt, promptly delivered it to Ayton, who was positioned in the paint. Although his soft style of play has often earned him the moniker of a clean freak center, he demonstrated considerable skill while facing the aging Kevin Love. With a swift turn, he easily pushed the veteran Love out of the way beneath the basket. Boom. With a thunderous two-handed slam, he caused the rim to reverberate. In the face of such a vigorous opponent, Love could only respond with a wry smile. Once a dominant force in the paint himself, he could only lament, "Time, please slow down." After a quick baseline inbounds to Malcolm Brogdon, Love dashed to position himself in the paint. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Brogdon passed the ball to Love. Unfortunately, his attempt was thwarted by Ayton's defense, and he failed to score. Just as Ayton braced himself to secure the rebound, a figure suddenly surged from behind, gracefully snatching the rebound with one hand mid-air, before converting it into a two-handed, gravity-defying putback dunk. Bam! Ayton, caught off guard with his back to Ning Chuan, crashed to the floor with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan landed gracefully, his eyes gleaming with determination. Woohoo! In an instant, Madison Square Garden erupted into a frenzy. Damn, what did I just witness? Ning Chuan just dunked over Ayton? This is our Knicks rising star. Ning Chuan embodies our resurgence. Ayton, clearly taken aback by the turn of events regarding the rebound he thought was his, glanced at Ning Chuan, clad in the number 13 jersey, and muttered to himself, "This kid, how dare he do that to me?" Beep. At that moment, the referee, slightly delayed, blew his whistle. Ning Chuan's dunk not only counted, but also resulted in a blocking foul against Ayton. The dunk was valid, and he would receive an additional free throw. Upon seeing the referee's signal, Smith, standing on the sidelines, exclaimed with excitement, "Knicks fans, we may have just witnessed the dunk of the season. No, this play deserves to be etched into history." On the court, Ayton, assisted by Booker, signaled to the coaching staff for a challenge. After a glance at the assistant coach, Monty Williams decisively shook his head. Damn. With the coaching staff unresponsive, Ayton could only curse in frustration. Beep. A technical foul was called on the player wearing jersey number 22 of the Suns. However, His outburst was so loud that it resulted in yet another technical foul from the referee. What the hell? Upon witnessing the referee once more call a technical foul, Ayton raised his hands in an expression of innocence. As the team's pivotal core, Chris Paul endeavored to engage the referee in discourse. However, the outcome rendered his arguments futile, and the original decision stood unchanged. At Ning Chuan Station, he stands at the free throw line, preparing to execute 2 shots. Swish. Swish. After confidently sinking both free throws, Ning Chuan achieves his inaugural 2-1-1 in his professional career. Upon returning to the front court, Ayton establishes a deep position, effectively blocking Kevin Love behind him. The Suns initiate their offense from the paint, capitalizing on Ayton's significant advantage inside. Paul once again feeds the ball to the post. Bam! Ayton catches the ball, spins to evade Love's defense, and attempts a layup. However, Love responds swiftly, taking a lateral step to intercept Ayton's attacking path while simultaneously using both hands to obstruct the layup, successfully completing the interference. After securing the rebound, Bogdanovich pushes the ball forward. As both teams reposition, Ning Chuan executes a deceptive fake run, shaking off Booker before gliding into the paint. Brogdon, arriving just in time, notices Ning Chuan cutting in. This time, Ayton gathers his strength, aiming to challenge him at the rim. Bam! Yet, as he approaches to help defend against Ning Chuan, the latter performs a bounce pass behind him to an unguarded Love. Swish. Love effortlessly finishes the play. As they transition back on defense, Ning Chuan raises his hands towards Ayton. How did you become the first overall pick? One must admit, Ning Chuan's words carry a substantial impact. The 2018 draft is universally acknowledged as a remarkable year for talent. Ayton, as the first pick that year, has faced relentless scrutiny since entering the NBA, with many doubting his worthiness for the title. This sentiment peaked after the conclusion of the rookie season when the Mavericks' third overall pick, Luka Doncic, secured the Rookie of the Year award. In the NBA, every player is the Michael Jordan of their own narrative. Not to mention DeAndre Ayton, who, despite his silence, has been determined to prove himself this season. Unfortunately, after today, his resolve may begin to crumble. Turning back, Paul confidently sinks a mid-range shot, and the Knicks, without hesitation, quickly inbound the ball. The moment Brogdon arrives in the front court, Ning Chuan actively calls for the ball, rejecting Love's screen with a wave. He isolates himself for a one-on-one against Devin Booker. Facing the younger player before him, Booker is on high alert, uncertain of how Ning Chuan will conclude the play. Whoosh! As Booker's hesitation lingers, Ning Chuan accelerates past him, breaking free from the defense. Inside, DeAndre Ayton steadfastly guards his territory. Boom! Alas, this time Ning Chuan doesn't allow Ayton to leap, watching helplessly as the Knicks' number 13 completes a thunderous dunk over him. 8-2. The Knicks, playing at home, gradually extend their lead. Once again, a stunning dunk over an opponent. Ning Chuan has entirely transformed this match into an all-star dunk contest. Witnessing Ayton being dunked on once more, Smith couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that if Phoenix were to secure the top draft pick this year, their fortunes would surely differ. Indeed, beside him, O'Neal has always looked down upon Ayton's meticulous playing style, asserting that had the Suns possessed Ning Chuan instead of Ayton, a dynasty for Phoenix would already be in existence. Just as O'Neal exchanged words with Smith, Devin Booker missed a three-pointer. After Love secured the rebound, Knicks head coach Thibodeau signaled from the sidelines, instructing his team to slow the pace and prepare for a set play. Of course, Thibodeau's underlying message was clear: pass the ball to Ning Chuan. As Brogdon slowly advanced past half court, he delivered the ball to Ning Chuan. With a swift movement, Ning Chuan executed a shot fake that left Booker in his wake, then elegantly spun into the paint. Aiming directly at the stationary Ayton in the paint, he unleashed a one-armed, axe-like dunk. Ayton was eager to deliver a resounding block on Ning Chuan, but the memory of being dunked on twice lingered vividly in his mind. Time and tide wait for no man, and you should never be underestimated. In a fleeting moment, Ayton resolved to evade the impending dunk from Ning Chuan, watching as the latter completed his emphatic one-arm slam. Chapter 43, he can eclipse anyone's brilliance. DeAndre Ayton actually dodged it? Madison Square Garden, New York, USA. In a bid to avoid becoming a mere supporting character to Ning Chuan once more, Ayton's decision to retreat left Smith and O'Neal in utter disbelief at the TNT commentary booth. The meticulous center truly lives up to the reputation. In truth, had we been in Ayton's shoes, we might have made the same choice. Smith empathized with Ayton's predicament, stating that if a player were to be dunked on consecutively by the same opponent, fleeing would indeed be a sensible choice. But Smith, what are you saying? O'Neal expressed dissatisfaction with Smith's commentary, asserting that if a center, faced with an oncoming guard, opts not to challenge the shot, but merely watches the opponent score, then he is unworthy of being a professional basketball player. In the past, the NBA players would fiercely contest every possession, often to the point of injury. On the sidelines, one could distinctly hear the sound of muscles colliding. With the advent of the small ball era, the league has indeed shown progress in terms of scoring. However, in terms of physicality and excitement, it has fallen considerably short. Shaquille O'Neal, having experienced the era of robust competition, offers valid insights. DeAndre Ayton's lack of fortitude in the paint sends a clear signal to the Knicks. Their interior defensive intensity today will be significantly less formidable than in previous matchups. Ning Chuan never grants his opponents a moment's respite. As soon as the opposing team reveals a vulnerability in their interior defense, he unleashes a relentless offensive onslaught. During the first quarter of the match between the Knicks and the Suns, it was nothing short of a personal showcase of Ning Chuan's prowess. In a span of just over 10 minutes on the court, he attempted 10 shots, with only one being a three-pointer. The remaining 9 were executed within the paint. Including free throws, Ning Chuan amassed an impressive tally of 22 points and delivered 4 assists in that quarter alone. Under his leadership, the New York Knicks secured a temporary 8-point lead over the Phoenix Suns, ending the first quarter at 36-28. The Suns encountered significant challenges on the defensive end, utterly unable to contain Ning Chuan's penetrative drives. During the break, commentators Smith and O'Neal began to discuss the first quarter's events. However, the silver lining was that Chris Paul's orchestrations on offense helped the team stay closely competitive in the scoreline. The two analysts provided a thorough analysis of the dynamics observed in the first quarter. Ning Chuan's breakthrough proved to be a devastating blow to the Suns' defensive system. As the final bastion of defense for the team, Ayton found himself utterly shattered by Ning Chuan's prowess early in the game. Fortunately, Chris Paul, acquired through trade this summer, continued to exhibit the cerebral playmaking that defines the team on the offensive end. His exceptional organizational skills were pivotal in keeping the Phoenix Suns within striking distance. The foremost task for the Suns remains to curtail Ning Chuan's impact defensively. As the second quarter swiftly commenced, both teams exchanged blows with their rotating lineups. On the Suns bench, Payne and the veteran Johnson unleashed a barrage of three-pointers without hesitation. On the Knicks side, Tyler Herro and OG Anunoby matched their intensity. Midway through the second quarter, Knicks coach Tom Thibodeau decisively called a timeout, opting to reinstate the starting lineup led by Ning Chuan. Ayton, witnessing the unfolding action, was reminded not to be complacent. Meanwhile, Monty Williams, prior to the entry of the Suns starters, took a moment to inspire Ayton. Your standards for yourself are exceedingly high, which is why you may feel disheartened. This is good. Now it is time to meet those expectations. Can you do it? You must assert your dominance. Upon resuming from the timeout, the Suns initiated their offensive play. Chris Paul advanced the ball past half court, once again placing his trust in Ayton, passing it into the paint. However, he soon encountered the formidable defenses of Love and Grant, necessitating a return to the perimeter. Booker, tightly guarded by Ning Chuan, found no space for a shot. And with his path to the basket impeded, he passed to Bridges. Bridges, catching the ball, took a shot over Grant's extended arms. Clang. The attempt was unsuccessful. In the ensuing battle for the rebound, Ayton and Love engaged in fierce positioning, yet once more, the ball was seized by the opposing team, with Ning Chuan claiming the rebound. Without delay, Ning Chuan swiftly transitioned the ball to Brogdon while racing down the court. Boom. With the ball in hand, Brogdon charged forward, drawing the attention of the Suns defenders, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, sent the ball soaring towards the hoop. On the wing, Ning Chuan eluded his defender, leaping into the air on one foot, catching the ball with his left hand, swiftly switching to his right, and delivering a thunderous one-handed dunk. Crash. As Ning Chuan made his descent, the Knicks fans present were once again engulfed in a fervor. The era of New York Showtime has arrived. Let me tell you, brothers, how we acquired Ning Chuan. No force can eclipse the brilliance of Ning Chuan, yet he possesses the ability to overshadow anyone else's glow. The fans within Madison Square Garden rose to their feet, cheering with exuberance. This season, the New York Knicks, in addition to the rookies Ning Chuan and Herro, have also welcomed the highly discussed newcomer Malcolm Brogdon, who joined the team with a max contract over the summer. As the 2017 Rookie of the Year, Brogdon's prowess is beyond question. Stay calm. Don't panic. Suns head coach Monty Williams seemed to sense something amiss. Chris, continue to play at your own pace. The Phoenix Suns may appear formidable, but their true strength does not lie with Devin Booker or DeAndre Ayton. Chris Paul is the genuine soul of this team. However, it seems that Monty's recent motivational words to Ayton have begun to take effect. He is now eager to showcase his dominance. On the offensive end, Ayton called for the ball in the low post and opted to overpower Kevin Love. Naturally, the aging Love could not withstand him, continually retreating under the young player's might. Whoosh! Ayton seized the moment, pivoted to shake off Love, and aimed for a thunderous dunk. Bam! In the next instant, Grant, who had been lurking on the side, soared up for a stunning block, sending Ayton's basketball flying. What a magnificent rejection! Following the block, Grant triumphantly roared in celebration. Quick-witted Brogdon seized control of the ball and accelerated with a few dribbles, decisively launching a long pass to the front court. Ning Chuan, who had just stolen the ball, received it seamlessly. Facing an unguarded basket, he took a powerful leap, executing a windmill dunk once more. Go New York, go! Go New York, go! Go New York, go! The Knicks fans at Madison Square Garden could no longer contain their excitement. First, the alley-oop connection between Brogdon and Ning Chuan ignited the crowd's passion. Following that, Grant's emphatic block on Ayton granted Ning Chuan the opportunity for a personal showcase. The New York Knicks' performance during these two sequences left the fans elated. The new season's Knicks games are simply exhilarating. The entire league will undoubtedly tremble at the rise of the Knicks. With stars like Ning Chuan and Brogdon, the Knicks are destined to achieve greatness this season. Chapter 44. You were just a billion short of being able to stop me. As the first half of the game concluded, the New York Knicks, playing on their home turf, held a 12-point lead over the Phoenix Suns. With a score of 64-52, the Suns failed to meet the expectations set forth by the two commentators prior to the match. Unlike the Knicks, they were anticipated to possess a broader array of scoring options. However, in the first half, aside from DeAndre Ayton, the rest of the Suns roster exhibited rather limited performance. Ayton appeared to be deeply absorbed in the motivational rhetoric imparted by head coach Monty Williams, believing himself to be the sole superstar on the court, determined to assert his dominance. Unfortunately, as the game progressed, the Knicks became increasingly aggressive in their defensive strategies against Ayton, particularly through the efforts of Ning Chuan. This young core player for the Knicks frequently positioned himself optimally for help defense, disrupting Ayton's shots and even executing impressive blocks. What accounts for Ning Chuan's remarkable prowess? Meanwhile, the Pelicans management, situated far away in New Orleans, closely monitored this pivotal clash. Observing Ning Chuan's stellar performance in the first half and then glancing at Zion Williamson, who was impeccably dressed and present at the arena, the Pelicans executives began to waver in their convictions, pondering whether trading Ning Chuan and Anthony Davis had been a monumental mistake. The attention on this game extended beyond just the Pelicans' front office. In Los Angeles, at the Staples Center, LeBron James, having just completed a team practice, took a moment to watch the Suns vs. Knicks match. LeBron, this exemplifies the caliber of a Kentucky Wildcats #1 pick, exclaimed Anthony Davis, who, after showering, joined in to point at Ning Chuan's scoring highlights on the screen. During the off-season, I ardently urged David Griffin to select Ning Chuan with the first overall pick. Yet he dismissed the idea, Davis continued. I bet they're regretting that decision now. LeBron nodded in agreement, asserting, in terms of both talent and readiness, Ning Chuan is unquestionably the top pick of this draft. Perhaps we have encountered our most formidable adversary on the path to the championship. Hearing LeBron's words ignited a fervent passion within Davis. Kyrie, are you watching Ning Chuan's game again? On the other side, at the Barclays Center, Kevin Durant, having completed his rehabilitation training, observed Kyrie Irving, who lingered alone in the locker room. You seem quite invested in him, Durant remarked. Perhaps we should have joined the Knicks back then. Irving, taking a deep breath, replied earnestly, although the Knicks, led by Ning Chuan, are not our rivals at present, they will undoubtedly emerge as our most significant competitors in the East in the future. In Irving's view, had they chosen the New York Knicks over the Brooklyn Nets during the offseason, their partnership with Ning Chuan would surely have forged a dynasty. Who could have predicted such a monumental transformation from the Knicks management? Initially, Durant's refusal to join the Knicks stemmed from the chaotic nature of their team structure. However, upon selecting Ning Chuan, the organization swiftly eradicated all discordant elements within the roster, constructing the team around him while assisting in the selection of the most suitable players. Had Dolan implemented changes sooner, might the outcome have differed? Numerous eyes converged upon Madison Square Garden as the second half between the Knicks and the Suns commenced. In the Knicks' offensive possession, Brogdon advanced past half-court, handing the ball to Ning Chuan. Positioned beyond the left three-point line, Ning Chuan, without waiting for the Suns' defensive setup to solidify, accelerated past Booker, driving into the paint for a thunderous one-handed dunk. The crowd erupted. With the score at 66-52, the New York Knicks extended their lead to 14 points. Keep pushing. Effortlessly dismantling the defense and executing the dunk, Ning Chuan turned back to Booker, declaring, "You were just a hair away from stopping me." "A hair away from stopping you?" Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Booker's face flushed with embarrassment. If DeAndre Ayton were deemed the principal culprit of the game, Booker certainly held the title of the second offender. His defense against Ning Chuan was utterly non-existent, as Ning Chuan breezed past him with every drive. On the other side, witnessing Booker's grimace, Ayton found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps, as Coach Monty suggested, he is the true core of this team, with Booker merely playing a supportive role. Regrettably, Ayton's burgeoning confidence did not yield the anticipated results. Back on the offensive end, Ayton continued to contend with Kevin Love's feigned defense. The real reinforcements for defense were Ning Chuan and Grant. With a swift pivot following contact, Ayton effortlessly shook Love off. Yet just as he was poised to finish, Grant arrived on the weak side, elevating to block his shot path. Simultaneously, behind him, Ning Chuan stealthily approached. Swatting the basketball from Ayton's grasp, Grant and Ning Chuan, one defending the shot and the other disrupting the ball, thoroughly orchestrated Ayton's downfall. Although Chris Paul and Devin Booker, the backcourt duo, eventually found their rhythm and began scoring in the latter half, it was too little, too late. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of nearly 20,000 fans at Madison Square Garden, the New York Knicks triumphed over their opponents with a score of 116-102, claiming their first home victory of the season by a margin of 14 points. Ning Chuan once again delivered a remarkable performance, scoring 40 points in a single game, marking his second consecutive outing with 40. For this prodigious talent from Huaxia, words cannot adequately convey our admiration. After the conclusion of the match, Smith at the TNT commentary booth delivered his final summary. "Perhaps, as we previously stated, the future of the Knicks is indeed now, with players like Ning Chuan and Brogdon. The New York Knicks have aspirations this season that extend far beyond merely reaching the playoffs. They are poised to become the most formidable disruptors in the postseason." Chapter 45. What does a blue-collar center have to compare with me? Ning Chuan's performance on the court makes it difficult for me to perceive him as merely a rookie. During the post-match interview, Phoenix Suns head coach Monty Williams unequivocally stated, "He is utterly deserving of the title of first overall pick, and he will undoubtedly be the standout of this year's draft." Ning Chuan is formidable, yet I believe he is not quite a true star player just yet. DeAndre Ayton, following the game, had completely lost the confidence he possessed at the outset. Ultimately, he is but a rookie, and he has a long journey ahead of him. Ayton's message is simple. This is the NBA, a first overall pick. Who isn't one? I've gone through a year of refinement. You must endure a year of growth as well. Ning Chuan may be a pride of the University of Kentucky, but I am no less. Devin Booker, also giving an interview, was fervently passionate. The outcome of a regular season game does not dictate much. I will be waiting for Ning Chuan on the grandest stage of the playoffs. Although Ning Chuan has made him look vulnerable today, Booker is not one to concede easily. Upon hearing Booker's words, Ayton held back a retort. "Are you really expecting to meet Ning Chuan on the highest stage of the playoffs? Brother, heed my advice. I am the Suns' most dominant player. As long as the team recognizes me as the primary core, not only will we meet, but I could even lead you to a championship." In a myriad of words, Ayton condensed his sentiment into a single phrase. "Best of luck, Devin." He patted Booker on the shoulder, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned team leader. After the interviews with the Suns concluded, reporters sought out the Knicks. Head coach Tom Thibodeau continued to bestow high praise upon Ning Chuan. Throughout the game, Thibodeau's strategy was straightforward. Entrust the ball to Ning Chuan and allow him to dismantle the Suns' defensive structure. Ning Chuan has certainly not disappointed. Not only has he consistently scored 40 points in consecutive games offensively, but his defensive assistance has also provided substantial support to the team. Ning Chuan is the primary cornerstone of our Knicks. He is the pivotal figure leading us to victory. In these past two matches, Ning Chuan has demonstrated an exceptionally high level of performance, and I believe no one can question the prowess of our young core any longer. Listen to the resounding cheers of the fans. Ning Chuan is the MVP of this arena. Tom Thibodeau has lavished praise upon Ning Chuan from head to toe. On one hand, Ning Chuan truly deserves these accolades. On the other hand, the Knicks fans still present at Madison Square Garden relish hearing such commendations. With the head coach singing his praises, what reason do the fans have not to rally behind him? Ning Chuan, MVP. Ning Chuan, MVP. The chants of MVP reverberate throughout Madison Square Garden. In my eyes, Ning Chuan is unequivocally the strongest player, bar none. Tyler Herro has consistently endorsed Ning Chuan, stating, "With him on the court, I can hardly fathom what it feels like to lose." How remarkable. Yet upon reflection, Herro's statement holds no fallacy. Since the NCAA championship, the Kentucky Wildcats have remained undefeated, and since entering the NBA, the Knicks have won their first 2 games without a loss. Herro contributed 8 points in this match. Although he struggled with the shooting today, he seamlessly orchestrated the team's offense during Brogdon's absence. His stat line of 8 assists and 4 steals is sufficient for him to leave the arena with his head held high. Kevin Love also shared his sentiments regarding partnering with Ning Chuan after the game, expressing that Ning Chuan, in certain respects, reminds him of LeBron James. Facing the camera, Love generously praised, "They are both superstar-caliber players, always capable of altering the course of a game through their abilities." Such an evaluation from Love after merely 2 games speaks volumes about Ning Chuan's prowess. Congratulations, Ning, on securing your first victory at Madison Square Garden. Shortly thereafter, reporters passed the microphone to Ning Chuan. Is there a difference between winning at home and winning on the road? Playing at Madison Square Garden is an honor for every basketball player. Facing the camera, Ning Chuan expressed his gratitude for the support of the fans. "Here, we have the best fans in the world. Their support in helping the team secure victories is an incredible feeling." The words of Ning Chuan have stirred tremendous excitement among the fans present. Supporting Ning Chuan is beyond reproach. This marks the inaugural encounter of your professional career against the Phoenix Suns. TNT reporter continued to inquire, "We are all aware that DeAndre Ayton was the first overall pick in the 2018 NBA draft. What is your assessment of his performance?" Although Devin Booker is Ning Chuan's direct opponent, the most captivating aspect of today's match undoubtedly lies in the clash between the 2 top picks, Ning Chuan and Ayton. What are your thoughts on DeAndre Ayton's performance? Ning Chuan shook his head and remarked, "To be honest, I did not pay much attention to him on the court. He is not even the best player on the Suns." When asked by a reporter who he thought would become an all-star player first, he replied with a roll of his eyes, "Come on, you know my competition extends beyond DeAndre. He is a commendable blue-collar center from Philadelphia." The meaning of Ning Chuan is quite straightforward. Although both Ayton and I are first-round picks, can we really be compared? He is merely a blue-collar center. What right does he have to compare himself with me? While he did not mention names directly, the journalists present for the interview were certainly not oblivious. "Damn it," exclaimed DeAndre Ayton as he vented his frustration after watching Ning Chuan's post-game interview at the Phoenix Suns hotel. Clearly, Ning Chuan's words struck a significant blow to him. He had just been filled with motivational talk by Monty and was eager to showcase his dominance this season. "But damn it, you dare to label me a blue-collar center? Just wait, I will show you my supremacy one day." After expressing his frustration, Ayton felt it was not enough. He needed his supporters to know about this. Thus, he quietly opened his social media, scoured for a while, and finally found a picture of himself executing a powerful dunk, captioning it, "From now on, please call me Dominator." Chapter 46, SKR. With consecutive performances scoring over 40 points, Ning Chuan's remarkable displays not only ignited his popularity in New York, across the United States, and even the world. One cannot discuss this NBA season without mentioning Ning Chuan's name. The People's Daily of China even dedicated a special report to him. In the article, the publication meticulously recounted the historical records he shattered since his NCAA days. The conclusion encapsulated him perfectly. If you still do not recognize Ning Chuan, then you're already out. As a basketball player, to grace the pages of one of the nation's top newspapers speaks volumes about Ning Chuan's rising fame. Meanwhile, back in his apartment, Ning Chuan silently drew the curtains, shed his jacket, and a sly smile crept across his lips. He glanced at a message just sent by Lilith, casually tossing his phone aside as he sauntered into the bathroom, where the sound of running water echoed. There were no gasps of surprise in the bathroom. Ning Chuan stood mesmerized by the scene before him. Perhaps due to the warmth of the water, Lilith's face was flushed, her alluring features more enchanting than ever. "Boss, what are you waiting for?" she said, stepping forward to meet Ning Chuan's intense gaze, tiptoeing as she wrapped one hand around his neck and whispered, "Linda has returned to her alma mater. Tonight, it's just you and me." In that moment of locked eyes, everything else faded into insignificance. As the fervent sounds gradually diminished, the bathroom was left with nothing but the soothing sound of flowing water. What to do without rain gear? Ning Chuan inquired. Although there are measures to be taken afterward, it is essential to respect Lilith's opinion at this moment. Lilith, whose mind was already clouded, suddenly perked up upon hearing Ning Chuan's words and softly replied, "Boss, today is not feasible." This was, undoubtedly, a rather disheartening revelation. However, with circumstances as they are, Ning Chuan had no choice but to contemplate alternative solutions. "The floor is too cold. Let us return to the bedroom swiftly." Ning Chuan playfully nudged Lilith and smiled. Lilith gasped, unable to suppress a shiver, and placed her hand on Ning Chuan's head as she stood up. "What audacity! Is your boss's head merely a support for you?" Fortunately, Ning Chuan was treated to a delightful view and bore no resentment towards Lilith's actions. Noticing Ning Chuan's mischievous grin, Lilith playfully swatted his teasing hand and closed the shower. "Boss, tonight, Linda is finally absent. Do you truly intend to let this opportunity slip away?" Despite her physical discomfort, Lilith remained resolute. Ning Chuan felt a stirring within him as he bent down to lift Lilith and carry her into the bedroom. As he placed her gently on the bed, he effortlessly peeled away her bathrobe and pressed himself upon her without a moment's hesitation. That night would remain etched in Ning Chuan's memory for years to come. Lilith seemed entranced, as if she were determined to conquer him. Her skillful techniques and astonishing moves almost drained him entirely. Although it was ultimately Lilith who succumbed, Ning Chuan was undeniably taken aback. Fortunately, in this struggle with Lilith, he emerged victorious. The following morning, Lilith was the first to awaken, her eyes feeling somewhat dry. Rubbing them gently, she glanced down to see Ning Chuan's formidable hand resting atop her bosom, and with a surge of emotion, she playfully swatted it away. Observing the peacefully slumbering Ning Chuan, a subtle smile graced her lips, adding to her charm. "Humph," Lilith let out a light huff, shaking her head in mild exasperation. He truly was not a good boss. Despite her growing fascination, Ning Chuan's strength was overwhelming, almost monstrous. She had drawn upon her most cherished skills last night, yet still found herself thoroughly bested. It seemed that such encounters would need to involve Linda in the future. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Lilith bit her crimson lip, seemingly resolved to a certain determination. After tidying up briefly, she gathered her golden hair into a ponytail and ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Suddenly, as she focused intently on her culinary tasks, she was enveloped by Ning Chuan's imposing form, his arms wrapping around her from behind. "Lilith, it appears there is potential for your salary to increase," he teased. "Boss, please, not so early in the morning," she retorted, feeling a slight shiver run through her at the warmth radiating from him. Indeed, she was beginning to fear Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan felt a surge of irritation. "Are you giving orders to the boss?" Lilith, sensing Ning Chuan's inclination to launch an attack, furrowed her brow and leaned back to evade, determined not to fall into the trap again. Observing this, Ning Chuan, slightly embarrassed and vexed, contemplated pouncing forward. But Lilith swiftly positioned the spatula before her and exclaimed, "Boss, please stop messing around. Just go outside." Ning Chuan stepped out of the kitchen with a sulky expression, pouting and muttering, "I originally intended to stage a grand culinary battle, but alas, there is no excitement whatsoever. Just wait until Linda returns. I shall surely cast you aside." At the dining table, Ning Chuan sat alone, delightfully savoring his breakfast, a meal he had been relishing for nearly 20 minutes. The exuberant curve at the corners of his mouth revealed just how elated he felt at that moment. Yet, amidst the intervals, his breaths occasionally became hurried, his expressions fluctuated between exuberance and agitation, and a few expletives escaped his lips. After approximately 2 minutes, a satisfied smile finally graced Ning Chuan's face. Simultaneously, a bashful Lilith emerged from beneath the table and hastily made her way to the restroom. "Boss, don't you have training today?" Upon returning to the dining table, Lilith, eyeing the smug Ning Chuan, issued an ultimatum: "Finish your meal and hurry along." Ning Chuan meticulously organized his clothes, his eyes gently closed as he savored the moment. "Lilith, to be honest, this won't do. Are you really going to just spit it all out?" Lilith, glancing at her bathrobe, revealed a wicked grin and dashed into the kitchen, refusing to let go of Lilith. Despite Lilith's vigorous attempts to break free, Ning Chuan's physical prowess rendered her efforts futile. "Boss, please let me go. I have things to attend to today. Next time, I promise to satisfy you thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan reluctantly released Lilith, pouting slightly. After receiving a sweet kiss from her, he hesitated before retreating to his bedroom to change into his training outfit. Chapter 47. Provocation? You are not qualified. On October 28, 2023, A monumental clash unfolded in the NBA Eastern Conference as the Philadelphia 76ers hosted the Boston Celtics. Despite losing Kyrie Irving during the summer, the Celtics secured former Hornets star Kemba Walker with a max contract. Along with Gordon Hayward's return and the growth of their talented duo, the Celtics' strength remains formidable. Many analysts believe this season marks the resurgence of the Celtics. Similarly, the 76ers have assembled an impressive roster this summer, featuring the dynamic duo of Embiid and Simmons, alongside Tobias Harris and Al Horford, all of whom are highly anticipated. The match unfolded with an intensity akin to a celestial collision, prompting commentators to exclaim that the Celtics and 76ers will be the main narrative of the Eastern Conference Finals in the coming years. Setting aside other concerns, the current roster compositions of both teams indeed spark the imagination. Ultimately, Jason Tatum unleashed a furious performance, scoring 38 points with 8 rebounds and 4 assists, leading the Celtics to a narrow 124-120 victory over the 76ers. Meanwhile, fellow rising star Jaylen Brown contributed 28 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. On the other side, the duo of Embiid and Simmons combined for 50 points, 22 rebounds, and 12 assists, yet could not avert their team's defeat. Following the conclusion of the game, TNT announced the next nationally televised matchup. On November 11, 2023, the Boston Celtics will once again take the stage, this time facing the New York Knicks at the North Shore Garden. The clash between the dual rising stars and Ning Chuan is anticipated as a defining rivalry for the future of the league. If the 76ers and Celtics are poised to be the focal point of the Eastern Conference Finals in the coming years, then the showdown between the Knicks and Celtics promises to be a grand spectacle for the NBA's future. Just look at the young cores of both teams. Their encounters are bound to resonate throughout the next decade. The dual rising stars against Ning Chuan and Tyler Herro. These two teams boast 4 exceptionally talented young players. Particularly, the confrontation between Tatum and Ning Chuan, these two young central figures, has led TNT to liken it to the legendary rivalry of Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird. Although Ning Chuan is not a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, he once played for the Kentucky Wildcats during his collegiate years, while Tatum represented Duke University. The storied rivalry between the Kentucky Wildcats and Duke University, two powerhouses within the NCAA, is rich enough to be chronicled in a novel. Similarly, Ning Chuan eagerly anticipates the moment of confrontation with the Boston Celtics. However, before facing the Celtics, the Knicks must first contend with their local adversaries, the Brooklyn Nets. This season, the Nets may very well emerge as the dark horse of the Eastern Conference. Even though Kevin Durant is sidelined for the entire season due to an Achilles tendon rupture, the strength of their overall roster remains formidable. Yet, they have suffered defeat in both of their matches since the season commenced. In their opening game, Irving scored an impressive 42 points, but he failed to convert a 3-point shot that could have tied the game in regulation, resulting in a narrow 3-point loss to the Boston Celtics on home turf. In the subsequent match, Irving's performance faltered in Toronto, leading the team to a staggering 18-point defeat against the reigning champions, the Toronto Raptors. With 2 consecutive losses to start the season, even the usually composed Irving has shown signs of frustration. When faced with the impending clash against their city rivals, the Knicks, Irving confidently proclaimed in a pregame interview, "We will secure our first victory of the season at Madison Square Garden." After making this bold statement, he abruptly ended the interview and turned to engage in pregame warm-ups. Last season, Irving's leadership abilities were heavily scrutinized, and following the team's gentleman's sweep by the Milwaukee Bucks in the conference semifinals, such criticisms reached a peak. Many Celtics fans deemed Irving a liability, blaming him entirely for the team's elimination. This season, Durant's absence presents Irving with an opportunity to prove himself. However, the team's initial losing streak has once again placed him in the spotlight. It is evident that today, he cannot allow the streak of defeats to continue. Upon hearing the reporter relay Irving's statements, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Ning Chuan merely shook his head in indifference. "I have but one message for Irving." Addressing the camera, Ning Chuan enunciated each word with clarity. "In New York, the Knicks shall emerge as the ultimate victors." Having uttered these words, Ning Chuan concluded his pregame interview and turned to immerse himself in shooting practice. The remarks exchanged by the two players prior to the game elicited palpable excitement from the two commentators present. Undoubtedly, this match promised to be an explosive clash of titans. As the pregame warm-ups swiftly came to a close, the starting players of both teams took to the court. The Brooklyn Nets starting lineup featured Irving and Dinwiddie in the backcourt, with LeVert and Harris leading the forward positions, while DeAndre Jordan anchored the team's interior defense. The New York Knicks maintained their customary starters, Brogdon, Bogdanovich, Grant, Love, and the team's unequivocal core, Ning Chuan. Get out of here, DeAndre Jordan. How can such a foolish player still be in the NBA? Depart immediately. Madison Square Garden does not welcome you or your ilk. As DeAndre Jordan stepped onto the court, a thunderous chorus of boos erupted from the entire Madison Square Garden arena. It is worth noting that last season, Jordan was still a member of the Knicks. However, his performance during that season was nothing short of disastrous, and he publicly lambasted the team's management for their decisions regarding Ning Chuan. New York fans have always been known for their vendettas. Ning Chuan, MVP. Ning Chuan, MVP. The jeers from the crowd subsided as Ning Chuan took the court. This has become a ritual for Knicks fans, who consistently chant Ning Chuan's name at the start and conclusion of each game. Ning Chuan undeniably deserves such adulation. He is the true MVP of this arena. The entire crowd rallied in support of Ning Chuan, yet dissenting voices were inevitable. Kid, today is your tuition day. LeVert, standing alongside Ning Chuan during the jump ball, unleashed taunts. Unfortunately for you, I'm in a foul mood today, so you'll have to bear the brunt of my frustration. Who are you? Upon hearing LeVert's words, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the name emblazoned on the back of LeVert's jersey, and replied, somewhat incredulously, if it were Kyrie saying this, perhaps I would respond. When it comes to verbal sparring, I am no novice. However, you clearly lack the requisite stature. Chapter 48, a duel with Irving, a clash of top scorers. Bang. DeAndre Jordan, utilizing his physical prowess, was the first to tip the ball to Dinwiddie. The visiting Brooklyn Nets seized control of the opening offensive possession. As Dinwiddie crossed half-court, Irving, positioned beyond the left three-point line, utilized Jordan's screen to create space and called for the ball. Bang. With the basketball in hand, Irving confronted Brogdon, executing a deceptive triple threat step that instinctively compelled Brogdon to retreat half a step. In the fleeting moment of opportunity, Irving would not let it slip away. Positioned beyond the left three-point arc, he drew back his bow. Swish. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before seamlessly finding the net. 3-0. A splendid individual offensive display. Kyrie Irving dispelled the shadows of his previous match. Indeed, if the Brooklyn Nets aspire to make an impact this year, Irving's performance will be pivotal. Just as the two commentators concluded their remarks, Brogdon advanced the ball past half-court, deftly passing to Ning Chuan. Swish. Ning Chuan, with remarkable agility, released the ball immediately upon receiving the pass, sending forth a flawless arc from beyond the three-point line, effortlessly sinking the ball into the net. The score stands at 3-3. The New York Knicks swiftly equalized the game. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan responds, his three-pointer equally lethal. Ning Chuan's swift three-pointer silenced the commentators momentarily. This is precisely why Knicks fans hold him in such high regard. He never shies away from a challenge. Shortly after the game commenced, the star players of both teams showcased their individual prowess, signaling to the audience that this match would not unfold easily. Transitioning to the offensive side, Dinwiddie orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, keenly observing Irving's backdoor cut into the lane. Whoosh. With a long, precise pass, he delivered the ball into Irving's hands. Bang. Just as the basketball landed in his grasp, Irving executed a wide, deceptive dribble to shake off his defender, then gracefully maneuvered with a Euro step to evade the oncoming Grant, finishing with a reverse layup. After scoring, Irving raised his index finger to his lips, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Kyrie Irving audaciously made a shushing gesture at Madison Square Garden. This act elicited laughter from the two commentators, who understood the implications of such a gesture in this iconic arena. FK Kyrie. FK Kyrie. FK Kyrie. As expected, the next moment, the entire Madison Square Garden erupted with deafening boos. Knicks fans had long harbored resentment towards Irving and Durant for their alliance with the Brooklyn Nets. Now, with Irving adding fuel to the fire, how could the Knicks fans possibly contain their ire? Meanwhile, Brogdon, with the ball, utilized Love's screen to penetrate the paint, drawing defenders before distributing the ball to the perimeter where Ning Chuan awaited. Whoosh. As the basketball landed in his hands, Ning Chuan effortlessly flicked it to LeVert and soared into the air, then took a lateral step into a wide-open three-pointer. Swish. The ball sliced through the air like a blade, sealing the fate at 6-5. The home team, Knicks, regained the lead. Ning Chuan's response remained unwavering. He was in no way distracted by Irving's antics. Indeed, His performance on the court resembled that of a seasoned general, mature yet composed. In the face of provocation, he chose to let his game do the talking, and clearly, he succeeded. As the play transitioned, the Nets offense saw Irving demanding the ball again, facing Brogdon's defense. This time, Irving opted to use Jordan's screen to shake off Brogdon, creating space for a mid-range pull-up shot. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a shadowy figure emerged from his flank, nearly swatting the ball away at its apex. It was Ning Chuan. As the basketball sailed out of bounds, the commentator leaped to his feet. Ning Chuan's timely help defense thwarted Irving's seemingly guaranteed basket. Irving's maneuver had been impressive, yet he could not evade Ning Chuan's emphatic block. Another commentator was equally astonished. His leaping ability is simply extraordinary. Even a center would struggle to impede that shot. Splendid. Meanwhile, Grant on the court rushed excitedly to Ning Chuan's side, his expression fervent. No mercy. Well done. This is your home court. You must not allow anyone to act recklessly here. Kevin Love also exemplified the role of a seasoned veteran, gathering his teammates and urging them to capitalize on the momentum. Let us maintain this intensity in our defense. All right. Ning Chuan, Brogdon, and Grant nodded in agreement. On the sidelines, head coach Tom Thibodeau couldn't help but nod upon witnessing this scene. He silently mused, this is the impact Ning Chuan has brought to the Knicks. He is evolving into a competent leader. The team's morale surged significantly, and in the subsequent play, Ning Chuan displayed greater boldness and determination in his defense against Irving. The opponent's aggressive defense made it quite challenging for a one-on-one specialist like Irving. After all, every movement Ning Chuan made was teetering on the brink of a foul. Bang. Finally, as the 24-second shot clock neared its end, Irving's forced turnaround jumper missed its mark, the ball ricocheting off the rim. The rebound was secured by Kevin Love, who swiftly passed the ball to Brogdon. In the front court, Ning Chuan, Grant, and Boyong, the formidable trio, galloped in unison, ultimately culminating in a spectacular alley-oop dunk, assisted by Brogdon, as Ning Chuan secured his 8th point of the match. 8-5. The Knicks continued to widen their lead, while Kyrie Irving's individual offensive efforts diminished. Ning Chuan persistently added to the scoreboard. On the sidelines, the commentator exclaimed with fervor, moreover, Ning Chuan's defensive support has posed significant challenges for Irving. Although it was a struggle, Irving's one-on-one offensive prowess ranks among the elite in the league. He swiftly adapted to Ning Chuan's defensive habits, regaining his rhythm and sinking a mid-range jumper under pressure from 2 defenders, helping his team reclaim 2 points. It is undeniable that a true master of the game, a top-tier point guard in the league, and an elite scorer indeed lives up to his reputation. Of course, Ning Chuan's offensive performance was equally commendable. As the first quarter concluded, the home team, the New York Knicks, held a narrow lead over the Brooklyn Nets, 34-30, by 4 points. Ning Chuan and Kyrie each played the full first quarter, with Ning Chuan scoring a remarkable 22 points, while Kyrie managed to secure 18 points. Kyrie Irving swiftly adapted to the Knicks' double-team strategy, regaining his form in no time. However, in this scoring duel of the first quarter, it was indisputably Ning Chuan who emerged victorious. Indeed, the battle between these two elite scorers is destined to continue until the final moment of the match. Chapter 49. The overwhelmed marksman, Zion, and the helpless Kyrie, what makes Ning Chuan so formidable? As the game between the New York Knicks and the Brooklyn Nets entered the intermission, Zion Williamson, currently recuperating in New Orleans, was intently watching the live broadcast of the match. Observing Ning Chuan scoring highlights on the television screen, he glanced down at his injured thigh. Hurry up and heal. Zion anxiously patted his thigh. If Ning Chuan continues to perform at this level, what use would it be for him to return? Could he even score 40 points in a game? Could he match Kyrie Irving shot for shot? A barrage of questions relentlessly churned in Zion's mind. Damn. Moments later, Zion let out a resigned curse, seemingly coming to terms with reality. At the same time, the attention on this match extended far beyond Zion Williamson. In Memphis, USA, within a nightclub VIP room, Ja Morant, upon seeing the news on his phone, couldn't help but curse loudly, shoving away a clingy woman beside him. Damn that Ning Chuan. Morant instinctively felt the weapon at his waist. Upon noticing the handgun at Morant's side, the nightclub hostess gasped in shock. As she prepared to make her exit, Morant swiftly grabbed her from behind. Get over here. I'm furious right now. You need to help me vent this anger, he said, pressing the gun against her head. Or else you'll regret it. While Morant spiraled into this reckless state, he remained blissfully unaware that everything he had just done was being recorded by surveillance cameras. The scene shifts back to Madison Square Garden, where the New York Derby between the Knicks and the Nets commenced its second quarter. The Knicks' rotation was formidable, and the Nets' bench also shone brightly. Particularly, their second-round pick, Thomas, exhibited great potential as a successor to Kyrie, narrowing the score gap through his relentless individual efforts. With just over 5 minutes left until halftime, the score stood at 50-51, as the visiting Brooklyn Nets managed to take the lead. In the dead ball round, both coaches of the teams coincidentally substituted their starting lineups. Ning, your moment of performance has come to an end. As he took the court, Irving proactively approached Ning Chuan. From here on, we shall seize victory in one swift motion. I apologize, but you may find yourself disappointed. Gazing calmly at Irving before him, Ning Chuan replied, "It is I, not you, who will carry the game away in one decisive flow. You intend to seize victory in one swift motion?" A light-hearted remark from Ning Chuan almost provoked a laugh from Irving. This lad certainly possesses an impressive gift of gab. However, upon gazing into Ning Chuan's resolute eyes, the urge to chuckle dissipated instantly. In Ning Chuan, Irving perceived a reflection of himself, the young man who, upon entering the league, dared to challenge Kobe to a duel. Perhaps he truly could succeed. In that moment, Irving's heart was beset by uncertainty. As the Knicks commenced their offense, Brogdon swiftly advanced the ball past half-court, promptly delivering it into the eager hands of Ning Chuan. Thud! At the arc's summit, Ning Chuan held the ball, casting a glance at LeVert, who stood before him. Following the first quarter, it was evident that LeVert had come well prepared. He was acutely aware of Ning Chuan's sharpshooting prowess. Thus he closed in without hesitation. Yet, this defensive posture inadvertently granted Ning Chuan a clear path for a drive. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan accelerated from the arc, deftly maneuvering past LeVert's left side. And faced with the imminent challenge of DeAndre Jordan, he executed a sudden stop and released a mid-range jumper. Swish! The basketball glided past Jordan's fingertips and nestled into the net. 52-51. The Knicks seized the lead. As the play transitioned, the Nets took their turn. Irving, with the ball in hand, advanced steadily across half-court. After encountering Brogdon's tenacious defense, he passed the ball to LeVert, who had circled around a screen to his left. But before LeVert could secure the ball, a pair of long arms intervened in the passing lane. It was Ning Chuan, who had astutely anticipated the defensive move. Just moments prior, he had seemingly been obstructed by Jordan's screen. The two commentators were taken aback by Ning Chuan's steal. Despite the high quality of Jordan's screen, Ning Chuan not only circumvented it but also intercepted the ball before LeVert could react. The sheer explosiveness of that moment was utterly astonishing. However, what left the commentators even more astounded was yet to come. Following the steal, Ning Chuan surged forward, taking a small step inside the free throw line. Leaping off 1 foot, like a meteor soaring through the sky, he soared gracefully, akin to an eagle spreading its wings, and executed a thunderous dunk. Well, in the next instant, the entire Madison Square Garden erupted with gasps of awe. Did I just witness a jump from the free throw line? Ning Chuan simply must participate in this year's dunk contest. Mark my words. Fellow fans, I reiterate, how on earth did we acquire such talent? On the court, Irving's expression grew increasingly animated. It seemed that Ning Chuan's earlier words were destined to become a reality. As the instigator of this fiery contest, how could Irving allow Ning Chuan to prevail? Returning to the offensive end, Irving actively sought the basketball from Dinwiddie, initiating his personal assault. However, the moment he penetrated past Brogdon and surged into the paint, he was met with a ferocious ambush from 3 Knicks defenders. In desperation, he had no choice but to pass the ball to the awaiting DeAndre Jordan beneath the basket. Thud! Jordan's layup was thwarted by Ning Chuan, failing to find the mark. In the ensuing battle for the rebound, Grant soared gracefully, securing the ball with finesse. Brogdon, upon receiving the pass, promptly launched a counterattack, occasionally casting glances towards Ning Chuan at his side. After drawing the attention of the Nets defenders, he decisively passed the ball to the advancing Ning Chuan behind him. Swish! On the left side of the three-point line, Ning Chuan received the ball, and with a vast open space, he executed a flawless shot. 57-51. Less than a minute after the timeout, the home team, the New York Knicks, once again extended their lead to 6 points. The commentators, oblivious to the narrative between Ning Chuan and Irving, noted that Ning Chuan had elevated the team's performance on both offense and defense during this period. Amidst the commentators' dialogue, the atmosphere on the court intensified. The Nets, in their offensive possession, aimed for Irving to isolate, but under Brogdon's relentless pressure, a mispass occurred, landing the ball directly in the hands of the oncoming Boyan. Whoosh. The ball swiftly found Ning Chuan, who had already surged into the front court. Stop him quickly. Irving was unable to catch up in time, nearly alerting his retreating teammates to guard the final line. Dinwiddie and LeVert quickly collapsed into the paint, denying Ning Chuan any opportunity for a personal showcase. Bang. Yet, this time, as Ning Chuan entered the front court on the fast break, he chose not to attack the paint. Observing the defensive positioning of Dinwiddie and LeVert, Ning Chuan halted beyond the arc, rose, and shot. Swish. The basketball soared through the air like a blade unsheathed, striking decisively. 60-51. Chapter 50. You want me to give Ning Chuan some advice? At this moment, Ning Chuan's explosive scoring ability was on full display. Madison Square Garden, New York. In less than a minute, the Knicks transformed a 1-point deficit into a 9-point lead. The commentators were utterly astounded, an astonishing display of offense, but such is Ning Chuan. Listen to the roars of the crowd, and you will understand Ning Chuan's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan's consecutive scores prompted Nets head coach Steve Nash to call a timeout. This ingenious coach repeatedly verified the score and time on the scoreboard after the timeout, still in disbelief that his team had fallen behind by 9 points in less than a minute. On the other side, Ning Chuan relished the cheers of the crowd as he strolled back to the bench. Damn. No one here can defeat you. It's madness, pure madness. The Nets are completely bewildered by your performance. Upon returning to the bench, Knicks players quickly surrounded Ning Chuan. Within less than a minute, he had made 4 shots, scoring 10 points with 2 perfect three-pointers. Notably, his powerful dunk just inside the free throw line earned him accolades from his teammates. What on earth are you doing? On the Nets bench, Coach Nash erupted. LeVert, where is your defense? Are you being outsmarted by that rookie? Every play is a counterattack. There is little I can do. LeVert remains resolute. I will be vigilant and will not allow him any easy scoring opportunities again. Though he speaks thus, his heart whispers otherwise. Is it not so? You dare to lay the blame on me? Kyrie's consecutive errors leading to counterattacks go unaddressed, yet you approach me with complaints? Steve Nash continues to bellow hoarsely. Meanwhile, the entire Brooklyn Nets team stands bewildered by Ning Chuan's performance. In the realm of the NBA, a single surge from the opposition can tip the scales of victory. The Nets are presently enduring this agony. Upon the resumption of play, Irving, utilizing DeAndre Jordan's screen at the top of the arc, evades Brogdon's defense and executes a sudden mid-range jump shot. Alas, the ball strikes the front rim, failing to find its mark. Kevin Love seizes the rebound and swiftly passes it to Brogdon. On the wing, the New York Knicks trio advances in unison, ultimately finding the completely unguarded Boyan after Ning Chuan draws the defense. Bam! The basketball is released. Boyan, without hesitation, unleashes a three-pointer. After the timeout, the Knicks maintain their offensive momentum, while the Brooklyn Nets struggle to break their scoring drought. The performances of both teams in the latter half of the second quarter reflect the essence of the entire match. Devoid of Kevin Durant, the Nets rely solely on Irving's efforts, while the performances of his teammates appear as if they are in a daze, their poor form rendering the contest devoid of suspense. As the third quarter concludes, Nets head coach Steve Nash has withdrawn all starters, signaling the onset of garbage time. Tom Thibodeau, too, wishes not to waste time. As Ning Chuan surpasses the 40-point mark, he waves his hand to substitute his starters. With 3 consecutive games scoring over 40 points, Ning Chuan is scripting his legend in an unparalleled manner. In his first 3 games, Ning Chuan has amassed 126 points, making him the fastest player in NBA history to reach his first 100 points. Even the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain and the basketball god Michael Jordan find themselves trailing behind him. As Ning Chuan departs the court, the 2 commentators rise in applause towards him. While I am uncertain of how many records Ning Chuan has shattered today, I am certain that breaking records will become the norm for him in the future. Indeed, the New York Knicks have finally welcomed their new king. Not only the commentators, but as Ning Chuan returns to the bench, the Knicks fans in Madison Square Garden rise, chanting MVP and offering him the warmest applause. As the commentators remarked, the Knicks have finally embraced their new monarch. United States, Boston, North Shore Garden. As Jason Tatum watched the live broadcast of the game, he could hear the thunderous cheers emanating from his phone. He had triumphed over Kyrie Irving. As the 3rd overall pick of the 2017 draft, Tatum had spent his initial 2 years as a subordinate to Irving. He was acutely aware of Irving's prowess. Yet, it was astonishing to witness his former mentor being thoroughly dominated by Ning Chuan. Perhaps a formidable rival had indeed emerged on the horizon. With a piercing gaze, Tatum declared, "The New York Knicks would be our most significant competitors moving forward," following the narrative's progression. With superstars like LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard embarking on their journeys westward, the Boston Celtics were poised to soon make their mark in the Eastern Conference. However, Ning Chuan's emergence would inevitably shatter their aspirations for the future. "You want me to offer Ning Chuan some advice?" The camera panned back to Madison Square Garden, where Kyrie Irving, after the game, expressed his resignation during a media interview. "Buddy, are you sure you're not joking? Ning Chuan scored 40 points and obliterated our defense. How can I possibly provide him with any advice?" Having uttered these words, Irving abruptly concluded his post-game interview and retreated into the players' tunnel. He was uncertain if he could maintain composure before the cameras any longer. "We attempted numerous strategies, yet found ourselves powerless against Ning Chuan." Similarly, Nets head coach Steve Nash, also addressing the media post-game, appeared somewhat exasperated. "Ning Chuan possesses every quality necessary to become a superstar. He presented us with significant challenges on both ends of the court today." For the novice Nash, this game served as a profound lesson. A rookie managing to score over 40 points in less than 3 quarters was nothing short of astonishing. It was truly terrifying. No one could contain Ning Chuan defensively. Yet today, he exhibited remarkable diligence on that end as well. Tyler Herro continued to sing Ning Chuan's praises. "When you see Ning Chuan tirelessly running and providing help on defense, you know we've secured this game." As Ning Chuan's college teammate, Herro was well aware of his defensive capabilities. Typically, he would conserve energy on defense. Thus, when one witnessed Ning Chuan excelling on both ends of the court, the outcome of the game became utterly predictable. Chapter 51. Tonight, that rascal will benefit again. Ultimately, the media's focus shifted towards Ning Chuan during the interviews. "Ning, during the latter part of the second quarter, you scored 10 points in just 1 minute. Many fans are calling that stretch the Ning Chuan moment." A reporter from TNT inquired, "What were your thoughts when you scored 10 points in under a minute?" Calmly addressing the camera, Ning Chuan responded, "I simply did what any player should do. If the team requires me to score, I shall step up to the occasion. If the team needs me to provide energy on the defensive end, then I will ensure to contain the opponent." Ning Chuan's philosophy is quite straightforward. "Whatever the team requires of me, I shall fulfill. Scoring, defending, organizing. I am capable of excelling in all these aspects." Today, you achieved your 3rd career game with over 40 points, shattering numerous records. An ESPN reporter promptly inquired, "Will you aspire to reach 50 or even 60 points in the future?" "I reiterate, the victory of the team is paramount. As for statistics, Ning Chuan does not place much significance on them. If Coach Thibodeau were to say that I need to score 60 points today for the team to win, then I would accomplish that." Ning Chuan's remarks have become a focal point of discussion among fans following the match. In his initial 2 games, many spectators claimed that his high scores were merely a result of good fortune. However, today, facing off against the league's premier scorer, Kyrie Irving, Ning Chuan delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 40 points. All rumors and doubts were swiftly dispelled. I must extend my apologies for my previous comments about Ning Chuan. He truly is one of the league's elite scorers. Soon after, those who had previously questioned him began to express their admiration online, declaring Ning Chuan the strongest rookie in the past 30 years, with an unparalleled dominance on the offensive end. Indeed, even the likes of Michael Jordan and LeBron James cannot be compared to Ning Chuan's rookie season performance. Not only is he impressive offensively, but his defensive prowess is equally remarkable, positioning him as a formidable contender for the Defensive Player of the Year award in the future. Meanwhile, in New York, at the Hamilton apartment, the phone rang incessantly. Upon returning home, Ning Chuan was preparing to take a brief nap when his phone vibrated beside him. The moment he glanced at the caller ID, all traces of sleep vanished from his face, replaced by a sly grin as he answered the call. "Darling, have you been rather fiery lately?" Soon, the gentle voice of Charity resonated through the phone. "What's wrong? Isn't this just the norm?" "Hee. Ning Chuan, can you not be so pretentious?" Charity teased. "I'm at New York Airport. Come pick me up." With a sweet smile adorning her exquisitely crafted features, Charity hung up the phone and donned the trench coat handed to her by her agent, having just finished a shoot before arriving in New York. She wore a delicate lace top paired with a form-fitting miniskirt, her long legs elegantly encased in sheer stockings, capturing the attention of every man in the lounge. Of course, the allure of her ample curves was undeniable. As she admired her appearance, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Tonight, she would again indulge that rogue Ning Chuan. Recalling his playful antics upon her delicate form sent a shiver through her. a gentle breeze causing her to tremble, and the warmth of desire intensified in her gaze. As Charity and her entourage emerged from the terminal, her eyes fell upon the figure she had been longing for. Especially that face adorned with a mischievous smile that always stirred her emotions. Ning Chuan. Charity sprinted towards him, and they embraced in a passionate kiss. Oblivious to the world around them, Charity felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her legs instinctively wrapping around him, attuned to the strength of his heartbeat. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Let us go. Tonight, I am determined to satiate you. As Charity listened to Ning Chuan whispering suggestive words into her ear, a wave of shyness overcame her, prompting her to lightly thump her fists against his chest. Playfully defensive, she wrapped her arms around his, burying her delicate figure in his embrace. Ahem. Lisa, the manager, observed the pair almost oblivious to their surroundings, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement as she coughed softly to regain their attention. Oh, Lisa, perhaps you should find a nearby hotel room, Charity suggested, playfully tossing her hair back, her face flushed with embarrassment. I have plans tonight. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Hearing her words, Lisa could not help but roll her eyes. You want us to find a room nearby? You have significant plans tonight? After retrieving their luggage upon exiting the airport, the staff, led by Lisa, departed in a vehicle. Meanwhile, Charity settled into Ning Chuan's Ferrari. Along the way, soft, feline-like murmurs escaped her lips as she tightly clutched her legs, seemingly guarding her last line of defense. Time flew by swiftly. Ning Chuan cast an exasperated glance at Kelly, who was giggling as she began to adjust her attire. All right, my dear. Wait a moment, and I shall reward you. Upon noticing Ning Chuan's displeasure, Kelly playfully kissed his cheek and sweetly remarked. Hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, what kind of reward? Kiki, I won't tell you. Oh, you are so annoying, Kelly teased, playfully tapping her delicate finger on Ning Chuan's forehead. Instantly, she felt a chill sweep over her, and a rosy blush adorned her beautiful face as she shyly pushed away Ning Chuan, who was still intent on pursuing her. After arriving at a luxurious 5-star hotel in New York, Ning Chuan promptly ordered a feast of Kelly's favorite dishes. As a Victoria's Secret supermodel, Kelly was typically quite particular about her diet. However, ever since she began dating Ning Chuan, she found herself compelled to consume copious amounts of food to keep up with his vigorous advances. Don't you have a place in New York? Kelly suddenly asked during their meal, her tone ambiguous enough to startle Ning Chuan. Yes, I do. Ning Chuan nodded. However, did you not skip a meal? I thought I might invite you to dine with me. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, Kelly merely nodded and continued her meal without further inquiry. With Kelly refraining from probing further, Ning Chuan felt his taut nerves begin to relax. He certainly did not wish for Kelly to discover that his apartment housed 2 stunning beauties. The repercussions of such a revelation would be beyond his capacity to bear. Chapter 52. You shall undoubtedly be the protagonist. Tonight, heed my command. As Ning Chuan stepped into the hotel, Kelly, standing behind him, promptly pushed him onto the bed. Very well, let us proceed in accordance with the banner of leadership. Ning Chuan gazed with anticipation as Kelly confidently shed her garments, revealing an exquisite ensemble of black lace lingerie. Her long, graceful legs were elegantly enveloped in delicate stockings, a sight that was truly breathtaking. It is noteworthy that due to the extraordinary length of her legs, Kelly's stockings featured a suspender design. Ning Chuan stared in astonishment at Kelly's subsequent actions, feeling as though his very soul had been drawn away. What on earth is this? Kelly felt her delicate lips grow somewhat numb, and within her, the spirit of battle awakened in an instant. An unprecedented war had commenced, with the roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes echoing in succession. An overwhelming aura of killing intent filling the air. The clarion call of charge reverberated throughout the night sky. Yet, Kelly had believed she could triumph and claim Ning Chuan's head. Unfortunately, Ning Chuan had concealed his strength for nearly an hour. Seizing the moment, he unceremoniously toppled Kelly from her mount, a wicked smile gracing his lips. I have heard that the legs of Victoria's Secret models are unparalleled. Allow me to experience this today. After a high-pitched note akin to a dolphin's cry, the entire world descended into a serene stillness. Kelly grasped the bed linens beside her with frantic intensity, her gaze lost in a daze upon the ceiling, oblivious to the passage of time, her spirit entirely disengaged. Reluctant to awaken. Throughout the night, Ning Chuan had undoubtedly exerted himself to the utmost. Even with the integration of the Edwards template, his body ached. A testament to his earnest efforts. Meanwhile, as the defending party, Kelly had been thoroughly exhausted, slipping into a deep slumber. The following morning, the brilliant sunlight poured into the bedroom, heralding yet another bustling day in the vibrant city of New York. However, the cacophony outside seemed to have no impact whatsoever on the two entwined in slumber within the room. Scattered across the floor were various styles of stockings, carelessly discarded, a vivid indication of the night's fierce intensity. The multitude of styles spoke volumes about the extraordinary price Kelly had paid. Ning Chuan was the first to awaken, instinctively squeezing the soft material in his hand. A delicate protest escaped from behind him, and as he beheld the back of Chiretti, a twinge of guilt welled up within him. Initially, the plan for the previous night was for Chiretti to take the lead in their escapades. However, as time progressed, under Ning Chuan's insistence, Chiretti complied with his whims in various outrageous ways. Even when asked to engage in activities that might have caused her embarrassment, she dutifully acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. The assortment of stockings strewn carelessly across the floor bore testament to the absurdity of Ning Chuan's antics the night before. It was akin to a monk who had never tasted meat, breaking his vows for the first time. Nevertheless, it was undeniably exhilarating. With a hint of guilt still lingering, Ning Chuan soon wore his signature mischievous grin. After whispering a playful remark, he began to indulge in further mischief. Once he had tucked Chiretti in, he proceeded to wash up. Meanwhile, Chiretti, still lost in slumber, suddenly felt her cheeks flush and her breath become slightly erratic after he left. Covering her forehead with her hand, she muttered with exasperation, "That damn rascal. His peculiarities are truly numerous. But alas, the path I chose. I shall walk it, even if it brings tears." Recalling what her friend had said, she reassured herself that Ning Chuan's quirks were not insurmountable, and everything remained within her grasp. A short while later, having finished his shower, Ning Chuan entered the bedroom while towel-drying his hair. Noticing that Chiretti still showed no signs of waking, he approached the bedside, seeking a moment of solace. Feeling the gentle touch of his hand, Chiretti furrowed her brow and abruptly opened her beautiful eyes. With a hint of annoyance, she swatted his hand away, huffed, and turned her back to him, dismissing him entirely. "Quickly, prepare breakfast for me," she commanded sharply, rising from the bed. "And don't forget to get the hot water ready in the bedroom." In pursuit of experiencing even more delightful variations in their relationship, Ning Chuan resigned himself to Chiretti's demands. After basking in her warmth for a while, he received a call from his agent, Linda. The message was straightforward: Phil Knight, the president of Nike, had personally arrived in New York with his management team to discuss a potential collaboration with Ning Chuan. Regardless of whether Ning Chuan ultimately agreed to the partnership, he would be gifted a complete set of AJ Series sneakers by Nike. "Ning Chuan, they are scheduled to meet with you this afternoon at 3 o'clock, Linda concluded the call, adding that they would be waiting outside Madison Square Garden. It must be said, Nike's gesture was imbued with sincerity, with the president and his team making the effort to engage personally and offering Ning Chuan a thoughtful gift. Everything was laid out for him with clarity. "All right, we shall go together this afternoon." Ning Chuan briefly replied to the message, then explained the situation to Chiretti. "It's all right. You may go." Chiretti, filled with disdain, wished for Ning Chuan to vanish immediately, for who could predict the unspeakable events that might unfold while together. "Once you secure that substantial contract, we shall celebrate in earnest." Outside Madison Square Garden, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Phil Knight and others, the group proceeded to a nearby CAF. "Ning Chuan, you are a remarkably astute young man. We are aware that you have previously turned down numerous sneaker brands." Phil Knight, the president of Nike, wasted no time and presented a document from his briefcase. "This is a contract tailored specifically for you, the King of New York series." Upon seeing the conspicuous title on the contract, Ning Chuan instantly comprehended that this was a partnership agreement. Nike had indeed come well prepared and demonstrated genuine sincerity. Compared to the miserly Adidas and the overly nationalistic Anta, Ning Chuan had already awarded Nike high marks in his impression. "Indeed, we will establish an independent brand for you. In other words, you will possess a brand of your own, akin to Michael Jordan." Observing the joy on Ning Chuan's face, Phil Knight intensified his appeal. "Furthermore, we shall provide you with an endorsement fee of $200 million over 5 years. Join us, collaborate with us, and together we shall create an entirely new realm. In this world, you will undoubtedly be the central figure." Chapter 53, a historic contract, Ning Chuan signs with Nike. Create an entirely new realm. It must be said that Ning Chuan was indeed moved by Phil Knight's words. No one would reject Nike. nor would anyone refuse the establishment of a brand exclusively for themselves. Indeed, Ning Chuan, we believe that with your involvement, Nike will dominate the basketball domain. Phil Knight continued, moreover, I am confident that the guaranteed plus profit-sharing contract we are offering you is a privilege that even Michael Jordan never possessed. As Phil Knight articulated, while Michael Jordan had his independent brand with Nike, he only enjoyed profit-sharing without an endorsement contract. In comparison to Jordan, the contract Ning Chuan was offered was a historic first in the NBA. Nike was also taking a gamble, wagering that this prodigious talent from China could elevate Nike's market value to unprecedented heights. Of course, Ning Chuan, you will have absolute authority over sneaker design and collaboration. Fearful of Ning Chuan's potential refusal, Phil Knight continued, our research and development team will wholeheartedly design according to your preferences. I accept your contract. Nike's sincerity was unmistakably evident. And Ning Chuan, without a moment's hesitation, inscribed his signature below. My sole stipulation is that whenever new footwear is released, Huaxia shall be the first place to unveil them. No problem, Ning Chuan, this can be regarded as your personal endorsement. You possess all reasonable authority. Upon witnessing Ning Chuan's signature, Phil Knight beamed with joy. Ning, welcome to our Nike family. Let us continue to create brilliance together. The recent signing between Ning Chuan and Nike has captured the attention of major media outlets in the United States, who were quick to report this groundbreaking news. For the first time in history, a prodigious talent from China has secured a historic endorsement contract with Nike. 25 years after its inception, Nike is set to launch an entirely new independent brand, with Ning Chuan poised to become the second NBA player in history, following the legendary Michael Jordan, to possess an independent brand. In mere minutes, the headlines of authoritative media such as TNT and ESPN were dominated by the news of Ning Chuan's partnership with Nike. How remarkable that a rookie who has played only 3 games has already established his own independent brand in collaboration with such a colossal corporation. Even the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, took nearly a decade to attain this honor, while Ning Chuan has accomplished it in just 3 games. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of Anta in Shanghai, the management team led by Ding Chuan was left utterly astounded. They had been preparing to submit a second sneaker contract for Ning Chuan when news of his signing with Nike surged to the top of trending topics. A guaranteed minimum plus a revenue-sharing contract? Has Nike lost its senses? Upon hearing the details of the contract between Nike and Ning Chuan, Ding Chuan and his colleagues displayed expressions of disbelief. They never anticipated that Nike would be so generous towards Ning Chuan. Their own second offer had merely involved a slight increase in the annual endorsement fee, with no consideration for revenue sharing at all. After the initial shock wore off, Ding Chuan resignedly suggested reaching out to other rookies from this draft class. Originally, the partnership between Anta and Ning Chuan was expected to be a remarkable success story. However, due to Anta's reluctance to invest, this collaboration ultimately fell through, leaving them to seek out other potential signing opportunities among the other rookies. On October 31st, 19-year-old rookies collectively shone with brilliance. Second overall pick Ja Morant achieved his first career triple-double with 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists in a match against the Dallas Mavericks, leading his team to victory in their season opener. Without Ning Chuan, Morant would have undoubtedly been the standout star of this rookie class. Fourth pick RJ Barrett also broke out of a slump, delivering a remarkable performance with 32 points in 40 minutes of play against the Los Angeles Lakers, despite the team's loss. Meanwhile, fifth pick Darius Garland helped the Cleveland Cavaliers break free from a losing streak. Additionally, Keldon Johnson, selected 29th by the San Antonio Spurs, also showcased impressive skills. Nevertheless, amidst the multitude of emerging stars from the 2019 draft class, the most radiant star remains Ning Chuan. That evening, the New York Knicks welcomed the challenge of the Charlotte Hornets at their home court. Following the unsuccessful attempt to re-sign the esteemed Kemba Walker during the off-season, the team officially entered a phase of reconstruction. Their first-round draft pick, P.J. Washington, selected at the 11th position, has yet to deliver a commendable performance. It must be acknowledged that the judgment of the venerable Michael Jordan in selecting players appears to be rather questionable. Coupled with his penchant for meddling in the affairs of the football team's management, many external media outlets remain skeptical about the Hornets' future in the NBA. However, when faced with the undefeated New York Knicks, head coach Kenny Atkinson exuded an air of remarkable confidence, typically not one to favor rookies. Atkinson relished the prospect of challenging the burgeoning talent on the opposing side. Rochelle, tonight's matchup falls to you. Rochelle, who joined the Charlotte Hornets as a free agent during the summer, confidently proclaimed before the game, "I absolutely will not allow that rookie to score in double digits." Regarding Ning Chuan, Rochelle held a strong conviction. After all, during his tenure with the Boston Celtics, the team's dynamic duo, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, often thrived under his guidance. Even though Ning Chuan had delivered historic performances in the past 3 games, Rochelle maintained his self-assurance. "If both stars can humbly perform under me, what makes this number 1 pick so special?" Soon, the pregame warm-up concluded, and the starting lineups for both teams took to the court. The Charlotte Hornets starting lineup featured Monk and Rochelle in the backcourt, with Batum and Marvin Williams occupying the forward positions. The paint was anchored by Cody Zeller. To be frank, the overall strength of the Hornets starting lineup is not particularly formidable, and their talent does not rank among the elite, making it quite challenging to secure a playoff spot in the Eastern Conference. The New York Knicks starting lineup remained unchanged: Brogdon, Bogdanovich, Grant, Kevin Love, and the team's undeniable cornerstone, Ning Chuan. Chapter 54, I Will Surpass Ning Chuan. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Kevin Love, utilizing his height advantage, outmaneuvered Kohler and was the first to direct the ball to Brogdon. The Knicks, playing on their home turf, took the initiative in the opening offensive possession. As Brogdon advanced the ball into the front court, the eyes of the crowd gravitated towards Ning Chuan. Tonight, Ning Chuan would be facing Rochelle as primary defense. Indeed, this young guard had showcased remarkable prowess during his time with the Boston Celtics, particularly in games where Kyrie Irving was sidelined due to injury, during which Rochelle's performance was undeniably impressive. Truly, Rochelle's abilities are not merely a fade. Yet, he cannot be compared to Ning Chuan. Boom. On the left side beyond the three-point line, Ning Chuan, gazing at Rozier who stood nearly a meter away, exhibited no hesitation as he effortlessly sank a three-pointer into the net. 3-0. The Knicks, playing at home, seized the initiative. Why did Rozier afford Ning Chuan such ample space to shoot? Such a defense was, for Ning Chuan, akin to a generous gift. Indeed, it has been proven that one must never grant Ning Chuan any shooting space, for he can score from every position on the offensive end. Amidst the commentary of the two announcers, Monk advanced the ball from the backcourt, utilizing a screen set by Kohler to penetrate the paint. Faced with a double-team defense, he passed the ball to Rozier on the perimeter. Rozier, with Ning Chuan's long arms reaching toward him, attempted a three-pointer but failed to score. Kevin Love secured the rebound, glanced toward the front court, and spotted Ning Chuan dashing forward, executing a quarterback-style long pass. Rozier sprinted in a desperate chase, yet Ning Chuan, unencumbered by the ball, moved with greater speed, widening the gap between them. Bang! As he reached the three-point line, Ning Chuan received Love's long pass, maintaining his momentum as he stepped inside the free-throw line. Just as Rozier closed the distance behind him, he leaped, soaring into the air, his body seemingly floating. And with his left hand, he emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. Boom! The fans at Madison Square Garden were utterly captivated by Ning Chuan's graceful dunk. Michael Jordan. How reminiscent. Watching Ning Chuan play is an exquisite delight, akin to witnessing a mesmerizing dance performance that one cannot resist. With this splendid basket, Ning Chuan once again showcased his unparalleled talent. Following this score, the New York Knicks had already established an early surge of 5-0. Back on defense, Ning Chuan fixated on Rozier, silent yet brimming with a mocking essence. Rozier was well aware of Ning Chuan's intent. "What are you so smug about, kid? The game has just begun. Is that so?" As Ning Chuan responded, his gaze subtly drifted towards the basketball in his opponent's possession, just as Rozier advanced with the ball. Preparing to execute a back-to-the-basket move, Ning Chuan suddenly lunged forward, striking the basketball with astonishing swiftness. With a sharp crack, he skillfully dislodged the ball from Rozier's grasp, sprinting ahead to seize it, racing down the court. "Damn!" Rozier muttered under his breath, turning in disbelief to see Ning Chuan charging forward, covering the distance in mere strides, and executing a thunderous dunk. 7-0. In just 1 minute since the game commenced, Ning Chuan had already struck thrice, securing a dream start for his team. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Hornets head coach Atkinson could no longer remain seated. He rose and approached the statistics table, vociferously addressing Rozier. On the court, Rozier wore an expression of exasperation. He had no intention of gifting Ning Chuan scoring opportunities. The young man was simply too adept. The Hornets relied on Zeller's strength in the paint to break their scoring drought. Back on defense, Rozier was resolute in his determination to show Ning Chuan a thing or two. However, the Knicks' ensuing attack plunged Rozier into despair. On the wing, aided by screens from Grant and Kevin Love, Ning Chuan received a pass from Brogdon and launched a wide-open three-pointer. As Ning Chuan prepared to release the shot, Rozier navigated around the screen and lunged towards him. Even at the risk of a foul, he was unwilling to allow Ning Chuan another score. Thud. Rozier's body collided with Ning Chuan, who, as a seasoned performer, fell dramatically to the floor. Beep. In the next instant, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Rozier was called for a defensive foul, but Ning Chuan had already completed his three-point shot. The commentator on the sidelines fixated on the basketball soaring towards the hoop. It's in. In addition to the 3 points, Ning Chuan would also receive a free throw, resulting in a 3-1 opportunity. No. On the court, Rozier shook his finger, jumping as he argued with the referee. Certainly, it was a foul, but Rozier sought to contest the validity of the three-pointer. A foul. No problem. But a 3-1? Absolutely not. Challenge. Coach Atkinson understood well the implications if the shot was confirmed. Despite his assistant referee's reminders, he insisted on challenging the call. However, after thorough review, the officials upheld their original decision. Ning Chuan's three-pointer was counted, and he was awarded an additional free throw opportunity. Upon confirming the referee's signal, the commentator passionately announced, he will step up to the free throw line, earning a chance for a 3-1. The Charlotte Hornets have exhausted their opportunities this game, which may place them at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, at the University of Kentucky's basketball arena, the 5-star high school recruit Edwards, who joined the team this summer, is watching the game between Ning Chuan and the Hornets with Coach Palatry. As Ning Chuan successfully completes the 3-1 play, Edwards beams with excitement. This is incredible. This is the man who will lead the Kentucky Wildcats back to glory. Edwards, one day you too shall guide your team to victory in the NCAA championship. Coach Palatry replied earnestly. However, before that, you must commit to rigorous training every day. Rest assured, Coach, I will train harder than Ning Chuan. I will surpass him in the near future. Upon hearing this, Coach Palatry fell silent. He indeed saw a reflection of Ning Chuan in Edwards. But can he truly surpass Ning Chuan? Chapter 55, the successor to Irving? A body for sale. Boom. The scene shifts back to Madison Square Garden, where Rochelle is utterly bewildered by Ning Chuan's prowess. He has attempted countless times to thwart Ning Chuan's advances through his defense. Yet the outcome remains the same. He can only watch helplessly as Ning Chuan repeatedly sinks the basketball into the net. I have lost count of how many times Ning Chuan has dunked in this game. Indeed, throughout the first quarter to this moment, Ning Chuan has amassed 18 points, with an astonishing shooting percentage. Observe the body language of Coach Atkinson on the sidelines, and you will understand that the Charlotte Hornets are no match for the New York Knicks. Or rather, the player hailed as Irving's successor, Rochelle, is certainly no match for Ning Chuan. The tactical arrangements of the New York Knicks do not merely allow Ning Chuan to score at will. After Ning Chuan's consecutive points, the Hornets have consciously intensified their defense against him. Yet he does not obsess over personal scoring when he sees a defender leave his teammate unguarded to double-team him. He unhesitatingly passes the ball. Whether it is Kevin Love lurking inside or Boyan and Brogdon on the perimeter, they all delightfully benefit from his distribution, scoring with ease. Damn. As the score gap widens, Rochelle on the court is already seething with rage. He cannot fathom why both of the star players are dutifully stationed in the corner while Ning Chuan can flaunt his brilliance freely. Is this truly the chasm between a third pick and a first overall? However, Ning Chuan can only respond, Jason Tatum? Jaylen Brown? What do they have in comparison to me? As the first quarter concluded, the New York Knicks, led by Ning Chuan, erupted for an impressive 40 points. Ning Chuan's performance, which included 24 points and 6 assists in just one quarter, left the two commentators in awe. It is noteworthy that in the year 2019, amidst a plethora of talent, only R.J. Barrett, Ja Morant, and Darius Garland of the Cleveland Cavaliers have managed to score over 20 points in a single game. For others, achieving such a feat is a significant event. Yet for Ning Chuan, it was merely a single quarter's achievement. The Charlotte Hornets' performance in the first quarter was nothing short of catastrophic, especially from their summer signing, Rozier, whose play was abysmal. On the defensive end, Rozier was thoroughly overwhelmed by Ning Chuan. As the second quarter approached, the commentators expressed their disappointment, noting that, to date, no team has managed to push the Knicks into a decisive final quarter. The Hornets appeared ready to concede defeat prematurely. Indeed, the game had entered garbage time far too early. leaving Ning Chuan insufficient opportunity for further scoring milestones. Notably, he had scored over 40 points in each of his last 3 games. However, the Hornets' lackluster performance extinguished any suspense in the match. Time was running out for Ning Chuan. The commentators, sensing the inevitability of the outcome, reflected on the Knicks' formidable strength this season, which had rendered the game devoid of tension after just 1 quarter. Yet, if every match unfolded this way, what purpose would the commentators serve? Why has the Charlotte Hornets been so weak this season? Wasn't Rozier touted by Celtics fans as being superior to Kyrie Irving? Why then did he falter so dramatically against Ning Chuan? Was his lucrative contract a result of selling out? The murmurs from the Knicks fans, implying that he had compromised his integrity for a big contract, irked Rozier. Have I not earned that contract through sheer ability? He might have thought. If you think you can do better, then go and secure a big contract yourselves. Meanwhile, off the bench, Tyler Herro returned in the second quarter, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. Batum, seated beside Rozier, could not help but comment, "One Ning Chuan is already unbearable. Now we have Tyler Herro too. How are we supposed to compete?" Having established himself in the NBA, Batum felt a sense of helplessness regarding these 2 young talents from the Kentucky Wildcats. It was evident that the New York Knicks were destined for greatness this season. The match continues on the court, with the gap between the 2 teams widening. On the sidelines, Hornets head coach Atkinson finds himself at a loss, astonished at his team's utter inability to withstand the New York Knicks. Particularly concerning are the 2 youthful adversaries who, employing a plethora of outrageous scoring methods, have sealed the fate of this encounter. Observing Tom Thibodeau on the Knicks bench, animatedly conversing with his coaching staff, Atkinson falls into a reverie. Why, as a fellow coach, can you exude such ease while I am relegated to the sidelines, perpetually offering guidance to my players? If we were in the lead, my efforts would not feel in vain. Yet here we are, trailing by nearly 30 points, and what am I still orchestrating? The more Atkinson contemplates, the more disheartened and incensed he becomes. Witnessing yet another egregious error from his players, he strides back to the bench, effectively conceding defeat. Ultimately, the game concludes with the Knicks asserting a one-sided dominance, triumphing over the visiting Charlotte Hornets with a score of 124-98. In delivering this crushing defeat, the New York Knicks celebrate their 4th victory of the season, achieving 4 consecutive wins. Undoubtedly, the Knicks players exhibited superior performance in this match. During the post-game interview, Rochelle reluctantly admits, especially concerning Ning Chuan, "I was insufficiently prepared. This was the primary reason behind our loss. In the next game, we shall await their arrival in Charlotte." So what do you think of Ning Chuan's current standing as a star player? Rochelle intended to exit after his statement, yet the persistent journalist would not relent. Or, based on Ning Chuan's demonstrated prowess, could he rank among the elite in the league? While undeniably formidable, he remains merely a rookie, having been thoroughly outplayed by Ning Chuan. Rochelle feels irked, and the journalist's probing questions only exacerbate his annoyance. Every rookie inevitably encounters a phase of underestimation during the lengthy season, and I hold little optimism for Ning Chuan's abilities this season. However, in the future, he is destined to become an all-star caliber player. With that, Rochelle turns and strides into the players' tunnel, leaving no opportunity for further inquiries from the reporters. His remarks subsequently become a focal point for the media's questions directed at Coach Tom Thibodeau. Chapter 56. The light of Huaxia shines again upon America. Ning Chuan has undeniably reached all-star caliber. This is beyond dispute. Regarding this matter, Coach Thibodeau responds with utmost seriousness. "I am unaware of anyone in history who has achieved the statistics that Ning Chuan has produced in his first 4 games. As for your claim that he ranks among the top players in the league, in my perspective, he is the strongest player currently in the league, bar none." The earnest words of Coach Thibodeau rendered the journalist present for the interview momentarily speechless. Thibodeau was not indulging in baseless flattery. He presented the statistics from Ning Chuan's first 4 games in the NBA. As he articulated, there has indeed never been a rookie who has achieved 3 consecutive games scoring over 40 points in NBA history. Not only that, but Ning Chuan's remarkable average of 41.2 points per game places him at the pinnacle of the scoring leaderboard. Wilt Chamberlain did not accomplish this feat. The basketball deity, Michael Jordan, also fell short. Yet, Ning Chuan, hailing from Huaxia, has achieved it. Based solely on these few games, Ning Chuan is an unparalleled presence. Fearing that the journalists might not grasp his point, Coach Thibodeau reiterated, "It is no exaggeration to say that Ning Chuan has infused soul into the New York Knicks. As long as he is on the court, The team's offensive and defensive capabilities elevate significantly. His individual performance and the assistance he provides to the team are simply unmatched. Clearly, when discussing Ning Chuan, Coach Thibodeau could speak for an entire day and night without any repetition. This young leader has captured his admiration. Thibodeau's post-game remarks prompted major media outlets in the United States to swiftly release news articles. The theme of these reports centered on comparing Ning Chuan's performance with that of historical superstars in their first 4 games. At the forefront was Wilt Chamberlain, often hailed as the king of basketball. In his rookie season, Chamberlain shattered numerous records, showcasing an impressive 44-point debut. In his second game, he delivered a staggering 38 points and 20 rebounds. However, in his third game, even the so-called basketball emperor faced a hurdle, managing only 12 points and 10 rebounds. After recalibrating, Chamberlain rebounded in his fourth game with a hallmark performance of 40 points and 20 rebounds. Although his statistics were remarkable, Chamberlain secured only 1 victory in his first 4 games. Clearly, in comparison to Ning Chuan, Chamberlain excelled only in rebounding, while falling short in other areas. Now, examining the basketball legend Michael Jordan, his stature in NBA history is beyond question. However, during his rookie season, Jordan's statistics were not particularly dazzling. In his first 4 games, he averaged 28, 2 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Ultimately, TNT even compared Ning Chuan's first 4 games with those of other superstars like Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Yet, the final outcome remained that Ning Chuan surpassed them all, not only in terms of individual statistics, but Ning Chuan has also led the New York Knicks to an impressive 4 consecutive victories to commence the season, a feat that legends such as Jordan and Chamberlain never achieved. As Coach Thibodeau aptly remarked, whether considering personal metrics or team accomplishments, Ning Chuan stands as the preeminent figure in NBA history. In the early hours of November 1, 2023, the NBA officially announced its Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week for the inaugural week of the new season on its website. In the Western Conference, the spotlight undoubtedly fell on the Los Angeles Clippers. The dynamic duo of George and Leonard delivered performances that could only be described as mediocre. Aside from their season opener victory against city rivals the Lakers, the Clippers faced defeats in their subsequent 2 matches. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers, led by LeBron James and Anthony Davis, quickly found their rhythm after losing to the Clippers in their opening game, although both were nominated. The title of Western Conference Player of the Week went to Luka Doncic, a sophomore star from the Dallas Mavericks. During the first week, Doncic averaged an impressive 3 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists per game. Notably, in the season opener against the Atlanta Hawks, he delivered a remarkable triple-double, contributing 42 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists, thereby helping his team secure victory and placing him atop the league's assist leaderboard with an average of 11 assists. Doncic's recognition as Western Conference Player of the Week was well-deserved. In the Eastern Conference, the competition was even more fierce, with 3 teams remaining undefeated in the first week. The first was the reigning champion Toronto Raptors, who, under the leadership of their new cornerstone Pascal Siakam, showcased their regal prowess by winning all 4 of their initial games. The second was the Milwaukee Bucks, spearheaded by the Greek phenomenon Giannis Antetokounmpo, who demonstrated their status as one of the league's most formidable forces with equally formidable performances. The third team to maintain an unblemished record in the first week was the New York Knicks, who entered a rebuilding phase over the summer. The Big Apple acquired Ning Chuan through a trade for future first-round picks, constructing a new roster centered around the Chinese prodigy. Unexpectedly, Ning Chuan's arrival transformed the Knicks, leading them to decisively triumph in all 4 of their opening matches. Their starting lineup consistently completed games in 3 quarters. Throughout these 4 games, their new cornerstone Ning Chuan averaged an astounding 41, 2 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. In fact, reports from TNT highlighted that Ning Chuan's performance in these initial games surpassed that of any player in NBA history. Ultimately, the Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the first week of the 2019-2020 season was none other than Ning Chuan of the New York Knicks. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, Ning Chuan undoubtedly stands as the premier player. With this achievement, he has become the second player since Shaquille O'Neal to be named the NBA's Player of the Week during his rookie season. At the tender age of 18 years and 256 days, he is now the youngest player in NBA history to receive this accolade. Moreover, Ning Chuan has the distinction of being the first Asian player to attain this honor in the annals of NBA history. Following the announcement, major media outlets around the globe have eagerly reported on Ning Chuan's remarkable achievement. TNT, the most formidable rookie in NBA history. ESPN, the youngest player of the week ever. Ning Chuan illuminates America once more with the brilliance of Chinese basketball. Tencent Sports, numerous historical records in the NBA are destined to become playthings for Ning Chuan. Poo Sports, the contemporary Jordan, who can stand in Ning Chuan's way. People's Daily, the king who will lead Chinese men's basketball to resurgence has emerged, Ning Chuan. Chapter 57. There is no greater anguish in this world than this. I have never witnessed Jordan play, but I am currently witnessing the rise of Ning Chuan. His outstanding performance has already secured him the title of Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year. Ning Chuan is currently the leading scorer. He possesses the capability to contend for the MVP. What is the MVP in comparison? Ning Chuan will claim all accolades this year, including the championship trophy. Across the vast expanse of Chinese cyberspace, fans have exalted Ning Chuan to celestial heights. Given his current performance, he undeniably merits all the praise. No one now questions the New York Knicks' decision made during the draft. On the evening's NBA Frontline, Tencent Sports dedicated an entire basketball special to Ning Chuan. One of the three brothers of Jispin, Wang Ming, elaborated on Ning Chuan's performances over the past week. Ladies and gentlemen, Ning Chuan has shattered numerous historical records in the NBA. He is demonstrating through his actions that he is indeed the finest player from this draft class. Indeed. Beside him, Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and stated earnestly, "It is not merely our opinion. Even our counterparts across the ocean acknowledge that the New York Knicks are the biggest winners this year." Meanwhile, the New Orleans Pelicans, who traded Ning Chuan, must surely be filled with regret. As Yang Yi aptly pointed out, each time Ning Chuan breaks an NBA record, the management of the New Orleans Pelicans feels a pang of remorse. Although they secured Zion Williamson and RJ Barrett during the draft, both have yet to fully realize their potential since the season commenced. RJ Barrett shows promise, occasionally delivering impressive performances, but at least he is able to play. As for Zion, in the first match of the season, a minor injury befell the player, yet due to his weight issues, the timeline for his recovery remains uncertain. Observing the talented players within the team, General Manager David Griffin found himself lost in contemplation. If only there had once been a prodigious youth presented before them. Yet they failed to cherish him. It is only in loss that one feels the profound regret. There is no greater anguish in this world than this. Should fate grant them another chance, they would declare to Ning Chuan, "I want you." If they could affix a duration to that contract, they would wish for it to be for a lifetime. Do not speak to me of LeBron James. This is New York, and Ning Chuan is its singular superstar. Meanwhile, in New York, due to the recent overwhelming excitement, TNT Sports took to the streets to interview several Knicks fans. What? You ask why Ning Chuan is so beloved by us. Upon hearing the reporter's question, a young African-American man wore a puzzled expression. After taking the microphone, he was surrounded by his companions, ready to elevate the atmosphere. The stage was set for his rap. Ning Chuan is the best player of this season. He will become the MVP. Do not discuss any other fans with me. Ning Chuan is the best. Man, this is New York. And the first lesson you must learn is to respect Ning Chuan. With that, the young man tossed the microphone aside and joined his friends in chanting the Knicks' unique cheer. However, this segment did not last long. A young white man picked up the microphone and exclaimed, "Kyrie, KD, don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? This is New York. The Knicks are the only team. FKD, FKD, FKD." Soon, the chant echoed through the streets of New York. The primary goal of securing the Player of the Week title was firmly set on the esteemed personalities of Europe and America. Alas, despite achieving the accolade in record-breaking fashion, his system had yet to reward him. What kind of basketball deity system is this? This clearly seems like an attempt to push me into a mode of interception. On November 1st, the New York Knicks embarked on an away game in Detroit, facing off against the Detroit Pistons. Although the Pistons had successfully reached the playoffs in the previous season, their core player Blake Griffin suffered from injuries, resulting in a swift elimination by the Milwaukee Bucks in the first round. Griffin's reckless return during the playoffs severely compromised his physical condition, leaving the team reliant solely on Reggie Jackson as their primary player. Confronted with a team that had lost its first 4 games and sat at the bottom of the league, the Knicks showed no mercy. In the first quarter, Ning Chuan played for 10 minutes, taking 11 shots and making 8 of them, including 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, with free throws included. He single-handedly contributed 22 points in that quarter, leaving the entire Pistons squad bewildered. The Pistons head coach repeatedly called timeouts in an attempt to adjust the team's defensive strategy, but to no avail. To his dismay, the entire team was completely out of sync that day. The interior defense was utterly overwhelmed by the duo of Grant and Kevin Love, who had been itching to unleash their offensive prowess. This season, they had been consistently targeted by opponents, but against the relatively underwhelming Pistons frontcourt, they finally seized the opportunity to attack without restraint. The Pistons' interior was a recurring theme of vulnerability throughout the game. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed on the road with a resounding victory, defeating their opponents 124-90. Boasting a staggering advantage of 34 points. Ning Chuan played only half a game, delivering an impressive tally of 34 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists before clocking out early. I have little to say about today's match. In a post-game interview, Coach Thibodeau shrugged, stating, "The team exhibited a strong desire for victory from the very first minute. We merely executed what we were supposed to do." Defeating the league's bottom dwellers, the Detroit Pistons, held no significance in Thibodeau's eyes. "We are already analyzing our next opponent." At the conclusion of the interview, Thibodeau shared a noteworthy insight. "Our upcoming game in New York will present some challenges." Despite maintaining an undefeated streak thus far, the New York Knicks' 5-game winning streak has been met with skepticism from the public. The reasoning is straightforward. Aside from their matchup against the Phoenix Suns, the Knicks have scarcely encountered genuine competition in recent games. Their path to victory has been marked by unchallenging adversaries. Indeed, the Phoenix Suns have proven insufficient this season, and the Knicks' success has largely been against weaker teams. However, in their next game, they will face what could be the strongest team in the Eastern Conference this season. On November 3rd, the Knicks will return to Madison Square Garden to confront the Philadelphia 76ers, boasting the formidable quartet of Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, and Al Horford, all multi-million-dollar players. This will be the first strong opponent Ning Chuan encounters this season. Chapter 58. The Victoria's Secret Fashion Show. The moment of the hunt begins. New York. Upon disembarking from the plane, Ning Chuan was greeted by the eagerly awaiting Shaleti. After indulging in affectionate banter in the car, Shaleti furrowed her brow, biting her lip in a state of deep contemplation, and said, "Ning Chuan, tomorrow marks the annual Victoria's Secret Supermodel Showcase. I know you won't act recklessly. I swear." "I absolutely will not act recklessly." Ning Chuan gently held Shaleti's small hand, his gaze tender, however. "My recent rigorous training and demanding schedule have placed an unbearable strain on every aspect of my life. I yearn for liberation." Shaleti, somewhat at a loss for words, ultimately could not resist Ning Chuan's charm. "As long as you promise not to overstep your bounds, I suppose we can discuss this." Upon arriving at the hotel where the Victoria's Secret models were staying, Shaleti blushed, avoiding Ning Chuan's mischievous grin, and hurriedly opened the car door. "Oh, you. Yet." Just as she prepared to flee, Ning Chuan swiftly pulled her back and kissed her cherry-like lips. Shaleti found herself breathless from the passionate kiss, summoning all her strength to push away the still yearning Ning Chuan. Grabbing her handbag, she fled in haste. "How foolish of me. I know exactly who he is. Yet I still placed my trust in him." Her charming face flushed with embarrassment, Shaleti shook her little fist at Ning Chuan, fiercely exclaiming, "You are nothing but a beast." Ning Chuan remained in the car, and through the rearview mirror, he observed the somewhat awkward gait of Shaleti, who seemed to be lost in nostalgia as she licked her lips. The following evening, as Ning Chuan prepared to attend a theatrical performance, Tyler Hilo staggered in. Clad in a bespoke suit and polished leather shoes, he exuded the aura of a successful individual. "What is this about?" Ning Chuan remarked. "You didn't think you were the only one aware of the Victoria's Secret fashion show today, did you?" Hilo twirled around, displaying his ensemble with a hint of bravado. "What do you think? Not bad, right? I'm also vying for a chance to select a bride. Ning Chuan possesses a supermodel girlfriend. A source of considerable anguish for Hiro. Why should he be so fortunate? Why not me? Very well, I shall preemptively wish you success. Now, let us proceed." Madison Square Garden, the esteemed venue for the Victoria's Secret fashion show. As the roaring Ferrari arrived at the scene, Hiro eagerly exited the vehicle, swiftly capturing the attention of the media. Once Ning Chuan entrusted the car to the security personnel, the surrounding reporters began fervently clicking their cameras. Numerous local New Yorkers erupted in cheers, shouting MVP upon witnessing Ning Chuan's arrival. After taking a few photographs with Hiro, Ning Chuan swiftly traversed the red carpet. Given the plethora of celebrities present this evening, he was keen to avoid any delays. Upon entering the arena, guided by the event staff, Ning Chuan located his seat, right in the front row. As the star player for the Knicks, it was only fitting for him to occupy such a prime position at Madison Square Garden alongside Hero. Following a brief wait, the lights of Madison Square Garden dimmed, and the stage backdrop illuminated with a crimson hue. As the melodious voice of pop icon Selena echoed through the venue, the 2020 Victoria's Secret fashion show commenced. The first to grace the runway was the illustrious Lima, who strutted with confidence, engaging in brief interactions with Selena while casting flirtatious glances and kisses towards the audience. One must admit, Lima's playful antics were somewhat abundant. Next to appear was the American Victoria's Secret supermodel, Taylor Hill. "Zifa, damn!" exclaimed Hero in awe as she made her entrance. At that moment, a notification chimed in Ning Chuan's mind. Ding! Third lead discovered, Taylor Hill. Interception mode successfully activated. Task: alter Hill's future, making her your girlfriend. Reward: choose one attribute to elevate to its maximum level. Current progress: 50. 50. Why is this one so high? Ning Chuan pondered, glancing at the virtual display. In previous instances, such as with Taylor Swift or Victoria's Secret Soretti, the initial progress had been relatively modest. What was it about Taylor Hill that warranted such a significant advancement? Ding! Taylor Hill is a devoted Knicks fan, due to the host's outstanding performance. She had taken notice of him quite some time ago. Ning Chuan mused, "This Taylor Hill seems to resonate perfectly with my essence." As the first segment concluded, Hero leaned in close to Ning Chuan and playfully remarked, "You better not try to steal her from me. She's mine." In response, Ning Chuan merely smiled, choosing not to engage in words. "Brother," he thought, "regardless of the system's assignment, I would never concede. I may share the spoils of success with you, but when it comes to this, you shan't even sip the broth." After a brief intermission, the music resumed, and Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as Victoria's Secret model Soretti took the stage for the second segment. Soretti's alabaster skin and voluptuous figure captivated all eyes, her white wings fluttering gracefully with her movements. As she made her entrance, the cameras quickly captured Ning Chuan seated amongst the audience. With not a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan rose to his feet, a charming smile gracing his face, as he began to nod in rhythm with the music, continuously applauding for the enchanting performer. Upon witnessing Ning Chuan's standing ovation, the audience within Madison Square Garden erupted into fervent cheers. Cheerleader Soretti approached the front of the stage, showcasing a series of graceful movements. As she turned to retreat, her gaze fell upon Ning Chuan, who had been fervently supporting her with applause. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her, and, almost instinctively, she blew him a kiss, inciting gasps of surprise from the audience. All of this was captured by the cameras, becoming one of the iconic moments of the subsequent Victoria's Secret fashion show, albeit often recounted with playful mockery. For just behind Soretti stood Taylor Hill. As the final curtain call approached, all the angels and Victoria's Secret supermodels made a collective appearance, prompting the audience to rise and applaud enthusiastically. Soretti once more approached Ning Chuan, beaming with joy, and sent him another kiss. Beside her, Taylor Hill discreetly offered a kiss to Ning Chuan as well. Thus, the 2020 Victoria's Secret fashion show came to a ceremonious close, paving the way for the celebration party. As special guests, Ning Chuan and Shiro were naturally in attendance. Their moment of conquest was imminent. Chapter 59, Damn. Damn. At the celebration party, luminaries from various fields mingled with Victoria's Secret supermodels, engaging in lively conversations while numerous media reporters scurried about, cameras in hand, in search of sensational news. Surrounded by reporters, Soretti couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, never anticipating that a mere moment of interaction with Ning Chuan would garner such intense scrutiny. Facing the throng of journalists, Soretti graciously acknowledged her romantic relationship with Ning Chuan. To be frank, the competition within the supermodel realm is fiercely cutthroat, with jealousy and comparison particularly rampant at Victoria's Secret. Observing Soretti being lavished with attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars, one couldn't help but envy her for having such an exceptional boyfriend in Ning Chuan. Who could argue otherwise? One wonders whether we still have a chance to pursue Ning Chuan. The veteran supermodels, led by Lima, sensed their spotlight being eclipsed and occasionally made snide remarks to alleviate the awkwardness. "Bro, you have to see this." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Chuan and Hero sat in a secluded corner, observing the parade of supermodels. "That leg is quite impressive, and that chest is rather ample. I assent it." As Hero indulged in the visual feast, he glanced at Ning Chuan, who seemed even more engrossed in the spectacle. Unable to resist, Hero quipped, "Ning Chuan, why aren't you with Clarity?" What are you doing here with me? I am currently engaged in a significant endeavor. Please do not be a hindrance. I, too, am selecting a bride. You are choosing a bride? Hiro replied, somewhat irked. You already have Clarity. What more do you seek? Can't you at least share some goodwill with a brother? Disregarding Hiro's words, Ning Chuan continued his search for his quarry. Very well. You may stay here and watch. Where are you going? Upon spotting Taylor Hill entering a secluded corner alone, Ning Chuan promptly abandoned the bewildered Hiro. Miss Taylor Hill? Just as she prepared to slip away unnoticed, she felt a jolt at the sound of a voice behind her. Hello, Ning Chuan. As she turned to face Ning Chuan's handsome visage, her cheeks flushed slightly. Is there something you need? Gazing at her exquisite features, Ning Chuan was filled with admiration for the system. Though the ambush mode was challenging to trigger, once activated, it promised unparalleled quality. May I invite you for a drink? At his invitation, Taylor twirled her golden waves, narrowing her eyes playfully as her red lips parted. That would be lovely. But Clarity won't mind. Will she? Cough, cough. What I mean is, we shouldn't drink here. Seemingly wary of Clarity's potential discovery, Ning Chuan hastily added. I'll take you to a hotel outside. Outside for drinks? Taylor paused, slightly taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Let us go. All right then. After bidding farewell to Clarity, Ning Chuan and Taylor exited the party in succession. Ning Chuan arrived in his Ferrari, halting beside Hill, who had been patiently waiting by the roadside. I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long, Miss Hill. Ning Chuan stepped out of the car, presenting a rose before her. This is a token I just acquired for you. Thank you. Taking the rose from Ning Chuan, Xi'er was filled with joy. Although both harbored their own thoughts, she could sense Ning Chuan's genuine consideration for her, devoid of any condescension. Once inside the vehicle, Ning Chuan assisted Xi'er in fastening her seatbelt, smiling as he remarked, Miss Xi'er, you are truly enchanting this evening. Hee, I'm glad you think so. With that, Xi'er playfully planted a kiss in response to Ning Chuan's bewildered gaze. Is this, perhaps a tad too forward? Let us first indulge in a meal. Dinner was sumptuous, and as Ning Chuan devoured his food with fervor, Sariti, who had been dieting to maintain her figure, found herself drawn into the feast, eating heartily as well. Miss Xi'er, do have more. This way, you'll be able to withstand my advances tonight. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's blatant insinuation, Xi'er playfully pouted, her petite foot beneath the table beginning to stir restlessly. In that case, I must first gauge your prowess. Feeling Xi'er's restless foot, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued to savor his meal. On the surface, Ning Chuan and Hill engaged in light-hearted banter, yet beneath this facade, their clandestine dealings were far from negligible. This scenario persisted until the conclusion of their dinner. Frustrated and seething with anger, Ning Chuan outright declined Hill's suggestion to indulge in a drink, resolutely escorting her to a hotel instead. Ning Chuan decided to take a shower first. As he gazed at Hill, whose sultry eyes sparkled and whose cheeks were flushed, he hurriedly led her into the bathroom, moving with unprecedented speed. Moments later, the two emerged from the shower, completely unadorned. Ning Chuan, I truly cannot comprehend you, Hill exclaimed, rolling her eyes at his eagerness. Goodness, can one shower really be that swift? I had barely undressed, and you rushed me through it. Shouldn't we at least enjoy some shower gel? 2 hours later. I've had enough. I no longer wish to play this game, Hill protested, vigorously rinsing her mouth with a bottle of Waham mineral water, while irritably patting Ning Chuan's shoulder. Apologies. I simply could not contain myself for a moment. Ning Chuan stretched languidly, exclaiming, It is entirely your fault for being so enchanting. You nearly suffocated me. How terribly rude. Hill recalled the suffocating sensation from the last moment, feeling a surge of irritation. Very well, I shall certainly be more cautious next time. Ning Chuan chuckled apologetically, acknowledging that he had indeed been a tad excessive earlier. Humph. I refuse to relent. You must compensate me now. What do you desire? I am on top. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the remarkable completion of your task. Successfully intercepting Taylor Hill. Ding. Rewards are now being issued. Please select one attribute to elevate to its maximum level. Open the data panel. Name. Ning Chuan. Height. 198 centimeters. Weight. 90 kilograms. Wingspan. 210 centimeters. Merge star. Edwards' physical attributes. Speed. 100. Strength. 85. Jump. 90. Stamina. 85. Durability. 80. Endurance. 90. Offensive skills. Close shot. 90. Mid-range. 90. Three-point shot. 95. Low post skills. 85. Layup. 80, dunk, 90 defensive skills, steal, 80, block, 70, on-ball defense, 85. Off-ball defense, 80, rebounding ability, 80 playmaking, passing, 80, vision, 80 overall evaluation, 90, ordinary all-star. I choose to enhance my passing. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan resolved to elevate his passing to its fullest potential. Ding! Passing upgraded to 8100. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, overall quality evaluation has risen to 92. Star level. Chapter 60. The true meaning of 400 million recklessness sports commentary. Sports commentary. In a certain live streaming room in Huaxia, Su Jingyu, a devoted fan of Durant, recited her signature opening line. Hello, dear viewers. I am your commentator, Su Jingyu. Today, we shall witness the clash between the New York Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers. Though Su Jingyu had not hyped up this match beforehand, as the game commenced, a considerable influx of viewers surged into the live stream from various channels. Observing the steadily increasing audience, Teacher Whale's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. To enhance the show's appeal, what choice did Teacher Whale have? It was merely to unveil his ace. We all know that Kevin Durant possesses an exceptional eye for selecting teammates. In the live stream, Teacher Whale smiled subtly at the camera. However, this past summer, his judgment seemed to falter slightly. Had he initially joined forces with Kyrie Irving to sign with the New York Knicks, rather than the Brooklyn Nets, I dare say the NBA would have reached its grand conclusion. Let us reflect on Ning Chuan's remarkable performances over the last few games. The match had yet to begin. Yet Whale had already succinctly summarized Ning Chuan's contributions in the first 5 games of the season. Compared to external opinions regarding this match, I hold a greater faith in Ning Chuan. The Whale continued, stating that although the Philadelphia 76ers have invested heavily this season to construct a formidable team, he still believes there will not be a match for Ning Chuan. While the Whale is quite optimistic about Ning Chuan, many fans from Huaxia feel that today's game poses a significant challenge for them. Ben Simmons has consistently been one of the league's premier perimeter defenders, and his defensive prowess has left numerous star players in distress. Indeed, apart from Simmons, there are formidable opponents such as Embiid, Harris, and Horford, who joined the team this summer. Alas, one can only hope that the Knicks do not suffer too humiliating a defeat today. In the live chat, most fans expressed their pessimism rather than encouragement. Undoubtedly, Ning Chuan has proven their worth. However, there is no denying that this season's 76ers are exceptionally strong. Huazi, if you aspire to surpass Ning Chuan, then today's match holds immense significance for you. Meanwhile, Coach Calipari of the University of Kentucky, along with Anthony Edwards, is watching the game between the Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers. Ning Chuan's performance in this match will serve as a teaching resource for Huazi. Not only them, but also the illustrious duo from Boston, the Green Team, along with the Greek Freak from Milwaukee and Pascal Siakam of the Toronto Raptors, are keenly observing this game. Even LeBron James, the core of the Los Angeles Lakers, who is not participating today, is attentively watching the unfolding drama. For the dynamic duo and the Greek Freak, this match serves as an opportunity to analyze Ning Chuan's performance and devise strategies to counter the Philadelphia 76ers. Meanwhile, for LeBron James, it is merely a chance to witness how Ning Chuan holds up against the league's elite teams. Amidst the anticipation of countless spectators, the focus shifts back to New York's Madison Square Garden. Ning Chuan, MVP. Ning Chuan, MVP. During the pregame warm-up, nearly all Knicks fans chant Ning Chuan's name in unison, fully aware that this match is the most pivotal battle since his entry into the league. Regardless of Ning Chuan's performance today, he will forever remain a hero in the hearts of Knicks fans, the undisputed king of New York. Oh my, listen to the roars of the crowd. In the live stream, Coach Whale beams with pride. Ning Chuan has won over the discerning Knicks fans in just 5 games. Amidst his various praises, the pregame warm-ups for both teams draw to a close. The starting players take the court. For the Philadelphia 76ers, Ben Simmons, Richardson, Harris, Horford, and the towering Joel Embiid. Judging solely by the starting lineup, the season's 76ers are indeed formidable, with 4 of the 5 starters boasting contracts exceeding $100 million. This is truly a case of $400 million in reckless ambition. The New York Knicks starters remain unchanged. Brogdon, Bogdanovich, Grant, Kevin Love, and the team's undeniable linchpin, Ning Chuan. Today, that young lad from Huaxia is entrusted to you, Ben. As the players exchange glances, Embiid shares a playful whisper with Simmons, who merely smiles in response. Even without words, Embiid is determined to lock down Ning Chuan. especially after spotting Kendall Jenner in the front row, fresh from the recently concluded Victoria's Secret show. To please his girlfriend, he has resolved to make an example of Ning Chuan in this match. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the two centers approach the center circle. The referee tosses the ball high into the air. Kevin Love and Embiid leap simultaneously for the tip-off. Thud. The Giant triumphs, using his height advantage to win the jump ball, as Simmons takes control and strides past half court. The Philadelphia 76ers, playing as the visitors, seize the offensive momentum for the opening play. At the apex of the arc, Simmons exchanged a knowing glance with Embiid, who then executed a familiar pick, effectively obstructing Bojan's defense. With a resounding thud, once the pick concluded, Simmons delivered an exquisite bounce pass to the descending Embiid. Boom. As Embiid received the ball, he took a large step within the free throw line, leapt with finesse, and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. 2-0. Although Simmons may lack shooting prowess, his defensive skills and passing ability are undeniably among the elite in the league. In the live broadcast, commentator Teacher Whale expressed admiration for the synergy between the two stars, proclaiming that a healthy Embiid is the foremost center in the league today. Now, let us observe how Ning Chuan responds. On the court, Brogdon advanced past half court, while Ning Chuan utilized Kevin Love's screen to receive the ball, with Simmons adhering to him like a second skin. Thud. Yet in the next moment, as Ning Chuan caught the pass, still unsteady, he awkwardly faced Simmons' defense and launched the basketball over his head. Swish. The ball soared through the air like a blade unleashed, striking true. What an astonishing feat. Simmons was left utterly bewildered as the ball swished through the net. Did that really go in? Chapter 61. The king of the first quarter, indeed deserving of the title. 3-2. The New York Knicks took a 1-point lead. As the offense transitioned, the Philadelphia 76ers continued to implement their pick-and-roll strategy. After the pick, Simmons passed the ball to the imposing Embiid in the paint. Thud. Thud. Faced with Kevin Love, Embiid executed a strong maneuver followed by a fadeaway jumper. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before seamlessly netting. Following the successful shot, Embiid let out a roar directed at his defender, Kevin Love, then pounded his chest. Quite the display of bravado. One cannot deny that Embiid's celebration is quite intimidating. Were it not for the knowledge of his softer demeanor, one might truly believe he was a hardened warrior. Back on the offensive end, the basketball found its way back to Ning Chuan. Learning from the recent lesson, Simmons applied intense defensive pressure, sticking closely to Ning Chuan. While his hands relentlessly interfered, his mouth was equally active, spouting trash talk. Hey, do you think you're quite the hotshot? Go ahead, take another shot. Let's see if I can contain you this time. Why so quiet, you wretched coward? The incessant chatter from Simmons buzzed around Ning Chuan like a pesky fly, disrupting his focus. Thud. Ning Chuan disregarded Simmons, dribbling past him on the left side to penetrate the lane with determination. Simmons swiftly followed, tightly wrapping around Ning Chuan, one hand pressing against his waist to hinder his momentum. As he glanced forward at the impending defense of Embiid, Ning Chuan abruptly halted his steps, leaping from just inside the free throw line to execute a mid-range jump shot. Although Simmons was momentarily deceived, he quickly recovered, extending his arm in an attempt to thwart Ning Chuan. However, to his astonishment, Ning Chuan soared impressively high, releasing the shot with remarkable speed, completing it in an instant. Swish. 5-4. The New York Knicks successfully reclaimed the lead. Ning Chuan's individual prowess once again propelled his team ahead. In the commentary booth, Smith was elated, remarking that Ning Chuan's success was intricately tied to Coach Thibodeau's unwavering trust. Being granted unlimited freedom to shoot during his rookie season was akin to paradise for Ning Chuan. Indeed, but Ning Chuan's personal skill cannot be overlooked. Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, stating that the greatest fortune for the New York Knicks was selecting Ning Chuan. Swish. Amidst Smith and O'Neal's banter, the Philadelphia 76ers showed no mercy. This time, it was Tobias Harris who finished the play after receiving a pass from Simmons. Following a simple pick and roll, Harris caught Simmons' pass and unleashed a three-pointer from beyond the arc. 7-5. The Philadelphia 76ers regained the lead. The distribution of roles among the team's four max contract players was remarkably strategic. Simmons, as the engine of the team, facilitated passes while taking on the defensive responsibility of marking the opposing star. Tobias Harris and the towering Embiid focused primarily on scoring during their offensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Horford fulfilled the role of the gritty worker. Yet, while the Philadelphia 76ers boasted four max contract players, the New York Knicks had Ning Chuan. Kevin Love quickly inbounded the ball, delivering it to Ning Chuan near the midcourt. Ning Chuan received the pass and immediately surged forward, approaching Simmons' defense with swift agility, reaching just a step beyond the three-point line. Simmons, eyes narrowed like a predator, shadowed him closely, anticipating another drive into the paint. Suddenly, Ning Chuan made a quick stop just outside the arc and launched a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before nestling into the net. Damn it. Simmons was taken aback. He had not expected Ning Chuan to execute such a play, almost as if it were a chase-down shot, leaving him unprepared. You think you're something special, huh? Simmons' expression darkened. His gaze at Ning Chuan reminiscent of a hunter spotting its prey. Who do you think you are? Amidst the roar of the crowd, Ning Chuan taunted Simmons. Just a second-rate player, thinking you're a superstar. At these words, Simmons' expression grew even more sour. As a seasoned elite from Zhuan, Simmons' verbal prowess was akin to that of a grade schooler. Returning to the offensive end, the Philadelphia 76ers attack quickly resumed its rhythm. However, this time, Embiid's mid-range jumper failed to find its mark, and Kevin Love secured the rebound, passing the ball to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, with the ball in hand, darted forward with astonishing speed, so swift that even Simmons, who had anticipated the defense, could merely catch a glimpse of his fleeting shadow. Does he wish to perform again? Simmons spread his arms wide, blocking the key area, his gaze fixated intently on Ning Chuan. However, upon witnessing Ning Chuan halt abruptly just within the free throw line, he was startled into a vigorous leap, attempting to block the shot. Observing Simmons' reaction, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smirk midair. Whoosh! The shot transformed into a pass. With a flick of his left arm, he evaded Simmons' outstretched hand and delivered a swift pass to the rapidly advancing Grant behind him. Boom! Grant received the ball, took a step, soared into the air, and executed a one-arm dunk with precision. Damn! Simmons could no longer contain himself. Being outmaneuvered by Ning Chuan 2 or 3 times left him utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, the score had escalated to 10-7. With the 76ers trailing by 3 points. Simmons, now at the arc, accelerated toward the basket, but Ning Chuan clung to him tenaciously, offering no room for maneuver. Unable to penetrate the key, Simmons sought to pass to Embiid in the paint. Embiid attempted a strong drive against Kevin Love, but was thwarted by the recovering Grant, who secured the rebound for Love. Led by Ning Chuan, Brogdon, and Boyan, the trio surged forward with relentless momentum, reaching the front court in an instant. Simmons and Richardson had already returned on defense. Yet, faced with the seamless coordination of the Knicks trio, they could only watch as Ning Chuan sank another three-pointer. 13-7. In a flash, the score gap had widened to 6 points. Ning Chuan struck again from beyond the arc, marking his 13th point of the half. On the sidelines, commentator Smith was elated. Ning Chuan has once again continued his stellar performance since the start, single-handedly accounting for all of the team's points. The king of the first quarter, truly deserving of his title. This starkly contrasts with the Philadelphia 76ers. O'Neal added, the 76ers rely heavily on Simmons for orchestrating their offense, with the other stars finishing the plays. In contrast, the Knicks have Ning Chuan shouldering the explosive offensive burden alone. Chapter 62. Youngsters will occasionally falter. O'Neal's point was quite straightforward. The 76ers have Simmons as the initiator of their offensive strategy. The other 3 superstars each play to their strengths, ultimately finishing the plays with Simmons' assists. With all 4 max contract players functioning simultaneously, the team flourishes offensively across multiple fronts. On the other hand, the New York Knicks rely on Ning Chuan to solely carry the offensive load. After several initial exchanges, it became a showdown between the King of New York and the 4 max contract stars of Philadelphia. Turning back, Simmons initiated a pick and roll with Embiid at the top of the arc. After the screen, Simmons executed a long, precise pass that found Tobias Harris stationed in the left corner. Swish. The latter caught the ball and confidently launched a wide-open three-pointer, which sailed through the net. It must be said that Simmons, who has made basketball his primary vocation, is indeed a rare talent. Aside from his shortcomings in shooting, his playmaking and defensive prowess are among the elite in the league. The notion of him being LeBron James' successor is no mere jest. 13-10. A crucial score for the Philadelphia 76ers. Perhaps today's game will be a scoring spectacle for Ning Chuan. Across the ocean, in a certain live streaming room in China, Teacher Whale could not help but comment. The Philadelphia 76ers are struggling to contain Ning Chuan defensively, while the New York Knicks are equally unable to restrain several of Philadelphia's star players. If the game remains tightly contested until the end, then today is destined to be a career-defining night for Ning Chuan. Let us not forget that since his NCAA days, Ning Chuan has yet to experience a critical moment in a game. Clearly, Teacher Whale is not merely exaggerating Ning Chuan's abilities. As the foremost advocate for Ning in the country, Whale has also watched every game video of Ning from his college days to the present. And the facts align with his assertions. Since joining the Kentucky Wildcats, Ning Chuan has indeed not participated in a single pivotal moment, with many games entering garbage time well before the final quarter. From the outset of this match, aside from showcasing his offensive talent, Ning Chuan's enthusiasm for defensive rotations has been somewhat lacking. However, during his previous encounter with the Phoenix Suns, Ning Chuan displayed his intimidating presence on the defensive end. What would happen if he intensified his defensive efforts? That remains a mystery. Of course, it is not only the Knicks. The Philadelphia 76ers clearly have not demonstrated their playoff-level defensive intensity in the early stages of the first quarter. They are currently relying solely on Ben Simmons' one-on-one defense to contain Ning Chuan. If the game reaches a critical juncture and the 76ers resort to double-teaming Ning Chuan, few would believe that he could maintain his scoring efficiency. Whether offensively or defensively, both teams have yet to reveal their true capabilities in the first quarter's initial segment. They continue to feel each other out. So, will the New York Knicks make the first move? Or will the visiting Philadelphia 76ers be the first to alter their strategy? This undoubtedly holds great intrigue. Numerous questions are not only left to the players on the court, but also the tactical battle between the two coaches on the sidelines adds to the heightened anticipation surrounding this match. However, without altering their strategy, both the Philadelphia 76ers and the New York Knicks delivered an impressive performance in the first quarter. As the initial period concluded, the Knicks, playing on their home court, astonishingly amassed 40 points under the leadership of Ning Chuan, while the visiting 76ers closely followed with a commendable 39 points. The team's primary marksman from beyond the arc, Tobias Harris, contributed a notable 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists in the first quarter, reaffirming the management's wise decision to prioritize his contract extension during the summer. This also demonstrated that, despite the absence of Jimmy Butler, this year's 76ers are certainly not lacking in perimeter scoring compared to last season. Furthermore, Ben Simmons recorded 4 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Joel Embiid added 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block, alongside Al Horford's 6 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. Each of the 4 max contract players showcased their unique skills in their respective domains. On the other hand, Ning Chuan's performance in the first quarter was equally astonishing, as he attempted 13 shots and successfully made 11, including 4 out of 5 from three-point range, culminating in a remarkable 26 points for the quarter, a new personal best for him in a single quarter of his NBA career. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo, watching the live broadcast of this match from Milwaukee, found himself deep in contemplation. Ning Chuan's terrifying scoring efficiency in the first quarter was beyond his expectations. However, what Giannis Antetokounmpo did not foresee was that, despite Ning Chuan's extraordinary performance, the visiting Philadelphia 76ers were merely trailing by a single point. After a prolonged silence, Giannis murmured, "It seems the Eastern Conference is poised for a transformation." Both the Knicks and the 76ers delivered performances that left Giannis astounded. He had anticipated that, following the departures of LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard, the Eastern Conference would become his dominion, allowing him to replicate James' remarkable feat of 8 consecutive finals appearances. Yet, after witnessing the first quarter of the Knicks and 76ers match, Giannis's heart was filled with trepidation. Perhaps it was time to contemplate alternative strategies. Not only Giannis, Ning Chuan's performance in the first quarter prompted deep contemplation even from Anthony Edwards. Coach Calipari, is this truly the extent of Ning Chuan's prowess? Edwards inquired as he watched the scoring highlights of Ning Chuan on the television screen in the Kentucky University basketball arena. Given Ning Chuan's scoring ability displayed in the first quarter of this match, it seemed that Edwards could scarcely keep pace. If one wishes to surpass Ning Chuan, considerable introspection is necessary. Coach Calipari refrained from answering Edwards directly and instead posed a counter-question. When faced with a formidable opponent like the Philadelphia 76ers, would you exhibit such performance? In other words, if you were to switch places with Ning Chuan, could you lead the Knicks to a commanding position? Upon hearing this, Edwards fell silent. The answer was already apparent to him. Resolutely, he rose, clutching the basketball, and returned to the court. The upcoming match between the Knicks and the 76ers had lost all significance for him. What Edwards needed to focus on now was training. The scene shifted back to Madison Square Garden in New York. On the visiting team's bench, Larry Brown was emphasizing the tactical arrangements for the team. Simmons, ensure your defense does not grant Ning Chuan easy scoring opportunities. Embiid and Horford, you must collaborate defensively. Once Ning Chuan penetrates the paint, double-team him. After underscoring the defensive strategy against Ning Chuan, Coach Larry Brown did not solicit bids from his players. Clearly, he believed that dealing with such a young talent as Ning Chuan did not warrant excessive seriousness. A game lasts for 48 minutes. He genuinely doubted that Ning Chuan could maintain such high scoring efficiency throughout. Chapter 63. I no longer wish to provoke him. The intermission concluded swiftly, and both teams rotated their lineups, dominating the early moments of the second quarter. The Knicks, relying on the performances of Tyler Herro and OG Anunoby, continued to assert themselves offensively. Meanwhile, on the Philadelphia side, Horford and Harris, who had been substituted in the first quarter, led the rotation. The exchanges between both teams' rotations were competitive. However, for the fans in Madison Square Garden, the initial moments of the second quarter felt like an ordeal. Having witnessed the intense competition of the first quarter, the struggle of the rotation players was indeed difficult to accept. The broadcast even captured fans in the stands distractedly engaging with their phones. The absence of Ning Chuan rendered the experience somewhat lackluster. In the commentary booth, Smith could not help but jest. It is evident that many fans are here for Ning Chuan. This prodigious talent from Huaxia certainly deserves such heightened attention. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, with merely 6 minutes remaining until halftime, the Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers have reverted to their primary lineups. The score stands at 55-54, with the visiting 76ers trailing by a solitary point. Following a timeout, the 76ers initiate their offensive play. Simmons advances the ball with a leisurely pace past the half-court line, utilizing Horford's screen at the top of the arc to elude Ning Chuan's defense and drive straight into the paint. Whoosh! As he draws the attention of two Knicks defenders, he executes a dazzling behind-the-back pass back to Horford. Bam! Instead of attempting a shot, Horford opts for a bounce pass to the towering Embiid in the low post. Boom! The big man receives the pass and unleashes a ferocious dunk. 55-56. The Philadelphia 76ers have successfully seized the lead in their first possession after the timeout. What a splendid display of teamwork. From the commentary booth, Smith exclaims with fervor. This is precisely why the Philadelphia management sought to secure Horford with a substantial contract. Indeed, O'Neal also heaps praise upon Horford. His addition has significantly liberated Embiid. He not only bolsters the team defensively but also creates space for his teammates on the offensive end, occasionally delivering exquisite passes. Now that the 76ers have taken the lead, the pressure shifts to the Knicks. Amidst the commentators' dialogue, Brogdon brings the ball past half-court and passes it to Grant. Grant moves along the three-point line, handing it off to Ning Chuan. It won't be that simple. As Ning Chuan receives the ball, Simmons swiftly navigates through the screen, his long arms extending into Ning Chuan's line of sight, obstructing his view while preventing him from dribbling. However, in the very moment Simmons extends his long arms, Ning Chuan rises up and launches a pull-up three-pointer. Beep. Almost immediately, the nearby referee blows his whistle, calling a defensive foul on Ben Simmons. Swish. Remarkably, this hurriedly taken three-pointer still finds the bottom of the net. Oh my God. Ning Chuan's three-pointer actually went in. On the sidelines, upon recognizing the referee's signal, Smith is left in disbelief. Moreover, Ning Chuan's successful three-pointer has also drawn a foul from Simmons. This is a 3-1 opportunity. On the court, Simmons, penalized for a foul, jumps to confront the referee. Naturally, the official pays him no heed. At the free throw line, Ning Chuan prepares for an additional shot. On the surface, Simmons appears aggrieved. Yet internally, he is beset by tumultuous thoughts. Can he truly score? Had he known, he would have simply pulled him down. With a clang, Ning Chuan's free throw fails to find its mark. A gasp surges through the crowd of Knicks fans. But fortune smiles upon them as Kevin Love seizes the offensive rebound with tenacity. Protecting the board, Love's eyes dart to his teammate position beyond the three-point arc, and he decisively passes the ball. As the basketball lands in the hands of the Knicks player, the fans, who had only moments ago lamented Ning Chuan's missed free throw, erupt into thunderous applause. The reason is simple. The recipient beyond the arc is none other than Ning Chuan himself. With a clear line of sight, Ning Chuan takes a moment to adjust, releasing a three-pointer just before Simmons can close in. Swish. The ball slices through the air like a blade, sealing the fate of the shot. 61-56. The New York Knicks have regained a 5-point lead on their home turf. Shut your mouth. After scoring, Ning Chuan does not rush back on defense. Instead, he gestures for silence towards Simmons. In response to Ning Chuan's performance, Simmons inhales deeply, casting a cold, silent stare in his direction. He senses that his taunts have had no impact on his opponent, while Ning Chuan's scoring intensifies the pressure on him. Thus, he decides to remain silent. Who knows what Ning Chuan might do next? Turning back, the formidable Embiid utilizes his exceptional offensive prowess to score against Kevin Love. As Love, nearing the twilight of his career, struggles to contain the league's premier center, he returns to the front court. Love receives the ball and passes it to Ning Chuan, who is cutting towards the basket. Simmons trails closely behind, like a relentless hound, while Horford promptly tightens the defense, obstructing Ning Chuan's path to the rim. Faced with this dual pressure, Ning Chuan opts against a forceful attack. Instead, in the midst of the double team, he deftly passes the ball out. Swish. Boyan, stationed at the left corner, seizes the opportunity of an open shot, making a slight adjustment before sinking the three-pointer with poise. Horford quickly inbounds the ball, and Simmons accelerates up the court. However, this time, his pass is uncharacteristically wayward. Grant, like a blade unsheathed, anticipates Simmons' passing trajectory, launching forward to execute a steal. Following the successful theft, Grant swiftly dishes the ball to Brogdon, igniting a fast break. In the ensuing 3-on-1 situation, Ning Chuan draws the defense before assisting Grant, who soars for a thunderous dunk. 66-58. Since the Philadelphia 76ers leveled the score, the New York Knicks unleashed an impressive surge of 11-2, substantially widening the gap. The entire Madison Square Garden erupted with fervor due to Grant's outstanding performance on both ends of the court, and the cheers for Ning Chuan resonated throughout the arena. Upon returning from the timeout, Ning Chuan single-handedly contributed 6 points and 2 assists, with all of the Knicks' 12 points being linked to his efforts. Chapter 64. Kendall's on-stage disrobing. Timeout. The 76ers head coach, Larry Brown, could no longer remain seated. Less than 2 minutes had elapsed since the last official timeout, and he urgently requested another. "What on earth are you all doing?" As the players returned to the bench, Larry Brown erupted. "Ben, tell me how you are guarding Ning Chuan. Just how formidable is that kid?" Don't you dare explain it to me. I do not wish to hear it," Coach Brown shouted in frustration, attempting to comprehend the lost presence of Simmons on the court. As the team's core perimeter defender, Simmons' recent performances have been nothing short of criminal. He allowed Ning Chuan to score consecutive three-pointers while committing turnover errors on the offensive end. It can be said that Simmons single-handedly orchestrated the Knicks' offensive resurgence. "I believe we can adjust our defensive strategy." Back on the bench, Ning Chuan accepted the Gatorade handed to him by Hero and proposed, "We could afford to give Simmons some space on defense. He poses no shooting threat whatsoever." While it is undeniable that Simmons possesses explosive athleticism, his shooting ability leaves much to be desired. The Philadelphia 76ers indeed boast a roster of 4 stars, yet only the Embiid exhibits explosive offensive capabilities. Beyond him, Simmons, Horford, and Tobias Harris all demonstrate concerning one-on-one skills. Their scoring largely relies on Simmons' ability to penetrate and distribute. Thus, stifling his drives would significantly diminish the 76ers' offensive efficacy. I concur. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's suggestion, Coach Thibodeau nodded. "Ning Chuan, execute your plan." Upon returning from the timeout, the 76ers noticeably increased their movement and off-ball screens on the offensive end. However, the Knicks' defensive strategy began to crystallize. After the timeout, it appeared that the New York Knicks were deliberately leaving Simmons open. From the commentary booth, the astute Smith observed this development. Ning Chuan, responsible for guarding Simmons, was neither closely defending him nor interfering with his passing. In fact, he stood near the free throw line, granting Simmons ample space. Indeed, the Knicks have shown little concern for Simmons, whether in zone defense or man-to-man coverage. On the sidelines, O'Neal commented, "This could very well become the turning point of the match. Simmons' lack of shooting threat has been magnified by the Knicks." Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, poised at the free throw line, was ready to assist other offensive players. Just as Smith and O'Neal concluded their analysis, Simmons took a wide-open mid-range jumper after a single dribble, only to clang off the rim. The rebound was secured by Kevin Love, allowing the Knicks to set up their half-court offense. In the front court, Ning Chuan adeptly utilized screens from Grant and Love to receive the ball, executing a feigned shot that left Horford off balance. before smoothly drifting to the side and sinking a three-pointer into the net. The score stood at 69-58, even after the 76ers called a timeout. It was still the New York Knicks who struck first, once again featuring the prodigious Ning Chuan from China, now tallying 35 points. From the commentary box, Smith was brimming with excitement. With just 3 minutes remaining until halftime, Ning Chuan has already amassed 35 points. Could this be the night we witness him shatter an NBA record? The record for most points in a half is held by the legendary Kobe Bryant, who scored 42 points during the 2003 regular season against Michael Jordan. At this moment, Ning Chuan's personal score stood at 35 points, nearly 7 points shy of Kobe's historic benchmark. After taking a moment to compose himself, Smith continued, "Let us relish Ning Chuan's individual performance on the court." While the Knicks continued to thrive offensively, the Philadelphia 76ers found themselves ensnared in a quagmire on the offensive end. The extensive emptying tactic employed by Ning Chuan has rendered Simmons quite uncomfortable. When a point guard fails to exert pressure on the defense and becomes a black hole in the team's offense, he finds himself devoid of purpose on the court. Currently, Simmons finds himself in such a predicament. Lacking offensive threat, Ning Chuan has even positioned himself near the free throw line. You enjoy talking big, don't you? Prove your worth and take the shot. Not only did he leave Simmons unguarded, but Ning Chuan also taunted him, gesturing towards the three-point line. "Only I can make shots from there, while you cannot." It must be said, Ning Chuan's trash talk had a significant impact. With those words, he ignited a fire within Simmons. Left open, Simmons took aim from beyond the arc. Swish. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, only to sail out of bounds. Ha! Witnessing Simmons' airball, Ning Chuan burst into laughter and pointed at Kendall Jenner, who sat courtside draped in Simmons' jersey, saying, "Don't wear such a foolish jersey in my arena." In response, Kendall simply smiled without uttering a word. Meanwhile, on the court, Kevin Love was about to execute a quick baseline inbounds pass, and Malcolm Brogdon pushed the ball swiftly in transition. Ning Chuan, who had just spoken with Kendall, immediately joined the attack, receiving a return pass from Brogdon. He stepped 2 paces beyond the three-point line, made no adjustments, and shot. As the ball soared through the air, Ning Chuan turned away, lifting his hands in celebration towards Kendall in advance. The next moment, the crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed. Bang! Ning Chuan's long-range three-pointer, coupled with his premature celebration, ignited the entire Madison Square Garden. "Next time I'm at Madison Square Garden, ensure I'm wearing my jersey." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's proclamation, Kendall began to contemplate silently. Why was she pursuing a relationship with an NBA player? Was it for Simmons' looks or his wealth? Was it not merely for the fame he brought? Now, with a player who surpasses him in excellence, youth, and charm, perhaps it was time to bid Simmons farewell. Having come to this realization, Kendall promptly rose and impulsively discarded Simmons' jacket, joining the Knicks fans in celebration. Ning Chuan, indeed astonished by Kendall's actions, found himself inexplicably giving her a thumbs up. Damn! On the other side, Simmons noticed Kendall's reaction and could only curse under his breath. Chapter 65, Passionate Exchanges. Breaking the halftime scoring record. Your girlfriend doesn't even support you anymore. You better learn to speak bird language. Next season, I'll see you in the Japanese League. As Kendall Jenner celebrated by shedding her attire, Ning Chuan intensified his defense, passionately targeting Simmons with fervor. Fortunately for the Philadelphia 76ers, their overall strength proved formidable. Even with Simmons facing limitations, the team adeptly maintained a lead of approximately 10 points, thanks to Embiid's exceptional performance. Yet, despite the 76ers resolving their offensive dilemmas, they remained utterly powerless against Ning Chuan's relentless prowess on the defensive end. Energized, Ning Chuan launched a three-pointer, skillfully evading Simmons' lengthy reach, and once again found success. A remarkable 41 points. From the commentary booth, Smith exuberantly leaped from his seat, exclaiming that Ning Chuan had already amassed 41 points in this match. He was just 1 point shy of the legendary Kobe Bryant's halftime scoring record. Meanwhile, the typically reticent Shaquille O'Neal remarked with a sigh, "It seems Kobe's record will not withstand the test of time. I'm genuinely curious to see how many points Ning Chuan will ultimately secure today. Will he dare to challenge Kobe's extraordinary single-game total of 81 points? Ning Chuan has set his career-high scoring record at 44 points during the season opener against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, in less than a half, he has already amassed an impressive 41 points. With only a minute remaining until halftime and ample time left in the game, Ning Chuan's scoring is destined to escalate even further. Did you witness that? Back on the defensive end, Ning Chuan continues to taunt Simmons. Go home and watch my highlight reel. What I can do, you shall never learn. In this moment, Ning Chuan's provocative banter, coupled with Kendall's celebratory disrobing, culminated in a dramatic scene where Simmons, no longer composed, surged towards Ning Chuan with intentions to engage physically. However, before Simmons could act, Grant, Brogdon, and others swiftly intervened, positioning themselves between the two to separate them. Shortly thereafter, the 76ers, led by Embiid and others, rushed to Simmons' side. Here I stand. Here I stand. Undeterred by the fierce demeanor of Simmons, Ning Chuan exuberantly gestured to the fans, seemingly rallying the crowd at Madison Square Garden to amplify their cheers. F. Simmons. F. Simmons. F. Simmons. In the next instant, the arena erupted with a cacophony of insults from the Knicks supporters. Beep. 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 The chaotic scene on the court was ultimately quelled by the referee's persistent whistles. The chief referee rushed to the center of the court, issuing a technical foul to both Ning Chuan and Simmons. Ning Chuan wore an expression of calm as he continued to raise his arms high. However, the aggrieved Simmons was far from placated, vociferously voicing his dissent. Even the referee, who approached to mediate, was not spared from his fervent protests. Beep. After the warning proved ineffective, the officiating referee issued a technical foul against Simmons, expelling him from the game entirely. Splendid. As Simmons exited the arena, a thunderous cheer erupted from the entire Madison Square Garden. As Ning Chuan passionately applauded the fans, he did not forget to wave goodbye in the direction of Simmons as he departed. After this brief interlude, the game resumed. The absence of their organizational core soon became evident for the 76ers. The scoring prowess of the formidable trio, led by Embiid, visibly diminished without Simmons' explosive contributions. In contrast, upon the resumption of play, Ning Chuan's first offensive maneuver captivated the attention of two defenders from the 76ers. He executed a dazzling no-look pass, distributing the ball to Boyan stationed in the left corner. Swish. Boyan, receiving the ball beyond the three-point line, showed no hesitation, striking with precision. After assisting his teammate in scoring, Ning Chuan playfully gestured towards the 76ers bench with a sunglasses sign, seemingly in search of Simmons' presence. The series of movements executed by Ning Chuan reignited the enthusiasm of Kendall, who was watching the match from the sidelines. In that moment, she comprehended everything. What Simmons? To hell with him. Ning Chuan is truly his own love. As the first half drew to a close, the atmosphere within Madison Square Garden reached its zenith once more. In the final 2 seconds before halftime, Ning Chuan launched a three-pointer. As the basketball soared through the air, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the half. In that fleeting moment, under the gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators, the ball traced a beautiful arc before seamlessly swishing through the net. A remarkable 44 points. In the last offensive play of the half, Ning Chuan secured his 44th point of the game. From the commentary booth, Smith was ecstatic. Ning Chuan has surpassed the legendary Kobe Bryant. He has set a new record for the highest points scored in a half in NBA history. A staggering 44 points in the first half. The explosive scoring prowess of Ning Chuan has left commentators Smith and O'Neal singing his praises during the halftime break. It seems that today, Ning Chuan is poised to challenge for even greater records. Turning to the technical statistics, Smith remarked with a serious demeanor, his efficiency is astonishingly high. If Ning Chuan can maintain this form after halftime, today will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history. Meanwhile, in a certain live broadcast room in Huaxia, Teacher Whale has entered a state that defies description. Observing the flood of 666 comments, he passionately exclaimed, "Brothers, what did I just say?" This game is destined to be Ning Chuan's personal showcase. After a brief moment of calming his excitement, Teacher Whale continued, before the match began. Many fans believed Ning Chuan would falter today. But look, a staggering 44 points at halftime. Speak to me, Blackie. After these words, Teacher Whale let out a deep sigh of relief, watching the number of viewers in the live room steadily rise. Brothers, the host is an experienced basketball commentator. Likewise, I am a fan of Ning Chuan. I will be live streaming every game of the New York Knicks this season. For those wanting to watch Ning Chuan's games, please show your support. Chapter 66. Widespread attention. Major trade unfolding. In the United States, New Orleans, Zion Williamson, who is also watching the live broadcast of this game, wears an increasingly inscrutable expression. Initially, he believed Ning Chuan's high scores were merely a stroke of luck. However, as the first half of the Knicks vs 76ers game concluded, Zion began to realize that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. This prodigious talent, who once stood in his way of reaching the NCAA Final Four, is significantly stronger than he had imagined. RJ, turn off the TV, Zion said after a moment of silence, patting RJ Barrett on the shoulder. Let us head back to the gym for extra practice. I was just thinking the same thing, Barrett replied, rising to turn off the live broadcast before following Zion back to the gym for further training. Both of them entered the league under the title of prodigious talents. Yet Ning Chuan has now outpaced them by a considerable margin. As for RJ Barrett, he has averaged a meager 11.2 points this season, with a shooting percentage that is nothing short of dismal. And Zion? There's no need to elaborate, having played just 4 minutes in the season opener. His return remains indefinitely postponed. In stark contrast, Ning Chuan has already established himself as the team's cornerstone, shattering numerous scoring records while single-handedly dismantling the formidable quartet of Philadelphia. As esteemed prodigies, Zion and Barrett are determined not to allow Ning Chuan to widen the gap too significantly. They are not alone in this sentiment. Numerous players are similarly affected by Ning Chuan's performance in this match. After all, the clash between the Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers is undeniably the marquee event in recent times. The influence of Ning Chuan extends beyond just his fellow rookies to include several NBA superstars. LeBron James, who had sought to acquire Ning Chuan through trade during the offseason, felt an unmistakable pang of emotion upon witnessing his explosive display today. It was akin to a deep affection for someone who ultimately chooses to wed another. Returning to Madison Square Garden, the New York Knicks, under Ning Chuan's leadership, erupted for an astonishing 74 points in the second half, momentarily establishing a 16-point lead over the 76ers at 74-58. The Philadelphia 76ers, lacking Ben Simmons, struggled on both ends of the court. The frailty of their star player, Embiid, the inconsistency of Harris, and the blue-collar nature of Horford were starkly evident. Upon resuming play, the 76ers' offensive impotence became a focal point for the Knicks to expand their lead. Ning Chuan's commanding presence on offense compelled Philadelphia to deploy 2 defenders against him, thereby granting his teammates opportunities for open shots. In light of the favorable circumstances, Ning Chuan did not become enamored with individual plays when the team required him to facilitate. He stepped up without hesitation. He was quick to locate his teammates when they found themselves unmarked. As the gap widened, the deficit for the 76ers grew ever larger. Observing the dejection on the face of their core player, Embiid, the 76ers head coach made the decisive choice to substitute all starting players, effectively conceding the match. Given that the season had just begun, Larry Brown deemed it unnecessary for his core players to exhaust themselves in a lopsided contest. Furthermore, Ning Chuan's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, and Brown wished to spare his core quartet from lingering psychological scars. Notably, this did not include Ben Simmons, who was already ensconced in the locker room, grappling with a state of despondency. With the 76ers surrendering, the Knicks graciously accepted their capitulation. After Ning Chuan sank another three-pointer, elevating his personal tally to 60 points, he was substituted by Coach Thibodeau. His final stats read 60 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. As Ning Chuan left the court, commentator Smith, alongside the fans at Madison Square Garden, stood to applaud him, acknowledging the remarkable performance he delivered over the first 3 quarters. While he may not have shattered the scoring record at Madison Square Garden, he nonetheless etched numerous historical milestones. Indeed, O'Neal, with a frenzied expression, passionately recounted the historic records established by Ning Chuan. He is the youngest player in NBA history to score over 50 points, as well as the youngest to surpass 60 points. Moreover, his 60-point performance shattered the previous rookie scoring record set by Jennings. Concurrently, Ning Chuan's achievement of 60 points in 3 quarters made him the first rookie in the annals of NBA history to accomplish such a feat. Even scoring legends like Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain never exhibited such astonishing prowess during their rookie seasons. Although the game between the Knicks and the 76ers had yet to conclude, media outlets across the globe had already plastered headlines on their front pages about Ning Chuan's remarkable performance that day. Hoopoo Sports declared, with 60 points in 3 quarters, Ning Chuan shatters numerous historical records. It was reminiscent of Klay Thompson's explosive 62-point achievement in 3 quarters, which set the Huaxia sports forums ablaze. Now, still in his rookie season, Ning Chuan has orchestrated a scoring spectacle of historic proportions. Truly, he deserves all the accolades. Tencent Sports proclaimed, "One man is worth as much as 4 max contract players. What is Ning Chuan's ceiling?" Clearly, Tencent remains steadfast in its sensationalist approach. In this match, Philadelphia's quartet of max contract players displayed high efficiency in the first quarter, But after Ben Simmons was ejected, the remaining three stars struggled to maintain their performance. Furthermore, authoritative media such as TNT and ESPN quickly disseminated news about Ning Chuan. Undoubtedly, the most significant news globally today revolves around Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, in Milwaukee, Giannis Antetokounmpo turned off the television the moment Ning Chuan was substituted. Initially, Giannis had intended to study Ning Chuan's performance to devise a strategy against the Philadelphia 76ers. However, as the game progressed, he gradually realized that understanding the New York Knicks, the team Ning Chuan represents, might be the true key. Perhaps the Milwaukee Bucks' greatest adversary in this year's Eastern Conference playoffs will not be the Philadelphia 76ers or the Boston Celtics, but rather the New York Knicks. My apologies, David, but you have been dismissed. In New Orleans, the team owner quietly approached the general manager's office and confronted Griffin. Your maneuvers this summer have ruined the entire organization. Upon hearing this, David Griffin remained unperturbed. He had anticipated Ning Chuan's rise to prominence in the NBA, yet he had not foreseen the sheer resolve of Ning Chuan. This is merely his sixth game. He has already shattered numerous scoring records. And what of his choices, Zion and Barrett? Together, they pale in comparison to a single strand of Ning Chuan's hair. Wait, I must make a final attempt to salvage the situation. After a moment of contemplation, David Griffin exclaimed with fervor, I wish to explore the possibility of trading for Ning Chuan. Remember, this is your final opportunity. It is not solely the New Orleans Pelicans who are contemplating a trade for Ning Chuan. Numerous teams, harboring little hope for this season's championship, have set their sights on him. They aspire to exchange their existing resources and future draft picks for this promising cornerstone of a young team. Chapter 67. Victoria harbors no secrets before Ning Chuan as attention converged from various quarters. The match between the New York Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers at Madison Square Garden was drawing to a close. Ultimately, on their home turf, the New York Knicks recorded a season-high 136 points. They triumphed over the star-studded Philadelphia 76ers with a resounding score of 136-110, achieving a remarkable margin of 26 points. I had underestimated the prowess of the New York Knicks. In a post-match interview, 76ers head coach Larry Brown candidly admitted, moreover, I underestimated Ning Chuan's individual abilities. I was inadequately prepared for a scorer of his caliber. Coach Brown took it upon himself to acknowledge the oversight, stating that they should have double-teamed the prodigy from Huaxia right from the outset. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. The dynamics will be entirely different then. Following the interview with Rivers, on-site media representatives turned their cameras towards Embiid. Facing the lens, the process refrained from elaborating extensively, emphasizing instead the altercation between Ning Chuan and Simmons. Clearly, he perceived Simmons' ejection as the pivotal moment of the match. After concluding their interviews with the 76ers, the media swarmed the Knicks bench. However, prior to that, the entire Knicks team had encircled Ning Chuan, engaging in exuberant gestures of celebration. MVP, MVP, MVP. Not merely them, the Knicks fans at Madison Square Garden were also quick to chant for Ning Chuan. Hearing the rapturous applause from the crowd, Ning Chuan reciprocated their enthusiasm by waving his arms. In that moment, he was the sole hero of the arena. Let my brother bask in the adulation of the audience for a while longer. Amidst the roaring applause, Tyler Harrow stepped away early to be the first to partake in interviews with the media present. Tyler, how do you assess Ning Chuan's performance in this game? An ESPN reporter was the first to pose a question. Or do you believe Ning Chuan's breakout performance was premeditated? How did Ning Chuan perform in this match? Did you pay close attention to the game, my friend? Hero first rolled his eyes at the interviewing journalist and then remarked, my friend. I recognized Ning Chuan's prowess back in college. I would not be astonished by any high-scoring game he achieves in the NBA. Even if he were to one day shatter Chamberlain's percentage record, I would regard it as a natural occurrence. The audacity of Hero's response left the journalists present in utter bewilderment. Today, Ning Chuan scored an astounding 60 points in 3 quarters, shattering Kobe's halftime scoring record. You dare to call this a mere commonplace occurrence? Do not provoke Ning Chuan on the court, I implore you. Unfazed by the astonished expressions of the reporters, Hero continued. Any opponent attempting to challenge him on the court, I believe you witnessed the fate of Ben Simmons. Thus, I advise you not to provoke Ning Chuan. As a former college teammate of Ning Chuan, Hero is acutely aware of his prowess, as well as his temperament. He resembles a slumbering beast, once awakened. The consequences are beyond the comprehension of most. After interviewing Tyler Hero, The media reporters awaited the Knicks team celebration to conclude before surrounding Ning Chuan once more. Ning Chuan, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory in this match. A TNT reporter boldly stepped forward. Moreover, you have set numerous historical records in this game. What do you have to say about that? First and foremost, this is a triumph of teamwork. Grasping the microphone, Ning Chuan responded earnestly. I have previously stated that I shall do whatever the team requires of me. As for the historical records you speak of, I hardly care. No sooner had he spoken these words than several individuals, led by Hero and Grant, doused Ning Chuan with ice water from behind. Wrap up the interview. Hero shouted to Ning Chuan, we are waiting for you in the locker room. How dare you splash me? Ning Chuan, momentarily distracted by the attack from Hero, abandoned the interview and began to pursue him. Ning Chuan, wait a moment. Just as he was about to enter the player's tunnel, a captivating female voice caught his attention. Following the sound, a striking figure came into view. Who else could it be but Kendall Jenner? Approaching her, Ning Chuan feigned ignorance. Miss Kendall, may I inquire what brings you here? Ning Chuan has always adhered to an open-door policy, welcoming all without exception. Even in the absence of a punitive system to curb the antics of foreign players, Ning Chuan remains unwavering. After all, fans delight in witnessing his unique ball-handling skills off the court. I happen to have one of your jerseys here. Upon Ning Chuan's arrival, Kendall stammered. Could you please sign it for me? As if fearing a rejection from Ning Chuan, she finally whispered, I am no longer Simmons' girlfriend, but rather your devoted admirer. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled as he received the ball from the player, signed it, and handed it to Kendall, whispering, remember to follow my social media accounts when you get back. I don't want my fans to overlook me. Will you follow me back? Of course. As a seasoned general, Kendall was well aware of the weight of Ning Chuan's words. Ning Chuan, could you hurry up? Hero, who had just been chasing after Ning Chuan, noticed the absence of anyone behind him and grew concerned that something might have happened, worrying for his good friend. He hastily dashed back onto the court from the player tunnel. However, upon seeing Ning Chuan and Kendall engaged in cheerful conversation, he could no longer contain himself and urged, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you. What the heck? Why is another Victoria's Secret supermodel seeking out Ning Chuan? Why? Wasn't he had agreed that there would be secrets in Victoria's realm? Yet, it appeared that for Ning Chuan, Victoria had no secrets at all. Chapter 68. The Lakers, Pelicans, and Celtics all bid for Ning Chuan on the evening following the Knicks match against the 76ers. TNT, Ning Chuan's dedicated platform, published an article on its official website. Do not provoke Ning Chuan, or he will make you understand why flowers bloom so vibrantly. The mere title of the article was enough to leave readers astounded. Coupled with the embellishments added by TNT in the main text, the article soared to the top of the national trending charts. Many fans expressed their sentiments, declaring, Ning Chuan is the true court villain. He can obliterate you on the offensive end, and his verbal prowess is unparalleled in history. Moreover, never let your girlfriend come to watch. Otherwise, Ben Simmons will be your next fate. However, this trending topic was soon overshadowed in the early hours of the following day by another breaking news story. Renowned journalist WJ revealed a potential trade rumor. According to a high-ranking league official, the New Orleans Pelicans are preparing to trade Zion Williamson, R.J. Barrett, and several future first-round picks to acquire Ning Chuan. This news was enough to send shockwaves throughout the league. At the TNT Roundtable, a special episode was dedicated to the topic. Smith, with utmost seriousness, remarked, the New Orleans Pelicans are the very team that traded Ning Chuan during this year's draft. Now they wish to bring him back? Indeed, just a few games into the new season, rumors of a trade for Ning Chuan had emerged. Barkley chimed in. And the assets they are offering are substantial. Charles, perhaps the situation is not as straightforward as you think. O'Neal added, according to my latest information, the Pelicans are willing to let all players on their roster, along with numerous future draft picks, be available for the Knicks selection. It can also be said that they are currently open to trade offers from any team, with the ultimate goal of acquiring Ning Chuan. One must admit that the New Orleans Pelicans have indeed invested heavily this time. Their young assets are sufficiently enticing to captivate any team in the league. Nevertheless, they are willing to trade anyone, even including future draft picks, solely to obtain Ning Chuan. The latest news reveals that Pelicans general manager, David Griffin, has personally contacted the Knicks management to inform them that any player on their roster is available for trade, including future draft picks. After reviewing the materials presented, O'Neal remarked that the Pelicans are genuinely serious this time. This illustrates the current value of Ning Chuan. As a staunch supporter of the Knicks, Smith proudly stated that even the Pelicans, who once traded away Ning Chuan, are now humbling themselves to seek his return, indicating that other teams in the league are clearly eager to make a move. It is noteworthy that during this year's draft, the Pelicans were the ones to proactively trade Ning Chuan away. Now, however, they are willing to spare no expense to bring him back to New Orleans. If they can lower themselves to this extent, one can only imagine how other NBA teams would react. More news has arrived. The Los Angeles Lakers have also officially made an offer to the New York Knicks. However, in comparison to the Pelicans, their offer appears somewhat weaker. If the Lakers manage to acquire Ning Chuan from the Knicks, the trio of Ning Chuan, LeBron James, and Anthony Davis would undoubtedly be formidable enough to claim the championship, even with O'Neal's grandmother on the roster. Additionally, Ning Chuan is still under a rookie contract, and should they secure him, their competitiveness in the free agency market would significantly increase. More importantly, Ning Chuan is exceedingly young and can seamlessly transition to become LeBron James' successor, establishing himself as the new master of the City of Angels. Even a mere consideration of this prospect is terrifying. However, the Knicks management is not foolish. Would they willingly hand over a dynasty to the Lakers? O'Neal holds insider information revealing that the Boston Celtics proposed to acquire Ning Chuan by offering either Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, along with 3 first-round picks. But their proposal was declined by the New York Knicks. The Celtics' dynamic duo is equally formidable among the league's young talents. Nonetheless, the Celtics management believes that acquiring Ning Chuan in exchange for one of them would be a highly advantageous deal. Unfortunately, the Knicks rejected the Celtics' offer. In the eyes of the Knicks higher-ups, even the dual All-Stars do not hold the same value as Ning Chuan. They even stated that they would not agree to the trade, even if it involved Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and 5 future first-round picks. Meanwhile, in New York, the Knicks' upper management is now filled with regret. What on earth has transpired? The team's president, Leon Rose, abruptly severed the communication with the New Orleans Pelicans, despite their proposal to exchange Zion, R.J. Ingram, and 4 future first-round picks for Ning Chuan and Brogdon. Ning Chuan is undoubtedly the cornerstone of the team, handpicked by Dolan himself. It is no exaggeration to assert that trading Ning Chuan is beyond the authority of even the team's president. Moreover, with his performance soaring to new heights, few dare to question his potential to become a future superstar. Trade him? That would be sheer folly. Ning Chuan embodies the hope of New York's resurgence. We shall never part with him. On November 5, 2023, at the Amway Center in Orlando, Coach Thibodeau addressed the pregame interview, directly responding to rumors regarding Ning Chuan's potential trade. I am aware that many teams in the league are eyeing Ning Chuan, but let me make it unequivocally clear. Ning Chuan will never leave New York. Thibodeau stated gravely, word by word, Ning Chuan is not for sale. Regardless of the offers presented, he will remain in New York. As the head coach, Thibodeau holds significant sway within the Knicks management, and his words resonate with the sentiments of the entire organization. Just as Coach Thibodeau proclaimed, I shall never depart from New York. Following this, Ning Chuan, in a similarly resolute manner, responded to questions during the interview. Some may believe that leaving New York would present a better stage for me. However, the path to winning a championship through such means is unacceptable to me. I will forever remain in New York, lifting the O'Brien Trophy and retiring here. After delivering his thoughts, Ning Chuan turned and returned to the court for pregame warm-ups. This is Ning Chuan. This is our king of New York. Winning a championship does not necessitate taking shortcuts. Ning Chuan deserves our utmost respect. The admiration for him is palpable, and we believe he will soon hoist the O'Brien Trophy in New York. Although Ning Chuan concluded his interview, his pregame remarks once again became a trending topic nationwide. Yet, he remains indifferent to such attention. What lies ahead for him is to decisively defeat the Orlando Magic and conclude the week in an invincible manner. After all, he has made plans to meet with Kendall Jenner in New York this weekend. Chapter 69, This Damned Life. Since Howard departed from the Orlando Magic 12 years ago, the team has languished in a state of mediocrity. Over the past 8 years, they have acquired an abundance of high draft talent. The 2nd overall pick Oladipo in 2013. The 4th pick Aaron Gordon in 2014. The 5th pick Hazanja in 2015. The 11th pick Sabonis in 2016. The 6th pick Isaac in 2017. And the 6th pick Bamba in 2018. Yet, none have emerged as the leader to usher in the revival of Orlando. The management's decisions have been replete with blunders, trading Oladipo and Sabonis for Ibaka, assembling a high-priced yet ineffective trio with Biyombo, trading Ibaka for Terrence Ross, and gifting the Raptors a championship-caliber forward. The sale of Gordon to the Nuggets further exemplifies their missteps, leading to a succession of regrettable transactions that are painful to witness. This season, the Orlando Magic remain entrenched at the bottom of the league. With a dismal record of 1 win and 4 losses, their performance is even worse than anticipated. Head coach Vogel, a master of ineptitude, appeared unconcerned during pre-game interviews, dismissing the potential loss as inconsequential. However, as the starting players took the court, Vogel's demeanor suggested that the situation might not be so straightforward. The game unfolded as Vogel had foreseen. The Magic's most prominent stars this season, Vucevic and Fournier, often excel against weaker opponents, particularly Vucevic, who frequently showcases explosive double-double performances. Yet, against the undefeated New York Knicks, they could only acquiesce. In the first quarter, Ning Chuan played 10 minutes, effortlessly scoring 20 points, along with 3 rebounds and 4 assists, propelling the Knicks to a commanding 44-20 lead over the Magic. As the second quarter commenced, the Knicks bench, led by Tyler Herro, showed no mercy, scoring 12 points within 6 minutes and igniting a 20-6 offensive surge that extended the lead to 30 points. By the time the starting lineup, spearheaded by Ning Chuan, returned, the disparity in the score had reached a point where the outcome seemed inevitable. Ning Chuan, having recorded an understated yet impressive 30 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists for a near triple-double, did not return to the game. Ultimately, the match concluded with the New York Knicks playing as visitors, amassing an astounding 132 points against the Orlando Magic's meager total of 88. The 44-point margin set a record for the largest point differential of the season and marked the most significant home loss for the Magic since the team's inception. Following the departure of Dwight Howard, the Orlando Magic has yet to emerge from the shadows. As the game concluded, the commentators lamented that the team remains utterly defenseless against the league's formidable contenders. Perhaps it is time for a profound transformation. Indeed, consider the impressive performance of Ning Chuan. Once, the Orlando Magic boasted a prodigious talent of their own. The sorrow expressed by the two commentators echoed the sentiments of the dedicated Magic fans still present in the arena. 8 long years. A full 8 years. The Magic supporters have grown weary of languishing at the bottom of the league. They yearn for a new hero to grace Orlando, a superhero akin to Ning Chuan. A complete rebuild is imperative. After the game, Magic owner DeVos articulated the team's forthcoming strategy. Initially, the management aimed to secure a superstar through the free market. However, after witnessing the Knicks, led by Ning Chuan, dismantle their team in the first quarter, DeVos ultimately conceded. They must embrace their position as the worst team in the league, securing the coveted first overall pick to select the most formidable rookie available and build the team around him, much like the Knicks have done with Ning Chuan. We must identify a player akin to Ning Chuan to serve as the cornerstone of our franchise. DeVos issued a fresh directive to the team's general manager. Boss, I have been closely monitoring a player these past few days. Who? Anthony Edwards, a 5-star high school recruit who has recently joined the University of Kentucky, the alma mater of Ning Chuan. The most significant beneficiary of Ning Chuan's success is undoubtedly the Kentucky Wildcats. Although the system rewards a template based on Huazi, Edwards has also been dubbed Little Ning Chuan. He possesses nearly identical height and weight to Ning Chuan, coupled with explosive physical attributes. These qualities have made him the focal point of interest for numerous NBA teams, a level of attention Huazi has never experienced. His draft predictions consistently place him within the top 3. Not solely him. Ning Chuan has elevated the Kentucky Wildcats to heights that do not solely belong to him, inspiring many 5-star high school athletes to regard the University of Kentucky as their foremost choice. For instance, LaMelo Ball, who was originally slated to enhance his skills in the Australian League, opted for Kentucky to form a new era backcourt duo with Edwards, all thanks to Ning Chuan. Ball has expressed on numerous occasions, in front of the cameras, that Ning Chuan is his idol. Even LeVar Ball, known for his brashness, adopts a more subdued demeanor when discussing Ning Chuan. Perhaps even Ning Chuan himself would not have anticipated that his triumph with the Wildcats would influence the paths of multiple aspiring NBA stars. However, he remains indifferent to such matters. After leading his team to victory over the Orlando Magic, Ning Chuan returned to New York, initially planning to meet with Kendall. Yet, Kevin Love and Malcolm Brogdon, who joined the team during the offseason, united in inviting the entire Knicks roster to a team gathering. Following dinner, under the guidance of Hero, the entire team ventured to a nightclub in New York. Alas, such is the wretchedness of life. Chapter 70. God. I have seen God. On November 7th, the NBA officially announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week for the second week of the season. In the West, the Los Angeles duo continued to struggle in the new season. Golden State star player Stephen Curry will be sidelined for 2 months due to injury, and the team has failed to deliver a commendable performance. Ultimately, Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets was named the Western Conference Player of the Week, boasting an impressive triple-double average of 22, 8 points, 12, 2 rebounds, and 10, 1 assists, with his team winning all 3 games of the past week. Jokic is stepping into his own era. The competition in the East is neither fiercely intense nor entirely lackluster. It exists somewhere in between. The explanation is straightforward. Thus far this season, 2 teams in the East remain undefeated. One is the Milwaukee Bucks, led by Giannis Antetokounmpo, who has propelled the team to a remarkable 7-game winning streak, the best in the league. Giannis's astonishing averages of 30, 5 points, 12, 2 rebounds, 4, 5 assists, 1, 8 steals, and 1 blocks make his recognition as Player of the Week thoroughly justifiable. However, Ning Chuan's performance from the New York Knicks shines even brighter. Ning Chuan achieved a remarkable feat last week, scoring over 20 points in 3 separate quarters. Notably, in the contest against the Philadelphia 76ers, he accomplished an extraordinary 44 points in just 1 half. This singular performance was sufficient to unequivocally secure him the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Furthermore, his displays against the Magic and the Pistons were equally impeccable. Ultimately, for the 2019-2020 season, Ning Chuan was once again crowned the Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the second week of the NBA season. This marks his second consecutive selection as Player of the Week this season. Additionally, he has made history as the first rookie in the NBA to achieve back-to-back Player of the Week honors, as well as the first Asian player to do so in the league's history. Ning Chuan has emerged as the Eastern Conference's Player of the Week for the second time, once again shattering numerous historical records. TNT has aptly dubbed him the record creator. It is nearly impossible to encapsulate Ning Chuan's essence in mere words. He stands as a pioneer of a new era in the NBA. With this latest accolade, Ning Chuan's performances in the early stages of his career have already eclipsed those of all other superstars. No force can impede Ning Chuan's momentum, nor can anyone halt the rise of the New York Knicks, as articulated in the TNT article. Despite participating in only 6 games, Ning Chuan has emerged as the season's leading scorer and the architect of a new single-game scoring record, based solely on the initial games of the season. Ning Chuan undeniably occupies the pinnacle of the NBA. This is beyond question. Meanwhile, Huaxia, the news of Ning Chuan securing the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the second consecutive week swiftly circulated across Huaxia and various media platforms. As the protagonist of this achievement, Ning Chuan awoke in the morning, unable to conceal the joy swelling within him. Today marked a significant occasion, as it was the day of his rendezvous with Kendall. To foster a deeper connection, their chosen venue for the date bore considerable significance. They decided to meet at Ning Chuan's apartment. By the time Kendall arrived, it was already noon. Upon stepping through the door, she cast a glance at Ning Chuan's midsection and, with a playful smirk, remarked, "Ning Chuan, you know I'm not particularly fond of men who are soft and lack vigor. I expect your performance to be as formidable as it is on the court." With that, Kendall handed her handbag to Ning Chuan, kicked off her high heels, and settled onto the sofa. Ning Chuan took the bag and promptly settled beside Kendall, his gaze drawn to her delicate, fair feet. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he leaned forward, enveloping Kendall's legs in his embrace. A flush of crimson quickly adorned Kendall's cheeks. "You, Ning Chuan, isn't your fondness a bit too broad?" Initially shy, Kendall soon realized there was no escape for her legs, and the peculiar sensations on her thighs stirred a hint of spring in her eyes. "You are truly mischievous," she exclaimed, her voice quivering slightly as she met Ning Chuan's gaze, which seemed to shimmer with mischief, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce to his whims. Minutes passed, and Kendall found herself in a daze, her breath growing heavier. She never anticipated that Ning Chuan would actually. Summoning an unexpected strength, she abruptly shoved Ning Chuan away and stood up with a playful pout, retrieving her small garment from the floor, her face as red as an apple. "You are not allowed to kiss me with your mouth later." In response, Ning Chuan smirked, unconsciously licking his lips. "Well then, let us see Miss Kendall's skills." "Humph," Kendall huffed, her legs trembling as she dashed to the bathroom. With a resounding slam, she firmly closed the door behind her. Watching her retreating figure, Ning Chuan couldn't help but scoff. Is this it? You claim to be my most devoted fan. What nonsense. You don't even take the initiative. I have to do everything myself. Half an hour later, as he beheld Kendall, clad only in a towel with her hair still damp. A surge of mischief ignited within Ning Chuan. With a grin, he swiftly embraced her. Miss Kendall, let us practice some basketball moves together. However, just as Ning Chuan prepared to dribble the ball, Kendall unexpectedly seized his hand. Kendall, what are you doing? You won't know if my skills are up to par until you try. But first, you must take a shower. Gazing at her alluring eyes and flushed cheeks, Ning Chuan fought to suppress his impulses and, after half a minute, took a quick shower. Emerging from the bathroom, unencumbered and glistening, he discovered Kendall already nestled in bed, enveloped snugly in her covers. Miss Kendall, what does this mean? One must be honest. Can't you learn from me? Ning Chuan spoke as he hurried to the bedside, grasping the blanket and forcefully lifting it, revealing a stunning scene before him. Gulp. He found himself gazing at Kendall, who had donned a flight attendant's uniform at some point unbeknownst to him. This little tease had indeed come prepared. Ning Chuan, wait, what is going on here? Upon witnessing the truth, Kendall faltered, I just remembered that I have something important to attend to. Could you step aside? I need to return to Los Angeles. Return? What nonsense. Miss Kendall, didn't you mention that you dislike men like Simmons? Then surely, I must be a suitable choice. No. Ning Chuan, please move aside. I truly have matters to attend to. Ah, dear God. I have seen the divine. That night, Ning Chuan enjoyed a delightful time, and Kendall was equally accommodating. Perhaps it was due to their first profound exchange that the night resonated with the sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes singing. By the time they awoke, it was already noon. Ning Chuan, look at what you have done. Kendall exclaimed, slightly exasperated as she tousled her disheveled hair, her annoyance evident. How am I supposed to work today? Ning Chuan smiled and embraced her, saying, what status do we hold? Is it necessary for us to toil personally? Aren't you the one who will support me without working? Kendall nestled against Ning Chuan, playfully retorting, that should pose no problem, right? Support you? You haven't even triggered the system's rewards. Why should I support you? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. If I must support you, then so be it. Be obedient and refrain from working. Let us do this once more. No, not again. Come on. This time, don't be so unruly. I see you cannot distinguish between the big and small kings. Chapter 71, Silence the Entire City. Who will truly be the future of the Alliance? I believe today's match will provide you with the answer. In the United States, Boston, at the North Shore Garden Arena. On the sidelines, Charles Barkley echoed the assessment provided by the NBA's official website regarding this match. This season, the most astonishing teams are not the star-studded Los Angeles Clippers nor the Lakers, who boast LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Rather, they are the New York Knicks and the Boston Celtics. The growth of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown is undoubtedly the most delightful surprise for Celtics fans. After reciting the official commentary, Barkley added, so far this season, the Boston Celtics have achieved an impressive record of 7 wins and 1 loss, a feat made possible by the formidable performances of their dual stars. This past summer, Kyrie Irving's departure dealt a significant blow to Celtics fans. However, as the season progressed, the burgeoning prowess of the duo, Jaylen Brown and Tatum, reignited the flames of the franchise's former glory. Yet, if we speak of truly formidable performances, Ning Chuan of the New York Knicks will fulfill all your fantasies. Upon hearing Barkley's words, Smith enthusiastically chimed in. Ning Chuan and his Knicks seem to be oblivious to the very concept of failure. If we trace back, he has been unfamiliar with the notion of defeat since his university days. Smith's statement may sound exaggerated, yet it holds a kernel of truth. Since Ning Chuan joined the Kentucky Wildcats, he has not tasted loss. Perhaps this is the essence of the NCAA's greatest prodigy. Barkley joined in, asserting, as long as Ning Chuan is on the court, his team cannot possibly lose. However, today's match represents a brand new challenge for Ning Chuan. Sensing that Barkley might be waxing too lyrical, Smith quickly shifted the topic. The Boston Celtics are remarkably similar to the Philadelphia 76ers, apart from their dual stars. They are not lacking in superstars. As Smith aptly stated, despite the off-season departures of 2 prominent stars, Irving and Horford, the Boston Celtics are far from lacking in talent. The summer acquisition of Kemba Walker, the return of the injury-recovered Gordon Hayward, and the astute Marcus Smart all contribute to a formidable roster. It is noteworthy that at the season's outset, the Celtics had delivered a resounding victory against the Philadelphia 76ers on their home turf. Their prowess is undeniable. Meanwhile, during warm-ups, Jaylen Brown's focus was entirely directed toward the opposing half, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ning Chuan. "Jason, we cannot allow Ning Chuan to perform unchecked at the TD Garden. We must stifle him." In contrast to the highly intelligent Brown, Tatum's expression betrayed his thoughts. Much like the recent Paris Olympics, his demeanor appeared somewhat vacant. Although he yearned to dominate Ning Chuan, he pondered whether he truly could. "Jaylen, we will secure victory today." Contemplating deeply, Tatum suddenly declared, "I will decisively defeat Ning Chuan." Although the sudden proclamation puzzled him, the fire ignited in Tatum's eyes prompted Brown to nod in agreement. On the other side, as Ning Chuan warmed up, he felt a wave of emotions upon observing the Celtics lineup. At times, one cannot help but admire the management of the green team. "Let us go." As pregame warm-ups concluded, Tatum, unusually, gathered his teammates before taking the court and let out a rallying cry to boost morale. "Jason, today we need you to contribute on both ends of the floor." Just prior to their entrance, the Celtics' young coach, Stevens, imparted some motivational words to Tatum. "Remember, no one possesses your talent. You are undoubtedly the strongest player on this court." Coach Stevens is undeniably an exceptional mentor. Tatum nodded earnestly in response. Even without the coach's encouragement, today Tatum felt an imperative to win. Not only must they defeat the Knicks to solidify their standing in the rankings, but more importantly, he sought to assert his superiority over Ning Chuan and prove that he is the future of the league. The Celtics were the first to step onto the court, basking in the cheers of their home crowd. Although Ning Chuan is currently the most celebrated player, he was met only with jeers at the TD Garden. Numerous fans displayed banners proclaiming, "Ning Chuan, Tatum is 10,000 times stronger than you. No one can conquer the TD Garden, and Ning Chuan is no exception." This is merely a glimpse of what this arena embodies. 3 hours prior to the commencement of the match, the fervent fans of the Celtics eagerly awaited outside the arena. Some donned whimsical hats, trumpeting slogans, while entire families rallied together in anticipation. The moment the gates swung open, they surged forth like sprinters in a 100-meter dash, clamoring to enter the venue. However, this was merely a prelude to the true fervor of their home ground. During this year's South Championship parade, the Celtics supporters epitomized unbridled enthusiasm. As the duck boat departed the arena and took to the streets, millions of ardent fans united with their star players in jubilant celebration. Observe the provocative banners within the throngs, the most iconic undoubtedly declaring the Lakers' utter futility, yet their ire extended beyond just the Los Angeles Lakers. They jested at Embiid. "Currently, Deuce boasts more rings than you," and mocked Doncic. "Luka will complain about the congestion here." As anticipated, the crowd erupted in chants of F. Kyrie. Of course, they shunned wearing Kyrie Irving's jersey. Yet, on such a momentous occasion, Irving's presence was deemed essential. Thus, one could witness a Celtics fan lifting a sign bearing Irving's name. It was not just the fans. Even the Celtics players rallied together. Tatum sported a t-shirt emblazoned with "Don't Stop Believing," and at the parade ceremony, he shrugged, indicating, "What can they possibly say now?" Jaylen Brown's t-shirt read, "State your sources." This was in reference to a prior controversy wherein renowned commentator Smith remarked on a program that Brown was not underrated. He always appeared arrogant, which explained his lack of popularity. Such an occasion was incomplete without Celtics legend Paul Pierce, who graced the event holding the 2008 Larry O'Brien Trophy. He proclaimed, "If the Celtics secure the mid-season tournament championship, we shall not raise a banner. Instead, we shall fashion it into a carpet to adorn the hallway." And today, Ning Chuan is destined to silence the entire city of Boston. Chapter 72, The Protagonist? There is but one, and that is Ning Chuan. As Jason Tatum concluded his prayer ritual, the remaining starters of the Celtics took to the court. The Celtics starting lineup consisted of Kemba Walker, Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, Tatum, and Robert Williams. Ning Chuan's attention was drawn to Gordon Hayward, seated on the Celtics bench. This man, once lauded as the strongest white player, has seen a significant decline in prowess following a harrowing injury. Unbeknownst to him, he is on the verge of being traded by the Celtics, thus commencing his journey of wandering. The sight of Hayward brought a wave of nostalgia to Ning Chuan. Once upon a time, he too was a man capable of reaching for the heavens. The New York Knicks starting lineup remained unchanged: Malcolm Brogdon, Bojan Bogdanovic, Jeremy Grant, Kevin Love, and the team's undeniable core, Ning Chuan. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game officially commenced. Robert Williams triumphed over Kevin Love, swiftly passing the ball to Walker. The Boston Celtics, playing on their home turf, seized the first offensive possession. Kemba Walker, with the ball, dashed across half-court, decisively passing to Tatum. Bam! The moment Tatum received the ball, The entire TD Garden erupted into a frenzy. Jason Tatum is the sole star of this arena. In the commentary booth, Barkley passionately exclaimed, "Listen to the cheers from the fans. It is evident how deeply the Green Team's supporters cherish Tatum." Amidst Smith's praises, Tatum did not disappoint the fervent audience. With a series of impressive crossovers, he left Grant behind, then surged into the paint, scoring against Love's outstretched arms. 2 o'clock. The Celtics struck first. Thanks to Tatum's remarkable play, one must acknowledge that after his summer training with Kobe Bryant, Tatum has exhibited significant improvements on both offensive and defensive fronts this season. Smith spoke rapidly, but the Celtics must not rejoice too soon, for the king of the first quarter has arrived. Barkley, who had been silent for a while, seized the moment. So far this season, Ning Chuan has consistently scored over 20 points in the first quarter of every game. Can the Boston Celtics contain Ning Chuan? That is the crux of the matter. On the court, Brogdon brought the ball past half court, passing to Bojan at the arc. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan utilized the double screen set by Love and Grant, evading Smart's defense to create a perfect open shot. As Bojan delivered the ball, Ning Chuan settled momentarily before launching a three-pointer, a mission destined for success. 3-2. Regardless of the Knicks' opponents, the king of the first quarter remains utterly unstoppable. On the commentary platform, Smith once again spoke with fervor. No one can hinder Ning Chuan's performance in the first quarter. Just as life cannot be complete without the United States. Upon returning from the commentary booth, Ning Chuan silently gave him a thumbs up upon hearing Smith's words. Seeing Ning Chuan nodding in his direction, a radiant smile spread across Smith's face. As Ning Chuan's devoted supporter, he had expressed in countless public occasions, "Ning Chuan is everything to me. My affection for him surpasses that for my wife." Now, receiving recognition from Ning Chuan fills Smith with immense joy. The king of the first quarter? On the court, Ning Chuan opened the game with a three-pointer, prompting Tatum to silently acknowledge him. Even if he is the king of the first quarter, what does it matter? This is the North Shore Garden Arena, his home ground. After a brief moment of self-encouragement, Tatum cast aside his thoughts and immersed himself in the offensive play. Walker swiftly advanced the ball past half court, passing it to Tatum. Positioned beyond the left three-point line, Tatum received the ball with his back to Grant, who was lowering his defensive stance. He gestured for his teammates to clear one side for him. "Clear out. Clear out." Observing Tatum's intention to isolate, Brown quickly signaled for his teammates to create space, allowing Tatum the stage. With the area cleared, Tatum faced the basket and accelerated past Grant, who cursed under his breath before hastily pursuing him, only to be deceived by Tatum's feigned move. By the time Grant attempted to interfere again, Tatum's fadeaway jumper had already found its mark. 4-3. Tatum started the game as if he were under a cheat code, having made both of his attempts. As the offense transitioned, Kevin Love swiftly executed a baseline inbounds pass. Upon receiving the ball, Brogdon quickly pushed forward, finding Ning Chuan once more at the left three-point line, who struck again with a counter three-pointer. 6-4. Both are key players, both 2 for 2. Yet the visiting New York Knicks held a slight lead. "I do not deny Tatum's talent," Barkley articulated, "but he must enhance his threat from beyond the arc." Just as Barkley indicated, Tatum, in his second year, posed a minimal threat from three-point range, lacking the comprehensive offensive capabilities that Ning Chuan possesses. Returning to the offensive end, it was Jaylen Brown who completed the score this time. Receiving a pass from Tatum, Brown, at the top of the arc, skillfully dribbled between his legs to shake off Bogdanovich, then swiftly broke into the paint. Facing Love's defensive help, Brown executed a remarkably convincing fake, leaving him behind, before finishing with a smooth layup. 6-6. Following the opening moments, the Celtics' dynamic duo displayed their indomitable spirit. In the commentary booth, Barkley was particularly animated. The two have been instrumental in elevating the Celtics' performance. Ning Chuan was equally impressive. "Look. He has received another pass from his teammate." Smith spoke rapidly as well. On the court, Ning Chuan called for the ball at the top of the arc, confronting Smart's defense with a shoulder drop and a three-threat shake, creating space. He launched another shot from beyond the arc. Swish. The basketball arched beautifully through the air, seamlessly finding the net. 9-6. Ning Chuan commenced the game by flawlessly sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, amassing 9 points and propelling his team to a 3-point lead against the Celtics. It was a thrilling offensive showdown, with the young leaders from both sides refusing to yield. Smith, "I am utterly enamored with such contests." Within less than 2 minutes of the game, Barkley was already exuberantly airborne. Perhaps today, we shall witness an unprecedented offensive duel. And once again, the spotlight was on Ning Chuan. Although the Celtics' dynamic duo was displaying commendable offensive prowess, in Barkley's eyes, his true anticipation rested solely on one individual, Ning Chuan. After all, just in the previous match, Ning Chuan had orchestrated a scoring spectacle exceeding 60 points. Whoosh. As Barkley spoke, Brown, in possession of the ball, executed a one-on-one against Boyan, successfully scoring 9-8. In terms of scoring, the Celtic star duo would not merely stand by and watch Ning Chuan's performance. Naturally, Ning Chuan would not extend them any mercy in this regard either. Chapter 73, What to Compare. How to compare. Bang. Turning back, Ning Chuan actively called for the ball, gesturing to his teammates to spread out. After surveying Smart's defensive positioning from beyond the three-point arc, he surged into the paint. Damn. Although Smart is a premier perimeter defender in the league, his foot speed simply could not match Ning Chuan's explosive burst. If tasked with handling a flamboyant, rhythmical scorer, Smart might hold his ground, but against Ning Chuan, he could only feel the gust of wind as he dashed past. Allow me. In the paint, Tatum, who had been waiting patiently, dismissed the help from his teammates. His intent was straightforward, to engage in a clash of titans with Ning Chuan. As the Celtics helped defenders widen their stance, Ning Chuan took off, aiming directly at Tatum. The Celtics fans in the North Shore Garden rose collectively, hoping that their team's star could deliver a profound lesson to Ning Chuan. Yet hope remains but hope. Bang! Amidst the watchful eyes of the entire arena, Ning Chuan soared and collided with Tatum in midair. Ning Chuan's movements were remarkably clean, devoid of any superfluous gestures. This was the essence of pure competition. However, the smiles of the fans within the North Shore Garden began to fade. Ning Chuan, who had taken flight, was unstoppable, sending Tatum crashing aside. Boom! The thunderous dunk reverberated through the rim. Almost simultaneously, the crowd erupted with scorn as Tatum fell heavily to the ground. Beep! Meanwhile, the referee on the sidelines blew his whistle decisively. Ning Chuan maneuvered past Smart, dunking over Tatum while drawing a defensive foul, resulting in a 2-1. In the commentary booth, Smith leapt from his seat. Ning Chuan's dunk reminds me of Vince Carter's legendary Olympic dunk, a death-defying leap. While the comparison to Carter's iconic jam may be a stretch, one cannot deny Smith's knack for metaphor. Yet, this dunk was still a far cry from Carter's half-man, half-god prowess. Just look at the excitement radiating from the Knicks bench. Barkley, equally astonished, remarked, "Just observe the bewildered expressions of the Celtics fans on the sidelines. You'll grasp the sheer brutality of Ning Chuan's play." It wasn't just Smith and Barkley, nor merely the stunned Celtics supporters, or the teammates rushing to celebrate with Ning Chuan. Across the ocean in Huaxia, fans were fervently tuning into the game through various means, furiously typing their thoughts. Some couldn't contain their excitement and flocked to the Hupu website, commenting, "Silver saddle on a white horse, gallant as a shooting star." The camera returned to Boston, to the North Shore Garden Arena. Surrounded by teammates, Ning Chuan calmly regarded the beleaguered Tatum, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. Perhaps it is time we bestowed a moniker upon Ning Chuan. In the commentary booth, Barkley had a flash of inspiration. This young man, who has shattered countless records, deserves a resounding nickname, the Emperor. As Barkley noted, throughout the annals of NBA history, every superstar of note has possessed an illustrious title. As the most prodigious talent in NCAA history, coupled with his record-breaking performances in the NBA as the first overall pick, Ning Chuan indeed merits a grand epithet. The Emperor. Smith quickly chimed in, not wishing to let others steal the thunder regarding Ning Chuan. His favorite son, the dominance and spectacle he displays on the court truly warrants such a designation. But, could this be somewhat inappropriate? The Emperor Ning Chuan. Indeed. This nickname resonates with remarkable grandeur. However, the NBA already boasts legends such as the Basketball Emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, and the Little Emperor, LeBron James. The addition of another sovereign, Ning Chuan, seems somewhat inappropriate. Barkley, what are your thoughts on the Light of Huaxia? Upon hearing this, Barkley shook his head, expressing that he found the moniker rather unmelodic. Warrior? Undefeated king? Demon god? Huaxia's mighty man. The two of them exchanged ideas, yet they could not arrive at a fitting title. It appears that Ning Chuan's nickname is destined to remain in the realm of literary friends. On the court, Ning Chuan was far too preoccupied to concern himself with his nickname. Standing at the free throw line, amidst the cacophony of boos echoing throughout the North Shore Garden Arena, he confidently sank the free throw, effortlessly completing a 2-1 play. 12-9. Ning Chuan assists the New York Knicks in taking a 3-point lead over the Celtics. The Celtics respond. Tatum, positioned low with his back to the basket, seeks to retaliate, eager to reclaim his pride after being recently dunked on. Confronted by Grant's tenacious defense, he pivots and executes a fading jump shot. Alas, regrettably, Tatum fails to convert this attempt as the ball ricochets off the rim. However, the astute Marcus Smart seizes the opportunity, snatching the rebound and promptly scoring on the putback. 12-11. The Celtics, fighting valiantly on their home court, remain close on the scoreboard. Despite the team's successful score in this possession, Tatum appears visibly frustrated, as Ning Chuan commenced the game with an impeccable shooting accuracy. He also executed a remarkable dunk over his opponent. However, after being dunked on himself, he struggled to reclaim his footing in the game and must swiftly catch up with Ning Chuan. In this match, Jason Tatum is tasked not only with leading his team to victory over the Knicks, but also with comprehensively outshining Ning Chuan in personal statistics. Unfortunately, Ning Chuan's offensive efficiency in the first quarter was extraordinarily high, a fact closely tied to the Knicks' strategic arrangements. Ultimately, the New York Knicks offense revolves solely around Ning Chuan. The other four teammates actively create opportunities for him, their primary objective being to capitalize on open shots whenever Ning Chuan draws defensive attention. In other words, all offensive concluding rights for the Knicks rest in Ning Chuan's hands. In New York, he possesses the freedom to shoot at will, nothing more, nothing less. In this aspect, Jason Tatum finds himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Boston Celtics boast an abundance of stars. Kemba Walker, Jaylen Brown, and even Gordon Hayward off the bench all possess the ability to independently finish plays. They have admirably shouldered the offensive burden during the periods when Tatum's scoring efficiency waned. One cannot help but admire the depth of the Celtics roster. At the end of the first quarter, the visiting New York Knicks achieved a familiar feat, scoring an impressive 42 points in the period. The Boston Celtics, undeterred, managed to score 37 points, trailing the Knicks by 5. Chapter 74. The light of Huaxia sweeps across the 8 wastelands. This is precisely why Ning Chuan is hailed as the king of the first quarter. In Boston, at the North Shore Garden, Ning Chuan once again amassed 24 points in the opening quarter. During the break, Smith reviewed the statistics. This marked his 7th instance this season of scoring over 20 points in the first quarter. Interestingly, this game represents the Knicks' 7th contest of the season. Smith's implication is straightforward. Whenever Ning Chuan represents the Knicks, he consistently delivers a 20-point performance in the opening quarter. I now eagerly anticipate whether Ning Chuan will maintain his form from the game against the Philadelphia 76ers. Beside him, Barkley chuckled, noting that it has been a considerable time since we have witnessed a player score over 70 or even 80 points in regulation. Perhaps today, we are on the brink of witnessing such a remarkable feat. As Barkley anticipated, the Boston Celtics' performance in the first quarter today is undoubtedly commendable. Despite Ning Chuan's explosive performance in the first quarter, scoring 24 points, the Celtics, playing on their home court, trailed by only 5 points. Jason Tatum made an impressive 6 of 10 attempts, contributing a team-high 14 points. Jaylen Brown was equally determined, adding 10 points, while Kemba Walker provided 8 points. Even Gordon Hayward, coming off the bench, managed to score 4 points in the final 30 seconds of the first quarter. The quartet of stars amassed a remarkable 36 points in that period, fueling the Celtics' offense. The New York Knicks boasted the prowess of Ning Chuan, a singular force dominating the game. In contrast, the Celtics relied on their formidable quartet to counter him. Historically, as long as the duo of Tatum and Brown did not falter simultaneously, the Celtics were assured of victory. Now, it is not just the dynamic duo. All 4 stars are firing on all cylinders. What will unfold next? Will Ning Chuan single-handedly dismantle the Celtics? Or will the Celtics' 4 titans exert their full strength to subdue him? Let us await the outcome. Ning Chuan, the Celtics' dual stars, indeed possesses remarkable talent. On the Knicks bench, Tyler Herro handed Ning Chuan a towel and remarked, "They may be the most extraordinary I've seen apart from you. But what does that matter?" Ning Chuan accepted the towel handed to him by Herro, wiping the sweat from his forehead. No matter how talented they are destined to be supporting characters. Supporting characters, indeed? At these words, Herro was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the typically modest and low-key Ning Chuan would express such a sentiment about the Celtics' dynamic duo. Could they truly be mere supporting players? Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, each a prodigious talent worthy of a team's utmost investment in their development. If such a statement were uttered by anyone else, Herro would surely deem them misguided. However, when spoken by Ning Chuan, it bore no fault. No one could triumph over Ning Chuan on the court. Not even the exceptionally gifted duo. Jason, the opposing team, is formidable. On the other side, from the Celtics bench, Brown was the first to mention Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan is indeed impressive. Furthermore, regarding their substitute Tyler Hero, Brown admitted, "I dare not relax my defense against him." With that, Brown directly passed the pressure onto Tatum. "If we wish to conquer them, it will rest upon your shoulders." During this period, Brown had a clear understanding of his role within the team. He was there to support Tatum, who was undoubtedly the absolute core of the team. Perhaps even Brown did not foresee that he would be the first to clinch the Finals MVP award. "Jalen, trust me." Tatum was determined not to disappoint Brown's expectations. "Not only will I lead the team to victory, but I shall also comprehensively outshine Ning Chuan in individual statistics." As the second quarter commenced, Hayward led the Celtics rotation against the Knicks bench, commanded by Hero, in a fierce clash. Hero, using a screen, drained a three-pointer. In response, Hayward showcased his skills with a low-post isolation. When Hero executed a driving layup, Hayward countered with a three-pointer on the offensive end. The battle between the two second units was intense, and the score for both teams surged rapidly. Midway through the second quarter, the New York Knicks maintained a slender lead of 54-52, though the Celtics had narrowed the gap to just 2 points. Beep. The game entered an official timeout, during which both coaches briefly outlined their tactical arrangements. As the timeout concluded, the Knicks and Celtics seamlessly adjusted their on-court personnel. The Celtics retained Hayward while bringing on Walker, Smart, and the dynamic duo. Their most potent offensive quintet was now assembled on the floor. On the Knicks side, the lineup also caught Smith's attention: Brogdon, Hero, OG Anunoby, Grant, and Ning Chuan. Both teams, midway through the second quarter, had simultaneously lowered their lineup height. From the commentary booth, Smith expressed some surprise. "The choices made by both coaches are indeed unexpected. However, this configuration offers significant advantages." Smith forcefully elucidates, "The two teams are poised to engage in a genuine offensive showdown." The Knicks and the Celtics, both opting for a small ball lineup by substituting their centers, aim to accelerate the pace of the game. To put it simply, an exhilarating battle of offense awaits. However, the paramount concern lies with the Knicks, whether it be OG, Grant, or even Ning Chuan. They all possess commendable defensive skills. On the Celtics side, apart from Smart and Brown, the rest of the players are rather lackluster in their defensive capabilities. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiate the offense. Walker navigates the ball past half court and delivers it to Brown. Faced with Ning Chuan's defense, Brown calls for a pick and roll, decisively passing the ball to the cutting Tatum. Boom. Tatum receives the ball and, while enduring OG's defense, charges into the paint. To be frank, in a contest of sheer strength, Tatum finds little advantage. Having failed to overpower OG, he refrains from expending unnecessary energy and instead opts for a fadeaway jump shot. Boom. Yet in the next instant, a pair of merciless hands descends from behind, forcefully swatting the basketball from his grasp. The ball careens off the front of the rim and bounces away. Hero swiftly seizes the opportunity, snatching the ball before anyone else, and promptly dishes it out to Brogdon. The New York Knicks launch a counterattack. It's Ning Chuan. As the Knicks surge forward, commentator Barkley reflects on the preceding defense. Ning Chuan, originally stationed beyond the three-point line to guard Brown, remarkably sprinted back to the paint to deliver a thunderous block on Tatum. An exemplary display of defensive anticipation. Smith, ever keen, seizes this moment. This is Ning Chuan. He invariably appears in the most opportune place at the most fitting time. On the court, Brogdon accelerates into the front court, attracting defensive attention before decisively passing the ball to Ning Chuan. Boom. As the basketball finds his hands, Ning Chuan deftly flicks it, evading Tatum's desperate lunge, before sidestepping for an open three-pointer. Swish. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air, seamlessly finding the net. 57-52. Chapter 75. Statistics do not represent everything. With possession now with the Celtics, Hayward swings the ball to find Tatum in the low post. Boom. Tatum, disregarding OG's defense, aggressively attacks the basket, taking a step forward before executing a turnaround jump shot. Yet, Tatum faces not just OG Anunoby, but also the help defense from Ning Chuan. Once again, Ning Chuan vacates Jaylen Brown to provide assistance against Tatum. In the commentary booth, Smith sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "If I'm not mistaken, the Knicks' defensive strategy hinges primarily on Ning Chuan's collaborative defense." On the court, after his recent encounter, Tatum indeed harbored some trepidation towards Ning Chuan's defensive reach. Yet he still managed to evade Ning Chuan's long arms while airborne, launching the ball with great effort. Clang. Unfortunately, Tatum's audacious attempt did not convert into points, as the ball rebounded off the rim. In the ensuing battle for the rebound, Grant leapt high, securing the defensive board. Despite the Knicks lacking a substantial tactical position, Grant relentlessly engaged on the defensive front, safeguarding Ning Chuan. Seizing possession, Grant swiftly transitioned the ball to Brogdon. Brogdon, upon receiving the ball, initiated a rapid counterattack. Behind him, the other four Knicks surged forward, transforming the play from a trio into a formidable quartet. Grant, akin to a wild stallion, galloped closely behind Ning Chuan and Hero. Meanwhile, on the Celtics side, Brown and Smart hastily retreated on defense. Whoosh. In the midst of motion, Brogdon executed a mesmerizing behind-the-back pass to Ning Chuan. Everyone anticipated that Ning Chuan would conclude the Knicks' counterattack. Whoosh. Yet, he opted to dish the ball back to the trailing Tyler Hero. Bam. Confronted with an open shot, Hero naturally did not betray Ning Chuan's trust. The counterattack three-pointer soared through the air, as swift as a courier on a mission. A splendid display of counterattacking synergy. The New York Knicks unleashed an offensive surge reminiscent of a cascading silver stream. Ning Chuan's vision during the counterattack was remarkably lucid. He did not pursue personal accolades, but instead entrusted the opportunity to the more advantageous Hero. Indeed, his collaborative defense was equally impressive, having disrupted Jason Tatum's attempts on 2 consecutive occasions. Unexpectedly, the seemingly superior Celtics found themselves at a disadvantage in this exchange of offenses. In the commentary booth, Smith and Barkley exchanged glances and subsequently shared a smile. No one could have anticipated that the New York Knicks would dominate in a showdown with a smaller lineup. After Ning Chuan disrupted the offensive rhythm for 2 consecutive plays, Walker caught the ball and deliberately glanced at the young coach Stevens on the sidelines. Walker believed that, despite Tatum being the team's cornerstone, a shift in offensive strategy was imperative for the vitality of the game. However, Coach Stevens signaled to Walker to slow the pace, indicating a continued faith in Tatum. To be fair, Ning Chuan's defensive performance during those 2 plays indeed took the young coach by surprise. Yet, with such a frenzied and desperate style of collaborative defense, coupled with his rookie status, the young coach had every reason to doubt whether Ning Chuan could sustain such intensity. After all, it is merely the first half. Should Ning Chuan encounter fatigue in the latter half, the subsequent moments would undoubtedly belong to the Celtics. Contemplating this, Stevens could not help but cast a glance towards the Knicks bench. There, Coach Thibodeau wore a furrowed brow, perplexed. He was entirely at a loss as to why Ning Chuan was exerting such effort on the defensive end to assist Tatum. This was not a strategy he had devised. It is important to note that in Thibodeau's eyes, Ning Chuan was a precious gem. How could he possibly allow him to be overexerted in such a manner? However, the anticipated decline in Ning Chuan's stamina did not manifest in the latter part of the second quarter. Ning Chuan is omnipresent on the defensive end, tirelessly sprinting at every moment, although he has not yet reached peak physical condition. His synergy with teammates and his own defensive prowess have effectively curtailed the offensive efforts of the Boston Celtics. The formidable quintet of the Celtics indeed possesses remarkable finishing abilities. Even when the team's offensive flow falters, they can still rely on their exceptional individual skills to score. However, in this ebb and flow of the game, the visiting Knicks have managed to secure an 8-point lead over the Celtics at halftime, with a score of 68-60. Ning Chuan has transformed the game single-handedly. During the halftime break, Smith refrained from the customary review of technical statistics. Indeed, Ning Chuan's defensive metrics may not stand out. Yet numbers can never fully encapsulate his contributions on that end of the court. Undoubtedly, Ning Chuan's impact defensively transcends what statistics can convey. Barkley, too, was awestruck by Ning Chuan's relentless defensive efforts, stating that Ning Chuan has entered the conversation for the season's best defensive player. Even Barkley himself was taken aback. What was initially heralded as a focal matchup dubbed the Battle of the Future has, as the game progressed, transformed into a personal showcase of Ning Chuan's defensive artistry. What an astonishing display. Yet, he must concede that Ning Chuan's defensive capabilities demonstrated today are undoubtedly of DPOY caliber this season. Much like a magician who can initiate showtime without the need to score, Ning Chuan's defensive prowess elevates the New York Knicks defense to unprecedented heights, without the need for ostentatious statistics. This is truly remarkable. It may be difficult for some to believe. Smith concurs with Barkley's sentiment. Yet only those who have genuinely witnessed the game can comprehend the formidable strength of Ning Chuan today. He has not disappointed his supporters, nor has he diminished the title of King of New York. As Smith articulated, some fans tend to rely heavily on statistics. However, certain aspects transcend numerical representation. For instance, the aforementioned magician and the current embodiment of exceptional defense, Ning Chuan. Their impact on the game far surpasses what statistics can convey. Chapter 70. The Silent North Shore Garden. Coach, should we consider altering our offensive strategy? During halftime in the Celtics locker room, assistant coach Udoka inquires of the contemplative head coach Stevens, noting that the team's offense faltered during the latter half of the second quarter. Initially, the Celtics had planned to withdraw Robert Williams while retaining Hayward to decisively extinguish any suspense in the match. However, Ning Chuan's defensive performance has indeed disrupted the coach's strategy. The team not only failed to widen their lead, but also found themselves trailing by 8 points from an earlier 2-point deficit. This rhythm is astonishing. Let us adhere to our established plan. Though Stevens struggles to fathom why Ning Chuan's stamina remains unyielding throughout this segment of the game. He cannot believe that a rookie's endurance would compel Thibodeau to utilize him in such a manner. Nonetheless, Stevens resolves to continue exhausting Ning Chuan's energy on both ends of the court. Should Ning Chuan experience a decline in stamina, the Knicks' offensive and defensive framework would inevitably collapse. However, relying on Brogdon and Kevin Love to secure a victory against the Celtics on their home turf seems utterly fanciful. It is rare to see the head coach in such a state of fervor, yet Udoka refrains from further comment. Recognizing that the team's star duo has performed admirably on the offensive front today, despite the various defensive strategies employed against Ning Chuan that affected Tatum's offensive efficiency, he still managed to secure the highest score for his team at halftime with 22 points. However, the overall highest score at the break belonged to Ning Chuan, who, akin to a deity of war on both ends of the court, amassed an impressive 36 points. Although he fell short of the coveted 40-point mark, his relentless defensive efforts in the first half rendered his achievement of 36 points nothing short of extraordinary. As the halftime intermission swiftly concluded, both teams returned to the court, with the New York Knicks and the Boston Celtics reverting to their original starting lineups. Almost immediately upon resuming play, Ning Chuan attempted a 3-point shot. Smart, tasked with defending him, lunged desperately as Ning released the ball. Clang. Upon witnessing the basketball ricochet off the rim, Smart finally exhaled in relief. On the offensive end for the Celtics, Kemba Walker orchestrated the play from the perimeter, swiftly delivering the ball to Tatum in the paint. Thud. As the ball reached Tatum, he was tightly guarded by Grant, hindering his movement, prompting him to pass the ball back out. Thud. Yet in the next instant, a phantom-like figure surged from the sidelines, seemingly anticipating the pass, and intercepted the ball. It was Ning Chuan. Once again, he thwarted a Celtics offensive attempt with his defensive prowess. After regaining possession, Ning Chuan darted down the court, with Brogdon and Bojan flanking him on either side. The Celtics Smart and Brown frantically sprinted back on defense, positioning themselves in front of Ning Chuan. Whoosh. Upon swiftly penetrating the paint, Ning Chuan opted not to take the shot himself, instead passing to the unguarded Bojan on the left flank. Swish. Bojan received the ball and confidently sank a three-pointer. As the play transitioned, Brown received a pass from a teammate beyond the three-point line on the left side. Noticing Ning Chuan's watchful gaze, he decisively passed the ball to Walker in the corner. After receiving the ball, Walker executed a shot fake to elude Brogdon and quickly drove into the lane. Drawing Grant's defensive attention, he delivered a bounce pass to Tatum. Swish. Tatum caught the ball and effortlessly scored 2 points. Turning back, Brogdon advanced the ball past half court and handed it off to Ning Chuan. The moment the ball touched his hands, Ning Chuan abruptly accelerated, bypassing Smart and positioning himself just inside the free throw line. Sensing the impending threat, Robert Williams lunged at him. Yet Ning Chuan rose up for a shot. Clang. The basketball hit the front of the rim and failed to go in. As the ball threatened to bounce away, Ning Chuan leaped amidst the tussle between Love and Tatum, catching the ball midair with both hands and emphatically slamming it into the basket. Boom. With a resounding crash. Following a series of relentless strikes, Ning Chuan finally secured the first goal from open play in the second half. This emphatic dunk not only opened Ning Chuan's scoring account, but also ignited a flurry of activity, as he subsequently netted an additional 8 points within the next 3 minutes. The score now stood at 82-72, with the visiting New York Knicks holding a temporary 10-point lead. Beep. On the sidelines, Celtics head coach Stevens called for a timeout. The glaring scoreline left this young strategist feeling somewhat helpless. Why was his team unable to recover from the deficit? Did Ning Chuan possess an inexhaustible reserve of energy? Just how deep did his stamina run? Was he truly just a rookie? After a moment of contemplation, the young coach glanced at Brown, seated on the bench. Jalen, you are tasked with guarding Ning Chuan from here on out. Do your utmost to prevent him from receiving the ball. Understanding the directive, Brown nodded earnestly, casting a sympathetic glance at the visibly disoriented Smart. The latter had been thoroughly dominated by Ning Chuan, his mindset now precariously unbalanced. In facing a scorer of Ning Chuan's caliber, Brown comprehended the coach's intent to impose a more physically formidable defense by taking on the primary guarding role himself. Smart had proven to be exceptionally adept on the defensive end, yet he was unfortunately matched against Ning Chuan. Upon returning to the court, Ning Chuan was relentlessly pursued by Brown, akin to a bee stirred from its hive, darting after him wherever he went. In a moment of desperation, unable to catch the ball smoothly, Ning Chuan executed a sudden, rapid feint to the left, effortlessly shaking off Brown. He successfully received Brogdon's pass and immediately took the shot. Swish! The basketball soared through the air like a blade unsheathed, striking with lethal precision. 50 points. Following Ning Chuan's triumphant three-pointer, Smith, who had been silent for a considerable time, erupted with enthusiasm. That marks Ning Chuan's 50th point of the game. No one could have anticipated that despite his relentless efforts on defense, Ning Chuan maintained such an efficient output in the second half. Indeed, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. Beside him, Barkley was equally captivated by Ning Chuan, eagerly chiming in. Honestly, I see echoes of Jordan and Kobe in Ning Chuan. Yet at times, he appears even stronger than both. It is noteworthy that Jordan and Kobe are paragons of two-way play in NBA history. The fact that the Flying Pig would offer such commendation speaks volumes about Ning Chuan's exceptional display in this match. Amidst the banter between Smith and Barkley, Ning Chuan seemed to draw immense motivation, once again charging towards the basket. This time, Tatum, in an effort to thwart Ning Chuan's scoring, resorted to physical contact, only to be promptly caught by the referee. Ning Chuan seized the moment, the basketball tracing an uncanny arc through the air before ultimately nestling into the net. Oh no! Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment echoed through the North Shore Garden. The terrified gazes of the Celtics fans fixated on Ning Chuan, who stood at the center of the court clad in the Knicks number 13 jersey. At that moment, their initial enthusiasm for the game had evaporated, replaced instead by a profound sense of despair. Yet, this was not the last time Ning Chuan would score. A minute later, he deftly maneuvered to evade Brown's defense, receiving a pass from Brogdon and launched a three-pointer. Swish! He struck again. With the third quarter yet to conclude, Ning Chuan had already amassed 56 points. Chapter 77. Tonight, the world remains awake. In the final quarter, the young coach Stevens resolved to take a bold gamble, reintroducing his offensive unit onto the court. The home team Celtics, trailing by 16 points, began a frantic resurgence. Observing the narrowing margin, Thibodeau had no choice but to reinstate the starting lineup. However, it was precisely Stevens' strategy that heralded the night of Ning Chuan. Back on the court, Ning Chuan received a baseline ball from Kevin Love and began his advance. The pressure intensified. Following the command from the sidelines, Brown pursued Ning Chuan relentlessly like a rabid dog. Upon reaching the three-point line at the arc's summit, Ning Chuan suddenly accelerated, his speed increasing, and Brown mirrored his movement. Yet, in the next instant, Ning Chuan performed a sudden retreat, halting abruptly before leaping. Brown's feet slipped, his body akin to a rudderless boat amidst turbulent waters. As Ning Chuan initiated a shooting motion, Brown, losing his balance, lunged forward. In a flash, Ning Chuan executed a deceptive maneuver, gliding past him effortlessly. Brown, utterly bewildered, stumbled and fell to the ground. Even the Celtics fans within North Shore Garden could not suppress their astonishment. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, penetrating the paint, evaded Tatum's interference, finishing with a reverse layup. After faking out Brown, he soared toward Tatum's outstretched arm to complete the layup. Each of his movements exuded a sense of cunning. Jaylen Brown had unwittingly divulged his bank card password. In the commentary booth, Smith's excitement was palpable. This marks Ning Chuan's 58th point of the game. He was just 2 points shy of the personal scoring record he had set 2 days prior. 60 points represent a significant milestone, a testament to the scoring prowess of many NBA greats. Once one enters this elite club, their status and popularity soar dramatically. Go New York! Go New York! Go New York! Within the North Shore Garden, a scattering of fans began to chant encouraging slogans for the Knicks. Many ardent supporters even rose to their feet, unwilling to sit down, eagerly anticipating Ning Chuan's imminent breakthrough of 60 points. Even those watching the live broadcast were silently clenching their fists, awaiting this moment. On the court, the entire Celtics team grew tense. Should Ning Chuan achieve 60 points once more, they would be forever marked in the annals of disgrace. Consequently, the young coach Stevens immediately called for a timeout, instructing Smart and Brown to double-team Ning Chuan. Upon resuming play, Ning Chuan was swiftly met with the Celtics' dual interception, as they disregarded the outcome of the game solely to contain his scoring. A loss was acceptable, but Ning Chuan must not surpass 60 points. Confronted with the combined blockade of Smart and Brown, Ning Chuan found it difficult to receive the ball from the frontcourt, forcing him to expend more energy on positioning. Kevin Love and others would not stand idly by, actively moving forward to provide screens, all in an effort to create space for Ning Chuan. As Ning Chuan intercepted Smart, he propelled himself forward with the speed of a rocket, darting through the gap between two defenders and into the paint. Brogdon, quick-witted and agile, swiftly passed the ball to him. "Get him!" Smart, blocked and helpless, shouted urgently to his teammates as he watched Ning Chuan prepare to shoot. Without needing his prompting, Tatum and Walker had already positioned themselves in front of Ning Chuan, surrounding him completely. Suddenly, Ning Chuan made an unexpected pass, distributing the ball to the unguarded Bogdanovich beneath the basket. Bogdanovich intended to take an easy shot, but, upon glancing back at Ning Chuan, noticed him deftly maneuvering past the double team and slipping towards the baseline. With a flick of his wrist, Bogdanovich tossed the basketball into the air. Boom. In a spectacular display, Ning Chuan soared from behind the backboard, catching the ball with one hand and executing a thunderous reverse dunk. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the North Shore Garden, engulfing the entire arena. Fans along the sidelines leapt to their feet, showering Ning Chuan with adulation. Is this the King of New York? Why can't our Celtics possess such a prodigy? What stroke of luck have the New York Knicks encountered? MVP. MVP. In the midst of the rising commotion, a chant for MVP began to resonate through the arena, gaining momentum and harmony, culminating in a crescendo of unified voices. On the court, the Celtics felt deflated at that moment. Even Hayward appeared resigned while attempting to inbound the ball. As Brown and Smart sprinted toward the front court, they scrutinized Ning Chuan with seriousness. Even with a double team, they could not contain this individual. Jason Tatum trailed behind, grappling with complex emotions. Initially, he aimed to prove that he was the future of the league through this game. However, he now recognized that Ning Chuan stood before him as an insurmountable mountain. Magnificent and unattainable. With Ning Chuan scoring 60 points seemingly unimpeded, the Celtics' defense began to falter. Smart relinquished his pursuit, while only Brown, with an indomitable spirit, closely guarded Ning Chuan. Yet, a solitary defender could not restrain him. As the game progressed, Ning Chuan continued to amass points. His arsenal included three-pointers, mid-range shots, breakaways, and dunks, showcasing his mastery of every skill. Swish. Ignoring Jaylen Brown's outstretched arms, Ning Chuan effortlessly released a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish. Utilizing Kevin Love's defense, he swiftly penetrated to the free throw line, executing a flawless shot before Tatum could effectively contest. Swish. In a fast break opportunity, Ning Chuan received a pass from Brogdon and nailed another three-pointer with precision. Boom. Seizing the moment as the Celtics' defense faltered, Ning Chuan charged into the paint, delivering a thunderous one-handed dunk with aplomb. Every time Ning Chuan scores, the entire North Shore Garden arena erupts in exuberance. They eagerly switch to the technical announcers, counting Ning Chuan's points: 65, 68, 70, 72. Swish. Ning Chuan, utilizing Kevin Love's screen, deftly evaded Brown's defense and positioned himself beyond the three-point line on the left. Upon receiving the pass, he unleashed a shot. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air before swishing through the net. 75 points. This marks Ning Chuan's 75th point in the game. In doing so, he not only shattered his personal career record, but also broke numerous historical NBA records. With this remarkable achievement, he became the youngest player in NBA history to score 70 points. In the commentary booth, Barkley rose to his feet, exclaiming solemnly, "This also makes him the first player in NBA history to score 70 points in his rookie season." Words fail to capture the essence of Ning Chuan. Smith stood up to applaud. This prodigious talent from Huaxia has bestowed upon us countless surprises. Meanwhile, in an effort to prevent Ning Chuan from further extending his scoring record, the young coach Stevens called for a timeout, withdrew all the starters, and conceded the game. Thibodeau followed suit, opting to replace the starting lineup with substitutes. As Ning Chuan exited the court, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Tonight, the entire world is awake. Chapter 78, A Boundless Reverie of Indulgence. Ultimately, the anticipated pinnacle clash did not unfold as expected. The game concluded amidst Ning Chuan's extraordinary display of skills. Perhaps the final narrative of this match deviated significantly from what everyone had envisioned prior. As the game came to a close, an exhilarated Barkley in the commentary booth struggled to contain his emotions. A one-sided affair is undoubtedly inadequate for this matchup. Yet, for Coach Stevens and the entire Celtics team, they have given their all in this contest. The prodigious talent from Huaxia has unequivocally demonstrated that he is the future of the league. Ning Chuan concluded this spectacular battle in the manner of a true protagonist. Yesterday's sordidness is hardly worth mentioning. Today, my thoughts wander boundlessly. In a fitting conclusion to this match, Smith eloquently encapsulated the event with a profound line from a classic Huaxia poem. Ning Chuan captivated the North Shore Garden Arena with an astonishing performance that was nothing short of extraordinary. It was not just them nearby. The exuberant Barkley expressed his own excitement through a myriad of words. Prior to the commencement of the matchup between the New York Knicks and the Boston Celtics, the NBA had already set the stage well in advance. Esteemed American networks such as ESPN and TNT included this game in their national broadcast lineup. Barkley was fully aware of the explosive nature this contest would entail, as the dual stars of Ning Chuan and the Celtics heralded as the future of the NBA. One can only wonder what astonishing feats they shall unveil. Yet, as the final whistle blew, even the seasoned Charles Barkley found himself at a loss for words. Unable to articulate the brilliance of Ning Chuan, perhaps there is no such thing as a future league showdown. Ning Chuan embodies the very essence of that future. In the commentary's conclusion, Barkley succinctly encapsulated the moment. Amidst the fervor of the fans, the arena erupted into a frenzy, with the audience, even in enemy territory, in the North Shore Garden, unwaveringly chanting in jubilant unison, Ning Chuan, MVP. Nearly 20,000 spectators remained in their seats post-match, fervently calling out Ning Chuan's name alongside the MVP accolades. At that moment, the distinction between home and away players vanished, leaving only their reverence for a hero. Tyler Herro was the first to rise, raising both hands towards the lingering crowd, urging them to amplify their cheers. As Ning Chuan's brother, Herro found greater joy in this moment than in his own achievement of 75 points. Knowing Ning Chuan was perhaps the greatest blessing bestowed upon him by fate. Following Herro, Kevin Love, Malcolm Brogdon, and others joined in, inspiring the entire arena to rhythmically chant for the MVP. Despite their established names and lucrative contracts in the league, they were deeply awed by Ning Chuan's prowess. Soon, the likes of OG Anunoby, Grant, and Boyan also applauded Ning Chuan. These seasoned veterans, who have witnessed countless spectacles in the NBA, were nonetheless astonished by the scene before them. A single game with 75 points elicited MVP chants from the North Shore Garden, a feat not easily achieved. In the annals of NBA history, only 6 players have ever scored 70 or more points in a single game. Now, Ning Chuan joins their ranks. To be a witness and participant in such a momentous occasion will be a lifelong honor for them. How did Ning Chuan perform today? As the Knicks celebrated Ning Chuan's triumph, the Celtics were the first to face the media for post-game interviews. Upon hearing a reporter's question, Tatum chuckled, "Dude, did you actually watch the game? Ning Chuan scored 75 points on our home court. Are you seriously asking about his performance? Is 75 not enough? Should he have aimed for 100 to break Chamberlain's single-game scoring record? This reflects Tatum's commendable character. Had it been someone else, they would have undoubtedly berated the inquisitive journalist. Jason, you scored a season high of 42 points today. Enough." Tatum interjected, cutting off the TNT reporter's inquiry. "Tonight, we were thoroughly beaten by Ning Chuan. That's a fact, and there's no need for further explanation. We'll meet in New York for the next game, and we will give them a thorough thrashing on their home ground. It's as simple as that." With these words, Tatum concluded the post-game interview and strode into the players' tunnel. Although he achieved a season high of 42 points in this match, his elation was far from what one might expect. The upcoming encounter in New York may signify Tatum's last stand of defiance. The New York Knicks boast a remarkably reliable young leader, and Ning Chuan's performance on both ends of the court was truly impressive. Following closely was the young coach Stevens, who did not shy away from praising the opponent. "We have faced numerous superstars before: LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, but Ning Chuan exhibited a different caliber. He is a genuine superstar capable of dismantling you on both offense and defense." Receiving such high praise from the young coach is indeed a testament to Ning Chuan's uniqueness. Frankly speaking, Ning Chuan serves as a role model for Tatum and Brown. Seemingly struck by a thought, Stevens continued, "This game will be a pivotal moment in their careers. I believe that one day, they too will reach the heights of Ning Chuan." After saying this, the young coach flashed a smile at the camera before turning to enter the players' tunnel. From a player's perspective, Ning Chuan indeed outperformed the Celtics' dynamic duo on both ends of the court. However, from a coaching standpoint, this may not be entirely negative. Although they lost the game, it remains merely a regular season match. The prowess exhibited by Ning Chuan in this contest will undoubtedly spur Brown and Tatum onward. Both possess pride and will not permit Ning Chuan to surpass them. As the Celtics interviews concluded, celebrations on the Knicks side began to subside. Media outlets such as TNT, ESPN, Sports Illustrated, and Tencent Sports surged toward the Knicks bench. Chapter 79. The future of the league holds no significance. To be honest, defeating the Boston Celtics did not feel particularly challenging. In Boston, at the North Shore Garden, the first to face the media, Tyler Herro, candidly stated before the cameras, "Throughout the entire game, I felt no pressure whatsoever. We thoroughly dominated them at the North Shore Garden. It's as simple as that. Why do you ask me why I do not feel pressure? Because we have Ning Chuan, haha." Upon uttering this phrase, Herro chuckled to himself. Clearly, aside from the final statement, his previous remarks were mere banter. How could one possibly remain at ease while facing the Boston Celtics at the North Shore Garden? Both before and during the game, the fervent fans imparted considerable pressure upon Herro, particularly in the final quarter. As the Celtics unleashed their offensive quintet and began their fervent comeback, Herro felt an impending sense that the opposing team might well achieve a turnaround on his home turf. Fortunately, when Ning Chuan re-entered the fray, his indomitable performance on the offensive end shattered the Celtics' defense. Furthermore, after Ning Chuan amassed over 60 points, the Celtics' team psyche appeared somewhat unbalanced, allowing the Knicks to widen the gap and ultimately secure victory. Without Ning Chuan, the Celtics would have undoubtedly seized control from the onset of the match. As for Ning Chuan, words fail to adequately describe him. Following the game, Knicks head coach Thibodeau expressed, "In this match, he delivered a performance of a dominion level on both ends of the court. Honestly, I am grateful to be Ning Chuan's coach rather than his opponent." After the Knicks triumphed over the Celtics, the joy on Thibodeau's face was unmistakable. "I seldom hold such early optimism for a player's future. Even with Derrick Rose, I had my doubts. As the youngest MVP in NBA history, Rose's performance with the Bulls is well remembered. I believe Ning Chuan has the potential to challenge Michael Jordan's legacy in the future. I am confident that day will come." With that, Thibodeau concluded his post-game interview and turned to walk down the players' tunnel. Subsequently, Kevin Love and Malcolm Brogdon also participated in interviews, each expressing their admiration for Ning Chuan. After the preliminary exchanges, the true star was enveloped in the limelight. "Ning Chuan, how does it feel to score 75 points and lead your team to victory at the North Shore Garden?" "Ning Chuan, having once again achieved a high score today. Will you aspire to challenge Wilt Chamberlain's single-game scoring record in the future?" "Ning Chuan, you have now embarked on an 8-game winning streak, the only undefeated team this season." Ning Chuan. Journalists from various media outlets, including ESPN, TNT, and Tencent Sports, eagerly jostled to pose their questions at the sidelines, yet Ning Chuan appeared unfazed. After all, this was merely an ordinary regular season game. Before the camera, Ning Chuan spoke with calm assurance, "Regardless of who my opponent may be, or in which arena we compete, I shall always declare this. A score of 75 is not my ultimate limit. Rather, it signifies that my adversaries surrendered too soon. As for your inquiries about whether I will eventually challenge Chamberlain's single-game scoring record, I can assure you that I shall inevitably surpass that milestone." Ning Chuan's calm response was as if he were stating a simple mathematical truth, 112. Yet, the journalists present were collectively swept up in a fervor. What did Ning Chuan actually say? Scoring 75 points at the North Shore Garden was not his ultimate limit. Rather, it signified the Celtics' premature capitulation. The record for single-game scoring held by Chamberlain was destined to be a mere footnote in his narrative. If this had been Taylor Herro, he would undoubtedly have celebrated this match for an entire year, or perhaps throughout his entire career. Yet, for Ning Chuan, it was merely a casual mention. One cannot help but acknowledge that true talent permits one to act with impunity. Naturally, the journalists present were the most elated, despite Ning Chuan's few straightforward remarks. Each one was bound to be sensational. On the night the New York Knicks triumphed over the Boston Celtics, TNT promptly featured a headline on their official website, "In youth, with vibrant attire and spirited steeds, do not squander your prime. The prodigious son of China scored 75 points in a single game, forging numerous historical records." In this match, Ning Chuan became the youngest player in NBA history to score 70 points and the first rookie to achieve such a feat. He also recorded the highest single-game score by a domestic player, alongside being the highest single-game score currently held in the league. To emphasize the magnitude of Ning Chuan's achievements, TNT included a plethora of remarkable statistics in their article, such as the highest score at North Shore Garden. In contrast, ESPN's coverage was starkly straightforward and blunt. Dominating the Celtics and conquering the North Shore Garden, the future of the league unquestionably belongs to Ning Chuan. Although the phrase dominating may seem somewhat exaggerated. ESPN clearly stated in their article, Ning Chuan has indeed set the record for the highest single-game score in the NBA with an astonishing 75 points. To suggest he merely overwhelmed the Celtics is a courtesy extended to you, is it not? Were it not for the Celtics being the most illustrious franchise in the NBA, ESPN would undoubtedly amplify the narrative even further. I believe the discourse surrounding who will emerge as the future face of the league has now lost its suspense. During the evening's TNT roundtable, Smith seamlessly referenced the most fervently discussed topic among fans prior to the game between the Celtics and the Knicks, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Both are commendable young talents destined to become all-star caliber players in the future. However, Ning Chuan deserves nothing less than the title of the league's future number one. Tatum and Brown, poised to develop as all-star players under the Celtics banner, are certainly worthy of such a claim. Yet, as Smith articulated, Ning Chuan is deserving only of the title of the league's foremost player. I wholeheartedly concur with Smith's sentiments. Barkley nodded in agreement, stating, "The matchup between the Celtics and the Knicks was one I had the pleasure of commentating alongside him. The competitive state exhibited by Ning Chuan, along with his dominance on both ends of the court, solidifies my belief that he is indeed the future of the league." As he spoke, Barkley paused momentarily and exchanged a knowing glance with Smith before continuing, "Ning Chuan will become the greatest player in NBA history, and I would not be the least surprised if he surpasses Michael Jordan. Thus, our discussion today should not revolve around the future of the league, but rather on whether, upon his retirement, Ning Chuan will ascend to the status of the greatest player in NBA history. Will he indeed eclipse Michael Jordan after his retirement? This is undeniably a monumental conversation, perfectly in line with TNT's thematic essence. Chapter 80, Who Will Care Anymore? It is well known that the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, is universally recognized as the top player in NBA history. Since his retirement, there have been countless aspirants striving to catch up, yet none have managed to surpass him. Numerous self-proclaimed heirs to Jordan's legacy have emerged, only to ultimately fade into mediocrity. Despite LeBron James currently holding the top position on the all-time NBA scoring list and boasting 4 championship rings, everyone is aware that his first 2 titles were achieved with the assistance of Wade and Bosh. As many fans have pointed out, the moment one chooses to band together to secure a championship, they forfeit the opportunity for comparison with Jordan. As for Kobe Bryant, Smith need not ponder extensively. Although Kobe's first 3 championships were earned with the league's most outstanding perimeter players, the team's marquee star was Shaquille O'Neal. If one wins a championship without being the best player on their team, they too lose the chance to be compared with Jordan. And what of Kevin Durant? He is entirely outside the scope of this discussion. Ultimately, the only individual presently capable of challenging Michael Jordan's status in the NBA appears to be Ning Chuan. As Smith aptly stated, Ning Chuan will undoubtedly emerge as one of the top 3 figures in NBA history. Shaquille O'Neal also shared his perspective. To be frank, surpassing the legendary Michael Jordan in the realm of basketball is indeed a formidable challenge. In terms of influence, Ning Chuan, backed by his heritage, commands an undeniable resonance. However, when it comes to the accumulation of honors, Michael Jordan is a benchmark that few can aspire to challenge. Moreover, it is worth noting that we are merely witnessing Ning Chuan's rookie season. Whether he chooses to follow in the footsteps of LeBron James and Kevin Durant in the future remains uncertain. Thus, the aspiration to surpass Michael Jordan is no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, the frequent comparisons drawn between the rookie Ning Chuan and Jordan serve as a testament to the formidable talent he has displayed. The news of Ning Chuan scoring an astonishing 75 points in a single game and leading his team to victory over the Boston Celtics quickly spread across the globe. Across the ocean in China, major domestic media outlets such as Tencent Sports, Hupu Sports, and Douyin showcased Ning Chuan's remarkable performance as the headline on their websites. Tencent, in particular, seized the opportunity to capitalize on the buzz. Let us no longer debate who represents the future of the league. Ning Chuan embodies both the present and the future. Within the body of the article, Tencent Sports meticulously detailed the statistics and historical records that Ning Chuan has amassed since the season's inception. The article concluded with a poignant evaluation. Ning Chuan is not only the most formidable player in the NBA today, but also poised to become one of the greatest in its history. Concurrently, Ning Chuan's meteoric rise has captured the attention of Nike. On the night following the conclusion of the game between the Celtics and the Knicks, they swiftly unveiled the concept art for the King of New York series of sneakers on their official website, along with the anticipated release date. The color palette of these shoes resonates with the vibrant red of the Dragon Kingdom, complemented by a dragon emblem added to the sole. Nike has aptly named this footwear light of Huaxia. Undoubtedly, the launch of these sneakers will stir a tempest in the sneaker market. Many collectors are already eager to invest, poised to purchase them en masse the moment they become available. Investing in items endorsed by Ning Chuan is undeniably sound, given that at the season's outset, his jersey was priced at $88, and within less than a month, its value has skyrocketed to $888, making it a rare find. Such a tenfold increase in value is unparalleled in history. A popular adage in investment circles now states, while gold may depreciate, items associated with Ning Chuan are certain to appreciate. Many titans of Wall Street have humorously dubbed Ning Chuan the most reliable investment product, renowned for its strong value retention. Unlike Nike, which ignites market fervor with any news related to Ning Chuan sneakers, Adidas has seen its heavy investments in several rookie signatures falter at the season's start. Even if fans are unable to acquire Ning Chuan's jersey, they show no inclination to purchase sneakers from Zion or R.J. Barrett. In this year's sneaker competition, Nike has decisively outperformed all other brands, and this triumph is set to be comprehensive. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, a Ferrari races through the streets as the Knicks owner prepares to host a charity gala at the Hilton Hotel this evening. As the team's star player, Ning Chuan will undoubtedly be in attendance. Outside the hotel, a throng of celebrities, reporters, and paparazzi, including the evening's host, Dolan, congregate in the lobby. Ning Chuan donned a tailored black attire this evening, accentuated by a striking red bow tie. His meticulously styled hair, combined with his handsome visage, naturally drew considerable attention. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the sudden flash of cameras caused him to squint momentarily as he ascended the red carpet, playfully tossing his head back. Amidst the enthusiastic shouts of his female admirers, he swiftly posed for a few photographs before making his way into the hotel. Upon entering the banquet hall, he observed that a number of prominent figures had already arrived. Guests mingled casually, some engaged in animated conversations in small clusters. Ning Chuan, over here. As he stepped into the hall, he spotted Hilo and Lufu hurrying towards him from the buffet area. Our Mr. 75 is yet to dine, I presume? Hilo approached with a grin, exclaiming, the array of food here is quite sumptuous. Come, let me accompany you to select some. Ning Chuan smiled softly and entered the food court alongside Hilo. Ning Chuan, I never expected to see you here, exclaimed a sweet girl with delight. Hee, hello, Miss Hill. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Ning Chuan gazed at Sierra, who had shared a night of stories with him, utterly captivated by her beauty. This evening, Sierra adorned herself in a sleek black-fitted dress, revealing her alluring shoulders and collarbone, complemented by a figure reminiscent of a Victoria's Secret supermodel. Her sensuality was simply beyond words. I watched your match this afternoon. You were absolutely phenomenal. Have you eaten anything? You mustn't neglect your nourishment. Do take a moment to eat. Ning Chuan smiled as he observed Sierra continually serving herself from the shared dishes, quietly listening to her recite. My goodness, her performance is exceptionally impressive. With such an exhibition, it is imperative that she receives a reward later. Once Sierra had gathered her food, Ning Chuan beamed and joined her at an empty table nearby. As for Taylor Hero, who would care about him? Chapter 81. Captured Angelina Jolie? Sierra, are you aware of the purpose of tonight's gala? As Ning Chuan savored a piece of roasted meat, he inquired, is it related to Angelina Jolie? Upon hearing the name, he paused momentarily. Is she making charitable donations? Certainly not. Hill shot him a disapproving glance, as if regarding him as simple-minded. After all, Angelina Jolie is an international superstar. It's hardly conceivable that she lacks funds. Acknowledging this, Ning Chuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, then what is the purpose of this charity gala? As Hill explained, it was evident that, as a leading lady of Hollywood, Angelina Jolie was indeed financially secure. You must be out of your mind, Hill remarked, glancing at Ning Chuan. This event is intended to raise funds for her hometown, which is currently suffering from natural disasters. Seemingly struck by a thought, Hill continued, I've heard that the individual who contributes the most will have the opportunity to dine with Angelina Jolie. I see. Ning Chuan replied, nodding in understanding, and chose not to elaborate further as he continued to enjoy his meal. After their dinner, both Ning Chuan and Hill had designated seats arranged, yet they opted not to proceed there. Instead, they found a secluded corner to sit together and engage in lighthearted banter. Observing their camaraderie, several socialites around them cast astonished glances, questioning, isn't Ning Chuan supposed to be in a relationship? Why is he so intimately engaged with Taylor Hill? Has he truly won her over as well? Meanwhile, Hill, LeFou, and others settled into their assigned seats, shaking their heads in bemusement as they noticed Ning Chuan and Hill engrossed in animated conversation. Ning Chuan is indeed astonishing. Outside, he boasts a legitimate girlfriend, Victoria Charity. While at home, he has two more. Now he is also mingling with a Victoria's Secret supermodel. The charity gala commenced amidst the applause of invited guests. Following the entrance of Knicks owner Dolan, the first auction item was a painting. Although Ning Chuan had little knowledge of art, he could discern the difference between a good and a bad piece, provided it was a lifelike depiction. Unexpectedly, Taylor Hill seemed to take a keen interest in the oil painting, even bidding twice. However, as the price escalated, Hill ultimately withdrew from the bidding. The subsequent items were rather mundane and lacked intrigue. As the gala drew near its conclusion, Dolan's secretary leaned in to whisper a few words to Ning Chuan before departing. What did she say to you? Oh, nothing much. Observing the somewhat dazed Hill, Ning Chuan replied with a smile, my boss is going to present me with a gift. What kind of gift? You will know shortly. The next auction item is undoubtedly the most precious of the evening, and everyone will be astounded. Just as Hill was about to dig deeper into the matter, Dolan's voice resonated across the stage. Let us warmly welcome the renowned Hollywood actress, Angelina Jolie. Following Dolan's passionate introduction, Angelina Jolie gracefully stepped onto the stage, standing elegantly beside him. Our next auction item is Ms. Angelina Jolie. What the heck? The audience erupted in astonishment, and Ning Chuan, momentarily taken aback, stood up with a look of confusion directed at Dolan on stage. No way, my friend. Are you joking with me? You just mentioned a grand gift? Could it possibly be Angelina Jolie? Moments ago, Dolan's secretary had approached Ning Chuan, instructing him that for the final auction item, he should bid vigorously, as the money would be covered by Dolan. After all this, the final item is Angelina Jolie. This is outrageous. On stage, the voluptuous Angelina Jolie wore a confident smile, gazing at the astonished crowd, especially at the somewhat bewildered Ning Chuan, and could not help but smile back at him. Dolan quickly spoke into the microphone. Please, everyone, remain calm and quiet. I did not finish my earlier statement. Do not misunderstand. This is not some sort of illicit transaction. Subsequently, Dolan elucidated the entire situation with fervor. Angelina Jolie was not peddling her own body, but rather auctioning the opportunity to dine with her. The highest bidder would have the chance to enjoy an evening of dining and conversation in her company. Once everyone grasped the essence of the matter, expressions of regret surfaced among the crowd. Although Angelina Jolie belonged to the elite echelon, her beauty and physique were undeniably at a celestial level. The notion of spending a romantic night with her would undoubtedly entice many affluent individuals to lavish their fortunes. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere lightened, and attendees surveyed their surroundings with eager anticipation. Yet, none were willing to be the first to bid. The starting bid was set at 10,000. Who among them would be inclined to share a meal with Angelina Jolie and discuss the intricacies of life? Observing the lack of bids, Dolan cast a meaningful glance towards Ning Chuan. Was there truly no one who felt a spark of interest? At Dolan's prompting, Ning Chuan was the first to bid 30,000, which ignited a flurry of competing offers. However, the increments remained modest, primarily at 10,000. Noticing Ning Chuan's hesitance to raise his bid further, both Dolan and Angelina Jolie exchanged knowing glances. The bid reached an impressive 150,000. Ning Chuan smiled gently, reaching for the sign on the table, his voice imbued with an air of confident nonchalance. What a jest! Is there any doubt in his confidence? After all, it is not his own money at stake. Representing the Knicks, Ning Chuan bid an impressive 150,000. Upon witnessing his offer, Dolan was instantly invigorated. Truly, as the core of the Knicks, Ning Chuan's bidding is nothing short of lavish. Goodness! The successful individuals in the audience seemed to harbor some reservations. Their incremental bids were so languid they could lull one to sleep, taking ages to reach only 80,000. Now, with Ning Chuan's bid soaring to 150,000, 000. Many spectators had been swiftly eliminated. 153, 000. 158, 000. 160, 000. After a brief pause, the bidding resumed, albeit with only a few $1,000s added at a time. 400, 000. Ning Chuan raised the placard once more, a smile gracing his lips, his tone as tranquil and self-assured as ever. The exhilaration of wielding another's funds to raise a bid was indescribable. Ning Chuan, have you lost your mind? Hill questioned, bemused. $200,000 to dine with Angelina Jolie? Can't you spare some of that for me? I am younger than her and could offer you greater pleasure. No. My boss insisted I do this. Ning Chuan explained, noticing Hill's incredulous expression. You saw that person earlier. She is my boss's secretary. This is all orchestrated by Dolan. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's clarification, Hill refrained from further comment, for indeed, someone had whispered in his ear moments ago. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? The opportunity to dine with Angelina Jolie is before us. 400,000 once. 400,000 twice. 400,000 thrice. Congratulations to Ning Chuan of the Knicks for seizing this opportunity. Chapter 82. An irresistible proposition. Boss, you truly have me in a perilous predicament. After the auction concluded, Ning Chuan approached Dolan, feigning despair. With your antics, tomorrow's headlines will all feature me. How am I to explain this to my girlfriend? Fear not, Ning Chuan, Dolan replied, understanding his concerns as he gently patted his shoulder. My secretary will explain the situation to Miss Victoria. Your only task is to embrace a splendid evening. At these words, Ning Chuan nodded, then reassuring, but must it strictly be dinner? Although Ning Chuan had performed remarkably, his final query inadvertently revealed too much. He caught Dolan's knowing glance and awkwardly touched his nose, offering a sheepish chuckle. Explaining to Shaletti was a task he could not delegate, as doing so would only exacerbate matters. While Shaletti had excelled in her role, Ning Chuan decided to be forthright, adhering to the spirit of perseverance. As for Angelina Jolie, she was enveloped by a throng of journalists. Her manager and hotel security were desperately creating a path to ensure her safe entry into the vehicle. With a demeanor of calm indifference, she navigated forward, effortlessly fielding questions from the media. The promotional impact of such charitable endeavors was undeniably significant. Angelina Jolie, drawing on her extensive experience, responded to inquiries with poise. Yet, in this moment, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ning Chuan. After the gala concluded, they were meant to exit the hotel lobby together, but he claimed the need for a restroom break, instructing her to proceed and promising to call her later. This was clearly a ploy to divert the reporter's attention towards her. There was truly a lack of gentlemanly decorum. Upon returning to the car, Angelina Jolie discarded her high-heeled shoes and propped her exquisite legs upon the opposite seat, stretching her weary form. You little rascal. Just wait and see how I will exact my revenge. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ning Chuan, after hanging up the phone, glanced at his device, and a wicked smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. Ah, my dear wife, you truly possess such understanding. Initially, he had called Cletty, feeling apprehensive, intending to provide a forceful explanation. After all, he had captured footage of Angelina Jolie on a date, and even if he remained silent, Cletty would inevitably learn of it through the news the following day. This was not a matter that could be concealed, rather than being reactive. It was far better to be proactive and inform Cletty sooner. He had anticipated her to question him, but upon discovering that it was the team owner, Dolan, who had instructed Ning Chuan to capture the moment, Cletty responded with no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, she teased, "Oh dear, aren't you just taking the fall for your boss? My love, you truly have endured some injustice." To his surprise, Cletty had completely misconstrued the situation. She believed Dolan wished to dine with Angelina Jolie but, constrained by his own status, had dispatched Ning Chuan as a decoy. Unbeknownst to her, it was actually a gift meticulously arranged by Dolan for Ning Chuan. "My dear, I am genuinely distressed. This role of scapegoat is quite unbearable." Seeing Cletty's astuteness, Ning Chuan seized the moment to inquire, "When will you return to New York?" "I must find a way to vent." "All right, I shall be back in a few days." Cletty's playful voice echoed in Ning Chuan's ears before she ended the call. Upon returning to the apartment, Ning Chuan insisted on explaining himself to the two beautiful women, who, upon realizing he had not ventured outside, harbored little suspicion and playfully teased him, dubbing him the scapegoat. Gaining their trust once more, Ning Chuan reclined on his bed, taking out his phone to engage in a conversation via text with Taylor Hill. As for Kendall, she could think whatever she pleased. Ning Chuan had no intention of concerning himself with such a frivolous woman. The following day, prominent gossip media outlets in the United States eagerly reported on Ning Chuan's actions at the charity gala. Just as he had anticipated, a throng of paparazzi trailed behind him as he made his way to the training facility that morning. Throughout the day, he remained diligently at the training center, refraining from venturing elsewhere. As evening approached, Ning Chuan did not opt to drive himself away from the venue. Instead, he had Angelina Jolie's assistant arrive in a luxury vehicle to escort him to the designated hotel. Within the hotel, Ning Chuan removed his sunglasses and presented a bouquet of flowers he had prepared earlier to Angelina Jolie. "Sister, this is for you," he exclaimed. "Come in, please." Angelina accepted the flowers, her eyes brightening at the sight. "These are beautiful. I truly appreciate it, Ning Chuan." Today, Miss Jolie's attire was strikingly deliberate. She donned a black mini-skirt that drew attention, its hem teasingly grazing the top of her thighs, accentuated further by a pair of black stockings that undoubtedly captivated Ning Chuan's interest. One cannot help but admire the commanding presence of the seasoned A8. She possesses an uncanny understanding of youthful desires. Inside the bedroom, Ning Chuan chose not to take a seat but rather stood in the living room, arms crossed, observing Angelina as she leaned toward the vanity mirror, delicately applying mascara to enhance her makeup. All men are the same," she mused, catching a glimpse of Ning Chuan's gaze in the mirror. A subtle smile graced her lips, and rather than hastily revealing her awareness, she shifted her weight gracefully between her legs, allowing her hips to sway enticingly. The curvature of her figure, accentuated by the short skirt, proved to be utterly alluring for a young man like Ning Chuan. Engrossed in the enchanting curves of the beautiful figure before him, hardly noticed the subtle gestures of Angelina Jolie. She certainly deserved her annual recognition as one of the world's most alluring women. Her physique was nothing short of exquisite. "I think I shall take a dip in the pool. What say you?" Angelina turned her head, a smile gradually gracing her lips as her captivating gaze fell upon Ning Chuan, a flirtatious expression lighting her features. "I have no objections whatsoever." Observing Ning Chuan's compliance, Angelina felt the moment was ripe. She gracefully approached, playfully pushing him onto the sofa, her delicate foot resting unceremoniously between his knees. Chapter 83, Can we show some understanding for the elderly? New York, at a certain swimming pool. When Ning Chuan unveiled himself, revealing an astonishing form, Angelina's pupils dilated in surprise. This fellow, how could he possess such an air of mystery? Little did she know whether she would be able to enjoy his company. "Sister?" Noticing Angelina's dazed expression, Ning Chuan teased, "Aren't you supposed to be swimming? Why haven't you changed yet?" At his words, Angelina hastily averted her gaze, biting her crimson lip as she loosened the belt of her dress. Soon, her graceful and voluptuous figure was fully revealed before Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan squinted his eyes, extending his hand to assist Angelina Jolie into the pool. "Sister, come quickly." In the presence of such beauty, Ning Chuan remained composed, their gazes locking as he sat in the water. He poured a glass of red wine for her. Observing this, Angelina Jolie silently reached out to accept the wine, and neither spoke a word. It seemed that neither wished to disrupt the tranquil atmosphere. After savoring the wine, Ning Chuan gently pulled Angelina Jolie closer. She offered no significant resistance, as if she had anticipated this, settling beside him as they exchanged glances. In the blink of an eye, he exclaimed, "Sister, let me show you something wonderful." Ning Chuan gently pushed away the persistent kiss of Angelina Jolie, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he propped himself up on the edge of the pool. "This is my closest companion, without a doubt," he declared. Angelina, initially bewildered, couldn't help but let out a melodious giggle upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, her demeanor fluttering with delight. While it may not be as grand as one might envision, it certainly sufficed, didn't it? With a playful smirk, Angelina greeted Ning Chuan's friend, "Hero. Haven't you always desired an articulate companion to converse with?" Observing the scene, Ning Chuan feigned a casual introduction, saying, "This is Angelina Jolie, the renowned Hollywood star. Why don't you two engage in a conversation?" With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Angelina. Faced with such an overt suggestion, the seasoned Angelina Jolie understood the implications, yet she hesitated to acquiesce immediately. Instead, she extricated herself from Ning Chuan's embrace, pouting slightly, seemingly disinterested in his proposition. "Sister, what are you waiting for?" Ning Chuan lamented with a look of yearning. Ultimately, Angelina could not resist Ning Chuan's persistence, her cheeks flushed as she returned to the water. Gazing at him, she hesitated momentarily before finally initiating a dialogue. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan comfortably raised his glass, savoring the view of New York outside the window, his spirits soaring beyond words. 20 minutes later, Ning Chuan regained his composure. Noticing Angelina Jolie looking at him with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. In response, he could only touch his nose and offer a sheepish smile. Well, sister, this is undoubtedly my closest companion. To ensure the quality of service later, I thought it best to let you have a glimpse first. Upon hearing this, Angelina Jolie paid no heed to Ning Chuan. Instead, she descended from the pool to admire the view outside. What does this mean? Is she giving me the cold shoulder? Is it really necessary? After muttering some grievances inwardly, Ning Chuan followed suit, leaping into the pool and approaching Angelina Jolie from behind. He embraced her, whispering a few words in her ear, yet the acclaimed actress offered no response. What? Suddenly, Angelina Jolie's eyes widened in shock. A series of sharp intakes of breath escaping her lips, as a blush swiftly enveloped her exquisite face. Ning Chuan, is this enough? Hours later, within the confines of the hotel, Angelina Jolie forcefully pushed Ning Chuan away, her expression rife with dissatisfaction. At this rate, the dawn is upon us. Do you wish for my demise? Upon hearing these words, Ning Chuan smiled triumphantly, then swiftly dismounted, propping his head on one arm as he gazed intently. Are you not afraid of becoming an unexpected father? Angelina Jolie's cheeks remained flushed, her brow furrowed as she tidied up while questioning. Look at the misdeeds you've committed. Hee. Dear sister, you cannot hold me accountable for this. Ning Chuan flashed a broad smile, saying, It is entirely your beauty to blame. What can I possibly do? The words spoken by Ning Chuan are undeniably authentic. The practicality of the old A8 lies in its intuitive responsiveness. A mere tap on its trunk prompts it to know precisely what to do, while it may lack the finesse of the new A3. The operational efficiency and acceleration capability of the old A8 are unmatched by the latter. Especially when the speed reaches 220 miles per hour, the sensation is truly beyond description. I am weary and wish to rest. Angelina Jolie, with that remark, crumpled a tissue violently and tossed it to the ground, elegantly turning her back on Ning Chuan, denying him any opportunity for an easy breakthrough. I feel as if I might fall apart. Could you perhaps temper your enthusiasm? Can you not show some understanding towards the elderly? As a contemporary youth of the May 4th movement in China, Ning Chuan would not easily let Angelina Jolie slip away. No chance for a breakthrough? Then I shall force a one-on-one. Are you out of your mind, Ning Chuan? You summoned me to the gym at 4 in the morning just for a showdown? What do you mean you didn't sleep all night? Your sleeplessness has nothing to do with me. Taylor Hero, who was sound asleep, was abruptly awakened by Ning Chuan's call to the gym. Upon arriving and hearing Ning Chuan's explanation, Hero was infuriated. Enough of the chatter, Taylor. Just wait for me to have Victoria find you a supermodel girlfriend. Ning Chuan removed his outer coat and donned a warm-up suit, procuring a basketball. Now, it is time for a one-on-one challenge between you and me. The intensity of your desire to win will directly correlate with my eagerness to have Charette find you a supermodel girlfriend. Damn, those were your own words. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's declaration, Hilo, who had initially harbored some resentment, was suddenly filled with joy. How could it be acceptable for your best friend to have a supermodel girlfriend while you remain single? Indeed, it was Hilo's greatest frustration. Now, with Ning Chuan himself suggesting he would seek a partner, such an opportunity was not one he would easily let slip away. Ning Chuan, should I go easy on you? After changing into his attire and stepping onto the court, Hilo, fueled by some newfound courage, remarked to Ning Chuan, If you lose, will the blow be too great for you? This statement should have been mine to make. Ning Chuan engaged in a simple activity, savoring the sensation of the basketball being passed into his hands. It seems I have not educated you in quite some time. You do not even know who the true king is. Enough of the banter, Ning Chuan. Do you truly believe I am weak? You are formidable, yet in my presence, anyone is destined to play a supporting role. Chapter 84, The Clash of Titans, Ning Chuan vs. The Gun King. Tyler, losing to Ning Chuan is hardly a disgrace. Location, Madison Square Garden, New York, USA. In the team locker room, the leader Kevin Love was comforting the disheartened Tyler Hero. This morning was meant to be a day off for the entire Knicks team. However, after an exhausting night that left him restless, Ning Chuan summoned Hero to the arena at 4 in the morning to engage in a one-on-one showdown. He proclaimed it was to help Hero conquer his inner demons and subsequently introduce him to supermodel women. Yet, once Kevin Love grasped the entirety of the situation, it was evident that this was a premeditated thrashing. Ning Chuan exhibited formidable dominance on both offense and defense, leaving Hero in a state of utter disarray. even more audaciously. While dismantling Hero, Ning Chuan incessantly engaged in a stream of banter. "Brother, don't you think Ning Chuan has gone a bit too far?" Hero remarked, watching Ning Chuan continue his shooting drills on the court. "I was still asleep early this morning when you called me over. You claimed it was to introduce me to a supermodel girlfriend, but it was merely to torment me." Coughing awkwardly, Kevin Love interjected, "Perhaps Ning Chuan is merely attempting to train you. Haven't you learned a few moves from him?" "None," Hero replied succinctly, recalling that Ning Chuan showed no mercy in any of his offensive possessions. As for the moves Love mentioned, he was too weary of the trash talk to focus on Ning Chuan's techniques. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he indeed needed to enhance his training. Seeing Ning Chuan, who had just thoroughly bested him, yet continued to engage in shooting practice, Hero wiped the sweat from his brow and committed himself to training as well. As Ning Chuan's college friend and teammate, Hero recognized the necessity of bolstering his own skills. He certainly did not wish to be the subject of speculation that he was drafted by the Knicks solely because of Ning Chuan. The vigorous training sessions of Tyler Hero and Ning Chuan left Kevin Love astounded. Goodness, the youth are truly relentless. Having just completed an intense one-on-one workout, they still possess the energy to swiftly dive into their regular training, showing signs of wanting to push themselves even further. Sighing as he observed the two drenched in sweat at the training facility, Love couldn't help but lament, "Indeed, I am getting old." After training concluded, the entire Knicks team gathered to board a flight to Memphis. From this day forth, they would embark on a grueling road trip, beginning with a matchup against the Memphis Grizzlies, followed by games against the New Orleans Pelicans and the Los Angeles Clippers, culminating in a clash with the Los Angeles Lakers. Among these four teams, both the Grizzlies and the Pelicans are youthful squads. The showdown between the first overall pick Ning Chuan and second pick Ja Morant undoubtedly stands as a major highlight. Moreover, the anticipation surrounding Ning Chuan facing the Pelicans, who traded him during the draft, adds further intrigue. Additionally, the anticipated duel between the Duke duo and Ning Chuan is a topic much relished by fans. However, the majority of attention is directed towards their final two opponents on this road trip, the Twin Titans of Los Angeles. Both the Clippers and Lakers possess championship-caliber prowess this season. They are highly likely to meet in the Western Conference Finals, potentially becoming the Knicks' rivals in the championship series. Furthermore, in Ning Chuan's memory, the reigning champions of this season are the Los Angeles Lakers. In other words, they will be challenging the ultimate champions of this season in the final leg of their grueling road trip. Indeed, the emergence of Ning Chuan is highly likely to alter the outcome of the championship in a single season. However, the prowess of the Los Angeles Lakers should not be underestimated. Nonetheless, in the recent matches, Ning Chuan's primary focus has been the confrontation with the New Orleans Pelicans, his former team. When facing the Pelicans, Ning Chuan harbors a singular ambition to utterly dominate them. On November 10th, in Memphis, USA, at the Pyramid Arena, a venue capable of accommodating nearly 20,000 fans, the atmosphere today deviated from the norm, with attendance nearing capacity. This, of course, cannot be attributed to the Memphis Grizzlies, whose record of 2 wins and 7 losses has left fans disheartened, despite the impressive performance of rookie Ja Morant this season. However, the turnout today is commendable, for they are welcoming the New York Knicks. We are here to witness Ning Chuan. A fan interviewed at the sidelines expressed their excitement. Today marks Ning Chuan's inaugural visit to Memphis, and we eagerly anticipate his performance. It is undeniable that Ning Chuan has become a sensational figure in the United States, cherished not only by fans but also idolized by numerous college players. "Brother, I shall not concede to you today." During the warm-up, Ja Morant approached Ning Chuan, declaring, "The failures of our college days will be repaid today." It is worth recalling that Morant led Murray State University to the NCAA Elite Eight, where they faced off against Ning Chuan's Kentucky Wildcats. Fans initially believed Morant would guide his team to victory, yet they were defeated by Ning Chuan's Wildcats, ultimately falling short of the finals. Today, Morant arrives with a resolute desire for vengeance from their collegiate rivalry. He is determined to confront Ning Chuan at all costs. We observe Morant and Ning Chuan engaging in conversation at the sidelines. These two rookie representatives of the class of 2019 are set to deliver a captivating spectacle for us today. Simultaneously, commentator Smith is already brimming with anticipation. When we discuss these two, we must reference the 2019 NCAA Final Four elimination round. Indeed, it was during this tournament that Ning Chuan's Kentucky Wildcats eliminated Morant's Murray State University. That match showcased both players elevating their draft stock. As Barkley aptly remarked, Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett from Duke University were initially regarded as the frontrunners for the top 3 picks in the draft. In contrast, both Ning Chuan and Ja Morant were largely overlooked. However, during the semifinals of the Elite Tournament, these two individuals fully unleashed their latent talents. Although Morant's team did not prevail, his displayed prowess on the court captured the attention of the Memphis Grizzlies. Ultimately, the Grizzlies secured Morant with the 2nd overall pick, bringing him to Memphis. Thus, today's match is destined to be a proving ground for both Ning Chuan and Morant, a culmination of their collegiate rivalry. The clash of the 1st and 2nd picks. This game between the Knicks and the Grizzlies has been adorned with numerous accolades, with the sharp whistle of the referee. The pregame warm-ups concluded, and the starting players from both teams took to the court. Chapter 85. What gives him the audacity to question you? The Memphis Grizzlies starting lineup includes Ja Morant, Dillon Brooks, Josh Jackson, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Jonas Valanciunas. After several seasons of turmoil, the Grizzlies have amassed a plethora of talented young players. The dynamic duo of Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. is poised to carve out a significant presence in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. The New York Knicks starting 5 remains unchanged: Brogdon, Bogdanović, Grant, Kevin Love, and their star player, Ning Chuan. As Ning Chuan took to the court, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. It was evident that many fans had come to witness the brilliance of Washia's luminary. Keep an eye on Ja Morant. His ability to penetrate defenses is formidable. Prior to the commencement of the match, Coach Thibodeau cautioned his players, "If he breaks through, we must collapse our defense as much as possible." Following this, both centers approached the jump ball. "Are you Ning Chuan?" Dillon Brooks, standing alongside him, glanced at the name on Ning Chuan's jersey and mockingly remarked, "I've heard you've been on fire lately." Ning Chuan, however, held no favorable impression of Brooks, a player notorious for his domestic violence and unsportsmanlike conduct on the court. He chose to disregard the taunt. "Surely you don't think you're truly formidable?" Sensing Ning Chuan's silence, Dillon felt insulted, exclaiming, "The records you've shattered can only be attributed to good fortune. Let us see if you can break another one today." Amidst Dillon's incessant chatter, Ning Chuan merely cleared his ears, thinking, seriously, "Why is there a dog barking while I'm trying to play basketball?" "You." "Very well." As the referee elevated the ball high into the air, Jonas Valanciunas effortlessly triumphed over his opponent, directing the ball into the hands of Morant. The Memphis Grizzlies, playing on their home turf, seized control of the initial offensive possession. Morant, with the ball in his backcourt, surged forward with remarkable speed, seemingly oblivious to the defense posed by Brogdon. Like a bolt of lightning, he attempted to breach the defense, striving to capitalize on his pace for a swift score. Alas, just as he prepared to execute a layup after maneuvering past Brogdon, Ning Chuan appeared hauntingly from behind, swatting the ball from Morant's grasp with a decisive motion. What a spectacular chase-down block by Ning Chuan in this opening sequence. Grant skillfully maintained possession, enabling the New York Knicks to launch a rapid counterattack. The commentary booth erupted with excitement as Smith and Barkley animatedly described the action. Grant swiftly passed the ball to Brogdon, who accelerated towards the front court. Drawing the attention of the Grizzlies' defense, he deftly flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring towards the basket. Swish. In the next moment, Ning Chuan surged in from the wing, leaping to execute a one-handed alley-oop, successfully crashing the rim. 2-0. The visiting New York Knicks struck first. As Ning Chuan landed from his aerial feat, the entire Pyramid Arena erupted in a deafening cheer, chanting, "Go New York! Go New York! Go New York!" Almost immediately, the arena resounded with the Knicks' signature rallying cries, as if it were the Knicks who were playing at home. Morant, returning on defense, took it upon himself to assume responsibility. Following the commencement of the game, he seemed overly focused on personal offense, which allowed Ning Chuan to seize the opportunity. As the Grizzlies advanced, Morant dribbled past midcourt, directing his teammates' movements from the arc. He executed a feint to the left, only to accelerate sharply to the right, completing a breakthrough. It must be noted that the comparisons of the young Morant to Rose and Westbrook are well-founded. His instantaneous speed is indeed astonishing, rivaling that of peak performances seen in the sport. However, after penetrating past Brogdon, his path was once again obstructed by Ning Chuan. With a sharp crack, Ning Chuan interrupted the basketball's trajectory, though he regrettably could not secure possession as it rolled out of bounds. Once again, it was Ning Chuan. He nearly succeeded in thwarting Morant's advance yet again. Smith in the commentary booth pondered, why is it that Ning Chuan can consistently anticipate Morant's every breakthrough? Indeed, Morant consistently capitalizes on his speed to execute breakthroughs, yet he is repeatedly thwarted by Ning Chuan. Barkley, observing from the sidelines, appears equally perplexed. It seems as though every move Morant makes is anticipated and countered by Ning Chuan. Even Morant himself seems at a loss. Ning Chuan's defense appears more formidable than during his college days, as the Memphis Grizzlies prepare to inbound the ball. Jonas Valanciunas attempts to set a screen for Morant, only to be met with a dismissive wave from Morant. He takes control of the ball once more at the top of the arc. As the young leader of the Grizzlies, he must seize this moment to prove his worth. Smith and Barkley are fully attentive as Morant suddenly accelerates. Faced with Brogdon's defense, Morant executes a series of behind-the-back dribbles, momentarily stunning Brogdon, before driving toward the free throw line for a mid-range jump shot. This time, Morant opts for a jump shot rather than charging into the paint, determined to secure those crucial 2 points. However, to his dismay, although Morant manages to shake off Brogdon, he is met by Ning Chuan, who leaps and swats Morant's mid-range attempt. Meanwhile, the 24-second shot clock indicator lights up above the basket. The officiating referee promptly blows the whistle. In just the second possession of the game, the Memphis Grizzlies have been called for a 24-second shot clock violation by the New York Knicks. Is he not the second overall pick who boldly claimed Morant was unworthy of being this year's number 1? As the shot clock violation is called, Kevin Love excitedly approaches Ning Chuan for a celebratory high five, exclaiming, "What gives him the audacity to question your abilities?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan shakes his head, remarking, "Perhaps it is merely confidence." However, after this match concludes, that confidence may very well be diminished. Ning Chuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet to Love's ears, it bore an entirely different connotation. To diminish Morant's confidence? While such a statement may seem audacious, it emanates from Ning Chuan. As a teammate, he is well aware that Ning Chuan is not one to engage in mere bluster. He possesses the undeniable prowess to accomplish everything he claims. Chapter 86. How high is the sky? How thick is the earth? To speak candidly, although the 2019 draft is widely recognized as a bountiful year, the yield of talent within a single class is rather meager. Morant, with his exceptional organizational skills and innate athleticism, stands as a paragon among the rookies of this class. Alas, he has encountered Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, Morant, once again on the receiving end of one of Ning Chuan's emphatic blocks, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he found himself unable to penetrate the Knicks' defense, or more precisely, Ning Chuan's formidable guard. In a transition to offense, the New York Knicks initiated their play. Brogdon, bringing the ball past half court, decisively passed it to Ning Chuan, stationed just beyond the arc on the left. "Shoot. I dare you." Dillon Brooks, tasked with defending Ning Chuan, opted against close marking, instead positioning himself inside the three-point line, gesturing for Ning to take the shot. Gazing at the provocateur before him, Ning Chuan shook his head and executed an incredibly convincing pump fake. Witnessing Ning Chuan's audacity to shoot from beyond the arc, Dillon lunged towards him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he realized it was merely a feint. As he turned to re-establish his defense, he found Ning Chuan had effortlessly breached the paint, culminating in a one-handed, thunderous slam dunk. "What on earth are you doing?" On the sidelines, Grizzlies head coach Jenkins erupted in rare fury, passionately questioning Dillon Brooks. "Why are you guarding him like that? What on earth were you thinking?" Dillon had initially aimed to capitalize on Ning Chuan's momentary laxity to deliver a block as he shot. However, that crafty individual had the audacity to initiate a fake. It left him looking like a hapless jester. The mind is a marvelous asset, yet it seems you lack one. After completing the dunk, Ning Chuan turned back to defend, tapping his temple while addressing Dillon. "Listen to me. It's not too late to learn a thing or two. Otherwise, you'll find yourself out of the league." Turning back, Jonas Valanciunas called for the ball in the paint, but soon found himself ensnared by the double team of Love and Grant. Faced with the impending trap, he had no choice but to pass it back to the perimeter. Dillon received the ball but was met with Ning Chuan's staunch defense. Without a plan to shoot and wary of Ning Chuan's potential steal, he reluctantly passed to Josh Jackson. The latter, confronted by Boyan's interference, launched a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball struck the front edge of the rim and failed to find its mark. After Kevin Love secured the rebound with poise, he quickly passed the ball to Malcolm Brogdon. The New York Knicks launched a swift counterattack. Although the Memphis Grizzlies demonstrated commendable speed in their defense, the Knicks' offensive response was even swifter. Brogdon distributed the ball to Ning Chuan, who surged in from the wing and effortlessly completed a layup. 7 o'clock. Initially anticipated to be a highlight matchup between young rookies, the game had already taken a lopsided turn just 3 minutes into the first quarter. The Grizzlies quickly executed a baseline inbounds play. Ja Morant, no longer fixated on individual dominance, combined inside and outside plays. After drawing the defense with a breakthrough, he passed the ball to Jaren Jackson Jr., who was stationed in the left corner. Swish. The latter received the ball and confidently sank a wide-open three-pointer. 7-3. As play resumed, Ning Chuan sought to continue his isolation play, but Dillon Brooks was determined not to repeat his previous mistakes, closely guarding him to deny any shooting space. Thump, thump, thump. However, after a series of deft crossovers, Ning Chuan utilized his explosive first step to complete a rapid breakthrough, drawing the attention of the two Grizzlies' towering centers. Bang! With a no-look bounce pass, he found Kevin Love unguarded beneath the basket. Swish! Love received the pass and easily finished with a layup. In the next possession, Ning Chuan pressed forward once more. Dillon Brooks' defense appeared ineffectual against him, as Ning Chuan breezed past and then passed the ball to Bojan Bogdanovic, who stood beyond the left three-point line. Bang! Upon receiving the ball, Bogdanovic faked a shot and, after the Grizzlies' defense converged, he passed to Brogdon at the top of the arc. Swish. Brogdon calmly nailed the three-pointer. 10-3. The collaboration among the Knicks trio beyond the arc lit up the eyes of the coaching staff. This is the synergy we require in our offensive endeavors. Ning Chuan's formidable ability to draw defenders is a safeguard for the team's attacks. Perhaps we could enhance the spacing for Ning Chuan by adding another shooter on the court. A star and 4 shooters? That might be an excellent strategy. As the season progressed, Ning Chuan's ability to attract defenders grew increasingly potent, providing the team with greater offensive possibilities. In that moment, the Knicks coaching staff, led by Tom Thibodeau, began to strategize in secrecy. The game continued. Morant faced off against Brogdon, successfully attacking the rim before Ning Chuan could arrive to assist defensively. Upon returning to play, Ning Chuan again penetrated the paint. Would he opt for a pass or take the shot himself? Jonas Valanciunas and Jaren Jackson Jr. found themselves deep in thought. Could Dillon Brooks truly not contain his breakthrough? In the midst of their deliberations, Ning Chuan executed a bank shot, scoring yet again. With this basket, Ning Chuan had amassed 9 points. Damn it. If he continues to break through so recklessly, I shall have to show him a thing or two. DeLong Brooks muttered fiercely, gazing at Ning Chuan's retreating figure. Prior to the match, he had made a bold statement, promising to make Ning Chuan aware of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. However, within mere minutes of the game commencing, his resolve was shattered by Ning Chuan. Determined, DeLong was intent on demonstrating his prowess to Ning Chuan. Yet, could he truly restrain him even through underhanded tactics? The answer was evidently negative. As the first quarter concluded, the visiting New York Knicks were leading the Memphis Grizzlies by a notable margin of 18 points. With a score of 42-24, Ja Morant, living up to his second overall pick status, quickly adjusted his game after encountering setbacks in the opening exchanges, amassing 12 points through a combination of drives and shots from beyond the arc during the first quarter. Nonetheless, despite his efforts, the team remained 18 points behind the Knicks by the end of the first period, a situation primarily instigated by Ning Chuan. The latter maintained his reputation as the king of the first quarter, skillfully racking up 22 points and dishing out 5 assists. Under Ning Chuan's leadership, the Knicks unleashed a torrential offensive onslaught. Chapter 87. Even a fool knows to choose us. Damn, this little brat indeed possesses some skill. DeLong Brooks seethed as he returned to the bench. At this juncture, the contest between the New York Knicks and the Memphis Grizzlies had progressed into the second quarter. In contrast to the Grizzlies' bench, the Knicks' reserves were evidently superior. After being revitalized by Ning Chuan, Tyler Herro exhibited a robust offensive desire from the outset, constantly engaging in plays and relentlessly running the court. Within just 6 minutes of playtime, he single-handedly contributed 13 points, effectively extinguishing the Grizzlies' hopes of a counterattack. Particularly noteworthy was Herro's impressive three-point play against Josh Jackson, which sent the crowd into a frenzy. The two rookies selected by the Knicks this year were indeed formidable. It was thought that with Ning Chuan, the Knicks would be invincible, yet they possessed yet another exceptional scorer on their bench. The highly efficient performances of Ning Chuan and Tyler Herro on the court prompted Smith on the sidelines to exclaim that the outcome of this game seemed inevitable. No one doubts their promising futures. Ning Chuan and Tyler Herro, the dynamic duo from the Kentucky Wildcats, are destined to make a significant impact this season. As the first half concluded, the visiting New York Knicks held a commanding 28-point lead over the Memphis Grizzlies. The home team was no match for the Knicks. Ultimately, The game concluded with the Knicks triumphantly overwhelming their opponents. The fans in attendance responded to this one-sided contest with enthusiastic applause. Both Ning Chuan and Harrow showcased their extraordinary talents, while Ja Morant, despite the loss, delivered an equally impressive performance. For the spectators, this was more than sufficient. Similarly, Grizzlies head coach Jenkins did not harbor excessive expectations for victory in this matchup. Morant is the cornerstone of the franchise, and the future of the Grizzlies remains bright. This season should focus on development, aiming to secure another promising rookie to complement Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. The Grizzlies aim for a balance of strategic rebuilding while nurturing Morant's growth, while the Knicks revel in their victory, with Ning Chuan and Harrow exhibiting their prowess. Both teams, along with the fans who attended the game, seemed to achieve their respective desires, except, of course, for Dillon Brooks, who was thoroughly outmatched defensively by Ning Chuan. Morant is undeniably a gifted young star, a fact I will never dispute. As the game concluded, analyst Barkley provided a final summary. But honestly, if the Memphis Grizzlies had traded up for a draft pick, I wonder if the outcome would have been different if they had selected Ning Chuan. In truth, even without this game, the Grizzlies management initially chose Ja Morant. After all, there had never been a scoring guard from the Eastern lands who had shown in the NBA, let alone selecting one with a top 3 draft pick. Yet, as the season progressed, the Grizzlies management began to regret their decision, just as Barkley indicated. Morant's talent is undeniable, but Ning Chuan's performance on both ends of the floor does not resemble that of a rookie. Instead, he appears to be a seasoned superstar in the NBA. Look at the New York Knicks now. They envisioned Ning Chuan's potential, which is why they were willing to sacrifice future draft picks to acquire him. The returns he has provided have been swift, making the Knicks one of the hottest teams in the league. Of course, in comparison to the New Orleans Pelicans, the Grizzlies did not engage in such dubious maneuvers. Ning, I have once again been bested by you. After the match, Morant took the initiative to approach Ning Chuan, expressing, "This feeling is utterly frustrating. Do you have time during this offseason? I would like us to train together." This game made the proud Morant acutely aware of the vast disparity between him and Ning Chuan. "Training? You wish to train with me?" Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ambitious sharpshooter would humble himself to train alongside him. However, to be candid, what exactly would we train on? Training to pursue supermodels? Or perhaps honing one's ball handling and shooting skills? Brother, I barely train myself. Nevertheless, acknowledging Morant's prowess, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Then let us strive for improvement together this summer. Having triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies, the New York Knicks gathered promptly, boarding their flight to New Orleans once more. The grueling away trip left them with a tightly packed schedule. Coach Thibodeau took multiple opportunities on the plane to relay tactical instructions to the players, realizing that once they landed, rest would be of the essence, leaving little time for strategy discussions. "Ning Chuan, next we face the Pelicans who discarded you," Thibodeau declared. While Hero, holding a book as a makeshift microphone, interviewed Ning Chuan, asking, "What do you have to say about this? What kind of statistics can we expect from you in this game?" From the draft, Hero had been skeptical of the Pelicans' management. How could they possibly believe that Zion Williamson surpassed Ning Chuan, and to trade him away after selecting him? To Hero, the Pelicans' decision to part with Ning Chuan was the most significant blunder of this year's draft. The second blunder, in his opinion, was trading the 8th pick to the Knicks, effectively undermining themselves. What more can I say? Ning Chuan smiled, acknowledging that Zion Williamson is indeed exceptionally talented, but it is contingent upon the comparison one makes. If I were removed from the equation, Zion would undoubtedly be the most gifted player among this year's rookies. The Pelicans management will surely regret their decision. Tyler Herro, however, was unperturbed, straightforwardly asserting, "If given the choice, I know we are the future of the league." It was a jest. The choice was obvious. Kevin Love also chimed in on the conversation between the two. Even a fool knows just how formidable the twin stars emerging from Kentucky truly are. Love's words instantly elicited laughter throughout the entire airplane. Tom Thibodeau refrained from disrupting the joyous atmosphere. Maintaining an unwavering mindset during a grueling away trip is of paramount importance. Furthermore, the camaraderie among players is a crucial determinant of how far they can advance this season. Throughout NBA history, numerous star-studded teams have crumbled due to internal discord. However, such issues will never arise within the Knicks. Chapter 88, The Beloved Ning Chuan and the Vilified Griffin on November 12th, in New Orleans, at the Smoothie King Center. The stands were overflowing with spectators. Almost all the fans directed their gaze towards the entrance of the visiting team's player tunnel. The Pelican supporters were aware that shortly, A young lad from Huaxia would emerge from this very spot. He had briefly belonged to them. He has arrived. At last. An astute fan was the first to spot Ning Chuan stepping out of the player tunnel. Ning Chuan, we cannot be without you. Just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Indeed, Ning Chuan, return. The doors of New Orleans are eternally open for you. Come home. We do not need Zion. Nor do we require R.J. Barrett. We only need you. The fans within the Smoothie King Center rose en masse, showering Ning Chuan with the most fervent applause. Faced with the overwhelming cheers, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a chorus of boos in New Orleans. Yet he was instead met with such an enthusiastic welcome. Ning Chuan had barely made his entrance when New Orleans Pelicans general manager David Griffin slowly emerged as well. However, what awaited him was an endless chorus of boos. How dare you show your face here? Get out of here, you are not welcome. Your decisions have caused the New Orleans Pelicans to miss out on a dynasty. This season, the Pelicans, boasting numerous young rookies, have managed a dismal record of just 1 win and 8 losses. Furthermore, the Duke duo acquired through the trade for Ning Chuan has produced lackluster performances. To date, R.J. Barrett averages 13, 4 points, 4, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist per game. While these statistics may seem decent, a shooting percentage of 38 and a 3-point percentage of 30 are indeed quite disappointing. As for Zion Williamson, who was expected to be a cornerstone of the team, in the season opener against the defending champions, the Toronto Raptors, Zion played only 6 minutes, scoring 2 points and grabbing 1 rebound before succumbing to injury. Due to ongoing weight issues, he currently has no definitive timeline for his return. Look here, this is the infamous David Griffin. Across the ocean. In a streaming room in China, Teacher Whale couldn't suppress the smile creeping up his lips as he watched the man on the broadcast. It was precisely his maneuvers during the draft that allowed the New York Knicks to acquire Ning Chuan. If I were allowed to cast a vote for the NBA's best general manager this year, I would undoubtedly cast my precious vote for him. Since commentating on a game featuring Ning Chuan, Teacher Whale has become a renowned basketball commentator in the country. His exceptional commentary skills, combined with his boundless praise for Ning Chuan, have garnered him a substantial following. Today's match promises to be thrilling. Observing the increasing number of viewers in the streaming room, Teacher Whale switched to personal mode. We have all witnessed Ning Chuan's scoring prowess, especially with the added motivation of facing his former team. I believe today, Ning Chuan might just challenge Kobe Bryant's record of 81 points. The scene shifts back to the Smoothie King Center. Ning, you are formidable. During the pregame warm-up, R.J. Barrett approached Ning Chuan first, but this is New Orleans, not New York. I don't believe you will perform exceptionally under my defense. R.J., I think you are not in a position to speak to me right now. In response to Barrett's provocation, Ning Chuan simply shrugged. It's not just you. Even Zion Williamson is unworthy of making threats in my presence. We are simply not on the same level. Having spoken, Ning Chuan turned and resumed his shooting practice, leaving Barrett with only a graceful silhouette. What audacity is this? One must remember, during high school, no one recognized you. However, Barrett had no intention of letting Ning Chuan off easily, directing a powerful retort at his back. I can see that I cannot compete with you now. I admit that I was once the true prodigy in high school. And you? Nobody knew you. We observe R.J. Barrett engaging Ning Chuan in a discussion about technique. In the live stream, upon witnessing the interaction between Ning Chuan and Barrett, Teacher Whale once again spoke with fervor. Barrett inquired of Ning Chuan how he managed to score high points in every game, how he achieved an astounding 75 points in a single match. In the NBA, seeking advice is not shameful. On the court, the warm-up for both teams swiftly concluded, and the starting players took to the floor. For the New Orleans Pelicans, Lonzo Ball, Josh Hart, R.J. Barrett, Ingram, and Hayes. The New York Knicks starting lineup remained unchanged. Brogdon, Bojan, Grant, Kevin Love, and their core player, Ning Chuan. From the opening tip-off, the visiting New York Knicks firmly seized absolute control of the game. In the first offensive play, Ning Chuan utilized a double screen from Love and Grant on the wing to break free and sank a three-pointer. Following a missed shot from the Pelicans, the Knicks executed a brilliant alley-oop play between Ning Chuan and Brogdon during a fast break. As Brogdon pushed the pace, he occasionally glanced towards Ning Chuan, drawing defensive attention before flicking his wrist to send the ball soaring into the air. Ning Chuan, sprinting in from the wing, caught the ball with one hand midair and then executed a powerful two-handed slam, establishing a dream start with a 5-0 lead and setting the tone for the game. The first quarter transformed into a showcase for the New York Knicks, or rather, a personal exhibition for Ning Chuan. Whether it was Barrett or Ingram defending him, they could only be overwhelmed. As the first quarter concluded, Ning Chuan had once again demonstrated his prowess, scoring 24 points in a single quarter, aiding the Knicks to a staggering 44-20 lead over the Pelicans. Tell me, why did you trade away Ning Chuan? Following the first quarter, some overly passionate Pelicans fans approached David Griffin, expressing their fervent discontent. Have you lost your mind? Faced with the confrontational fan, Griffin, somewhat helpless, could only summon security to escort the disruptive individual out of the venue. Yet, with one warrior falling, it ignited the spirit of many more. F. David. F. David. F. David. Soon, the entire arena erupted with an ear-splitting chorus of insults. Faced with the fervent outpouring of nearly 20,000 fans, David Griffin could only rise and exit the venue. Little did he realize that from this very moment, his tenure as the general manager of the Pelicans was drawing to a close. Chapter 89. Having missed Kobe. Do not let Ning Chuan slip away. Ning Chuan had completely lost his mind. The New Orleans Pelicans appeared as mere toys before him. His scoring prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Observe this play, another mesmerizing spin followed by a graceful fadeaway jumper. Let us not overlook his physical gifts. With a ground pass from Brogdon, Ning Chuan leaped into the air, executing a one-armed tomahawk dunk. In the United States, at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, the commentators from TNT were already in a frenzy. Not only were the two announcers exhilarated, but the fans in the arena were also elated, swept away by Ning Chuan's successive scoring waves. Although this game was an away match for the Knicks, witnessing Ning Chuan's first-half performance of 42 points, the fans were thoroughly entertained, even amidst the tension. Moreover, Ning Chuan had once belonged to them, though it was only for a brief moment. He was indeed drafted by their Pelicans. In a sense, Ning Chuan was one of their own. While the fans were in high spirits, Byron Davis, a legendary figure in Pelicans history, seated courtside, could not share in the joy. As the franchise's first third overall pick, Byron Davis looked at Zion Williamson, also a third overall pick, clad in a suit on the bench, and could no longer contain his frustration, muttering curses under his breath. His anger was palpable. Ning Chuan's performance has indeed been nothing short of spectacular. He possesses a remarkable affinity for this vibrant young talent. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this prodigious youth, who is spearheading New York's resurgence, was destined to be the savior of the New Orleans Pelicans. How could the utterly misguided David Griffin have personally facilitated his departure? What he relinquished was far beyond a mere first overall pick. He potentially sacrificed the very dynasty of the Pelicans. If only Ning Chuan had remained alongside Anthony Davis, the combination of these two formidable players would have been terrifyingly potent. Wait. It seems that the Knicks' stellar sixth man, Tyler Herro, was also a casualty of Griffin's misguided decisions? Goodness, in a single draft, he let slip two extraordinary scorers while retaining an R.J. Barrett who can only seem to miss shots and a Zion Williamson who has become unrecognizably overweight? Is this truly the masterstroke Griffin speaks of? I can hardly believe it. Ultimately, Ning Chuan lit up the scoreboard with 52 points in just 3 quarters, establishing a staggering 26-point lead before effortlessly clocking out. 52 points. Once again, Ning Chuan achieved this remarkable feat. I have lost count of how many times he has reached such heights this season. Perhaps, in this league, no one can stand in his way. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, do not let the opportunity to witness the greatness of Ning Chuan slip by. Ning Chuan, under the fervent cheers of the audience, was substituted off the court, prompting the two commentators to shower him with effusive praise. Though their compliments bordered on hyperbole, their arguments were well-founded, leaving the fans unable to find any flaws in their assertions. Ultimately, the match concluded with the New York Knicks decisively defeating the New Orleans Pelicans, marking the Pelicans' 4th consecutive loss and securing the Knicks' 10th victory of the season. This victory also represented the Knicks' remarkable 10-game winning streak. The New York Knicks have successfully undergone a transformation, building their team around Ning Chuan, which bodes well for their future glory. In contrast, the rebuilding journey for the New Orleans Pelicans remains a formidable challenge ahead. As the game ended, the commentators continued to revel in their commendations for Ning Chuan. This prodigious talent from Huaxia truly deserves all the accolades. Frankly, it is rare to encounter a young player who embodies such a harmonious blend of offensive and defensive prowess as Ning Chuan. After the game, Byron Davis, during a media interview, bestowed the highest praise upon Ning Chuan, declaring that he would become a legend, akin to Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Should he surpass them in the future, do not be astonished. After extolling Ning Chuan, Davis could not resist criticizing the New Orleans Pelicans, lamenting how unfathomable it was that such a gifted young talent could be relinquished by the Pelicans management. He professed that he would willingly trade away all the young players on the current roster rather than part with Ning Chuan. Following these remarks, seemingly unsatisfied, Davis expressed a few expletives directed at the camera. I can fully empathize with Byron Davis's sentiments at that moment. Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau, sporting a broad smile, suggested that Davis should consider subscribing to the Knicks game package, as Ning Chuan consistently delivers performances of such caliber. Why was Byron Davis so exhilarated? It was simply due to Ning Chuan's extraordinary display on the court. In Thibodeau's eyes, this is the standard Ning Chuan sets every day. It is understandable that Davis, witnessing Ning Chuan's game for the first time in person, would be somewhat overwhelmed. After a few more games, he will surely adjust. Of course, Thibodeau would never voice such thoughts. Coach Thibodeau, next you will be heading to Los Angeles. A TNT reporter quickly interjected. Your opponents will be the Los Angeles Clippers and Lakers. Given the formidable nature of these opponents, and the fact that your team is facing back-to-back games, what are your thoughts on this? The Los Angeles Lakers and Clippers, as the Twin Titans of Los Angeles, have both acquired superstars this season. At the onset of the season, there may have been challenges in their cohesion, but as the season progresses, the dynamic duo of Los Angeles has found its rhythm. As noted by a TNT reporter, the consecutive away games coupled with matches against formidable opponents indeed pose a significant challenge for the Knicks. Are they a strong team? In front of the camera, Thibodeau calmly stated, "We have triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers at home and defeated the Boston Celtics at the North Shore Garden. They are all teams within the league, and my comments do not imply that we are a strong team." He paused momentarily before continuing. However, the strong teams you refer to are not invincible in our eyes. With Ning Chuan on our side, we shall not fear any opponent. Chapter 90. The reverence for Ning Chuan as the new face of the league? At this moment, the owner of the New Orleans Pelicans is overwhelmed with frustration. Just moments ago, his team suffered another significant defeat on their home court, this time against the New York Knicks, with whom they had previously engaged in a trade during this year's draft. This loss marks the Pelicans' fourth consecutive defeat. Out of the 10 games played thus far this season, the team has managed to secure only one victory. Their dismal record has left them languishing at the bottom of the league standings, seemingly on a path towards securing the first overall pick once again. Yet, the irony lies in the fact that they had recently obtained a first overall pick, maximizing its potential by bringing in Zion Williamson and RJ Barrett. Under normal circumstances, the Pelicans should have been poised for success. The youthful combination of Ball, Ingram, Hart, RJ Barrett, Zion Williamson, and Hayes should have soared. However, contrary to expectations, everything is deteriorating. Zion's recurring injury issues have become a significant liability, and with his weight continuously increasing, a definitive return date remains elusive. There is a strong possibility that he may miss the entire season due to injury. Additionally, tensions regarding the tactical roles of Ingram and RJ Barrett have sparked disputes, creating an unsettled atmosphere in the locker room since the very first day of the season. The internal conflict between the two core players is bound to lead to a collapse of the team's offensive and defensive systems. Ingram has had little opportunity to showcase his improved skills, if any progress has even been made at all. The New Orleans Pelicans, who once believed they were poised for a prosperous season, have found themselves reverting to last year's dismal state. The most critical issue is that they had a chance to undergo a swift rebuild, much like the New York Knicks, who currently stand at 10 wins and 0 losses atop the league. Looking at their young players, the frustration of the New Orleans Pelicans owner is palpable. Not only that, the heartbreak for the Pelicans owner extends beyond these issues. The various slogans displayed by home fans have pierced his heart deeply. In nearly every game, the Pelicans supporters seem indifferent to the team's victories or defeats. Instead, they revel in raising an array of signs, delivering stinging critiques to the home team time and again. Sell the team. You are utterly unworthy of being the owner of the Pelicans. What we need is Ning Chuan, not the nonsensical RJ Barrett, and certainly not Zion Williamson. Abandoning Ning Chuan equates to forfeiting the opportunity to create a dynasty. David Griffin ought to bear the consequences of his choices. He should consider retiring. However, this is not the most devastating blow. Following the conclusion of the game, numerous media reporters swiftly reported on Byron Davis's remarks after watching the Knicks versus Pelicans match. Davis, in front of the camera, unleashed a barrage of criticism directed at the Pelicans management. Soon after, So-called experts began analyzing the New Orleans Pelicans' performance this year. Given the current circumstances, the Pelicans are poised to be the foremost contenders for the top draft pick this season. They could have built around Ning Chuan and Anthony Davis, both Kentucky alumni. Yet, David Griffin has willingly relinquished both players. As the experts have stated, it is highly probable that the New Orleans Pelicans will possess the top draft pick for 2 consecutive seasons. But even if they finish at the bottom, will the league truly grant them another top pick? The answer is evidently no. In NBA history, no team has ever secured the top draft pick for 2 successive seasons through a tanking strategy. They once had the chance to rebuild instantaneously. Yet, the team's general manager, David Griffin, has personally condemned the future of the franchise. If I were the owner of the Pelicans, I would have already dismissed David Griffin. Perhaps they still have a chance to turn everything around. During the TNT evening talk show, Shaquille O'Neal began to offer strategies to the desperate Pelicans management. Although the team's performance has not been stellar and has not met external expectations, let us not forget the abundance of young talent within the Pelicans roster. They could trade away half of their young players in exchange for a superstar. Indeed, Lonzo Ball and Brandon Ingram should serve as the core of their rebuilding efforts. While I believe trading Zion and others would be prudent, it must be said that the current Pelicans management must pursue trades to effectuate change. Meanwhile, Adam Silver, the then president of the NBA, was simultaneously engrossed in the game between the New York Knicks and the New Orleans Pelicans. After Ning Chuan once again erupted for an astonishing 52 points in 3 quarters, Silver's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such remarkable scoring feats in the first 10 games of his rookie season, Ning Chuan had undeniably become one of the hottest players in the league. The positive impact he brought to the NBA was laid bare before Adam Silver. Just one player, Ning Chuan, exhibited such extraordinary talent. What if he were to be heralded as the new face of the NBA, as legends like LeBron James and Kevin Durant began to fade? It was time for the league to embrace a newcomer as its new emblem. Furthermore, Ning Chuan's performance both on and off the court was undeniably exceptional. With such prowess, why should there be any concern about the NBA lacking excitement after James's retirement? More importantly, Silver had just received a report regarding viewership in China, revealing that NBA ratings had reached an all-time high, surpassing even the peak era of Yao Ming. In other words, the Chinese market had fully embraced the NBA. Should Ning Chuan be promoted as the new face of the league, Adam Silver had every reason to believe that the NBA's global influence would experience exponential growth. Perhaps Ning Chuan was indeed the answer the league had been seeking. With that thought in mind, the bald executive rose from his seat and gazed toward the distant Madison Square Garden. However, Ning Chuan was not a homegrown star of the United States. Would his promotion be met with skepticism? Yet, the emerging stars in the U.S. paled in comparison to Ning Chuan. It was unfortunate. One could only blame them for their shortcomings. After contemplating all this, Silver comfortably settled into a chair. After all, it was a commercial league. And as long as it was profitable, that was what truly mattered. Chapter 91. Navigating Taylor Swift Respected Queen, as Night Descends Upon the City of Angels. Do you require the company of a young and robust gentleman to share a delightful evening? Upon arriving at the hotel with his team in Los Angeles, Ning Chuan eagerly dialed Taylor Swift's number. As the second leading lady in this unfolding drama, he was merely a step away from winning her over. Moreover, after experiencing Swift's exquisite eloquence, Ning Chuan found himself quite captivated. "Haha, you've arrived in Los Angeles? If you don't mind the paparazzi, then come on over." Taylor's laughter rang through the phone. Why is it that those pesky paparazzi seem to be everywhere? Ning Chuan felt somewhat disheartened and muttered a curse under his breath. "Haha, I was just joking. I am currently in the villa I purchased earlier this year, a place known to very few outsiders." Upon hearing this, the astute Ning Chuan could easily discern the implications behind Mei Mei's words. "All right, send me the location on my phone, and I will head over shortly." With that, Ning Chuan decisively hung up the call, retrieved a hat and sunglasses from his backpack, and then went to the adjacent room to summon Hilo to embark on their journey together. "Ning Chuan, don't you think an explanation is in order?" Upon arriving at the designated location and gazing at the reconfigured villa district, Hilo appeared somewhat speechless. "Wasn't it agreed that we would experience a local party in Los Angeles tonight? What on earth are you bringing me here for?" "Hold your tongue for now." Ning Chuan disregarded Hiro, making a gesture for silence instead. After a careful observation and confirming the absence of paparazzi, he instructed, "You should wander around and see if there are any photographers lurking." "What are you saying?" Hiro pointed to himself, incredulously asking, "You want me to wander around? Brother, are we really here to attend a party? Damn it, If you hadn't told me there was a party to experience the charm of local beauties in Los Angeles, would I be out with you at this late hour? Now that we've arrived, you want me to scout around for paparazzi. What about the party, my friend? Brother. I truly apologize for this. Ning Chuan replied earnestly after his confirmation of his surroundings. When we return to New York, I will ensure that Charity introduces you to a supermodel girlfriend. For now, I must go on my date, and you should head back. With that said, Ning Chuan accelerated, dashing towards Taylor Swift's villa without a backward glance. Hero was left in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend how his good friend could so decisively abandon him. Not even looking back. If I trust you again in the future, I'll be your grandson. What could Hero do? He could only keep an eye out for paparazzi while returning to the hotel where the team was staying. Meanwhile, upon reaching the villa's entrance, Ning Chuan rang the doorbell and, removing his sunglasses to reveal his handsome visage, awaited Taylor's confirmation. Click. The tightly secured door opened automatically. With a slight smirk, Ning Chuan swiftly entered the restricted area. As he ran, he muttered, "Goodness, sneaking in to see a woman is truly no easy feat." Moments later, he laid eyes upon the object of his desire, Taylor Swift, who was clad in a light green fitted top paired with yoga pants. Her golden locks elegantly tied into a high ponytail. "Come on in." Taylor moved aside to allow Ning Chuan entry. Upon stepping inside, he quickly removed his jacket and hat, then turned to embrace Taylor, lifting her effortlessly. Naturally, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her strong legs encircling his waist as they exchanged passionate kisses, moving towards the living room until she finally paused, breathless. "First, let me secure myself. I'll fetch you something to drink." While Taylor went to get drinks, Ning Chuan began to explore her lavish villa. "Sister, isn't this villa a bit extravagant?" Ning Chuan accepted the juice offered by Taylor Swift, wrapping his arms around her. A faint smile graced Taylor's face as she remarked, "What can one do with such extravagance? Spending every night in solitude is no small feat for an elder sister." As Ning Chuan finished the juice, eager to transition into a more intimate state, Taylor playfully chided, "You're all sweaty. Wait, let me draw the curtains first." Although few were privy to their rendezvous, the risk of being discovered could swiftly catapult them into the limelight. After all, Ning Chuan had a legitimate girlfriend outside. If paparazzi were to catch wind of the situation, how would it look for a pop diva to be labeled a mistress? Taylor's illustrious reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Once the curtains were hastily drawn, Taylor turned to Ning Chuan, who impatiently tugged at her top. With a resigned sigh, she raised her arms, allowing him to remove it with ease. 10 minutes later, the living room of the villa was filled with Taylor's soft cries, accompanied by the battle call of Ning Chuan's advances. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task and intercepting Taylor Swift. Ding! Rewards are now available. Please select one attribute to elevate to maximum level." Opening the data panel, it revealed, name, Ning Chuan height, 198 centimeters weight, 90 kilograms wingspan, 210 centimeters star integration. Edward's physical attributes, speed, 100, strength, 85, jumping, 90, stamina, 85, endurance, 80, vitality, 90 offensive skills, close-range shooting, 90, mid-range shooting, 90, three-point shooting, 95, low-post skills, 85, layup, 80, dunking, 90 defensive skills, stealing, 80, blocking, 70, ball defense, 85, off-ball defense, 80, rebounding, 80 organizational skills, passing, 100, vision, 80 overall evaluation, 92, star level. I choose endurance. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan resolved to elevate his endurance to the maximum level. Ding! Endurance 8100, upgrade complete. Congratulations, overall attribute rating has risen to 93. Star level. To validate the system's excellence, Ning Chuan once again directed his gaze towards the resting Mimi, who lay languidly upon the bed. "Ning Chuan, what are you doing? How could you? Oh dear, I was wrong. Please, father, don't. Chapter 92, Superhero Ning Chuan. On the following morning, Mimi's meticulously styled high ponytail had unraveled into a chaotic mess. Her once weary body had, after several hours of repose, nearly regained its vigor. As she gazed at the still slumbering Ning Chuan beside her, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. What a mischievous fellow. Nonetheless, it was undeniably quite comfortable. After a night of shared experiences, it seemed that some barriers had been shattered between them, particularly on Mimi's part. At this moment, Her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. After all, this marked her second encounter with Ning Chuan. During their initial meeting, although Ning Chuan had exerted a certain coercion, had she not steadfastly maintained her boundaries, he would not have succeeded. As for the second encounter, it appeared to be entirely of her own volition. When she recalled the moment Ning Chuan had soared with her, a fleeting realization washed over her. Had she perhaps developed feelings for this little rascal before her? Sister, what are you staring at? Meanwhile, noticing Mimi's entranced gaze upon him, Ning Chuan embraced her petite form gently, inquiring softly, "Do you wish to experience it once more?" And no. At Ning Chuan's words, Mimi involuntarily shivered, hastily pressing her face against his chest. Sister definitely doesn't want to see the sun tomorrow. And you, dear brother, are truly quite cruel. My voice is hoarse. As if recalling something, Mimi swiftly shifted the topic, her tone softening. Are you hungry now? A bit. Shall we go out to eat? After several hours of exertion, despite Ning Chuan's robust physique and the support of his system, he could not suppress the gnawing hunger brought on by his exertions. Why go out? There are still some provisions in the kitchen. Let me prepare something. With that, Mimi propped herself up, casting aside the covers and stepping out of bed, utterly unperturbed by her state of undress on display before Ning Chuan. Sister, wait a moment. Gazing at her enchanting silhouette, Ning Chuan hastily exclaimed, I'll get up too. How about we take a shower together? As he spoke, Ning Chuan extended an arm to encircle her waist, planting a kiss upon her cherry lips. However, following the kiss, the corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched, betraying his awkwardness. With a hint of a smirk that danced on her lips, Mei regarded Ning Chuan with a somewhat pained expression, letting out a delicate huff as she pushed him away and turned to stride into the kitchen. Damn it, what impeccable timing. Today, the gaze of football fans across the globe is undoubtedly fixed upon the Staples Center in Los Angeles. The Staples Center in Los Angeles. The excitement from the TNT commentator Smith is palpable. The newly formed Galactic Empire, the Los Angeles Clippers, are set to face off against the current first-ranked team in the Eastern Conference, the New York Knicks, on their home turf. Just yesterday, the Knicks battled against the Pelicans in New Orleans, and today they find themselves in the City of Angels, contending with back-to-back away games. Meanwhile, the Clippers have just triumphed over the Denver Nuggets in their last match, riding a wave of momentum. As Smith pointed out, the Knicks, fresh from their encounter with New Orleans, have flown overnight to Los Angeles to challenge the Clippers. The home team, the Clippers, recently saw Paul George and Kawhi Leonard combine for an impressive 70 points against the Nuggets, maintaining their fiery form, regardless of the inherent strengths of both teams. An examination of their recent performances suggests that the Clippers hold a distinct advantage on their home court. More critically, the Knicks possess only Ning Chuan worthy of being labeled a superstar, while players like Love, Brogdon, and Grant collectively barely measure up. In stark contrast, the Los Angeles Clippers boast the undeniable prowess of both Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, two genuine superstars. Moreover, their roster depth is formidable, featuring former Sixth Man of the Year awardees such as Lou Williams and Montrezl Harrell, alongside contributors like Zubac, Morris, and Kennard. Although Ning Chuan once led his team to victory over the Philadelphia 76ers, who boasted a Big Four, those players pale in comparison to the Clippers star duo. Today may very well present Ning Chuan with the most challenging battle of his rookie season. Taking all factors into account, analyst Barkley offers his perspective from the commentary booth. The Los Angeles Clippers, now on the right track, harbor no fear of any adversary and possess the capacity to vanquish any opponent. Ning Chuan's performance this season has undoubtedly distinguished him as an unparalleled presence in the league. The New York Knicks have achieved an impressive record of 10 wins and 0 losses since the beginning of the season, showcasing their undeniable strength. Yet, how can one Ning Chuan withstand the formidable onslaught of George and Leonard? Today, the Knicks may very well face a formidable challenge. The predicament Ning Chuan currently finds himself in is reminiscent of the challenges faced by Leonard and George in the past, in a league that seemingly eschews alliances. Can one truly aspire to conquer powerful teams and secure the championship solely through individual effort? Such aspirations are, without a doubt, the musings of a dreamer. Examining the roster of the Los Angeles Clippers, one cannot deny their exceptional standing within the league. During the pregame warm-up, Ning Chuan took the microphone, boldly proclaiming that what they refer to as a galactic fleet is merely a paper tiger. As the match between the Knicks and the Clippers approached, fans worldwide were choosing sides, with overwhelming support favoring the New York Knicks. While George and Leonard boast a considerable fan base, many are disillusioned by their actions during the off-season. Although they successfully formed their so-called galactic fleet, the perception of the Los Angeles Clippers has plummeted, largely due to Leonard's antics with the Los Angeles Lakers. As the global media has been keen to highlight, Leonard, who teamed up with George over the summer, has emerged as the league's new antagonist, while the prodigious talent Ning Chuan, hailing from the Kentucky Wildcats, has ascended to the role of a true superhero. Fans eagerly anticipate the classic narrative of a superhero triumphing over a villain. I have been a supporter of Ning Chuan since his college days. Conversely, Paul George, during a media interview, expressed his admiration for Ning Chuan, lauding his unparalleled dominance on both ends of the court. It is difficult to fathom that a rookie could achieve such extraordinary statistics and team success. As George spoke, he suddenly paused, shifting to the main topic at hand. Addressing the pregame comments from fans, he remarked, "Are we now labeled as the league's villains? Brother, these are paths that LeBron James has traversed before. We are merely following in his footsteps." One must acknowledge George's adeptness at deflecting blame. Are we forming alliances? Brother, James began this endeavor back in 2011. In this league, without alliances, how can one even discuss championship aspirations? Chapter 93, The World Awaits, Ning Chuan vs. Clippers Twin Stars. The core players of both teams have concluded their pregame interviews, and the anticipation for this match has reached its zenith. Whether in the United States or in various streaming channels across China, the excitement is unprecedented. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, the officiating referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match between the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Clippers. The starting lineup for the New York Knicks remains steadfast, comprising Brogdon, Bojan, Grant, Kevin Love, and the team's indisputable linchpin, Ning Chuan. On the other hand, the Los Angeles Clippers presented their starting five: Beverly, George, Leonard, Morris, and the pivotal center, Zubac. Ning Chuan and the twin stars of the Clippers made their respective appearances. And in a rare display of camaraderie, the typically reticent Leonard gestured towards Ning Chuan with a finger, signaling a greeting. Ning Chuan, with hands placed on his hips, nodded in acknowledgement, responding to the former. "Are you acquainted with Kawhi Leonard?" The interaction between the two prompted Bojan to inquire. "I am not familiar with him." Ning Chuan's response is remarkably straightforward. "So why did he greet you? Should you not reciprocate? What else could you do? Should I simply shake my head?" Ning Chuan cast a glance at Bojan and declared, "Morris is entrusted to you. Grant and Kawhi Leonard are your responsibility. Beverly is your Brogdon. George is under my purview." Today, the New York Knicks' defensive matchups were remarkably strategic. Logically, the Knicks' current lineup is commendable. Brogdon, Bojan, and Kevin Love can create space for Ning Chuan on the offensive end, while Grant can effectively monitor the opposing team's key player on defense. However, when facing a team like the Clippers, boasting a dynamic duo, Ning Chuan must focus on one. Should the team acquire another exceptional 3-and-D player, Ning Chuan's task would become significantly easier. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan's gaze shifted to OG Anunoby on the bench. This sophomore might soon become his most reliable partner. As the centers positioned themselves at midcourt, the referee tossed the ball high into the air. In the next moment, Kevin Love and Zubac leaped almost simultaneously. Despite both centers not possessing remarkable jumping ability, Zubac, with his height advantage, managed to tap the ball into Beverly's hands. The Los Angeles Clippers, playing at home, seized the opening offensive possession. Beverly slowly advanced the ball up the court and, just past half-court, passed it to Leonard at the elbow. Thud. As Leonard received the ball, he faced Grant's defense without hesitation. With a deft shot fake that sent the defender flying, he sidestepped for a mid-range jumper that found its mark. 2-0. The Los Angeles Clippers struck first. At this juncture, Leonard is at the pinnacle of his career. Whether in terms of personal skill on the court or external acclaim, he exudes the aura of the current top player in the NBA, while Grant possesses formidable defensive abilities. He is simply not on the same level as Leonard. As the teams transitioned, the New York Knicks advanced past half-court. Brogdon orchestrated the offense from the arc, passing the ball to Kevin Love in the low post. Love, receiving the ball with his back to the basket, refrained from initiating personal offense, instead waiting for Ning Chuan's movement. On the wing, Ning Chuan was engaged in a relentless off-ball struggle against his defender, Paul George. George's defensive prowess ranks among the elite in the league, and his various pursuit-style defenses made Ning Chuan uncomfortable. Yet, Ning Chuan's off-ball speed proved more agile. After several quick stops and bursts, he finally created some space to receive the ball. Love, with swift perception, quickly fed the ball to Ning Chuan. With a positional advantage, Ning Chuan caught the ball beyond the three-point line and released it with alacrity. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. 3-2. The visiting New York Knicks took the lead. This is Ning Chuan. On the sidelines, Smith passionately declared, even when confronted by Paul George's tenacious defense. Ning Chuan still manages to seize the opportunity and send the ball into the net. Indeed, for a scorer of Ning Chuan's caliber, this is hardly surprising. Barkley chimed in. The defender can only pray to the heavens. Turning back to the game, the Clippers initiated their attack, with Beverly facilitating the ball to Leonard. In this matchup, Leonard undeniably represents the Clippers' most advantageous asset. Grant, whether in height, wingspan, or even in physical confrontation, struggles to contain Leonard. Moreover, he is up against the very player who recently dismantled the Warriors dynasty. With a swift crossover dribble, Leonard maneuvered past Grant, and as he faced Love's imminent defense, he executed a graceful layup. The score stood at 4-3, with both teams exchanging leads. Grant simply could not hold back Leonard. This is an unavoidable reality. Grant's defensive prowess undoubtedly ranks among the league's elite, yet he is tasked with guarding Kawhi Leonard. While Grant typically enjoys a significant advantage against most forwards in the league, against Leonard, his only recourse is to implore the divine for assistance. Nonetheless, Coach Thibodeau remained unfazed by Grant's early struggles against Leonard, opting not to make any adjustments. Leonard continued to dominate Grant on the offensive end. Ning Chuan dominated Paul George on the offensive end. As the Knicks advanced, Malcolm Brogdon made his way up the court and noticed Ning Chuan signaling for the ball. He promptly passed it to him and swiftly moved to the left corner, creating space for Ning Chuan. Boom. The moment the basketball touched his hands, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the Staples Center. Why such exuberance? This is Los Angeles. After all, the Los Angeles Lakers are the true monarchs of this city. Moreover, Kawhi Leonard's antics during the offseason have ensured that the Staples Center will be rife with tension. Ning Chuan, you won't get past him. On the court, George, lowering his center of gravity while keeping an eye on Ning Chuan's dribbling, taunted him. If I were you, I would hand the ball off to a teammate. Are you so certain? Unfazed by George's trash talk, Ning Chuan remained focused on his teammates' movements and the timing of the attack. I believe I would prefer Kawhi to guard me. With that, Ning Chuan executed a swift back-to-the-basket dribble followed by a dramatic change of direction, easily shaking off his defender. Boom. After slipping past George, Ning Chuan surged into the paint, soaring into the air for a one-handed tomahawk dunk just before Zubac could contest. 5-4. Chapter 94, a one-man show against the entire Clippers team. What a thrilling display of personal offense. Ning Chuan epitomizes the archetype of a fierce competitor who speaks little, executing a flawless penetration through the Clippers' defense with no superfluous movements. He effortlessly evaded Paul George's defense with a series of smooth dribble moves. This play not only showcased Ning Chuan's formidable scoring ability but also highlighted his explosive athleticism. Paul George's defensive prowess is undoubtedly among the elite in the NBA. Yet he seemed inadequate against Ning Chuan. Coach, this is precisely why I idolize Ning Chuan. At the University of Memphis, in the campus gym, James Wiseman, watching the Knicks vs. Clippers game, pointed at the footage of Ning Chuan's defensive play. If I could also shake off Paul George and execute a thunderous dunk, I would be the hottest prospect in next year's draft. The head coach of the University of Memphis was utterly uninterested in Wiseman's comments. What are you, a center, trying to learn from Ning Chuan for? Yet, this was somewhat his own fault. Why did he suggest Wiseman watch Ning Chuan's game? Initially, the coach intended for him to learn from Ning Chuan's collegiate journey, encouraging him to showcase his own talent in the NCAA to help the team win a championship. However, the astute Wiseman showed no interest in Ning Chuan's past. Instead, he aimed to emulate Ning Chuan's playing style. So, I suppose I should start practicing my dribbling. Within the confines of the television screen, Ning Chuan and the dynamic duo of the Clippers continue to showcase their extraordinary talents on both ends of the court. James Wiseman candidly expressed, if one day I master all of Ning Chuan's techniques, I shall become the most dominant center in NBA history. Years from now, people will no longer speak of Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, or Shaquille O'Neal. They will only discuss James Wiseman. In Wiseman's eyes, Ning Chuan is akin to a reflection of himself among centers. The scene shifts back to the Staples Center in Los Angeles. As the first half of the game between the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Clippers draws to a close, it becomes apparent that the main narrative of the match is not solely about Ning Chuan versus the Clippers' twin stars, but rather Ning Chuan against the entire Clippers team. Prior to the game, it was widely anticipated that Kawhi Leonard would engage in a duel with Ning Chuan. and Paul George would also challenge him on both offensive and defensive fronts. However, as the first half concluded, a glance at the statistics unveiled a startling truth. It was Ning Chuan alone who kept the Knicks tightly in contention on the road. At halftime, the Clippers, playing at home, held a slender lead of 68-64 over the Knicks, marking the first instance this season that New York found themselves trailing at the half. It must be acknowledged that the grueling schedule and consecutive back-to-back games have indeed taken a toll on the Knicks roster. Kawhi Leonard demonstrated remarkable efficiency, hitting 12 of 16 shots for a total of 26 points in the first half. Paul George delivered a more rounded performance, contributing 10 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The formidable duo of Lou Williams and Montrezl Harrell, coming off the bench, combined for 22 points, epitomizing the essence of a true galactic fleet. In this encounter, the Los Angeles Clippers maximized their roster advantages, yet the New York Knicks equally showcased their unique attributes. From the commentary booth, Smith reviewed the statistics. The team's young leader, Ning Chuan, had played 22 minutes in the first half, achieving an astonishing 44 points, the highest of the game. A remarkable 44 points in just one half. In a remarkable display, Ning Chuan's individual score surpassed that of the Clippers' dynamic duo. More significantly, Ning Chuan faced relentless defense from Paul George throughout the match. In stark contrast, under Ning Chuan's defensive prowess, George managed to score a mere 10 points. From our understanding, neither team exerted their full strength. During halftime, Charles Barkley noted that the Los Angeles Clippers head coach, Tyronn Lue, consistently employed Zubac, neglecting to deploy their formidable death lineup. As the final quarter approached, the formidable quintet of George, Leonard, Morris, Harrell, and Lou Williams emerged, presenting a daunting challenge for the Knicks' defense. Conversely, the Knicks similarly refrained from utilizing their strongest lineup. In their previous victory over the Philadelphia 76ers, they had unleashed a potent small ball lineup in the second half, which many media analysts deemed a secret weapon. The combination of Tyler Herro, Malcolm Brogdon, OG Anunoby, Grant, and Ning Chuan constituted the Knicks' most formidable ensemble. Both teams possess hidden strengths, rendering the outcome of the match uncertain. The question looms, would Tyronn Lue or Tom Thibodeau make the first strategic move in the second half? Undoubtedly, this would be a focal point of the game. The team that initiates the first offensive strategy may have a significant chance to conclude the match swiftly. Yet, the countering team could also find themselves in a position of advantage. Ultimately, Smith and Barkley placed the fate of the game squarely in the hands of the two head coaches. The tactical duel between Lue and Thibodeau is likely to determine the match's outcome. As halftime concluded, both team starters re-entered the court, and neither the Knicks nor the Clippers altered their lineups. The Knicks initiated the attack first, as Brogdon advanced the ball into the front court. He suddenly realized that the Clippers had adjusted their defensive strategy for the second half. They employed a zone defense against the unguarded Ning Chuan beyond the left three-point arc. However, this defense proved ineffective against Ning Chuan. With a series of dazzling dribbles, Ning Chuan accelerated through the gap between George and Beverly, penetrating the paint with the grace of a whirlwind. As he confronted Zubac, who attempted to contest, Ning Chuan leapt, completing the challenge midair and emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. The resounding dunk reverberated, causing the rim to tremble. Simultaneously, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue promptly called for a timeout. In the opening round of the second half, Tyronn Lue surprisingly called a timeout. From the commentary booth, Smith passionately exclaimed, "I must say, even though the Clippers have altered their defensive strategy, they still find it challenging to contain Ning Chuan. This is Ning Chuan. This is the King of New York." Chapter 95. Did you not seek an opportunity? Upon the resumption, the entire audience began to stir with excitement. The reason was simple. In the very first possession of the second half, Tyronn Lue substituted the offensive voids, Beverly and Zubac, from the starting lineup, replacing them with the dynamic sixth-man duo of Lou Williams and Montrezl Harrell. The Los Angeles Clippers were the first to make adjustments in the second half. George, in the backcourt, was determined to advance the ball past midcourt, and without hesitation, he lowered his shoulder and made a decisive step forward against Ning Chuan's defense. Ning Chuan's defensive prowess is beyond question. However, thwarting the relentless assault of an all-star player proves to be a formidable challenge. In contrast, he relishes the sensation of providing assistance and delivering emphatic blocks. The Clippers' number 13 surged into the paint like a bulldozer, executing a Euro step followed by a reverse layup that found the net. 70-66. The Los Angeles Clippers, competing on their home turf, extended their lead to 4 points once more. When When Paul George finds his rhythm on the offensive end, even Ning Chuan struggles to contain him. Indeed, it is evident from their respective systems that George is undeniably in the lead. In the commentary booth, Smith and Barkley swiftly analyzed the recent positional play. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the Knicks capitalized on Ning Chuan's ability to draw attention on the offensive end, allowing Brogdon to sink a three-pointer. 70-69. Turning back, one of the Clippers' twin stars, Leonard, picked up the mantle from George. Faced with Grant's defense, he executed a series of crossovers before landing a mid-range jumper with precision. Beep. As Leonard's shot found its mark, the referee on the sidelines blew the whistle. Leonard not only breached Grant's defense, but he also drew a foul from the defender. Upon recognizing the referee's signal, Smith in the commentary booth erupted with enthusiasm. This presents an opportunity for a three-point play. MVP. 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 Simultaneously, the Staples Center, which had been enveloped in silence, finally erupted in cheers of MVP following Leonard's successful 2-1 play. Regrettably, Leonard's free throw did not find its target, and the rebound was securely collected by the New York Knicks. Kevin Love swiftly moved the ball to Brogdon, initiating a counterattack from the Knicks. Only George, Lou Williams, and Leonard returned to defend for the Clippers. Meanwhile, the Knicks' response was led by Ning Chuan and his three-pronged defensive attack. Unlike a stagnant half-court battle, Ning Chuan launched a relentless counterattack, receiving a pass from Brogdon before accelerating past Paul George. Having evaded George's defense and attracted the attention of two other defenders, he executed a clever behind-the-back pass to Brogdon while simultaneously pointing skyward with one hand. Brogdon, understanding the cue, flicked his wrist, sending the ball toward the left side of the basket. Boom. In the next moment, Ning Chuan, having completed his drive, leaped off 1 foot, caught the ball with his left hand, switched it to his right, and finished with a one-handed dunk. 72-71. The Staples Center was ignited by Leonard's offensive display. Yet as the score reflected, the margin between the two teams continued to narrow. However, for the Clippers, the silver lining lies in their formidable frontcourt, which significantly alleviates the pressure on their offense. Although they struggle to contain Ning Chuan, they equally find it challenging to limit the performances of George and Leonard. Moreover, they must contend with the occasional sharp shooting from Lou Williams and Morris. Throughout the third quarter, both teams exchanged leads in a closely contested battle. As the third quarter concluded, the Los Angeles Clippers held a slight edge over the Knicks, leading 98-96. In terms of statistics, Leonard once again delivered an impressive 14 points in the quarter, bringing his first half total to 26 and his personal tally to 40 points. For Leonard, reaching 40 points marks one of his rare displays in the regular season. This superstar, who has decisively ended two major dynasties, has faced his share of controversies throughout his career, yet his individual prowess remains indisputable. His counterpart, Paul George, added 8 points, bringing his total to 18. Together, Lou Williams and Montrezl Harrell contributed 10 points. Following the introduction of their frontcourt lineup, the offensive output of the Los Angeles Clippers soared. On the other side, Ning Chuan, who had already scored 44 points by halftime, continued his remarkable performance with 16 points in the third quarter, amassing a total of 60 points. This marks his second instance of surpassing 60 points in a game after a week's time. It is worth noting that in the previous encounter against the Philadelphia 76ers, Ning Chuan scored an astounding 75 points. Throughout the match against the Clippers, the scoring gap between the two teams remained narrow. On the sidelines, Smith boldly predicted that Ning Chuan would undoubtedly reach 70 points today. Perhaps Kobe's legendary 81-point record might be in jeopardy. As the game progressed, Ning Chuan quietly achieved 60 points. During the intermission, commentator Barkley could not help but express, "I always believed the Clippers' offense was relentless, and Leonard's 40 points are already remarkable." However, upon reviewing the statistics, it is evident that Ning Chuan is the true superstar on this court. Indeed, Ning Chuan has reached a level where scoring seems effortless. Smith chimed in, stating, "If you let your guard down even slightly, Ning Chuan will deliver a scoring feast worthy of the history books." Yet, to be candid, for the New York Knicks to advance further in the playoffs, they are in dire need of an exceptional 3-and-D player. Observant fans can attest that Ning Chuan's unanswerable performance today is nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, despite his 60 points in 3 quarters, the Knicks still find themselves trailing. As Smith aptly noted, if the Knicks aspire to progress in the playoffs, acquiring a stellar 3-and-D player is essential. If this trend continues, defeating the Los Angeles Clippers on their home court will prove to be an insurmountable challenge. On the Knicks bench, Ning Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Coach Thibodeau, we must make a change in the fourth quarter." The physical exertion from this game had been immense for Ning Chuan. Not only did he have to contain Paul George defensively, but he also needed to maintain an efficient offensive output, coupled with last night's intense battle with Taylor Swift. Even with the system's support, his stamina was waning. "I understand." Thibodeau nodded, aware that his personnel strategies had often been criticized. Many Knicks fans were deeply concerned that excessive usage could lead to injuries for Ning Chuan. It is crucial to note that if Ning Chuan were to sustain an injury, it would undoubtedly strike the Knicks like a bolt from the blue. "Oh gee, now is your moment." After a moment of contemplation, Thibodeau's gaze fell upon Anunoby, donning the number 8 jersey on the bench. "Haven't you always yearned for an opportunity? If you can guard Paul George, you will earn more chances." Chapter 96. Wiseman's Great Aspirations. We must double-team Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, on the Clippers bench, the usually reticent Leonard made a rare decision. In the final quarter, "I will primarily guard Ning Chuan, and Paul, you will provide help defense at any moment. We'll double-team Ning Chuan. If we can limit his offensive plays for a few possessions, we can secure this victory." Leonard's tactical exchange with George left head coach Tyronn Lue with no room to interject. Yet upon hearing Leonard's words, a wave of unease washed over him. The reason was simple. Before him stood Leonard, who had dismantled 2 dynasties, and George, the general of Indiana. These 2 elite superstars were preparing to double-team a rookie? This was a tactic he himself would not dare to deploy. After all, at the level of Leonard and George, they typically only collaborated to neutralize peers of equal stature. Otherwise, they seldom joined forces. This was the pride of superstars. However, in this game, the Knicks' prodigious talent, Ning Chuan, had once again amassed 60 points in 3 quarters. If no double team was employed against him, he would likely create a scoring legend once more. When compared to achieving high scores and leading the team to victory, pride seemed to lose its significance. "Absolutely." George pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. He had already experienced the challenge of single-handedly guarding Ning Chuan, an ordeal that few could withstand. Now that Leonard was voluntarily stepping up to defend Ning Chuan and double-team him, this was indeed the best course of action. As the intermission concludes, both teams rotate their players onto the court. The head coaches of each team have conspicuously chosen to rest their starting lineups on the bench. It is evident that the decisive moments of the match will unfold in the final 6 minutes. Smith, do you believe there is a possibility of a buzzer beater in this game? On the court, the substitutes from both teams are fiercely battling, while in the commentary booth, Barkley speculates, "Smith, if a game-winning shot occurs, will it be from the New York Knicks or the Los Angeles Clippers? In other words, will it be Leonard, George, or Ning Chuan?" It is worth noting that Ning Chuan has not made a decisive shot in the final seconds of a game since his college days, largely due to the fact that he rarely affords his teammates the opportunity. Starting from his time with the Kentucky Wildcats, Ning Chuan has typically clocked out after 3 quarters. Such treatment is undeniably delightful. To be honest, I too am eager to witness Ning Chuan's performance in a critical moment. Upon mentioning this topic, Smith visibly perks up. We all understand that the distinction between a star and a superstar lies in their ability to perform in clutch situations. If Ning Chuan wishes to join the ranks of Jordan and Kobe, he must demonstrate his prowess during pivotal moments for his team. Will there indeed be a buzzer beater today? Let us await the conclusion with bated breath. As the decisive fourth quarter reaches the final 6 minutes, Clippers starting point guard Beverly commits a passing error, leading to a dead ball situation. Sideline coaches Thibodeau and Lue simultaneously rise, making their signature substitution gestures. For the Clippers, their star duo, Lou Williams, Harrell, and Morris take the court. On the Knicks side, Taylor Hro and OG Anunoby remain, while Ning Chuan leads Brogdon and Grant onto the floor. Both teams have returned with their strongest lineups, and the real contest is about to commence. In the commentary booth, Smith and Barkley are equally poised. In the ensuing 6 minutes, anything could transpire. With a Clippers turnover, the Knicks regain possession. Grant inbounds the ball, and Brogdon advances it. Upon receiving the ball at the arc, Anunoby willingly passes it to Ning Chuan. Bam! As Ning Chuan secures the basketball, the defender Leonard lowers his stance, closing in on Ning Chuan, arms extended to prevent him from driving while also guarding against a potential surprise shot. In this crucial juncture of the match, Leonard has chosen to directly defend Ning Chuan. In the commentary booth, having assessed the matchups, Barkley passionately speaks up. Will Leonard be able to contain Ning Chuan? Or will Ning Chuan exploit Leonard's defense? Let us witness the outcome. Bam! Faced with Leonard's close defense, Ning Chuan did not engage in any pretense. With a swift acceleration, he broke through from his left side. Yet, in the very next moment, on the breakthrough route, a robust figure stood in his path. It was Paul George. In the final moments, the Clippers' defense against Ning Chuan was not merely a one-on-one, but a double team. And it was a relentless assault from both Leonard and George. Faced with such a dire situation, a typical player would instinctively pass the ball to a teammate for resolution. However, Ning Chuan is no ordinary player. With a resounding thud, he initiated his move before George could fully close in, propelling the ball forward with force and swiftly generating power from his feet. Just ahead of the impending double team, he executed a breakthrough, storming into the paint and confronting Morris, who was defending in the key. He performed a pull-up layup that found its mark. In the next instant, the entire Staples Center erupted in exuberant cheers. What manner of speed is this? Not only were George and Leonard left astounded, but even the commentators, Barkley and Smith, were utterly bewildered. They had anticipated that Ning Chuan might use rhythm and dribbling to evade the double team, yet they never imagined he would dismantle it with such brute force. It seems we may have underestimated Ning Chuan. His physical prowess and explosive burst in that moment might very well be the most formidable in the entire NBA. Smith's remarks resonated deeply within James Wiseman. His desire to emulate Ning Chuan's playing style was now unstoppable. If I can thoroughly analyze Ning Chuan's approach, Wiseman murmured as he gazed at the screen, watching Ning Chuan's silhouette as he returned on defense, perhaps I shall become the greatest in NBA history. Even Jordan would pale in comparison. It must be said that Wiseman's confidence was indeed surprising to all. Just moments ago, he had fantasized about becoming the finest center in league history. Yet, upon witnessing Ning Chuan dismantle the double team from George and Leonard, a premonition took hold. If he could master Ning Chuan's techniques, he would become a revolutionary center. At that point, discussions would no longer revolve around Michael Jordan or Ning Chuan, but solely upon him, James Wiseman. Chapter 97. In critical moments, Ning Chuan reveals his killer instinct. The scene shifts back to the Staples Center. On the court, Leonard and George exchanged glances. This duo of stars for the Clippers clearly did not anticipate that Ning Chuan would address the double team with such ferocity. There were no flashy dribbles or deceptive feints, only a decisive acceleration past his defenders. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Leonard proactively called for the ball in the front court. He could not afford any psychological fluctuations in the final minutes of this championship game. Such lapses were absolutely intolerable for a machine like him. Thud. Faced with Grant's defense, Leonard executed a series of mesmerizing dribbles before unleashing his signature pull-up jumper. Swish. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, seamlessly finding its way through the net. Turning back, Ning Chuan received a pass from Brogdon, skillfully maneuvering past his defender with a turnaround fadeaway jumper, answering George's challenge with finesse. In the Clippers' offensive play, George held the ball at the three-point line before swiftly delivering a pass to the cutting Leonard, who had cleverly utilized a screen. Confronted by the long arms of Kevin Love, Leonard executed a deft layup in midair. In the next possession, from the top of the arc, Ning Chuan attracted defensive attention and passed the ball to Brogdon, positioned beyond the three-point line on the left side. Clang. Brogdon, after receiving the ball, missed his open three-point attempt. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan surged into the paint, nearly dunking over Paul George with a powerful one-handed putback. Boom. The resounding impact of his dunk reverberated through the rim, showcasing an extraordinary display of individual talent. I cannot assert that this game was solely a showcase for Ning Chuan. For Leonard's performance was equally remarkable. On the court, the electrifying exchanges between Ning Chuan and Leonard captivated commentators Barkley and Smith, leaving them thoroughly exhilarated. Ning Chuan's athletic prowess is undeniably explosive. As long as he avoids catastrophic injuries, he is destined to carve out a significant legacy in NBA history. In the final minutes, the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Clippers exhibited playoff-caliber offensive and defensive intensity. The Clippers exerted relentless pressure on Ning Chuan, with Leonard and George executing a formidable double team. Ning Chuan abruptly pivoted, delivering a powerful pass from behind. The basketball soared from the left side of the free throw line, effortlessly traversing two defenders to land in the hands of OG Anunoby at the right corner. Swish. Anunoby's open three-pointer found its mark with confidence. Turning back, General George showcased his lethal prowess. At the arc, he faced Anunoby's tight defense, executing a series of dribbles followed by a step-back three-pointer. Swish. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, seamlessly finding the net. Time swiftly advanced to the final minute. The Los Angeles Clippers, playing on their home turf, held a slender lead of 114 to 110 over the New York Knicks. Possession belonged to the Knicks. Brogdon dribbled, executing a handoff screen to Ning Chuan. As he received the pass, with George and Leonard's double team yet to arrive, he swiftly launched a three-pointer. Swish. 114 to 113. Only 50 seconds remained. Turning back, Leonard and George received the ball, while the New York Knicks opted for a double team. Confronted with the pressure, George quickly passed to Morris in the right corner. Clang. However, Morris's open three-pointer failed to connect, and the rebound was secured by Kevin Love, who promptly dished the ball to Brogdon. Thibodeau chose not to call a timeout, allowing Ning Chuan to orchestrate the offense. Ning Chuan did not immediately opt to receive the pass. Instead, he continued to maneuver. On the flank, utilizing the dual screen set by Anunoby and Grant, he maneuvered around. The defender responsible for guarding Ning Chuan, George, was evidently sluggish, allowing Leonard to only make a desperate attempt to intercept. Brogdon's distribution on this occasion was perilously precarious. Ning Chuan and Leonard's hands nearly touched the ball simultaneously. Yet, it was Ning Chuan who seized it first. Bang! As the basketball came into his possession, Ning Chuan fixed his gaze on Leonard's long arm and leaped into action. Swish! It found its mark with unwavering precision. 116, 114. In the final 30 seconds, the New York Knicks, who had trailed throughout the game, managed to turn the tide at the last moment. Beep. On the sidelines, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue called for a timeout. Ning Chuan's pivotal three-pointer had propelled the Knicks into the lead at a crucial juncture. It is noteworthy that this marked his 74th point of the match. In the commentary booth, Smith and Barkley had already risen to their feet. Frankly speaking, regardless of the ultimate outcome of this game, they were destined to be etched into the annals of history. Ning Chuan, the prodigious talent hailing from Huaxia, had proven himself in the clutch, exhibiting a killer instinct. Meanwhile, the performance of the Clippers' twin stars had been commendably exceptional. Barkley appeared quite animated, asserting that at this stage of the game, the outcome held little significance. With just 30 seconds remaining, the Los Angeles Clippers, playing at home, possessed the ball. The atmosphere surged with excitement, as nearly 20,000 fans uniformly chanted defense, rallying behind the visiting New York Knicks. Fans, watching the broadcast through various means, clenched their fists, their hearts racing with anxiety. The sideline inbounds. Leonard held the ball at the top of the arc, and amidst the entanglement of players on the court. As Ning Chuan and George exchanged positions, Leonard accelerated, driving into the paint. Block him. Kevin Love, stationed in the paint, and the help defense of OG Anunoby surged towards him, effectively obstructing his path to the basket. Simultaneously, Brogdon, positioned beyond the arc, swiftly moved inward, ready to double-team. Only Ning Chuan, having been forcefully pushed aside by George, attempted to assist but was far too late. Faced with a triple team, Leonard, who would have been unperturbed at the start of the game, now felt the weight of fatigue after battling through the entire match. He could only leap and pass, aiming for Morris, who was positioned in the open. However, in the next second, he was utterly bewildered. Ning Chuan, for reasons unknown, anticipated his passing trajectory. As he released the ball, he suddenly surged from the sidelines, completing a steal before Morris could receive the pass. Leonard widened his eyes in disbelief, while Morris, awaiting the pass, was left utterly bewildered. However, Ning Chuan afforded them no time to react, swiftly advancing the ball into the front court. Boom. Morris's attempt to retreat was in vain. Just past the midcourt line, Ning Chuan executed a one-armed tomahawk dunk. 118, 114. The deficit was reduced to 4 points. Ning Chuan. In the commentary booth, Smith cradled his head in incredulity, exclaiming, in the final moments, Ning Chuan dominated both offense and defense. I believe his standing in the league will ascend to new heights after this game. Perhaps he is now the league's premier player. With 76 points, he decisively sealed the game during critical moments. That is Ning Chuan. Chapter 98, the definition of a superstar. With merely 20 seconds remaining, Leonard on the court glanced towards the bench, hoping Tyronn Lue would call a timeout. At this moment, he felt a surge of confusion. They had an opportunity to either tie or even surpass the score. However, due to his passing error, the team now trailed by 2 possessions. Simultaneously, Paul George shook his head at Leonard, signaling against calling a timeout. Indeed, Lue also dismissed the thought of a timeout, opting not to halt the game. The Los Angeles Clippers had only 1 timeout remaining. Should they hope to score in the next possession, a more daring strategy would be required. If they succeeded, they would still have a timeout, increasing their chances for a final play. If they failed, he would accept the gamble of defeat. On the court, Morris swiftly inbounded the ball to George, while OG Anunoby closely guarded him, denying any quick three-point shot opportunity. At this juncture, a two-point shot would suffice. However, a three-pointer was entirely out of the question. George reached the three-point line, realizing he could not shake off Anunoby, and was forced to pass to Leonard on the wing. Thud. The basketball left Leonard's hands as he aimed for a three-pointer over Grant's long arms. The ball soared through the air. In that moment, it felt as though the world had quieted to half. Crash. Unfortunately, Leonard's three-pointer failed to find its mark. Fortune favored the New York Knicks this time. Ning Chuan leapt high, securing the rebound with finesse. Only 5 seconds remained on the clock. The Los Angeles Clippers opted to forego any fouls, for it bore no significance. Even if the opposing team missed both free throws, closing a 4-point gap within 5 seconds seemed utterly implausible. The final whistle resonated throughout the arena. On the court, Leonard appeared somewhat bewildered, while Paul George remained silent, gazing at the Knicks bench. Morris refrained from exhibiting any overt body language, as he was the principal architect of the team's misfortune in this match. Had he successfully landed either of those two open three-pointers, the dynamics of the game would have been irrevocably altered. The New York Knicks triumphed over the Los Angeles Clippers at the Staples Center. Following the conclusion of the match, commentator Smith offered a final assessment. This marked their 11th victory of the season, and notably, a remarkable 11-game winning streak. The unfolding of events was both unexpected and yet entirely within the realm of possibility. Barkley chimed in, "Mere moments ago, we anticipated a dramatic finish. Instead, Ning Chuan suddenly unleashed a flurry of offensive and defensive prowess in the final minute, overwhelming the entire Clippers squad. Fans worldwide, including ourselves, were taken by surprise. The reality was that when the Clippers' twin stars failed to score in the dying moments, their chances for victory had already slipped away. Conversely, for the New York Knicks, Ning Chuan operated with unparalleled freedom on the offensive end, particularly during the crucial 30 seconds before the game's conclusion, where a pivotal steal dashed the Clippers' hopes of a comeback. With an impressive career high of 76 points, Ning Chuan emerged as the evening's brightest star. The contrasting performances of the two teams' leading figures dictated the course of the game. Despite the seemingly glamorous roster of the Los Angeles Clippers, their cohesion paled in comparison to that of the Knicks. Indeed, aside from George and Leonard, no one else stepped up to alleviate the pressure in critical moments. Smith and Barkley dissected the issues laid bare by the Clippers in this game during their post-match analysis. Their observations rang true. The strategy of building a team around George and Leonard was destined for failure. Let us not discuss injuries or any other excuses. Centering the team around these two is a flawed approach. During the post-game interviews, Leonard outright declined to engage, turning away to enter the players' tunnel first. Paul George offered a few casual remarks before following suit back to the locker room. The team's chemistry remains insufficient, and today's match unveiled numerous concerns. The twin stars of the team have both declined interviews, leaving head coach Tyronn Lue to step forward and address the media. He asserts that the earlier these issues are exposed, the more advantageous it will be for the team. We are merely at the onset of the season, and the true determinant of success will unfold in June. Clearly, in Lue's perspective, the beginning of the season presents every team with an opportunity to alter their circumstances. The championship in June will serve as the ultimate test of the season's achievements. Presently identified issues provide ample time for resolution. The primary objective for the Los Angeles Clippers now is to secure an additional asset to support George and Leonard. Ning, today you have achieved a career high of 76 points, marking only the second occasion in your career that you have surpassed the 70-point threshold. Subsequently, a swarm of media reporters converged around Ning Chuan, with a TNT reporter being the first to inquire. Many fans have taken to social media to ask when you will break Chamberlain's single-game scoring record. It must be said, the insatiable desire of the fans knows no bounds. After a week's hiatus, Ning Chuan has once again scored an astounding 76 points. Yet, there remain fans who are not entirely satisfied. They yearn to witness Ning Chuan shatter Chamberlain's field goal percentage record, perhaps in the very next match. Facing the camera, Ning Chuan remains composed. The team requires a day of rest in Los Angeles before facing the Lakers, another team from the same city. I believe this day of recuperation will suffice for me to regain my strength and pursue Wilt's percentage record. As the upcoming clash with the Los Angeles Lakers approaches, will he indeed break the single-game scoring record? The surrounding reporters pay little heed to the veracity of his claims. What matters is that he has spoken, and the news will be reported. For the majority of the game, the New York Knicks found themselves trailing. A TNT reporter continued the interview, noting that many fans were speculating whether a last-second shot would occur in this match. Although the game concluded without a decisive shot, would Ning Chuan take the final shot if it came down to the wire? Absolutely. He replied without hesitation. This is my role. When the team requires me to deliver the final blow, I will step forward without a moment's doubt. As long as the team needs me, I will rise to the occasion. Ning Chuan's statement elicited a satisfied smile from the journalist who came to interview him. What constitutes a true superstar? Is it not simply the ability to rise to the occasion when the team needs you? Such as the proclamation of a confident player. Chapter 99, Brutality? There will be even more violence to come. On the night following the game between the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Clippers, Ning Chuan's name once again dominated headlines across major websites worldwide. TNT reported a career high as Ning Chuan scored over 70 points, leading his team to triumph over the formidable Clippers. In the news article, TNT highlighted that Ning Chuan had once again amassed 76 points, not only setting a personal career scoring record, but also guiding his team to victory against this season's top championship contenders, the Los Angeles Clippers. Throughout the annals of NBA history, only 5 players have scored over 70 points in a single game. Ning Chuan is the 6th. The only players who have achieved this feat more than once are the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain. Now, this exclusive list welcomes a new member, Ning Chuan. He is also the first player in NBA history to score 70 points in 2 games within a single season. Remarkably, this is merely his rookie season. I find myself at a loss for words regarding Ning Chuan. During the evening TNT roundtable discussion, Smith initiated a topic. Just look at the stats that Ning Chuan has delivered, and you will understand the sheer power of this prodigy from Huaxia. To be truthful, in all my years of commentary, I have never encountered a player quite like Ning Chuan. Smith, with utmost seriousness, declared. Even Michael Jordan would find it challenging to be compared to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan is forging his own dynasty. Upon hearing Smith's earnest words, Shaquille O'Neal appeared somewhat displeased. Smith, I believe your assertion is somewhat premature. O'Neal added, I concur with your first point. Ning Chuan has indeed produced historically unparalleled statistics. And that is undeniable. This season, Ning Chuan's average points have soared to an astounding 49.6, securing him the top spot in the league's scoring chart while also breaking the NBA rookie average scoring record. However, I find it difficult to agree with your other perspective. O'Neal stated emphatically, is it truly impossible to compare Jordan with Ning Chuan? I have experienced Michael Jordan's peak firsthand. I possess a profound understanding of his dominance on both ends of the court. In my view, Ning Chuan must secure at least 6 championship rings before he can be compared to Jordan. In the eyes of the older generation of basketball players, championship honors outweigh all else. Even though Ning Chuan is currently producing astounding historical statistics, without a championship, it all amounts to nothing. But does Jordan possess the terrifying scoring ability akin to Ning Chuan? Smith remained composed, asserting, I do not deny Jordan's greatness. Yet Ning Chuan is indeed transforming this league through his own prowess. Just wait and see, Shaquille. One day, Ning Chuan will undoubtedly become the greatest player in NBA history. No exceptions. The topic discussed during the TNT Evening Talk Show has captivated fans worldwide. After all, the statistics produced by Ning Chuan are truly astonishing. Meanwhile, the greatness of Michael Jordan remains unassailable. Will Ning Chuan become the first to challenge the reign of the basketball deity? Amidst the rising tides of speculation, Ning Chuan remains unfazed by the surrounding chatter. After concluding the match against the Clippers, he did not accompany his teammates back to the hotel. Instead, he deftly returned to the villa of the illustrious Swift. Swift, sister? Upon entering the villa, Ning Chuan called out several times, yet no response came. Just then, a graceful figure descended the staircase from the 2nd floor. Unable to divert his gaze from the enchanting presence before him, Ning Chuan was momentarily spellbound. What on earth? She wore a transparent, form-fitting outfit, revealing her form without any concealment. As she descended the stairs, her movements caused a tantalizing sway that stirred something deep within Ning Chuan. Further down, she donned a strikingly short black skirt, barely covering her figure. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the alluring thigh-high stockings that accentuated the length and elegance of her legs. To Ning Chuan's astonishment, the sister he had mentioned his fondness for pigtails to just the night before had styled her hair into 2 delightful ponytails today. Ning Chuan's Adam's apple slid awkwardly as he swallowed hard. Sister, what are you? Don't call me sister, call me sweetheart. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan was rendered speechless. Was this truly the Taylor Swift he knew? She resembled a leading lady straight out of a whimsical film. It seemed today was destined to be another monumental showdown. With this thought, Ning Chuan grinned mischievously. Sweetheart, why don't you share with me what our objective is for today? At this, the pop sensation flashed a playful smile, flicked her dual ponytails, swayed her hips, and approached Ning Chuan. She playfully hooked his chin with her finger. Then please tell me first, what do you wish to do today? I wish to do nothing but discuss things with you. Ning Chuan exclaimed with excitement, quickening his pace to embrace Mei Mei. It wasn't that his composure faltered. Indeed, today's Mei Mei was extraordinarily captivating, almost temptingly so. However, Mei Mei raised her hand to thwart his advance, casting a glance at him, and remarked, I watched your recent match, and you performed admirably. But having just finished competing, are you truly up for this? Ning Chuan exhibited not a shred of hesitation as he swiftly shed his clothing. Sister, did you truly utter such words? One wonders who is begging for mercy and calling for their father. As he spoke, Ning Chuan intentionally drew closer, provoking a swift intake of breath from Mei Mei, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. She was well aware of Ning Chuan's formidable prowess. If that is the case, then come upstairs with me. Mei Mei commanded with an authoritative tone. You dare to speak to me in such a commanding manner? It appears you genuinely relish the sensation of being mercilessly beaten. Mei Mei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully shot Ning Chuan a reproachful glance. You scoundrel, why must your words be so harsh? Harsh? Just wait. There shall be even greater violence to come. Chapter 100. Mei Mei's Unique Fancies. You are truly remarkable. Mei Mei blushed once more, playfully scolding Ning Chuan. Having just completed an NBA game, how can you still possess such vigor? As she spoke, she unexpectedly extended a petite hand to cover. Youth is indeed a blessing. It is resilient. Tell me, sister, what did you consume during your upbringing? Hearing this, Ning Chuan chuckled. What could I have possibly eaten to grow? Was it not simply milk that nurtured me? Listening to Ning Chuan's words left Mei Mei parched and weak, her only desire being to recline upon his sturdy chest and bask in his warmth. Yet, deep within her heart lay a concealed secret, a penchant for submission. Despite the formidable breakthroughs Ning Chuan offered, she felt a certain void. With a playful smile, she remarked, Darling, do you not adore playing basketball? Today, I shall present you with a more resilient ball. What is that? Upon hearing this, Mei Mei sensuously licked her luscious crimson lips and cast a sultry glance at Ning Chuan before gradually kneeling down. On November 15th, the Los Angeles Lakers are set to face the New York Knicks at their home ground, the Staples Center, where ticket prices have soared to astronomical heights. Indeed, many fans, despite their affluence, found it challenging to secure a seat. This match signifies more than mere wealth. It is a clash between two premier franchises. Furthermore, it marks Ning Chuan's inaugural encounter with LeBron James. Not to worry, I have a solution. Coach Calipari of the Kentucky Wildcats expressed no concern over the ticket predicament, stating, I have a disciple on the Lakers who will assist me in resolving everything. Coach, if possible, could you bring me and LaMelo along? Anthony Edwards voiced his heartfelt desire. I truly wish to witness Ning Chuan play live. Firstly, Ning Chuan was the reason Edwards turned down numerous D1 school offers to join the Kentucky Wildcats. Secondly, this was Ning Chuan's first battle against LeBron James. The rise of a new star versus the reigning king of the league, this promised to be a cataclysmic showdown. Besides Ning Chuan, LeBron James was the player Edwards yearned to surpass, although he currently lacked the means to challenge James himself. Watching Ning Chuan take on the challenge would be equally exhilarating. Not a problem. Anthony Davis will handle everything for us. Calipari expressed absolute confidence. 3 tickets or nothing. Davis will certainly manage it. After confirming with Davis, Coach Calipari, along with LaMelo and Edwards, set off to Los Angeles overnight. However, they were merely among the countless eager souls anticipating this match. Like them, fans had flocked to Los Angeles from all corners of the globe, eagerly awaiting the Knicks vs. Lakers showdown. I hail from China, and I am here solely to watch Ning Chuan. I come from Russia. My sister adores Ning Chuan and has come to cheer him on. On November 14th, the day preceding the game, a throng of fans had already gathered outside the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Hailing from diverse corners of the globe, they brandished signs in various languages. Numerous media outlets competed fiercely to interview these enthusiastic supporters. The inaugural clash between the Knicks and the Lakers promised to be a focal point of the season, captivating attention on multiple levels, from the game itself to the players and the fans. Meanwhile, inside the Staples Center, Anthony Davis and Ning Chuan, 2 former #1 draft picks from the University of Kentucky, made a rare appearance at the arena a day prior to the match. They have arrived. After exchanging a few words with Davis, a Lakers staff member relayed some information before discreetly stepping aside. Following the direction indicated, Ning Chuan quickly spotted his former coach, John Calipari. A wave of joy washed over him as he gazed upon his mentor. As his gaze shifted from Calipari, Ning Chuan was taken aback to see Edwards and Ball walking alongside him. What could possibly unite these two seemingly disparate individuals? AD, Ning Chuan. Coach Calipari greeted them warmly, then turned to introduce the two newcomers. This is Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball, both five-star high school recruits this year. They chose the Kentucky Wildcats because of you. Ah, now it made sense. After Coach Calipari's explanation, Anthony Davis nodded in understanding. It seemed he had merely become a conduit for their aspirations. Their purpose in coming here was solely to see Ning Chuan? The thought made Davis shake his head slightly. Yet, what could he do? After all, Coach Calipari was his mentor. Turning to his role model, Ning Chuan welcomed them, saying, Anthony, LaMelo, it is a pleasure to have you here in Los Angeles. Ning Chuan extended his hand towards Hua Zi, exclaiming, I witnessed your match. Your talent is truly impressive. Upon seeing his idol approaching him, Hua Zi, along with his companion, promptly shook hands. Ning, tomorrow you will face LeBron James. Do you feel any pressure? After calming his anxious heart, Hua Zi inquired. I came across news today indicating that James seems determined to win tomorrow's game. Is that so? It should be quite fascinating. Ning Chuan cast a glance at Davis beside him and remarked, Hua Zi, you ought to know that I have never shied away from a challenge. Of course, you are my idol, and I have always held you in high regard. Hua Zi smiled and responded, Ning, I will cheer for you. I shall also root for you, added Sanchio without hesitation. Davis, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of exasperation. For heaven's sake, do you both know how you acquired your tickets? It was I who bestowed them upon you. And now, in my presence, you are cheering for Ning Chuan? Is that not a tad inappropriate? If you must cheer for him, could you not do so privately? I am still here. Chapter 101. Youthful bravado is not to be taken lightly. The entire world is fixated on this match. Los Angeles, Staples Center. As fans stream into the arena in an orderly fashion, Smith at the commentary booth begins to set the stage for the event, currently ranked first in the Eastern Conference. The New York Knicks are set to face off against the Western Conference leaders, the Los Angeles Lakers. This marks the first professional encounter between the 2019 draft pick Ning Chuan and the legendary LeBron James. Ning Chuan's performances in the initial games of his career have reached historic levels in the NBA. Barkley interjects. The duel between him and LeBron James is undoubtedly the most significant topic of this season thus far. These two athletes are about to engage in a contest of proof. Who will emerge victorious? Only the commencement of the game will reveal the answer. There is no denying that Ning Chuan is an exceptionally talented player. During the pregame interview, LeBron offered familiar praise for Ning Chuan. His performance in the NBA is simply astounding. However, in my view, statistics hold little significance. The victory of the team is paramount. One must admit, the King's words carry substantial weight, although they may not be entirely fitting for him to express. As a figure in NBA history second only to Michael Jordan, LeBron's career has been fraught with controversy. Does he not care for statistics? Is he solely focused on the team's triumph? Perhaps this reflects LeBron's current mindset. Yet, there was a time when he faced criticism for his relentless drives to the basket. As the interview concluded, LeBron returned to his half of the court, his gaze suddenly sharp. Do not forget our prior agreement. I know that in this match, I will take on the responsibility of defending Boyan, while you'll handle Ning Chuan. Kuzma understood LeBron well. The man may speak of his admiration for Ning Chuan, but once the game begins, he would eagerly take on the task of guarding Ning Chuan. No, what I meant was not this. As James received the basketball passed to him by a teammate, he took a moment to sink a three-pointer before continuing, about our wager from yesterday. You mentioned whether Ning Chuan's score today would exceed 40 points? Kuzma pondered for a moment. I believe I wagered that he could indeed achieve that goal. However, I would like to revise the terms of our bet. James cast his gaze towards the other side of the court, where Ning Chuan was engaged in shooting practice, and declared, I wager he will not score more than 30 points. 30 points. Kuzma repeated in disbelief, ensuring he had not misheard. Boss, are you absolutely certain? It is worth noting that Ning Chuan had just set a new career high of 76 points in his last game. Throughout the season, every game in which Ning Chuan participated had seen him score no fewer than 30 points. To assert that he would fail to reach 30 points? Even James, it seemed, might find that a tall order. Meanwhile, reporters conducting pre-game interviews had also approached Ning Chuan following his warm-up. Ning, while interviewing LeBron James earlier, we posed a question regarding you. The reporter began, providing a brief overview of the previous interview. The crux of it revolved around the sentiment that team victories surpass individual statistics. What are your thoughts on this? How do you perceive it? Ning Chuan confidently responded, I believe I can lead the team to victory while simultaneously outpacing LeBron James in individual statistics. Without hesitation, he laid bare his intentions. If my purpose here is not to comprehensively overshadow James, then my presence holds no significance. Zfak, who are you facing today? The all-time leading scorer in NBA history, the executive king of the court, the greatest small forward in NBA history, LeBron James. Yet, as Ning Chuan articulated, if one were to arrive in this era equipped with systemic advantages and fail to achieve greatness in NBA history, then what purpose would there be in their presence? To be a mere bystander? His words ignited a fervor within the Staples Center, with numerous Knicks fans jubilantly proclaiming, this is the king of New York. He fears no challenge. The times have shifted. This is indeed Ning Chuan's era. This is why we adore Ning Chuan. He will not disappoint anyone. The atmosphere in the arena surged to a crescendo, with fans erupting in cheers as the essence of their collective spirit resonated. If not to conquer James, then there would be no reason for his existence. Simultaneously, Edwards, seated in the front row of the audience, felt a profound impact from Ning Chuan's declaration. This is Ning Chuan. In his eyes, he is akin to a deity of basketball. On the Knicks bench, the fierce determination in Tyler Hero's eyes ignited with Ning Chuan's words. Indeed, if it were not for the purpose of vanquishing opponents, one's presence on the court would be utterly meaningless. Regardless of the adversary, the only objective is triumph. This sentiment resonates not only with them, but also with countless fans across the ocean in China. In a Tencent live broadcast, Yang Yi was fervently translating Ning Chuan's pregame remarks, igniting the passion of innumerable fans. Ning Chuan, through his words and actions, conveyed to all that youth is wasted on the meek. Beside him, Wang Meng was equally exhilarated. After all, he undeniably possessed the right to utter such words. Although the game had yet to commence, I was already overwhelmed with goosebumps. I share the same sentiment. Wang Shipeng, an esteemed guest in the live broadcast, was also quite animated. Judging by Ning Chuan's pregame speech, today's match was destined to be spectacular. As a source of pride for China, I firmly believe Ning Chuan's performance on the court will not disappoint. Youth is wasted on the meek. What an intriguing fellow. The camera returned to the Staples Center, where even LeBron James couldn't suppress a chuckle upon hearing Ning Chuan's pregame interview. Frankly, prodigies, first-round picks, rising stars. James had encountered many such players throughout his career. Regrettably, the fates of these so-called prodigies often ended in tragedy. Now, the super talent from China, Ning Chuan, was treading the path of those once celebrated figures. What will the ultimate outcome be? The game shall provide the answer. Chapter 102. James? Reveal your bank card password. The head coaches of both teams convened their players. Ning's task of defending LeBron James was assigned to go in Nunabee. Despite Ning Chuan's impassioned pregame statements, Thibodeau remained composed. Adhering to his strategic plan, there was no need to exert excessive effort on defense, as everyone knew Ning would face LeBron James on offense. The entire world recognized that today's match was a dialogue between Ning Chuan and James. As a veteran, James would undoubtedly attempt to limit Ning Chuan's effectiveness on defense. It was already remarkable for Ning to confront the full defensive prowess of James on the offensive end. To have Ning Chuan match up against James on defense would be an immense drain on his resources. The rising star of the team, Anunoby, was the optimal choice to counter James. If we adhere to our rhythm, victory shall be ours. On the other side, the Lakers bench, under the calm demeanor of Coach Vogel, exhibited a remarkably laid-back attitude. He felt no need to sketch any intricate strategies on the tactical board. A simple pregame pep talk sufficed to set the stage for the lineup. After all, with LeBron James on the roster, simply entrusting the ball to him was more than adequate, rendering detailed tactical arrangements unnecessary. As the pregame warm-ups swiftly concluded, both teams' starting lineups took to the court. For the Los Angeles Lakers, KCP, McGee, and Kuzma were the first to emerge, followed closely by LeBron James and Anthony Davis, who strode onto the court side by side. Following the acquisition of Anthony Davis during the offseason, the Lakers' aspirations this season extended far beyond merely clinching the division title. In their eyes, failing to secure the championship would be the gravest of errors. Meanwhile, the young New York Knicks faced their most formidable adversary of the season. As commentators Smith and Barkley finished their remarks, the Staples Center erupted with deafening boos upon the Knicks' entrance. Leading the charge was Malcolm Brogdon, flanked by OG Anunoby, who was making his first start of the season in place of Boyan. The inside duo of Kevin Love and Grant took their positions on either side, while the Knicks core player, Ning Chuan, adjusted his arm sleeves as he stepped onto the court. Triumphing over the Clippers held little significance. This was the Los Angeles Lakers, the sole representatives of Los Angeles. Ning Chuan, while formidable, could not match LeBron's prowess. It was implausible for him to achieve consecutive victories at the Staples Center. As Ning Chuan took the court, a cacophony of boos erupted, a tradition at Staples where visiting stars are never met with applause. Was this truly the extent of Ning Chuan's influence? Among the fans, Huazi and Sancho were taken aback. Despite the hostility directed at Ning Chuan, the mere fact that a rookie could elicit such a reaction from the entire arena was a testament to his potential. As the players took their positions at midcourt, media representatives eagerly directed their cameras toward the Knicks number 13 and the Lakers number 23, capturing the stark contrast between the Lakers' golden uniforms and the Knicks' blue away jerseys. The image of Ning Chuan standing alongside LeBron was destined to become iconic. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the two centers approached the midcourt circle. The referee elevated the ball high into the air. McGee and Love leaped almost simultaneously. However, it was McGee, with superior leaping ability, who first tipped the ball into KCP's hands. The home team, the Los Angeles Lakers, secured the initial offensive possession of the game. KCP dribbled past half-court and decisively passed the ball to LeBron, stationed at the left three-point line. How would the Lakers' offensive strategy unfold? Naturally, the plan was to place the ball in LeBron's capable hands. Boom. As the basketball was received, LeBron James instinctively sidestepped. Upon realizing that his defender was not his recent comrade Ning Chuan, a palpable sense of regret flickered in his eyes. Yet, despite this regret, the act of scoring could not be marred by it. With a swift acceleration, James shook off Anunoby and surged towards the basket, finishing with a layup despite the interference from his former ally, Kevin Love. The scoreboard read 2-0, marking the Los Angeles Lakers' initial triumph in the game. Following his score, James exhibited little in the way of exuberant body language. Did Anunoby truly believe he could contain him? That notion was utterly fanciful. Transitioning to defense, the New York Knicks launched their offensive. Brogdon advanced briskly over half-court, passing the ball to Ning Chuan, mirroring the Lakers' strategy. With a decisive moment, Ning Chuan received the ball, his robust physique arriving almost silently. No need for inquiry, none other than the legendary LeBron James was on the scene. The defensive setup of the Lakers today was notably targeted. From the onset of the match, they had assigned James to guard Ning Chuan. Observing the matchups, commentator Smith passionately remarked that perhaps the Lakers did not aspire to emulate the Clippers. They were intent on preventing Ning Chuan from racking up high points against them. Setting that aside, Ning Chuan ignited his momentum. Before Smith could elaborate, he was interrupted by Barkley. On the court, facing James' staunch defense, Ning Chuan sprang into action, his speed at its zenith rendering his first step virtually unanswerable. Even James found himself a step behind. However, the determined defender James was not easily shaken off. With a couple of quick strides to close the gap, he extended his long arm in an attempt to intercept. In a critical moment, Ning Chuan deftly transferred the ball behind him, executing a series of back dribbles followed by a feint drive that compelled James to retreat. In reality, Ning Chuan abruptly halted and launched a jump shot. The basketball soared through the air like a sharpened blade, finding its mark with precision. The score now stood at 2-2. Restoring parity, Michael Jordan. The astonishing move executed by Ning Chuan was replete with feints, leaving even James divulging his metaphorical bank card password. This was indeed a spectacle. To render James a mere backdrop was no small feat. Now, another young talent had deceived James with his cunning maneuvers. At this moment, Smith and Barkley at the commentary desk exchanged glances. This match appears poised to become truly exhilarating. Chapter 103, a product of a bygone era. Just be quiet. The exquisite combination of dribbling and deceptive moves executed by Ning Chuan astonished the two commentators present. Likewise, it left the fans in the Staples Center in a state of awe. My friends, am I imagining things? Do I see a shadow of Kobe in him? Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny. His movements are reminiscent of Kobe's signature maneuvers. What a magnificent display. As the camera returned to the court, even James, who was momentarily deceived by Ning Chuan's feints, appeared taken aback. Simultaneously, James quickly committed Ning Chuan's actions to memory. The next time Ning Chuan attempts to outsmart him with that move, it will not be so effortless. Transitioning to the Lakers' offense, Kuzma advanced the ball past half-court and delivered it to Davis, positioned near the free-throw line. Davis executed a handoff screen, passing the ball to James while simultaneously using his body to shield Anunoby behind him. With a resounding thud, the basketball was in James's grasp as he swiftly penetrated the paint, executing a one-arm dunk before Grant and Love could effectively rotate for defense, despite his advancing age. When James decides to dunk, there is truly no one capable of thwarting him. As the play transitioned, the New York Knicks initiated their offense. Brogdon brought the ball across half-court and engaged in a pick-and-roll with Love at the arc, but opportunities eluded him. In desperation, he passed the ball to Ning Chuan. With a thud, the basketball was in Ning Chuan's possession as he executed a triple-threat shooting fake. Yet, James remained utterly unfazed. Having learned from the previous encounter, he had grown significantly more astute. If the enemy does not move, neither do I. With a series of quick dribbles, Ning Chuan lowered his center of gravity, seeking a defensive gap. However, it proved to be no simple task. Once a gap was identified, Ning Chuan opted for a back-to-the-basket approach, bracing himself against James. Is he truly attempting to back down James? This maneuver left Charles Barkley in the commentary booth astounded. Why would Ning Chuan choose to back down instead of breaking through? Clearly, in Barkley's eyes, Ning Chuan held a distinct speed advantage over James in this matchup. However, when it comes to strength, how many in the league can rival James? This offensive choice seems rather ill-advised. Across the ocean, in China, within a streaming room, Teacher Whale also chimed in. James's strength is unparalleled in the annals of NBA history. Ning Chuan may very well struggle to withstand him. In the face of LeBron James, Ning Chuan's slender figure attempting to showcase his back-to-basket skills evokes an unmistakable sense of hubris. The camera pans back to the Staples Center, where James, engaged in a defensive stance, appears amused. How curious. When heaven offers a path, you choose to stray, yet when hell presents no doors, you come forth. With a sudden burst of energy, Ning Chuan pivots with determination. In that fleeting moment, despite the powerful presence of James, he finds himself momentarily yielding. In their inaugural clash of strength, it is evident that Ning Chuan holds the upper hand. With a series of resounding thuds, he capitalizes on his initial momentum, advancing like a bulldozer with 3 swift dribbles until he nears the free-throw line. Then, with a dramatic turn, he rises against the outstretched arm of James for a fadeaway jumper. Swish. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, effortlessly finding the net. What a magnificent shot. Bravo. Ning Chuan, exclaims Coach Whale, raising his voice. This play is utterly justified. It should be executed precisely like this, regardless of LeBron's athletic prowess. He pales in comparison to Ning Chuan's back-to-basket finesse. This is indeed the brilliance of Huaxia. As the barrage of comments floods the live stream, Coach Whale can only shake his head with a wry smile. Goodness. From now on, one cannot casually claim that Ning Chuan's style of play lacks reason. Whenever he possesses the ball, every position becomes justified. The entire Staples Center erupted in fervor following Ning Chuan's audacious fadeaway over James. As fans of the Los Angeles Lakers, they're well aware. This move is reminiscent of the signature maneuvers once employed by Kobe Bryant against James. Witnessing Ning Chuan execute the same against the star player elicits a moment of nostalgia. Boom. While Ning Chuan revels in his offensive prowess, the same cannot be said for Anunoby, who faces a harrowing challenge. The rising star, recently elevated to the starting lineup by Thibodeau, finds himself overwhelmed in his debut as a Knicks player, as James exploits him mercilessly. In a familiar play from the horn position, James receives the ball and swiftly penetrates the paint, unleashing a ferocious dunk in the face of Grant's help defense. Beep. As the 2 points are secured, the referee on the sidelines calls Grant for a defensive foul, awarding James a free throw. Swish. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, James calmly converts the free throw. As he retreats to defense, he casts a glance towards Ning Chuan, as if to say, "Young man, bring it on." Ning Chuan would certainly not be deterred. Here comes the New York Knicks offensive play, with Brogdon bringing the ball past half-court. He intended to find Ning Chuan, only to realize that LeBron had been relentlessly contesting him, blocking his position while obstructing the passing lane. If Brogdon dared to pass, LeBron would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to intercept. The struggle for positioning between LeBron and Ning Chuan on the court left the commentator Smith rather embarrassed. It is essential to recognize that it is now the year 2020, not the 1990s. Such physical confrontations on the court are no longer permissible in the league. Yet, here we have the all-time great LeBron James engaging in a physical battle with a rookie. Not only is LeBron unfazed, But even the officiating referee at the sidelines appears somewhat bewildered. Bewildered as he may be, the referee has tacitly allowed the physical tussle between Ning Chuan and LeBron to continue. "You won't even catch the ball?" LeBron taunts as he physically challenges Ning Chuan, adding, "You have no room to receive the ball. A relic of a bygone era. Just shut your mouth." Yet, having endured countless trials in the unforgiving arena of Zwan, Ning Chuan would not concede. "Not only will I catch the ball, but I shall also sink a three-pointer right here." With that declaration, Ning Chuan decisively maneuvered LeBron behind him, gaining a half-step advantage while extending his hands for Brogdon's pass. Brogdon, unhesitant, delivered the ball straight into Ning Chuan's grasp. Bam! Not allowing LeBron a moment to respond, Ning Chuan swiftly ascended for a three-point shot. As the basketball soared through the air, Ning Chuan raised his arms in triumph, hurling a traditional exclamation at LeBron. Swish. With Ning Chuan's premature celebration as a backdrop, the ball cleanly swished through the net, marking his first three-pointer of the game. Despite LeBron's relentless defense, Ning Chuan discovered the space he needed. This marked the third consecutive basket Ning Chuan had scored over LeBron's outstretched arm. Chapter 104. How many screens must he navigate to defend? Ning Chuan's relentless offensive maneuvers have ignited LeBron James' competitive spirit. Remarkably, the esteemed vice-king of basketball unleashed his full prowess in the first quarter. The most unfortunate soul in this scenario was undoubtedly Anunoby, who, after finally being elevated to the starting lineup, found himself utterly overwhelmed by James. As the first quarter concluded, James had already amassed a staggering 20 points, setting a new seasonal record for a single quarter. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan continued to uphold his title as the king of the first quarter. Under the comprehensive defense from James, he unlocked an array of deceptive moves, sudden jump shots, and back-to-the-basket plays, culminating in an impressive 24 points in just one quarter. Observing the performances of the two teams' primary stars, it was evident that Ning Chuan held the upper hand at that moment. However, the Los Angeles Lakers, playing on their home turf, maintained a slight lead of 38-36 at the end of the first quarter. Against the Knicks' undersized interior defense, Anthony Davis consistently punished his opponents in the low post, efficiently contributing 10 points and 6 rebounds in the quarter, working in tandem with LeBron James to give the Lakers the advantage. Although Ning Chuan's performance in the first quarter was nothing short of spectacular, the Lakers emerged as the leading team. Indeed, the Knicks' interior defense was thoroughly dismantled by Davis, while Brogdon on the perimeter was effectively neutralized by KCP. The New York Knicks were left relying solely on Ning Chuan for scoring, a glaring issue that became apparent throughout the match. On the sidelines, Anthony Edwards clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he watched his idol struggle somewhat alone on the court. If circumstances permitted, he would have eagerly donned a Knicks jersey and rushed onto the floor to support Ning Chuan. Alas, in this contest, it seemed Ning Chuan would have to tackle the challenge alone. "It appears you might lose today, my friend," remarked Kuzma from the Lakers bench, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ning Chuan truly deserves the title of king of the first quarter, having scored 24 points. Prior to the game, James had wagered with Kuzma that Ning Chuan would not exceed 30 points throughout the match. Yet, with 24 points already in the first quarter, he was a mere 6 points away from easily surpassing that threshold. Given Ning Chuan's current form, securing those additional 6 points over the remaining 3 quarters seemed a trivial task. This young man is undeniably formidable. James took a hearty swig of his Gatorade, realizing that Ning Chuan was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Particularly impressive were his one-on-one skills, where James felt he could see echoes of Kobe in his play. James has indeed reached an age where his agility has waned, struggling to keep pace with the youthful vigor of Ning Chuan. Fortunately, his defensive acumen remains intact, and one would expect him to stifle Ning Chuan's offensive attempts without much difficulty. However, Ning Chuan's performance today defies conventional expectations. He launches three-pointers upon receiving the ball, executes a series of feints against his defenders, and showcases an array of sudden stops followed by fadeaway mid-range shots. It can be said that Ning Chuan's offensive repertoire is a theatrical spectacle in itself. His versatility on the offensive end may well position him as one of the most multifaceted players in the current league. If Kobe is likened to an offensive kaleidoscope, then today's Ning Chuan can only be described as an offensive cornucopia. Meanwhile, on the Knicks bench, Ning Chuan accepted the towel handed to him by Tyler Herro, wiping the sweat from his brow. Confronting LeBron James on the offensive end is undeniably a formidable challenge. Despite his unwavering stamina, he found it somewhat overwhelming. The sheer effort it took to score 24 points in a single quarter is a testament known only to him. Yet, The exhilaration of the experience is undeniably intoxicating. Prior to his time here, Ning Chuan had watched numerous NBA games. He harbored no affection for James, even feeling a tinge of disdain. However, now that LeBron stood before him in the flesh, what did it matter if he felt a bit fatigued and perspired? To outshine him would be the ultimate thrill. The intermission swiftly concluded, and both teams unveiled their rotational lineups. Bojan, having transitioned from a starter to a bench player, alongside Tyler Herro, emerged as a true secret weapon for the Knicks in the second quarter. Despite the Knicks currently trailing, the deficit was merely a few three-pointers away from being erased. As the game progressed into the latter half of the second quarter, the visiting New York Knicks had leveled the score. During a stoppage in play, both head coaches instinctively returned their starting lineups to the court. With possession of the ball, LeBron received the inbounds pass and, after observing Anunoby standing before him, gestured towards Kuzma. Understanding the signal, Kuzma swiftly moved up and set a screen for James. Following the pick, the Knicks executed a defensive switch. At that moment, standing before LeBron was none other than Ning Chuan. Anunoby attempted to recover on defense, but Ning Chuan waved him off, signifying, "No need to switch. I will guard LeBron." The intensity of the game escalated. Kuzma and James executed their pick and roll, compelling the Knicks to adjust their defensive strategy. From the commentary booth, Smith exclaimed with fervor, and standing before him is none other than Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan, let us see how you handle this." Meanwhile, Zion Williamson, watching the game from New Orleans, felt an unmistakable thrill. The memories of being outplayed by Ning Chuan during the Summer League were still vivid in his mind. Now, Ning Chuan had become the target of isolation plays. Not just Zion, but also Ja Morant, RJ Barrett, Garland, and other 2019 rookies who had previously been overwhelmed by Ning Chuan were now clenching their fists. Witnessing Ning Chuan falter would indeed be a cause for celebration. LeBron faced Ning Chuan's tenacious defense. He dribbled, searching for his rhythm. Anthony Davis moved up to set a screen, and LeBron utilized it. How many screens would one have to navigate to defend against LeBron? This may pose an insurmountable challenge. However, once LeBron James fully accelerates, it seems unlikely that anyone can contain him. After skillfully using a pick to evade Ning Chuan's defense, James surged towards the basket, executing a familiar drive that culminated in a bank shot before Grant could effectively assist. A splendid display of pick-and-roll synergy. The chemistry between James and Anthony Davis has reached an exquisite level of perfection. In the commentary booth, Smith and Barkley were effusively praising James, unable to contain their admiration. There is no denying it, LeBron James is indeed a player of unparalleled caliber. No matter how one extols his virtues, it can never be deemed excessive. After scoring, James calmly turned away with poise. Although Ning Chuan's defensive reflexes are swift, he is undeniably still quite young. Coach Thibodeau on the sidelines couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Confronted with a seasoned player like LeBron James, Ning Chuan certainly has much to learn on the defensive end. However, the lessons he acquires in defense will surely be compensated for by his contributions on the offensive end. Chapter 105, The Explosive Encounters Among Superstars. As the New York Knicks launched their offense, Brogdon advanced the ball and decisively passed it to Ning Chuan. Thud. The moment the basketball was in his grasp, Ning Chuan swiftly turned his back to the basket, executing a behind-the-back dribble followed by a step back, launching a graceful shot from beyond the arc. Whoosh. The basketball soared through the air like a sharpened blade, striking with precision. Damn. This shot elicited an involuntary curse from Edwards in the audience. Ning Chuan's style of play is undeniably exquisite. How many untapped techniques remain in his arsenal? LeBron James contemplates this very question. This young man truly embodies the essence of offensive prowess. Setting this inquiry aside, LeBron once again employs a tactical maneuver against Ning Chuan. He opts for a pick-and-roll with Kuzma, targeting Ning Chuan. Anunoby, stationed beyond the arc on the left side, exhales deeply, quietly observing the one-on-one duel between James and Ning Chuan. If one could describe the first quarter of his debut game as a Knick shrouded in darkness, then the emergence of the second quarter brought forth the light. LeBron's decision to isolate against Ning Chuan on the offensive end indirectly spared his own life. The dawn of realization has arrived. Moreover, witnessing the explosive exchanges between Ning Chuan and James up close is nothing short of a delight. In fact, during the latter half of the second quarter, Ning Chuan and James truly engaged in a mutual display of offensive and defensive brilliance. LeBron, facing Ning Chuan's staunch defense, executed a fierce layup, only for Ning Chuan to elegantly navigate around him like a butterfly weaving through flowers, culminating in a powerful dunk over his senior, Anthony Davis. Ning Chuan executed a breathtaking dunk, reminiscent of a powerful whirlwind, while LeBron James showcased an impressive one-man fast-break slam. The intensity was palpable. Just as James completed his scoring, the New York Knicks swiftly initiated a baseline out-of-bounds play. Brogdon propelled the ball forward, crossing half-court to find Ning Chuan. Confronted by James, who was retreating on defense, Ning Chuan feigned a three-point shot from the left flank, deftly evading James before charging into the paint. There, amidst the dual defense of Davis and McGee, he elegantly finished with an acrobatic layup. Spectacular. Absolutely splendid. The duel between the Knicks number 13 and the Lakers number 23 left the commentators entranced, rendered nearly speechless in the moment. They could only exclaim, "Oh my God." Smith and Barkley found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Huaxia, the lexicon of Teacher Whale in his streaming room was far more extensive. LeBron James executed a powerful dunk that could rival an army's might, while Ning Chuan glided through the chaos, untouched and effortlessly graceful. James's thunderous dunk harkened back to 2003. When asked for his thoughts on Ning Chuan's dunk, it could only be described as the best play of the season. In the streaming room, Teacher Whale was genuinely exhilarated. It was undeniable. The clash between the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Lakers was nothing short of exhilarating. The offensive and defensive exchanges between LeBron James and Ning Chuan were undoubtedly the most thrilling matchup of the season, bar none. Boom. The camera returned to Staples Center. During the Lakers' final offensive play of the second quarter, James utilized Davis's screen to accelerate past Ning Chuan's defense, charging into the paint for yet another thunderous dunk over Kevin Love. Once again, Love found himself as merely a backdrop to James's prowess. "Brother, you were once a champion alongside me. Must you be so brutal?" With that dunk, LeBron James tallied 34 points in the first half. The home team, the Los Angeles Lakers, momentarily led the Knicks by 3 points, 66-64. With a ferocious dunk, LeBron James completed the Lakers' final offensive play of the half. Although only 3 seconds remained for the Knicks to mount an offensive response, it was exceedingly difficult to orchestrate an effective play within such a brief window. Indeed, the Los Angeles Lakers would head into halftime with a slender 2-point lead. This thrilling contest promised to be a nail-biter until the final moments. With just 3 seconds left before halftime, commentators Smith and Barkley began preparing their remarks. The matchup between the Lakers and the Knicks, even in just one half, had already yielded an abundance of noteworthy highlights. This season's most captivating game was truly deserving of its acclaim. The fans within the Staples Center were utterly satisfied. The fierce exchange of offense and defense between Ning Chuan and LeBron James truly rendered the tickets for this match worth every penny, indeed exceeding their value. Fans across the globe eagerly anticipated the moment of halftime. On the court, Ning Chuan subtly signaled to Kevin Love to pass the baseline ball to him. Although Love was uncertain of Ning Chuan's intentions, especially with only 3 seconds remaining, he opted to deliver the ball to him nonetheless. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan seized the basketball and glanced at the timer. 3 seconds. Confirming the time, he accelerated purposefully, navigating through the backcourt. Under the bewildered gaze of the entire Lakers team, he suddenly launched the ball. Swish. In the next instant, the red lights indicating halftime illuminated alongside the rim. Before the eyes of the entire audience, the basketball Ning Chuan had released just before time expired soared across the half-court like a blade unsheathed, striking with lethal precision. Oh. Instantaneously, the Staples Center erupted in a frenzy. Nearly every fan, including the typically composed LeBron James, instinctively clutched their heads in astonishment. 67-66. The visiting New York Knicks had seized the lead in the final moments before halftime. Concurrently, Ning Chuan's personal score for the half soared to 38 points. He had executed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer just before the halftime whistle. It was truly remarkable, a shot from beyond the midcourt line. In the commentary booth, Smith leapt from his seat in exhilaration. With the shot, he has amassed 38 points and has propelled his team to a lead as halftime approaches. Now, the New York Knicks stood as the frontrunners. Words fail to encapsulate the essence of this match. Beside him, Barkley was equally animated. This might very well be a duel worthy of the history books. Although the duo had commentated countless games, such a high-caliber showdown featuring top-tier stars in a relentless offensive and defensive clash was indeed a rarity. Chapter 106. Do not forget. You also hail from Kentucky. Damn. Not just Smith and Barkley. The players of the New York Knicks were equally engulfed in frenzy. Tyler Herro was the first to dash from the bench, rushing to Ning Chuan for an exuberant chest bump in celebration. Anunoby also joyfully approached Ning Chuan, exchanging high fives. Kevin Love, on the other hand, was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Ning, was that shot not a bit outrageous? Tell me, how many of Wei Ji's pills did you consume last night? In stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations from the Knicks, the Los Angeles Lakers stood in a state of utter bewilderment. In a mere 3 seconds, he effortlessly traversed from the backcourt to the center circle to take the shot. There was no doubt about it. With time dwindling, such a long-range throw was the only option. Yet, to miss the basket from such a distance? Who could one possibly turn to for an explanation? Moreover, from the moment he received the ball, Ning Chuan was imbued with confidence, as if he inherently believed the shot would find its mark. AD, do you think that shot was merely a casual attempt by Ning Chuan, or was it premeditated? In the players' tunnel, LeBron walked alongside Davis. At this moment, LeBron had completely set aside his wager with Kuzma. With Ning Chuan's impressive 38 points and that breathtaking buzzer beater from beyond the arc, the wager had lost its significance. I'm not entirely certain, Davis replied succinctly. But in my view, Ning Chuan indeed possesses such talent. As Davis's shining star, he had an intimate understanding of Ning Chuan. Since his college days, Davis had frequently watched Ning Chuan's games. When the New Orleans Pelicans secured the first pick in this year's draft, Davis even humbled himself to reconcile with the team's management. If they could select Ning Chuan, he would remain with the team and sign a long-term contract. Yet, life unfolds in unexpected ways. Observing the hint of disappointment on Davis's face, LeBron refrained from saying much. Nevertheless, he had resolved within himself. Regardless of how formidable Ning Chuan's performance might be in this game, he was determined to secure victory. It must be said, the eruption of Ning Chuan has undeniably ignited a fierce determination within James. Since his entry into the league, this marks the first occasion in his illustrious career where he is so resolutely intent on conquering a younger adversary. During halftime, the head coaches of both teams exhibited starkly contrasting demeanors in their respective locker rooms. Thibodeau was remarkably meticulous, incessantly issuing directives for the second half. OG. Do not allow the opponent to switch defenses so easily once we resume. James remains your primary target. Love, Grant, be prepared for assistance if James drives into the paint. Do whatever it takes to double-team him. Ning Chuan, we need you to continue providing offensive firepower for the team. Thibodeau glanced at Ning Chuan, conveying an unmistakable message. Clearly, the plan for Anunoby to defend against James had crumbled. Thibodeau, not being infallible, also had his moments of miscalculation. Hero, the second half is your time to shine. Ning Chuan, seated in the locker room, turned to Hero beside him. Don't forget, you hail from Kentucky too. Just as James has Davis, Ning Chuan has Hero. As a rookie who made a stunning debut in the NBA Finals with 38 points, Hero's offensive prowess is beyond question. On the other side, in the Lakers' locker room, Coach Vogel maintained a serene demeanor. He refrained from lengthy speeches, focusing primarily on the defensive strategy against Ning Chuan. Halftime swiftly concluded, and the starting lineups of both teams returned to the court. The battle between the New York Knicks and the Los Angeles Lakers was far from over. Only 2 quarters remained in the contest. The outcome would likely remain uncertain until the final moments. As Smith and Barkley commented, Brogdon advanced the ball across half-court. Utilizing a screen from Kevin Love at the top of the arc, he evaded KCP's defense and opted to pass the ball to Ning Chuan. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan faced James's defense, exhibiting minimal movement. After a simple change of direction, he accelerated past James and stormed into the paint, executing a powerful dunk before Davis could adequately react. As the transition ensued, the Los Angeles Lakers initiated the first offensive play of the second half. James, positioned on the right side against Anunoby's defense, feigned a drive off the screen but instead launched a surprise three-pointer from beyond the arc. The basketball arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net. Though James does not frequently shoot threes throughout his career, in the latter stages of his journey, his sudden three-point attempts have certainly garnered attention. 70-69. The Los Angeles Lakers, playing at home, have completed a score reversal. This game is indeed becoming increasingly riveting. Across the ocean, within the vibrant realm of Tencent's live broadcast, Wang Shipeng chuckled, remarking, the duo of James and Ning Chuan, both elite stars, have returned for the second half with their shooting touch still ablaze. This is precisely where their prowess lies. Wang Ming, seated beside him, chimed in. Both players possess the remarkable ability to maintain a high-level offensive performance, mastering an array of offensive techniques. Let us continue to watch, for this match is destined to become increasingly captivating. Indeed, as Wang Ming suggested, the game grew ever more intriguing. in the initial phase of the third quarter. A spectacular display ensued as Ning Chuan and James exchanged fierce offensive and defensive blows. LeBron James unleashed his offensive prowess with remarkable efficiency, scoring 14 points in just 8 minutes of play during the third quarter. By the conclusion of the third, he had amassed a total of 48 points, an astonishing feat, especially considering his career high stands at merely 61 points. On the other side, Ning Chuan was equally determined not to lag behind, contributing 18 points in the same 8 minutes, bringing his total to 56 points for the game. Meanwhile, the rejuvenated hero, inspired during halftime by Ning Chuan's motivational words, also made his mark with 10 points in just 6 minutes on the court, raising his personal tally to 18 points. Although Ning Chuan maintained his lead in individual scoring, the New York Knicks trailed the Lakers by a mere 2 points at 96-98 as the third quarter concluded. Both Ning Chuan and James delivered exemplary performances, akin to presenting a flawless examination paper. Notably, LeBron James appeared poised to surpass his own career scoring record today. The point differential between the two teams remained tight, and as key offensive players for their respective squads, they were expected to continue their scoring in the fourth quarter. Perhaps today, we shall witness an unprecedented contest. An epic showdown in the final quarter is on the horizon. Chapter 107. The Twin Stars shine at Staples Center. Throughout the expansive history of the NBA, spanning over 70 years, there have only been 3 instances where both teams' players have each scored over 50 points in a single game. These remarkable encounters include basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain's 63 points against Baylor's 51 points, Wilt's staggering 67 points versus Richie Guerin's 50, and another extraordinary match with Wilt achieving 78 points against Baylor's 63. These 3 legendary scoring displays underscore the terrifying scoring ability of the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain. Over the years, such occurrences have been exceedingly rare, with only these 3 monumental clashes from the ancient era standing testament to this phenomenon. However, today, the NBA is set to witness its 4th historical scoring extravaganza. We are fortunate to be on the brink of witnessing history unfold. At the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the commentary booth resonated with the harmonious voices of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. In their eyes, this match was destined to be etched in history. Let us maintain our competitive spirit. During the intermission, the then head coach of the Lakers, Frank Vogel, continued to inspire his players. We are still in the lead, and as long as we persist, they will have no chance of overcoming us. Is it necessary to double-team Ning Chuan? Absolutely not. Vogel categorically dismissed the suggestion from the assistant coach. As long as we sustain our competitive edge, the ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to us. Ning Chuan is indeed formidable. However, he is accompanied by LeBron James. Today, the New York Knicks' offensive prowess hinges solely on Ning Chuan himself, whose individual scoring surpasses half of the team's total points. Although James has experienced similar circumstances, he is supported by Anthony Davis, who alleviates much of the offensive burden. A team that places all its scoring pressure on a single individual, attempting to overcome the Los Angeles Lakers, is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. As for double-teaming Ning Chuan, this may be Vogel's ultimate strategy, yet it is unlikely to be deployed lightly. Moreover, the defender assigned to Ning Chuan is none other than LeBron James. Would he permit his teammates to engage in such a tactic? The answer is clearly negative. As a perennial figure in NBA history, LeBron's pride does not allow the coaching staff to pursue such an approach. Personally, I believe it would be wiser for Anunoby to take on the responsibility of defending LeBron James. On the other side, Coach Thibodeau hopes that Ning Chuan can conserve some energy on the defensive end, facing consecutive attacks and defenses from James. Ning Chuan's perspiration level today is the highest it has been throughout this season. Thibodeau remains concerned for Ning Chuan's well-being, for losing him would deal a devastating blow to the New York Knicks. Ning Chuan wore a composed expression as he patted Hero on the shoulder, urging him not to forget their earlier conversation. I understand, trust me. Hero replied with remarkable swiftness, yet such a reaction only underscored the tension he felt within. The final showdown commenced. The two teams unleashed their rotating lineups in fierce combat. Under Ning Chuan's motivational influence, Hero finally experienced his moment of glory in the NBA. With a series of dazzling behind-the-back crossovers followed by a step-back three-pointer, he faced off against his mentor, Anthony Davis. In the counterattack, he received a pass from Bogdan and sank a trailing three-pointer. Tyler Hero's consecutive scores electrified the commentary booth, prompting Smith to rise in excitement and applaud. This shooting guard from the University of Kentucky has truly blossomed in this game. Indeed, Barkley chimed in. Hero demonstrates through action that there are more shooting guards emerging from the University of Kentucky than just Ning Chuan. Under Hero's leadership, the New York Knicks surged ahead of the Los Angeles Lakers by 4 points, 114 to 110, with merely 6 minutes remaining in the game. At this moment, Vogel could no longer maintain his composure and called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, both teams deployed their star lineups. Brogdon swiftly advanced the ball past half-court and opted to pass it to Ning Chuan. Facing James's defense, Ning Chuan executed a menacing three-threat move. But James managed to swat the basketball away. Fortunately, Ning Chuan reacted quickly, securing possession with one hand and driving forcefully from James's left side into the paint. Drawing defensive attention, he decisively passed the ball to Hero, stationed beyond the three-point arc on the left. With a resounding thud, the basketball found its way into Hero's hands. After a brief adjustment, he launched a confident three-pointer. Swish. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air before netting cleanly. 117 to 110. The visiting New York Knicks extended their lead to 7 points. Tyler Hero struck again from beyond the arc, marking his 28th point of the contest. We had anticipated a duel between Ning Chuan and James in the final quarter, yet it was Hero who emerged as the standout. However, the outcome of the match remained undecided, and it was not yet time for celebration. The Knicks' offense posed no issue, but their defense found itself in a precarious predicament. The Los Angeles Lakers advanced their offense past half-court. In the low post, James received the ball, engaging in a fierce physical battle with Ning Chuan. As he swiftly turned to face the basket, Ning Chuan intercepted the play. Naturally, James displayed remarkable reflexes, quickly regaining control of the ball. With time winding down on the shot clock, he unleashed a mid-range jumper. Thud. Almost simultaneously, Ning Chuan launched himself into the air with utmost determination, soaring to an extraordinary height to swat away the basketball from James's grasp. The moment the ball was blocked, the 24-second shot clock signal illuminated on either side of the hoop, indicating a violation for the Los Angeles Lakers. As Ning Chuan thwarted James's shot, he inadvertently caused the Lakers to commit an offensive turnover. James appeared somewhat fatigued, his speed noticeably diminished compared to the earlier quarters. As the Knicks initiated their offense, Ning Chuan received a pass from Brogdon beyond the left three-point arc, and before James could adequately position himself defensively, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. It found its mark with precision. 120, 110. The Knicks extended their lead to double digits. Turning back, James attempted to isolate against Ning Chuan from the low post, but to no avail. The New York Knicks surged forward once again, with Ning Chuan assisting the speeding Tyrese Halliburton, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. In an instant, the Knicks unleashed a 9-0 offensive barrage immediately following the substitutions, stretching their lead to 13 points. On the sidelines, Vogel refrained from calling a timeout. He preferred to believe in the transformative prowess of James and Davis at this critical juncture. Alas, the ability to alter the course of the game resided solely with two individuals, the dynamic backcourt duo from Kentucky, Ning Chuan and Tyler Hero. Chapter 108. The unyielding rookie class of level 19. Ning Chuan intercepted James's pass, igniting another counterattack for the New York Knicks. Once again, it was Tyler Hero. He scored another three-pointer in transition, marking his 31st point of the game. An astonishing display. We had anticipated a duel between James and Ning Chuan in the final quarter. Yet at this moment, Hero was simply unstoppable. The lead had swelled to 22 points. The Los Angeles Lakers faced an abrupt demise. In the United States, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, commentators Smith and Barkley were left utterly astounded. Just minutes prior, they had speculated whether James and Ning Chuan would continue to shatter personal scoring records in the final quarter. Who could have predicted that Tyler Hero would emerge so dramatically, decisively concluding the game with his audacious three-pointers? In New Orleans, within the Pelicans locker room, R.J. Barrett watched the jubilant celebrations of Ning Chuan and Hero on television, appearing somewhat at a loss for words. Ning Chuan's performance is commendable. He is undoubtedly deserving of the accolades he receives. After all, he is the top draft pick, the most distinguished among this year's rookies. Yet, what audacity does Tyler Hero possess to erupt in such a manner? Is he unaware that I am still mockingly referred to as the Iceman by fans? As a mere 8th pick, why is he so eager to showcase his abilities? What exactly does Hero have to justify his actions? R.J. Barrett glanced back at Zion Williamson, who was equally bewildered. These two prodigies from Duke University have yet to deliver a defining moment in their professional careers. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan not only shines but also inspires the 8th pick, Hero, to rise. The first to regain his composure, Zion exchanged a knowing glance with R.J. Barrett. Everything was unspoken yet understood. Simultaneously, in Memphis, the eyes remained glued to the television, where Ning Chuan and Harrow were surrounded by teammates. The sharpshooter Ja Morant, with fists clenched, contemplated the golden Desert Eagle nestled in his pocket. Ning Chuan once decisively overwhelmed Morant's interior defense. However, one Ning Chuan is no longer sufficient. The addition of Tyler Harrow is now imperative. At this moment, Morant's animosity towards both Ning Chuan and Harrow has reached its zenith. Turning off the television, Morant immediately departed his villa and drove to a nightclub. Tonight, he must release his pent-up frustration. Even though the game has concluded, I remain incredulous about the unfolding events. The scene shifts back to the Staples Center, where an extraordinary silence envelopes the arena as the commentators regain their composure. We have witnessed an epic confrontation, one that will undoubtedly be heralded as the finest regular season clash of this year, led by LeBron James. The Los Angeles Lakers ultimately fell short against the New York Knicks on their home court. The twin stars from the University of Kentucky showcased their prowess in this match with unrelenting vigor. Frankly, I have already begun to anticipate this year's playoffs with great eagerness. I am impatient to witness the Kentucky Twins illuminating a grander stage. This is destined to be a remarkable era. Through this contest, Smith and Barkley recognized that the New York Knicks are not solely rising due to Ning Chuan. Harrow, hailing from the same university, is equally formidable. As the game concluded, numerous media outlets redirected their cameras towards the Los Angeles Lakers. Naturally, the majority of reporters focused on the young king, LeBron James. This player, who possesses the capability to vie for the title of the greatest in NBA history, not only faced defeat but also lost his wager with Kuzma. Everyone is aware that James will not accept failure lightly. Following his defeat by Ning Chuan, an even more furious James awaits. Meanwhile, the Knicks are exuberantly celebrating Tyler Harrow's performance, prompting the media to interview Lakers players and coaches first. Our coaching staff miscalculated the explosive scoring potential of Ning Chuan and Harrow. Head coach Vogel immediately took responsibility in front of the media, stating, "These two young players from the University of Kentucky certainly taught us a valuable lesson in this game. We should have implemented targeted defense against them earlier, rather than waiting until they found the rhythm to initiate double teaming." Clearly, Vogel believes that the greatest failure of this match was their inability to effectively contain Harrow and Ning Chuan. While it appeared that Ning Chuan was delivering a remarkable performance, few realized that Tyler Harrow was right behind him. The twin stars of the New York Knicks are destined to emerge as the season's most formidable dark horses. Immediately following the game, the media sought to interview LeBron James. Today, James scored an impressive 52 points, although he fell short of surpassing his career scoring record. It marked the first time in 8 years that he achieved a score exceeding 50 points. Fans were eager to hear James's thoughts, particularly regarding Ning Chuan and Tyler Harrow. However, in a rare occurrence, James declined to speak with the media post-game and walked into the players' tunnel, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the match. As Coach Vogel remarked, "We should have implemented targeted defense against Ning Chuan and Harrow much earlier." Anthony Davis, who contributed 28 points and 18 rebounds, did not shy away from the media. "I am acutely aware of the capabilities of Ning Chuan and Harrow, as they both hail from the University of Kentucky. It is widely acknowledged in the NBA that guards emerging from Kentucky are of exceptional quality. Clearly, today I was bested by my two younger colleagues." Davis smiled and continued, "They triumphed today, but next time, fortune will not favor them so easily. The next time, LeBron James's desire for vengeance will be even more fervent than today's will to survive. Next time, I shall ensure that Ning Chuan and Harrow do not have the opportunity to prevail over me again. Next, Ning Chuan will face relentless double-teaming on defense. Of course, that is all a matter for the future. For today, the victors are the New York Knicks. We have triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers, defeating both of the city's prestigious teams." Emerging from the celebration, Malcolm Brogdon, confronted with pressing questions, wore an expression of exhilaration. "I am uncertain what your definition of a strong team is. However, I believe the New York Knicks undoubtedly deserve a place among them." Brogdon's assertion holds no fault. With consecutive victories over the Los Angeles powerhouses, the New York Knicks are now undeniably one of the formidable teams in the league. Chapter 109. The scepter of power in the league is officially transferred. When I first encountered Ning Chuan, I knew he would conquer LeBron James. Tyler Harrow, also facing the media, shared in the excitement. What I did not anticipate was that this day would arrive so swiftly. Reflecting on the moment he met Ning Chuan during their college days, He marveled at how today he had triumphed over James, securing victory at the Staples Center. Ning Chuan has undeniably emerged as the most formidable star in the contemporary NBA. Taylor, aside from Ning Chuan's remarkable 60-point performance, your contributions in the final moments of the fourth quarter were pivotal to the team's victory. A reporter from TNT continued to inquire, were the consecutive three-point counterattacks a result of the team's strategic planning or your improvisation? In an interview with Hero, the conversation inevitably gravitated towards his explosive performance during the critical moments of the fourth quarter. I was merely executing Coach Thibodeau's tactics. Before the camera, Hero displayed remarkable humility. The defensive focus of the opposing team was entirely on Ning Chuan. Thus, one could witness my numerous open shooting opportunities in the closing moments of the game. I simply capitalized on those chances. It was as straightforward as that. In other words, the entire defensive strategy of the Los Angeles Lakers was centered around Ning Chuan. When faced with double teams after penetrating the defense, Ning Chuan decisively passed the ball to him. Hero adeptly leveraged this situation, igniting an explosive performance that swiftly dismantled the Lakers. Upon hearing Hero's explanation, the reporters present experienced a moment of clarity. His ability to seize opportunities was nothing short of remarkable. The duo of the team's two young talents was indeed the key to winning the game. I feel privileged to have both Ning Chuan and Hero on my roster. Coach Thibodeau lavished praise on Ning Chuan and Hero postgame, stating candidly, I am unsure how the management managed to acquire both of them. However, I believe they are both among the top 3 players of this draft class. Among the top 3 players of this draft class? What am I to do with the Duke twins and the sharpshooter's reputation? After the prelude, all the media reporters finally surrounded Ning Chuan. There were simply too many topics regarding today's game. Ning Chuan and James engaged in an explosive exchange of offense and defense. Ultimately, he not only stifled James on the defensive end, but also delivered consecutive assists to Hero, who sank a three-pointer in transition. Countless focal topics lay before Ning Chuan, coupled with his pregame verbal sparring with James. An intuitive sense among many journalists suggested that monumental events were destined to unfold today. Notably, even the usually indifferent whale teacher, who seldom watches post-game interviews, chose to stay tuned to observe Ning Chuan. Each year, a dark horse emerges, faced with a throng of eager media reporters. Ning Chuan's inaugural words upon grasping the microphone sent the global basketball fans into a frenzy. Why can't this year be our year? The year of the New York Knicks. Why shouldn't it be the New York Knicks? Ning Chuan's words have profoundly shaken basketball fans across the globe. Despite the New York Knicks being the most valuable franchise in the NBA, they have not savored the sweetness of a championship since their triumph in the 1960s. A series of defeats has led many to forget that Madison Square Garden is the hallowed ground of basketball. In recent years, discussions surrounding the Knicks have predominantly revolved around chaos. Yet now, Ning Chuan has proclaimed a new rallying cry. Why can't it be us, the New York Knicks? Perhaps even Ning Chuan did not anticipate the monumental impact his statement would have on the future of the New York Knicks. Meanwhile, the journalists present were left utterly speechless. Ning Chuan's statement is unequivocally a declaration of war against all teams in the league. The remarkable aspect is that he undoubtedly possesses the credentials to do so. Following a series of victories over the championship-favored Los Angeles duo, the team's record has astonishingly reached an impressive 12 consecutive wins at the onset of the season. In terms of individual statistics and team performance, Ning Chuan has consistently emerged as the dominant force throughout the games. Ning, this marks the inaugural encounter of your career with LeBron James. How does it feel? Regaining his composure, the TNT reporter continued. While you scored 60 points to secure the victory, LeBron declined all post-game interviews. Haha, he refused all interviews? Ning Chuan shrugged and chuckled, saying, could you please check who their next opponent is? The Philadelphia 76ers. It seems they are in for a rough time. LeBron's fury cannot possibly be contained until the next encounter with the New York Knicks. Undoubtedly, the Philadelphia 76ers will become innocent victims in this scenario. Facing off against LeBron is an exhilarating experience. He stands as the benchmark among current players. Securing a victory in his presence is indeed a formidable challenge. Ning Chuan continued, at one point during the match, I genuinely believed that the team's winning streak would come to an end. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Tyler Herro stepped up. Tyler Herro was the pivotal factor in the New York Knicks securing victory from the Staples Center. The Knicks' triumph in this game was not solely due to Ning Chuan's impressive 60 points. The contributions of the other players were equally vital, such as Ning Chuan. In the live broadcast, although Teacher Whale was not proficient in English, he pretended to translate. Ning Chuan's interview remarks were quite straightforward. The king of hell allows you to perish at the third crow of the rooster, while he merely permits you to succumb at the first. Hiss. After Teacher Whale's translation, the viewers watching the live stream broke into a cold sweat. Did Ning Chuan really say that? Could it be a tad too arrogant? Similarly, Ning Chuan's performance in today's game, coupled with his post-match statements, undoubtedly became the focal point for numerous media outlets. TNT, the prodigious talent from Huaxia faces LeBron James for the first time, scoring a staggering 60. ESPN, Eastern Conference leaders versus Western Conference leaders. The New York Knicks emerge victorious. Sports Illustrated, this is the best rookie in history. Ning Chuan is undeniably one of the strongest players in the league today. As major American websites reported on Ning Chuan, many Huaxia media outlets remained equally active. Tencent Sports, at the pinnacle of excellence, Ning Chuan is now unstoppable. Hupu Sports, the strongest in the league is no longer in question. Ning Chuan is undoubtedly deserving. Moreover, Tencent Sports also discussed this topic on their evening NBA Frontline program. Prior to the home game, we deliberated on who the strongest player in the league is today. Indeed, today's match will significantly influence the attribution of that title. The head-to-head clash between Ning Chuan and James, regardless of the outcome, is destined to influence the evaluations of external media. Presently, Ning Chuan has not only triumphed over James with his remarkable performance, but has also led his team to conquer the Staples Center. Perhaps the question of who reigns as the strongest player in today's league is now devoid of any ambiguity. It must be said that the impact of this match far exceeds the expectations of the fans. With this battle, Ning Chuan and James have seamlessly passed the baton. Chapter 110. I just want to get off work soon. On November 16th, during the American time, after concluding their journey in Los Angeles, the New York Knicks proceeded to Sacramento to challenge the Kings. Following 2 consecutive explosive performances, the Kings adopted a double-team strategy against Ning Chuan right from the outset. This tactic, implemented at the very beginning, caught Ning Chuan somewhat off guard. However, the prowess of the Sacramento Kings was evident. After a brief adjustment, Ning Chuan swiftly utilized his breakthrough skills to deftly maneuver past the 2 defenders assigned to him. Taylor H. Rose's ability to initiate offense today was also noticeably enhanced. Following the encounter with the Los Angeles Lakers, HRO's self-confidence on the court has visibly grown. The words spoken by Ning Chuan on that day linger in Hero's mind. He is not the only one emerging from the University of Kentucky. Ultimately, the Sacramento Kings, playing on their home turf, could not hold their ground and succumbed to the New York Knicks, losing by a staggering 22 points with a score of 98-120. Today, Ning Chuan managed to score a mere 35 points. It is worth noting that during the 2 games in Los Angeles, he had achieved scores of 76 and 60 points respectively. One cannot deny that the Kings' defensive strategy today indeed had a significant impact. As the game concluded, the 2 commentators expressed a sense of regret. They yearned to narrate an epic clash akin to the previous encounter between the Lakers and the Knicks. Unfortunately, such an opportunity never arose. Just look at today. Ning Chuan scored 35 points in merely 3 quarters. How could one compare that to a full game where he engages in a titanic battle with LeBron on both offense and defense? Alas, such thrilling matches have all been monopolized by Smith and Barkley. On the other hand, the Los Angeles Lakers, who fell to the New York Knicks, witnessed LeBron James experiencing a remarkable resurgence. Amidst the roars of the crowd, James unleashed an impressive 52 points, marking his 2nd consecutive game scoring over 50 points. The Philadelphia 76ers, visiting Los Angeles, were left in despair. Why must the repercussions of the Knicks' actions fall upon us? Notably, after the game, the formidable Joel Embiid engaged in a passionate rap session with Al Horford in the locker room. The intensity was beyond description. Embiid was on the verge of calling the management with the words, "If he is here, I'm not. If I'm here, he is not." Undoubtedly, this sentiment will surface eventually, as the seemingly glamorous roster of the Philadelphia 76ers is, in fact, riddled with issues, and Embiid and Horford are incompatible on the court. At this moment, the Great One has yet to develop his point guard attributes. Once he does, Simmons will become superfluous. On November 18th, the New York Knicks returned to their home court to face a familiar adversary, their city rivals, the Brooklyn Nets. Following the off-season arrivals of Durant, Irving, and DeAndre Jordan, the Brooklyn Nets were widely recognized as New York's strongest team. However, as the season progressed, it became evident that the Knicks were the true powerhouse. With Durant sidelined for the entire season due to an Achilles tear and the highly anticipated Kyrie Irving plagued by constant minor injuries, The Nets have managed only a record of 5 wins and 8 losses, lagging far behind the Knicks. From the very first minute of the game, Ning Chuan showed no signs of mercy. In the first quarter, he scored 26 points within just 10 minutes, helping the team establish an 18-point lead. Back in his home arena, Ning Chuan was once again in peak form. The eruption of Ning Chuan has undeniably stirred excitement among the commentators at the sidelines. Presently, the viewership of the New York Knicks matches that of any NBA team, showing no signs of lagging behind. In fact, during certain pivotal matchups, the Knicks have managed to establish a remarkable lead. This phenomenon has rendered Ning Chuan's games particularly favored by many commentators, as they need not worry about favoritism towards a specific player, which may evoke dissatisfaction among certain fans when covering other teams. With Ning Chuan, the task is simply to extol his prowess. The ingenious coach of the Brooklyn Nets, Nash, finds himself in a challenging predicament. With 2 key players absent and facing the explosive performance of Ning Chuan, the situation is indeed daunting. However, given Ning Chuan's fiery start, Nash's primary objective must be to contain Ning Chuan's scoring. Regrettably, today's Ning Chuan is utterly unyielding. As the second quarter resumed, the formidable lineup led by Tyler Herro continued to assert dominance, maintaining the point differential. After Ning Chuan took the court in the latter half of the second quarter, he single-handedly orchestrated an offensive onslaught, delivering an astonishing 15-0 scoring run, bringing his halftime tally to an impressive 41 points. Once again, he showcased a remarkable performance, surpassing the 40-point mark. With his breathtaking three-pointer that netted his 41st point, the commentator on the sidelines excitedly pounded the table, declaring that even with the return of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, the Brooklyn Nets would not stand a chance against the New York Knicks. The current Knicks are, without a doubt, recognized as a formidable force throughout the league. As the commentator aptly noted, the New York Knicks have indeed established themselves as a singular entity within the league. And as for the reason behind this, their remarkable 14-game winning streak speaks volumes. Ultimately, Ning Chuan did not take the court in the second half, as the substantial point differential remained until the final buzzer. The score concluded at 136-106, with the New York Knicks decisively defeating their city rivals, the Brooklyn Nets, by a staggering 30 points. This victory marked the Nets' 3rd consecutive loss while extending the Knicks' winning streak to 15 games, a new franchise record for consecutive victories. Tonight, Ning Chuan was simply unstoppable. In the post-game interview, Nets head coach Steve Nash expressed his frustration, stating that Ning Chuan's eruption was utterly unforeseen, leaving the team unprepared. Prior to the game, he had anticipated that Ning Chuan would score high, but he never imagined that he would achieve this feat in just half a game. Steve Nash was indeed left in a state of disbelief. Ning Chuan's performance on the offensive front has surpassed his expectations. This is merely an ordinary match. On the other side, during a media interview, Ning Chuan expressed that he had little to say about today's game. All I wish is to finish work swiftly. An ordinary match? Just eager to conclude the day? Ning Chuan, have you truly considered the words you utter? Following a decisive victory over the Brooklyn Nets, Ning Chuan and the entire Knicks team boarded a private flight to Atlanta, embarking on another back-to-back battle the very next day. Awaiting them are the formidable Atlanta Hawks, who currently rank high in the Eastern Conference. Chapter 110, Let Me Witness Your Strength. This season, under the leadership of the exceptional Trae Young, the Atlanta Hawks have commenced with an impressive record of 10 wins and 4 losses, placing them 4th in the Eastern Conference. Trae Young's average of 25 points, 3 rebounds, and 10 assists vividly exemplifies what it means to be a point guard in this new era. Furthermore, the Hawks bolstered their roster during the offseason by acquiring sharpshooters Bogdan Bogdanović and Danilo Gallinari, contributing significantly to their success. Online discussions regarding the upcoming clash between the Knicks and the Hawks have begun to overshadow Ning Chuan's remarkable feat of scoring 41 points in a single half. In a fleeting moment, fans realized that Ning Chuan's high-scoring performances have become so commonplace that if he were to falter one day, it would indeed be a significant event. Gentlemen, this year's games featuring the Hawks are undoubtedly worth watching. The fervent discussions surrounding the Knicks vs. Hawks matchup have resonated deeply with numerous fans. Indeed, Trae Young's performance this season has been nothing short of extraordinary. He possesses the potential to inherit Steph Curry's legacy. Particularly, his swift three-point shooting is strikingly reminiscent of Curry himself. And speaking of successors, why not mention Ning Chuan? He is widely recognized as the future leader of the league, and there is little left to be said about him. The clash between Ning Chuan and Trae Young, 2 young leaders, is about to commence. The NBA has never been short of prodigies. In Atlanta, at the Phillips Arena, commentator Smith passionately delivers his opening remarks. Today, we shall witness two extraordinarily talented young individuals leading their respective teams in a face-off within this arena. It is noteworthy that both of these youthful team cores have achieved personal milestones this season. Beside him, Barkley quickly adds, indeed, whether it be Trae Young or Ning Chuan, they are poised to be the greatest disruptors in the Eastern Conference this season. Should the New York Knicks have a chance to claim the division championship this year, the Atlanta Hawks will undoubtedly pose a formidable obstacle in their path. I do not believe I am inferior to Ning Chuan, or rather, Trae Young stated with a serious demeanor during a pre-game interview, I am stronger than him. This season, the mayor of New York has indeed reached the pinnacle of his career. According to the original timeline, the Hawks have emerged as the biggest dark horse in the Eastern Conference, advancing triumphantly to the division finals. Trae Young is an exceptional player, and I eagerly anticipate our duel. Conversely, Ning Chuan, also addressing the media, seemingly dismissed Trae Young with nonchalance. After a few cursory remarks, he turned away to immerse himself in pre-game shooting practice. Ning Chuan's lackluster pre-game interview irked Trae Young significantly. Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? I am the mayor of New York, and you are merely a minor player for the New York Knicks. What gives you the audacity to be so dismissive? Trae Young resolved in his heart to show Ning Chuan what true genius looks like. The pre-game warm-ups concluded swiftly, and the starting players for both teams took to the court. The New York Knicks maintained their starting lineup from their encounter with the Lakers: Brogdon, Anunoby, Grant, Love, and their core player, Ning Chuan. With Anunoby's growth during the season, he has gradually solidified his position as a starter. Compared to Bogdan, Coach Thibodeau favors the more resilient Anunoby. The Atlanta Hawks starting lineup featured Bogdanović, Gallinari, Hunter, Capella, and finally, Trae Young, who stepped onto the court. Trae Young, show Ning Chuan what it means to be a true genius. In Atlanta, you are the sole superstar. As Trae Young took to the court, the entire Phillips Arena erupted into fervent cheers. The adoration from the crowd radiated confidence from Trae Young's very gaze. To speak candidly, it has been quite some time since we witnessed the resurgence of the Atlanta Hawks. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the home crowd, Smith could not help but express his admiration. At present, they are graced with an exceptionally talented young leader. Trae Young certainly deserves such ovation from the Atlanta Hawks. As Smith spoke, both centers had already taken their positions at the midcourt. The referee tossed the ball high into the air.